been straightforward. Scientific method has been the subject of intense recurring debate, blah, 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 blah. When did it first come about? My source is, okay, here we go. Rationalist explanations of nature, including atomism, appeared both in ancient Greece in the thought of Lysippus and Democritus, and in ancient India in the Nyaya and Vaishika and Buddhist schools. By Charvaka, materialism rejected inference as a source of knowledge in favor of empiricism that was always subject to doubt. Aristotle pioneered scientific method in ancient Greece alongside his empirical biology and his work on logic.
They're conflating two things here. My sources here are Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy. Russell was anti-Christian, so it doesn't have a opportunities. Then Tragedy and Hope, or The Evolution of Civilization by Harold Quigley, and The Knowledge Machine by Michael Straight. That's a history of science. So what they're looking at here is a logical hypothesis. The Greeks and the Indians both use logical hypotheses. So both of them said, here's the theory of the world. Let's see if this is right. What they didn't do is they didn't test it. So in ancient Greece, testing science is seen as magenta, where, for example, Aristotle had the idea that if an object's heavy, it drops faster. That was never tested. A 20-second trial would prove that. But they thought that testing things was gentle. So the Greeks had calculators, and they had steam. They had the steam engine. They never used it because they thought that applying knowledge to the world wasn't gentle. The European Middle Ages, they invented the scientific method, which was testing. Because in Christian philosophy, you have to accept humility, that you're constantly wrong. So they thought, how do we test information at this basic level? So it was invented in the late Middle Ages, largely in England and a handful of other countries, where how do we know what we know? And it's let's make a test, and whatever the results of the test are, we go off that. And so the Catholic Church invented due process and invented the scientific method.
So it says his experiments, which were based on Aristotle's writing, led to him to identify 4 common reasons for errors in writing: reliance on faulty authority, reliance on popular opinion, and reliance on personal bias or vanity, and reliance on rational argument. So it was based on Aristotle's writing.
Yes. So in the Middle Ages, you had multiple intellectual schools competing with each other. And so the school that, around the Black Death, like 50 years after this, the intellectual school is scholasticism. And so scholasticism is that you should read Aristotle and Plato, and they were the definitive truth. Around the time of the Black Death, you saw, let's rely on rationality and let's rely on science rather than Aristotle. And so this was Black Death into the 1600s was this gradual move away from venerating the ancients to we should study things on their own rational merits. And so in that debate, Duns Scotus was a Scottish philosopher on the other side of this, and Thomas Aquinas was a big bridge from the medieval to the modern world. Roger Bacon, Thomas Aquinas, William of Ockham, there were a couple other thinkers. They were the people who jumped from let's venerate the ancients to let's look at science. And so they only threw out Aristotle in the 15 and the 1600s, where it was many things are gradual processes. But by the time you get to the 1600s, you have you were reading in science. When was Aristotle? He was like 300 BC. So Aristotle was such a Chad that he just made the definitive opinion. Yeah, I mean, he was such a Chad that he made the definitive opinion in every subject for 2,000 years. The church loved Aristotle. There were a handful of Greek authors the church really held up because they had intellectual ideas that could work with Christianity. And Jesus was not a comprehensive philosopher.
Oh, Galileo was the guy who said there could be multiple worlds. And
yes, exactly. And the church actually funded Galileo, and they turned on him because he picked the wrong faction of people political dispute. So they were picking an issue because he was backing the wrong faction in Italian court politics. But they funded his original research.
But his idea is like, how can we be the only world if there's other worlds out there?
Yes.
Right? And there's Jesus Christ and God. How come Jesus Christ came into our world and died for us?
That's not what the issue was. The issue was that in the medieval vision of the world, you go out. So there's the earth, and then there's spiritual rings of Abraham. So the medievals saw space as going towards heaven. It's like Galileo said, no, it's just other planets, it's just the infinite universe. So the church thought, hey, then how can we, then where's heaven? And this wasn't as big an issue earlier on because the fathers of the church, like St. Augustine and Gregory and Tours and stuff, they said the Bible should be written symbolically, read symbolically. They said, no, the fathers of the church said, Noah's Ark probably didn't happen the way we think it is. All these things. These are moral allegories for spiritual truths. So the early church was established where the Bible is a coded document. And when you read it, once you've attained a high enough mystic level, and then you interpret what the hidden truth is inside the symbolism. And then what happened is Protestantism showed up. And the church had gotten really morally corrupt. And so Protestantism said, no, you're just making stuff up, Catholic Church, to get more money. We're going to look at the original source documents to call you out for being corrupt. And so the Catholic Church had to pivot to be more Bible-focused as a way to fight the Protestants. And so, like back in the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church said that witches didn't exist. The Middle Ages is not what people think. Medieval Europe had atheism as a public philosophy. The universities in Italy were run by the atheists in the 1500s. Medieval Europe had advanced philosophy. It had a stock market. It had a comprehension of physics. It had capitalism. It had individualism. It had parliaments too. Almost every country in Europe in the year 1200 had parliaments. So every single institution you could possibly think of, including our law, stems from the Middle Ages. And so we write the Middle Ages up as this barbaric time period, where yeah, there are barbaric elements to it. But it's actually, medieval Europe was the most modern society up to that point in history, barring China.
Interesting. Have you heard of Thomas Paine?
Oh, yeah.
Have you read his book, any of his books? Age of Reason.
No, I haven't. I know his ideas were he was a big enlightenment guy. He was anti-monarchy.
Yeah. He made some points in his book where he talks about the founding fathers, like Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and their views on Christianity. And his view on the whole thing is like, well, like you can't take someone's word for something just based on them saying it, right? Like if I go to you and I tell you something I did, right, yesterday, you can take it for what it's worth. You don't necessarily have to believe that as true. Just because I said I did something doesn't mean it's true. Okay, that was the lens that he looked at the Bible through, because the Bible is basically just a composition of testimonies, many from people that are anonymous or didn't author them themselves. And not only that, but they're saying things that are completely fly in the face of nature.
Yes. So there are two things going on. The first is, are you aware of Ken Wilber's spiral dynamics? It's a theory that people operate at the different levels of consciousness. And at the higher level, if you're at a lower level, you can't understand the higher level. So, for example, tribes in the Amazon or the Congo don't have a concept of objectivity or rationality. I like to say, if you were to explain the modern world to an ancient Babylonian, they wouldn't know what a machine is. They don't know what a natural law is, etc. And so, as we advance as a species, we develop new intellectual tools. And so, we've developed a couple of different layers of spiral dynamics since the Bible. And so, back when the Bible was written, the idea of a prophet coming down and just uttering the words of God, that was treated as truthful testimony because it fit with their lived reality. And so the way the Bible was written was that this is a worldview that fits with how we live life. These prophets are saying facts, and thus we should support them. What happened in between is we developed basically the tool of rational analysis. And so now we have to look at the world through the lens of rational analysis, and the Bible doesn't fit up with that. And the other thing is that the Bible was originally written symbolically.
It flies in the face of reason.
Yes, it does. And what Ken Wilber says is that we've progressed 2 levels since the Bible. There's the reason level, which is the Enlightenment. I would guess you're at that level. Then there's the leftist, like, let's all love each other, we're all equal level. And then Ken Wilber thinks there's going to be another level that will happen in our lifetime. where we realize how each of these levels fit in with the self-interest of that time period. And so we can integrate each of them based on how they fit in their part of history. And so we progressed a couple levels of Ken Wilber's system. And if you look at the medieval or the ancient world, there was atheism in their religion in the ancient world. The Greeks and the Romans were not very religious. Their periods of Egypt or Babylon were religious. Around 500 BC, all of the old, no one could believe the old religions because the world had changed so much. And then you saw the rise of ancient Greek philosophers, Buddha, Confucius, and Taoism, all formed at the same time, 500 BC. All those people, Socrates, Buddha, Lao Tzu, and Confucius, all lived at the same time. Because at that time, the change in coinage destroyed the traditional religious structure. So there was a rise of new religions to explain the world to people. And all of the changes of the last 500 years have changed the world so much that traditional religions don't make sense to people today. And so you see the rise of pseudo-religions like liberalism and communism to deal with it, but they don't really have a good answer. And so we're stuck in this weird spot now where our technology has advanced faster than our social comprehension, and thus we don't have belief structures to explain the world to us.
Right.
The second,
so far down the road.
yes, exactly. And so if you look at the civilizational cycles, Spengler talks about this, as does Emil Reed and Rihanna, that societies tend to go in civilizational cycles. And so our civilizational cycle is comparable to the fall of the Roman Republic. Where the Roman Republic, like around 100 BC, it was a giant superpower republic that in the process of becoming an empire created mass inequality. There was hyper-political partisanship. There were giant, massive inequalities with these mega corporations driving people into poverty. A third of Italy's population were immigrants, were undercutting local labor. There was the rise of political strongmen. There was a feminist movement. It was a very irreligious and a degenerate society. And so I often compare modern Christianity to what the Roman religions were then. Where the Roman religions, people went to them out of politeness and a sense of obligation, but not that people actually believed them. So the mystery cults, like Christianity, they filled the book. In the same way, I think a variety of things, political ideologies, or like raids or video games fill the religious void for us. And so, I am Christian. I don't attend church that often now because it's just I don't think Christianity as structured today has that much to offer most people. And I think Christians, whenever you criticize Christianity, they guilt trip and say, why don't you like doing this? And I throw the question back to them, why don't you design your religion better so that people want to come to church and wants to be part of your religion? And Christianity now has become so for Christians listening, I do want to know I am part of your religion. I do support Christianity, but Christianity has become so cucked and it's become had so much brain drain that it lacks vitality to deal with the modern world. And so the question of the next century is how so.
What do you mean by that?
So there's a very interesting book I read called The Secular Age by Charles Page. And it's one of the hardest books I've read, but it's a history of why Western religion dies in the ages. And so he stacks it up to a couple different things. The first is technological progress. That's obvious. The second thing is that religion stopped being fun. We're back in the Middle Ages. Religion, the church would throw parties. It would give
really,
people would party at church in the Middle Ages.
They didn't have orgies though, like in ancient Greece.
No, they didn't. People did have. This is one of the weirdest facts. People did have sex in public in the Middle Ages because there wasn't a concept of privacy. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. The church was not. The church in the Middle Ages did sexual sins on the lower rung. So, like, pride was a worse sin than fornication. The church sponsored brothels in the Middle Ages. So it's a very different society. And the church would also gave people over a month of days off every year. So the church would you'd have a day off for a saint's day at least once a week. So it was just, the church was more fun, and what happened was the middle classes took over the church. In the middle classes, they church didn't belong. That's thing two. Thing three is that governments realized the church wasn't in their self-interest. Where governments realized themselves, If we can remove God, we can't be held to standards because God is something that holds us to standards to control the people. If we want total power, we should just remove God because the people will make the state the God. And so you saw the turn of elites realizing that you saw the turn of elites realizing that it was inside their self-interest to get rid of religion. And the fourth thing was the church just the church experienced a lot of wavering with the stuff. Back in the Middle Ages, it's much more now they're going to business or contemplating or tech or finance. And so you had lots of generations
and it's all, what do you do there? 200 a kid?
And
kid shop, the Blues, the drive this on gas, like have 2-car lifts coming in. They had like 8 cars in
like my friends used to live in Cambodia. In certain societies, magic is just part of your life. Witchcraft isn't obvious as a fringe.
Shit has all this. All these boxes, enemy guns. Jim lives there. It's so you got chickens from the apartment. Have chicken in there, bro. Chicken in there was chicken concealed. This one I keep chicken. What the fuck? Oh, dude, chicken in there is over it.
Talk about where these experiences
What's the studio like over there now? Are you guys done with it?
often described
No, not even close. There's other clips that look good.
where they didn't
Yeah, it's
really
cool.
see the
Yeah, Brian's a big help, right?
and that's what they thought God was. Yeah, something that they experienced.
I agree on the psychedelics.
Wait, so,
I am one of the very few people whose area of speciality is the Middle Ages who would agree with that, but I do. So we have primary sources from the Middle Ages of the church made peasants take the Eucharist at least once a year. Because the peasants were terrified to take the Eucharist. The peasants, they said the magic of the church was so strong it was scary. That doesn't make sense if it's one. It does make sense if it's psychedelic. And so once you think of it this way, the church is making peasants trip at least once a year. That completely changes the dynamic of taking the Eucharist.
In what year?
This is like 1200.
1200.
Yeah, so I put the event, this is like Muresko studied more than me. Muresko's a classicist, he's not a medievalist. And so he puts the end of using psychedelics for the church around 400. I put it around like 1200s, 1300s. Because we have records from the 1100s.
You're saying people like Brian Morrison classicists don't go past 400?
No, that's one of the. Having read his book, I don't see him referencing. I don't see him reference that much stuff past the ancient world. From reading that book, I don't remember him ever talking about the Middle Ages. But we have records in the Middle Ages from the 1100s in northern France, people taking psychedelics, and we also have records from I think 1200s England of peasants being scared to take the Eucharist. So I think it did go on later, and I think it was one of so. During the 1200s, the church became completely monopolized, where I visited. So the King of France killed the Pope, and then he made an alternate Pope in France. And I was visiting the location for that alternate Pope's residence in Avignon, in the south of France. And I had a joke. Every single room in this palace is either a feasting hall or a place to store gold. I did not find a single chapel in Avignon. And the reputation for reading at that time period is the Pope in the 1300s, they were just complete degenerates. And the reason Protestantism showed up was that the church was taking in all this money to build St. Florence's Cathedral and fund all this degenerate Renaissance art and for the Pope to have a bunch of mistresses. And the Germans thought, why the hell are we giving you money to be degenerates? And that's what caused the Protestant Reformation. So my guess, and I would need to study this topic significantly more and give an educated opinion on it, is that at some point from like 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council, and then the Black Death, that they phased out psychedelics. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's a gradualistic thing, because the church was doing all these very strategic power maneuvers, and their whole thing was they were trying to class down on heretics. Because Western Europe was infiltrated. They had all these organizations like the Cathars or the Waldensians. So the church was launching, or the Hussites, the church was launching all of these crusades against heretics, and the heretics all had different views on Christianity. So my guess would be that the church phased out the use of psychedelics so that the heretics wouldn't get more information. Because the church stopped liking like private revelation, where St. Francis of Assisi was part of the Franciscans, where they were a mystic group And the mystics, they talk to God personally and all that stuff. St. Francis of Assisi, he was merely labeled a heretic, and he wasn't against the Catholic Church. They were just scared of new ideas. And the thing is, the Franciscans saved Catholicism during that time period because the church needed to take in at least some free thinkers to fight off the heretics. But my guess, and again, I'm not an expert in this field, my guess would be that at some point in the 12 or the 1300s, they gradually phased out psychedelics to combat heresy. And because by the time Martin Luther shows up in 1500, I see no records of this. But, so one of the interesting topics I've looked into is the history of mental illness. So there are very few records of autism or schizophrenia from the pre-industrial world, but we do get illnesses like everyone in a town breaking out to dancing for hours straight, or you get demonic possession or witchcraft. And so you get what we found from the studies is that people in late medieval France and Germany would just randomly break into dancing after the Black Death, and that was influenced by ergot. And so we know that the random dancing was by ergot. And so that's actually a theory that ergot in the wine is what got people to dance. And so how you get your entire town to be infested with the Eucharist, this is a study where literally everyone goes to church. So if they're drinking ergot-infested wine and breaking into dancing, that's the only reasonable explanation for the dancing towns of the 1300s that I know of.
And then you come to today, which is really just what we've been talking about before, and drugs are outcast from society.
Yes.
Basically, yes. Explains why so many people are incarcerated in this country. It's like we've devolved so far from the origin of all this stuff.
Yeah, I think drugs and sex are two things that society does in the worst way possible.
They do it in the worst way possible.
Yeah, so with drugs, like I'm from Philly, and in Philly, you see all of these like random homeless dudes who are just fentanyl's from Philly. It's our best export of the last 5 years. So the fentanyl crisis started in Kensington, Philly, and you see all these guys just dying on the street, and it's one of those things where you're like, on my walk to school every day, I would see this body on the bench for 5 days straight. And the cops never moved it. It's just this dead fucking body, and you know he's not alive. And it's the nicest part of town. And you think, this is not what should be happening in a first world country. Right. And so we have that, and like drugs are a big issue in America. There's lots of people where, and I don't really blame people for
that. Music black at the mothership. What's his name? Who sings Rich Man from did you go? Virginia? Dude, that guy's huge. You realize how tall that guy was? He's standing there with Adam Egan. Here's a picture of Adam Egan. This guy's like 6'4", 6'5", or something like that. This guy's huge, bro. I wouldn't kill if Michael Jackson came out of the grave.
It's not like constantly dying of alcohol poisoning. So we have this weird mixture for sex and drugs, where this combination of like degeneracy with puritanism. And it mixes in such weird ways. And it's comparable with sex, where like porn is super prevalent, like everything in our culture is very sexualized. But also the idea of people's parents having sex disgusts people, or people won't see their friends or family naked, and that's historically strange. Or in the Middle Ages, an entire town would bathe naked together. Or in the Middle Ages, entire families would sleep naked in the same bed. And so we have we're a combination of a Puritan culture that slid into degeneracy. So we have these weird Puritan remnants combined with other degenerate sides, and it's fully integrated on both sides.
Yes. I also want to talk to you about AI and singularity. You said something really interesting in one of your videos, how there's parallels between technologists who view the singularity as like a resurrection type moment.
Yes.
And it's funny how it correlates with religion.
Yeah. So Carl Jung says that the human mind naturally fits into certain archetypes, and that's just indisputably true. So you have like every society is religious.
So you don't have to stop. You take it. Looks like a condom, but they're extra tight. And It's a fucking condom connected to a hose, but
So,
it's super tight.
the idea
I
of
came
a
off within
resurrection
2 minutes.
is
I just pissed my pants.
that's a very
Well, it's probably also because
I
you
think
were
it's just a
rolling
get
the
out of
truck.
the hard to
What's up?
like,
Oh, that was like 4 hours, dude. I drink so much fucking Diet Coke. I had to piss every fucking 20 minutes, so I just pissed my pants.
What did you do 4 hours of racing?
That's what it takes, man. 6 laps, 4 hours.
Not a race.
Yeah, be racing.
Now,
one of the greatest arguments I've seen is that leftism is the child of Christianity. They don't realize it.
So you gotta piss, man. How do you think NASCAR guys do?
no, I understand they do it. I'm not like fucking there, but they don't show like for speed racing. I gotta pee.
Equal doesn't exist. The idea that human life is valued doesn't exist. Value in of itself. The idea that progress exists doesn't exist. The idea that there is one good universal moral code. These are all things the Abrahamic religions invented. So if wokeness, if leftism was invented in India, it would have reincarnation built into its logic. And so technologists take a lot of assumptions from Christianity too. And this is the whole Nietzsche thing where everyone is this is a Nietzsche thing where everyone is Christian to some degree. It's just how much. So, for example, the idea that we can have a rapture that's from a machine rapture where the AI God save us, that's Christian. The idea of building God through our own actions, that's Christian. The idea of a sharp change in history where all the every single invention in history, it just plays in human nature. Humans like getting rich and killing each other and all that stuff. And so whatever inventions humans make, we will go to getting rich and killing people. And so Christians like to think that there's the rapture and that we all love each other. But if AI was invented, AI has been invented. If the AI God is invented, you'd better know that the AI God is either serving its Google or US government masters, or it's become its own entity pushing its own interests. So it's this very, life's hard. People like forget how to free cards. And so it's easy to think that if we push far enough, all the suffering in the world's going to stop.
Yeah, I mean, what effect do you think? Hey, I mean, obviously, you think this civil war scenario is going to happen in the next couple of years, 4 years.
Yeah,
at the very minimum. But like, how would technology make it different? How would technology make it change how it happens? Like compared to the previous civil war, are you talking about like if we had really had a civil war, you think it would be like literally have public executions on the streets? Or would obviously the government, our government and our intelligence apparatus and our military contractors have technology that is so far advanced and so many decades ahead of what we see in the public sector?
yes.
So how much shit is out there that we don't know about that they can use to effectively turn something like this around?
Yeah. That's a great question. And I'm going to answer a couple of those. The first is that AI. I think that there's already, and I don't have any evidence for this, I'm just spitballing. I think there's a government AI that already monitors the population pulling data from big tech to predict your actions and things. And the reason I say that is that my phone predicts when I get in the car. My phone knows when I'm in the car, it predicts whether I'm going to get a massage, or I'm going to go to the gym, or what restaurant I'm going to go to.
Right.
It's obscenely accurate. It predicts when I watch certain things. So, and it's insanely accurate, and it's the sort of thing where this has to be in the development for years. People say like, oh my God, I just talked to I had an experience where I just texted a friend about the Soviet Union. My next YouTube recommendation was at the time thing I texted to my friends. I don't think the computer is listening in on me, although that is completely possible. I think they just have such a good AI model of my personality that they can correlate certain things.
And you have an iPhone?
Yeah, I did.
So like if you're logged in on YouTube on your phone, or if you're logged into Google on your phone, like most people are, when you go to your laptop, it's going to be connected to the same account.
Yes.
And we know that Google uses audio voice detection to, like I have YouTube TV in my house.
Yes.
Where it's basically like people know what YouTube TV is. It's like internet.
Yes.
And the commercials on YouTube TV are served by Google.
Yes.
If I'm having a conversation with my wife and my phone's in the room, an hour earlier we're talking about cat food.
Yes.
I go to watch TV in the living room and I'm watching YouTube TV. I see fucking cat food commercials. So we know that for a fact they're listening to us for advertising.
Yeah, I do think they are listening to us. I think that's indisputable because they can abuse power they know.
Yes.
That's a pretty good rule. Humans are advised to people to see that.
So if they're gathering our information and listening to our conversations for the purpose of advertising.
Yo, dog, what's going on?
Yes. What I was trying to convey though is I don't think they need to listen to us to get the info. I think their AI models are advanced enough that they could do that even without listening to us. But they have enough other info on us. And the killing that culminating.
Shit, the year is on fire. What's happening, beautiful people? It's a Tuesday morning. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. What's up with you there?
I'm good.
What's happening, beautiful people? What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joe here, my main man Lee Sayat. Tuesday, the 17th of June. Holy shit, the year is on fire. What's happening, beautiful people? It's a Tuesday morning. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. What's up with you?
The fact that the Ukrainians are still fighting military warfare has changed. Israel should steamroll Gaza in a month. The fact that the war is still going, same thing with America and Afghanistan, Vietnam War, Algeria. In each case, modern warfare is democratized conflict.
What's happening, beautiful people? It's a Tuesday morning. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. What's up with you there?
I'm good. I'm happy. Anytime I'm with someone with you and you get annoyed real easy, I'm like, oh, it's going to be a fun night.
Oh, yeah.
When you get annoyed, I'm like, oh, this is going to be.
Oh, yeah. I'm always fucking annoyed. That boys, we were Barclay Rob, fucking $10,000 tickets, and, I put up with this shit on Monday. Now I'm trying to relax. And look at that statue of Google that's been on there. It's been on fucking Google for 2 fucking hours. Okay? Because I've been getting email. I set up that computer.
Oh, yeah.
My wife I got 8 emails from Google. We got your email. We discussed. You know what? I wasn't even looking for that fucking email. I didn't give Beauty and the Beast. I didn't give a fuck if it disappeared.
Oh, yeah.
And the old church on Google, that could disappear too at this point.
Well,
I disappeared. They all disappeared.
They don't disappear. They just get logged out and you have to log back in.
Yeah, but I forget the login, so fuck it. Once I forget the login, you're done. I don't even know how to put my Twitter and my Facebook on the big computer because I don't have a login information.
What do you mean? I don't even know how that's possible. Like, I had to get logged back into YouTube because your wife and I were going back and forth for like an hour today trying to figure it out. That's probably all the emails you got. But like, I don't understand how you lose. I forget my password.
I set up a password, I get out.
Yeah.
Okay, when I'm setting up all that shit, I'm high.
So just hit
And I
forgot
get
password.
over and I get what?
So just hit forgot password.
And then it starts a whole new thing. And then you gotta send your email, and they send it back, and click. I gotta click it back now. I can't.
You can start a new email address every time?
What's that?
You can start like a new email address every
I
time?
just start everything new. I don't touch it. Once it disappears, I start a new one. Then I go back, and they're like, you already have like 9 accounts. I got like 3 IMDb accounts. I probably got, I don't know. I have no fucking idea who pays for these. They used to send me a note like, hey, you got 30 days to pay. They just gave up. Stop.
What do you do?
SAG disappeared. SAG after disappeared on my computer. Just disappeared. And then I tried to put it on my laptop. And then I went through all that shit. Send us this. What's your firstborn? What's your favorite ice cream? They must have asked me kind of my fucking secret code. They asked you like your favorite ice cream. What was your first dog's name? And I put the dog's name and it's wrong. And I'm like, God damn it. That's the only dog I had when we came from Cuba. Hercules. Nah, I'm wrong. And then you're sitting there scratching your head. I got nobody to call. I got no mother. I got no father. I got no grandfather. That's what the name of that fucking dog was. So I'm fucked. I just lose the account.
That's amazing.
If not, they throw you with pick the 6 trailers. And I gotta pick fucking 6 bicycles. That shit never works. And I gotta go back again. I hit the trail and then it zips out. And then I hit you with a different one. Pick the flower pots. Okay, I picked the fucking flower pots again. I'm done. I don't have the patience for this shit. No, I post them on Instagram and then comes up. Do you want to post it on Facebook? Listen, if I want to go to Facebook, I want to be on Facebook. I don't want to post this on Facebook. I want to post this on Instagram. I got all different shit I post on Facebook. Because Facebook and Instagram are different. Right. Oh, yeah. I got idiots from grammar school following me on Facebook. And family people are like fucking retards. On Instagram, they're all retards. Go off. It's a different form of retard. Yeah, it's a different form of retard. But on my Facebook page, I got goofy people, like, just goofy fucking people, like, from grammar school and high school, and they ask me stupid questions from time to time. I don't mind, but it's too different. Twitter, I don't know what they are. It's X. Whatever the fuck. I don't even know what Twitter is. Who's on Twitter? What's on? The only one I know is she's still on Twitter? Good for her. Yeah, she's still on Twitter, but I don't know the rest of these people fucking crazy all over. Listen, something happened to the internet during the pandemic. The pandemic hit us March 17th. They closed everything down around here. By May, something had happened on the internet. I think people being at home for 2 months, something happened and we've never recovered. There's just a lot of people on there. Just, I don't know, like just fucking stupidity. And you see it and you go, you know what, I don't know what's going on. I go on in the morning, the first stupid thing I do, I shut it down and go on trap. That's it. I swear to God. How long is that? Like 8 minutes? Like not even? 15. I told you, bro, my record this week, I spent 46 minutes a day on the computer. Damn, that's my all-time lowest record. I'm done. I got no pages to look at. That's what. I got nothing to look at. You can look at Google. Yeah, I go to YouTube. I look at what happened with the Gambinos, the club. Joe Rogan is hiding fucking this. It's it's just YouTube is garbage. The front page of YouTube, it's I don't even know. Then you click on the podcast, there's a guy in his basement, and you're like, what the fuck, guy? The picture looked good. But I click on it, it's like, hi, we're coming to you with a fucking bowl haircut. Oh, yeah. The mob guy with a bowl haircut. Hi, I'm in my living room. No shit, I can tell you how the Empire State Building. Oh, my God. You know, it's fucking insane. And every day there's on the front page of YouTube, they're either torture and murder. They just hate murder and virtue white at this point. When they start making videos about you daily, that's a problem. Well, yeah, for both of them. Because, like, it might be because you're clicking on them and thinks you want to see, like, comedy, TMZ stuff. No, I don't want to see anything. I know you click on the music. So I go on that front page because maybe there's something that I haven't listened to. Maybe there's just a couple days ago I fucking put on Santana. Oh, yeah, I saw Santana, right? Love it. Because I have a playlist. It just develops a playlist on YouTube of all the shit you listen to over the years. Sure, once in a while, I gotta listen to something else. I go to the front and I'll find like a live concert or something. I'll go on that and I break up the monotony. But I don't read nothing. Right? I don't read anything. Okay, there's no reason to read shit. I read messages. If you send me a message and it's halfway decent, I'll read it. If it's, I was getting these messages from these people that they have proof that what's his name got killed. And I'm sitting there every morning like, okay, what can I do? The guy with their brother got killed back in April. It's about the bust. The truth is going to come out. We want you to be a part of it. Listen, why? What am I, a historian? I don't need to be a part of this shit. Joe Diaz broke the news. I don't need that in my life. I really don't want it. I don't need it. No, I get shit, guys, that would. This day, my wife comes down, she knows. She's like, what's going on? You have no idea. You just have no idea the shit people send me. Well, I'm forced to read because I have to give you the benefit of the doubt. I get a lot. Listen, my mother died. I don't know what to do. That's fine. My father died. I got a nephew sick. Who talk? But you get people that I think they forget I'm 62. I think they forget that I'm a fucking old geezer. I got no teeth. I think they forget that I'm at home.
Why was he fighting in Ukraine?
Yeah, I don't think they forget. I just think they like.
He made a hurricane.
I don't know if they're crazy or what it is.
He's like, yeah.
But like, I had some guy today who was very nice, but he was real sweaty. He just came up and just started talking. It was like, it freaks you out sometimes.
Look, I had a guy yesterday at the weed store. I went to the weed store. Now, I hate going to this weed store. They have different weed. So I go there. Like, I didn't go for January. I gotta go. I got sick in January. Like, I don't need to go there. Because every time you go there, it's fucking crazy. It's in Freehold. I like the weed store. The weed store is phenomenal. What I have noticed the last 3 times I've been there is that business is terrible. Business is terrible. There used to be lines in there. 3 fucking lines. The last 3 times I've been in there, I've been the person in the line when I get in there. That's not good, but even with the lower amount of people, you still got fucking lunatics that go in there. I don't know. Came up to me there, maybe like April, and just talk this crazy shit like I had known her. Like she's like, "Hi, Joey." She goes, "You know, I just got out of rehab. Well, what the fuck are you doing in the weed store?"
It's like the woman who at the haha that time with the bandage around her head that you abandoned me with.
Oh yeah, no, but this was even crazy. Really, this lady came up to me. She's like, "Hi, Joey. I've seen you on Rogan. Nice to meet you. Where do you live?" "Marlboro. I live in whatever, blah, blah, blah." Right into it. She goes, "I just got out of rehab on Thursday." I go, "What you go to rehab for?" She goes, "Alcohol and pills." Like, all right. And she's like, "I gotta go home and deal with a husband I don't love."
It's nice to meet you.
And I'm like, okay. And she just went on from there, took it like I was a therapist.
Oh yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, what did I do? Like, would I have a fucking white jacket on? Like, and this went on for 15 minutes.
Let it go.
Huh?
I bring up chewing gum or something, and you let them go for like 8 seconds. You let this woman go for like 15 minutes.
I was trying to be nice. She got out of rehab. She had glasses. I could smack her. You gotta be nice to some people. Listen to them and hear them out. Some people might tell you something that's interesting. But this lady was telling me everything about her fucking life. And at night, he treats me like a hooker. And I'm like, oh, well, that's... He goes, he treats me like a hooker. It's not even up to me. I'll never forget the conversation. It's not even up to me. I got out of rehab. He was all over me. I'm like, oh, okay. Can I take your number? So I can call you from time to time. I go, listen, I'm married, my wife. He's a fucking animal. Okay, I'll fucking kill you. I'll see you again. Okay, that was it. But Sunday was brutal because it was raining. And this motherfucker pulls up with like a white beater and like a shirt unbuttoned. Okay, he's like, "Joey Diaz, how you doing?" And he's just like, "Listen, man, when you talk about his beat, I can relate to you. You know the Jersey Strong?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Jersey Strong's from the 79 and the 18. I'm like, "I don't know." And he goes, "Come in there, I'm the mayor of that place. I went to do shit anybody you need to know." He goes, "I know everybody. On Jovi, everybody. You come in there and I'll introduce you." Also, I'm looking at him, he went into something else. My father was into psychedelics and he went into that shit. And the fucking phone rang.
Thank God.
And there was Nicky Pork Chops. And I'm like, I'm going to give this motherfucker a bonus. This guy just saved my life. And he's like, "Oh, you can take that." No shit, I just zipped the window in his face. My whole arm was drenched. From the fucking car was drenched because he wanted to talk. It's fucking raining out. He's out there with drops on his head. It's and then my neighbor called me the other day. He's like, "Can I talk to you for a second?" He goes, "I didn't know you were political." I go, "I'm not." He goes, "What's that picture I saw on there?" I go, "My nephew's helping me out with the campaign." But there's a picture of me. He goes, "Have you read the comments? They hate you for it." I go, "I don't give a fuck." I go, "First of all, what we were talking about before, you can sit here every night. You can tell I'm not political. I don't have Trump on here. I don't even know what the vice president's name is. I don't know anything. Neither does Trump." And these guys were like, he goes, "Oh, they were going off Democrat." Because they're idiots. Yeah. Because they're idiots. Because they, and I'll do this from once a year. Last year I came up, I went to the project and took a picture. They went nuts. Oh, they went nuts. And they think it bothers me. For me, it's just me fucking with them.
You should make like a fake campaign sign for like someone who's not even running. Just to fuck with them. Because like, dude, who can? And your nephew was working for him. I'm sure he's a great guy, but like you say, who cares who the president is? Who cares who the sheriff is? How is that going to change your life at all?
With a different Billy Tom. I'm saying he's going to hit you with a rubber one and a wood one. It's just people have nothing in their lives.
You have to turn into a troll. You have to start trolling people online. That would be so great. For what? Just putting up pictures that you know are going to piss people off.
I can enter the workforce, and then we sent a lot of jobs to cheaper places like China, Malaysia, Mexico. So we've eliminated everything we could to devalue the value of labor. And I'm shocked no one talked about this, but people have gotten significantly poorer by any given metric since this happened. And people have lost reading. Exactly. I mean, there's a bunch of things. And Peter Turchin's the big guy who studies this. He has looked at it's a variety of things, not just that. You can correlate declining height, people not getting married, not having kids. When the average age of marriage gets above 28, we're going to have a war.
And the average age of marriage
Goes above 28, we're going to have a war. When the Black Death happened, the average age of marriage was 28.
Didn't you also say something about people people aren't losing their virginity until they get really old?
Yeah, so a third of men under 30 are virgins.
A third of men under 30 are virgins.
And 80% of 18-year-olds are.
80% of 18-year-olds. And what was it like in the 80s?
No, it was nothing. It's quadrupled in the last 10 years. You can call it the invention of the iPhone with young male virginity skyrocketed. Where it was a very low number. I think it was like 8% of men under 30 were virgins in 1980. It was something. I think it was even less than that. It was like beneath 5%. It's really, really low.
Now it's like 30.
Yeah, it's like 30. And so this is self-reported. No guys are going to lie about this. And so this is a really horrifying statistic. And as far as I can tell, it's driven mostly by the economics of dating apps. Where there's a variety of factors. People blame feminism, people blame income inequality, but the way the dating apps work is that 20% of men get 80% of options along with women, and 80% of men get basically no options on dating apps. So if Tinder was a country, it would be the second most unequal country in the world, behind South Africa and ahead of Venezuela. And that's how the apps work, that's how female psychology works. And so the inequality really screws over a lot of young men. And I say that this is the biggest issue in society because people can't talk about it, and it percolates under the surface. Because unless we can talk about this issue in front of emotions, it's just going to get worse. And so it's a variety of things, but that's in despair have gone up. The average lifespan of white men has gone down. There's a 20 of these different statistics. The employment, quality of life, purchasing power, and so all of this.
There's no way to reverse
every day. I know. I can do that to the couch because I know what gets them. I know what music gets them round up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I play Bush, they lose their mind. I play Bush, they lose their mind. Bush, there's a couple of things that they just fucking hate. And I'll do it just because I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's what I'm listening to. What is that? What they're listening to? It's what I listen to.
Oh my god. Have you ever yelled at someone? Because I don't say anything to anybody. But like a year or so ago, I was in line at like CVS at Friday, like 8 p.m. And this woman was yelling at the cashier about the COVID vaccine, that they were testing it on kids and doing things. And there was a line, and I was like, miss, it's 7 o'clock on Friday. Give this guy a break. She was like, they're doing it, and they're making me home all day.
And she watched World News Tonight. That took it to a CNN, and that took it to a different dilemma. It's between the TV Think about it. You go from one extreme to the other. If you're not reading a book, you're just reading shit that's manufactured. If you're not reading a book at this point, if you go online, you got to assume that 50% real. But you got to go in there like that. You have to go in going, what if I'm about to read 50% of the bullshit? At least. Okay? And then if you watch TV, if you put on, like, I know that, I don't know what network it is. I laugh every night. I laugh because my wife tells me stupid shit. Like, I'm 62 years old. I don't know what the far right is or the far left. You know what? I don't want to. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't need to know. And then I know there's one. CNN is anti-Trump. Yeah. And Fox is Trumpy. Yeah. Like, really? CNN and so the news is going to be right there. Oh, it's right there. So those two channels. The news is going to come out a little differently. So again, when you watch those two channels, you're at 50%. Yeah, 50%, maybe even 40 at best, because they're doing it from a different perspective. It's like when I went on Rogan, I was talking about why I like the singer Judas Priest as much as I did always, because he wrote all those lyrics about fucking and sucking. But while you're thinking about women, he was writing those lyrics thinking about a man. Oh yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant, right? And that's what you're getting now. But he was doing it because, you know, he was slinging things. Right? Bro, you gotta read his book. His book is fucking brutal. What would he do? Just fuck everybody? Oh, and would even take them to the cleaners. He busted a guy's ovary. What? He busted a guy's ovary in Chicago, a designer. Oh, wow. Guy had to go to the hospital with a busted fucking ovary. His asshole looked like fucking Tel Aviv. He was pretty proud of it. Oh, my God. I was going to say, that's my favorite. My favorite news is what's happening in Israel today with Joey Diaz. He's probably like, have you seen what Israel's been doing? I'm like, no. They're ready to fuck people up. You know, it's like, you look at people the other day, I called this blind. Nikki told me that 9 people escaped from the ice thing. Right? And I'm sitting there going, 9 people escaped from Newark. Okay? 2-3 hours later, you know, I spoke my numbers, I ate my little Eddies. I go for my 7 o'clock ride. And I come back home, and my wife has 12, New Jersey 12. She's waiting for the weather, and also like breaking news, you know. 4 people escaped, and there's a protest going on right now. And without even looking at it, I go, let's see where the chubby chick is. Dog. First one, a fat bald one with a lesbian Nazi thing on her arm, pushing the truck like she was gonna push it. Dog. She caught a beat that was so ferocious. Was it the red truck? I think I saw that. Ran her over. Yeah, ran her over. They picked her back up, punched her in the head. She came running back. Julio. Oh my God! They're punching her. She's like, Julio. Why is there always a fat chick that hasn't gotten a date in 8 years at those protests? They're always chubby, yeah. They always got fucking blue hair. They always want to be like, it's always something. I don't know what it is with lesbians or chubby chicks that run down there to get beat up. I don't know what it is. To get beat up. Listen, I'm not ready to get beat up, but if you stand in front of my car, I'm allowed to hit the fucking people in Florida. They did not fuck around. That sheriff said, I'll hit you with the fucking car. If you throw something, we're going to shoot your body. Your family's going to get notified to let them pick up the fucking revenge. Jesus. And you know what? Nobody threw nothing. Yeah. Nobody threw a fucking thing. They had a big protest in Albany. I got stuck in traffic. Oh, they had a big ball. They had a protest everywhere this week. Every fucking 2,000 cities. Everybody had a protest. You see them in LA? All our neighbors. Half the studio cities were down there. You know, this can't happen. No King's Day. I want no cock day. You wouldn't be a King's Day. Yeah, that's every day for them. That's every day. But I would love to see you, like, what if you walked in and them writing their signs? Like, because they color their signs. They have those people that made whoever fucking running these fake campaigns. Or they just give them signs, go to these fucking things. They can't even write. They can't even write. The ones in LA, you can tell the guy with the glasses the whole thing. He can't fucking write, dog. Okay, so it's just a shame what's going on. It's a shame that every fucking June We have to fucking get into this shit now. Every fucking 2 years ago, Floyd, 3 years ago, Floyd was 5 years ago. But now you have, last year was Palestinians. Before that, it was the Jews saying that the way the fuck are our hostages. Now we're talking about us every week is something different. And they come out. The other night I'm watching ICE fucking thing where people dressed as Palestinians. I'm like, how confused are you? Like, the ICE people, now you're down there with the towel around the head, fucking yelling and screaming. It just, I don't listen.
Do you ever protest anything? Have ever had an urge, like nothing Cuban ever got?
Not even one time I went over the half fact thing, and my mom shut it down, and she explained why you don't do that. And I never went back out there again. There's no reason. You're only protesting to get a girl, right? Or to get accepted into your little coffee group.
The whole
They cry and shit. Like the first night at ICE I saw when they were in LA, they beat up a white chick. That chick is a fucking hero. She's doing that yoga. When she went to yoga the next day with that black eye, like, what happened to that neck brace? I'm not gonna believe it. I got beat up, and oh my God, you're so brave. They eat that shit up. That's what they do. That's what they do. Listen, man, some people smoke pot to be accepted. Some people act like idiots to be accepted. That's what they do. They believe that they care. The babies. The babies. Balance. If you were something top, no baby, I'm your baby. Right. You have no fucking baby. Oh, shit. Hold on 1 second. We're going to take a breather. We got so into this conversation, we didn't even talk to you about Blue Chew. Here we come. We'll be right back. Hey, beautiful people, Uncle Joe. We're back, bitches. What's up, though? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I didn't even tell you what happened in Florida. I was going to tell you last week, but we didn't have time. One of our friends down there, I've never done fireworks. Like, I was petrified of it as a kid. I did it for the first time. Within 30 seconds, there were 2 cop cars. I got in trouble. Like, I have like a warning in like wherever I was in like Paradise in Tampa or something. They got real upset. They didn't like it at all.
Who gave you the fireworks?
One of our friends down there.
Steve Simone.
Allegedly may have found, but they sell it at Target, so I don't really get what the fuck happened. And then they sell them at Target. I got fucking like sparkler things. He's like, all right, let me give you these. You're gonna be fine. And then, dude, I have a video. It blew off and like the cardboard on the top hit me, and I thought I was gonna like set on fire. So I didn't see one firework that went off. I didn't see one in the sky. 30 seconds later, there were 2 cop cars driving on the beach. And I thought I was going to get arrested.
What they give you a warning?
For fireworks. But they're not, apparently. They say they're for agricultural purposes. I don't know what the fuck, I don't know how you use fireworks in farming. But they're legal, but they're not. So I don't know what the fuck happened. But yeah, I forgot about that. It was the quickest. Dude, in New York, I see people doing crazy shit. There's no cops to be found. On the beach, I lit up 1 firework for the first time ever. And they treated it like I wasn't going to shoot the president. No, it was illegal in Massachusetts. And then in California, every Mexican had them. You didn't need to like buy your own. And that was awesome. But yeah,
Chinese people went up to your neighborhood and saw fireworks out of their truck.
They didn't let Chinese people in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
They didn't know. It was all
shame. What happened to Chinese people that come into your neighborhood, sell you a fucking, what you call those things, George, mats? A mat when you got 144
fireworks?
Fuck yeah, 144 packs like a fucking, and when you got froggy, you lit the whole thing on fire.
Oh, yeah.
If you have more for like $90, like fucking, I'm going for it. Because you buy a mat just to sell them.
Okay.
Like you can probably sell them, half of them, keep them.
Probably so you could like rip it or something? Or like take more pieces of it? Oh, okay.
No, because it's like a kilo of coke. But when you cut it open, it's got all the packages individual, like 5 packs, 20 packs, whatever the fuck is in there.
Oh yeah, I've never did it. Do you remember that football player, Jason Pierre-Paul, has like a fucked up crab hand now because he blew up his hand doing like that's. I've been scared of fireworks my whole life.
Not me.
No, you like them? I have never knew you did fireworks. fireworks?
Man, I do fireworks. I go to a fucking,
You have a backyard where
I
you
go to
can
a fucking,
fireworks?
I go to a, what do you call them, alcoholics, and I go to fireworks. Anonymous meeting. You did fireworks? No, it's a kid's thing. They come to your neighborhood, you buy a pack of firecrackers, you light them. And then you like other shit, you like the bottle rockets.
I never did those either. Like, just shooting them at people?
Oh yeah, you put them in a bottle and you shoot them at people, or you break the stick.
Okay.
And those are called something completely different off color, which you can't say anymore. You light them on fire, they just spin around in circles.
Oh, damn.
They go, people bounce off the wall. Without the stick, that thing goes crazy. There's no navigation system.
Did you ever get hit?
No, we shot them at people. And then you had Roman candles, which you would shoot at people. And they were like $40 when we were kids for a stick. They were expensive. Then you had M80s. And like 8 of those, just a stick of dynamite, right?
Man, that's the stuff like people would put into like mailboxes and blow them up.
Boom, with a frog's mouth and shit.
Oh, wait, you put it in a frog's mouth? I don't know.
I haven't done that stupid shit, but kids do it.
Yeah.
I get resident, places where there's not much to do,
Right.
except blow up a frog.
I don't want to blow up a frog, but I like lighting shit on fire. I do.
Oh, man, I'm an arsonist by fucking nature. I love all that shit.
They have places like where you can shoot guns or stuff. I'd like to go to an abandoned house and just light it on fire and to watch. Can you imagine?
That's a living.
What's the living? Lighting houses on fire?
Yeah, for people. I'm gonna light your house on fire. You study it, what burns, what doesn't burn, how they still get the insurance.
I don't.
Still living.
I think I'd get caught immediately.
No, you can wear like a black suit.
Can you imagine? But then it's just gonna be a little chubby me with like 8 feet of fire behind me. They're gonna see me a mile away.
It'll be fine. You run fast with some fires behind you. Fire always makes you run faster.
Yeah.
So you choose. Black people don't like fireworks. It's just
I had no idea.
fire. Black people don't like fire either.
I don't think anyone who likes fire.
I can light a fire. But
Yeah.
I'm saying that.
I would love that.
So you got in trouble in Florida with the cops. You got niggas a warning. Your name's not down there. I can shoot you. Fucking
I know. I'm a
fucking fireworks. I should kill you. Fireworks.
Dude, that is always, whenever anything goes wrong, my first thought is, I hope there's no, issue, because if Joey finds out about this in the wrong way, if I came back with, a firework burn on my head, he would have never let me live it down. Oh, my God. And that's why I freaked out, because the cardboard on top of the fireworks flew off and hit me. So, oh, no. So that's why I dove. I didn't see one thing, and I caught it. I have a fucking burn on the side of my head. You're never going to let me live it down. It's not like you'd be worried about me, but what the fuck are you doing?
A little gunpowder that burns nobody, you know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You take the firecrackers and you break them. You take the gunpowder, you can make like a line.
Oh, yeah?
And the gunpowder goes all the way down like in the crow.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Fireworks are a lot of fucking fun until you blow your finger off or somebody loses a mind. It's like a party ain't a party until somebody breaks it.
Right.
So
the fireworks are not a firework until you lose a finger.
It's not until somebody cries, somebody burnt their hand. When I was a kid, they came around with a picture of the guy with his hand and the skin got blown off his fingers. You can see the bones in his hand and shit.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, sign me up. Sign me up, motherfucker. I'm going to like some of those. I just want, kids like them. I don't like them. Then they have the new things that you like. It's like a helicopter. Because my neighbor, you light them on fire. And they reel up, like 8 feet in the air. Whooping.
Are you gonna go on the 4th of July to see fireworks?
Oh my God, I can't wait. That's my favorite part of the year. Sit down and hug my family. I got a guitar. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I like 3 fucking firecrackers. I go inside of my business. Wow. Ooh. Fucking idiot. Like I watch fucking, it's like a parade. Oh yeah, can you go to a parade? The chick flies off with a sword. Okay, we can leave now.
That's my problem with fireworks, is they're the same every year.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, we're going to go up to the Hudson and look at the Hudson at the fireworks. Okay.
Is there anything that you do like to do?
Not really.
Not
Yeah, smoke dope. Listen to music, read a book.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
I did see something pretty interesting. I forget if he was talking about on Rogan, or I saw a clip of Rick Rubin talking about the Johnny Cash song. They did like his last song that he ever did. It was like another rock song. He did a cover of it, but he was like 73. He was in his house. He was like dying. It was pretty interesting. I don't know if you don't seem like a Johnny Cash fan.
I like Johnny Cash wrote a song called Rusty Cage.
Okay.
And then Soundgarden redid it.
Oh, I think it's the other way around, actually.
Yeah.
That Soundgarden did it first, and he did it. It was like 73. It's pretty, like, that was pretty interesting. Oh, 9 Inch Nails song? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that was bad.
You'll show up here with fucked up facts.
I don't.
You're worse than
You tell me
fucking
something
CNN
that's
and
fucked up,
fucking.
and then I am supposed to keep facts in my head. I have no idea.
I had a good fucking Father's Day.
Oh, yeah?
I had a good week with her. You're a dad, you have good weeks. You have fucking good weeks. You have bad weeks, whatever. I don't know. I just had a really good week with her. And Father's Day, like, what happened? I don't know if she's getting to that. She's done. She's done. That's it. 6th grade is done.
Wow. Wow. 7th grade.
Jimmy, fucking Florentine's kid, graduates 8th grade. When I moved here, he was in the 3rd grade or something like that. Wow. Yeah, he's a fucking young kid, man. So it's just really weird. I'm watching her and like she grew again. Not size-wise. She's not growing size-wise, even though she is. What I'm trying to say, like when I talk to her now, I can see that she's older. And it's kind of getting a little bit more fun. She makes me laugh a little bit more. You know, yeah, she does. I mean, I swear to God, I can't believe the shit she comes up with.
Oh, I love when she's basically doing stand-up without knowing she's doing stand-up. I love when you get her going, and then you let her go, and then you tell her, you're like, relax.
That's it.
Because she'll go off on you.
She'll fucking go off for fucking 20 minutes and sit in the car with a few ice cream or something. That fucking shit's like liquid cocaine. They go off. They go off. And if you have 3 girls in the car and they have something sweet, they go off. It's like Chinese people behind it. You see a fucking blah, 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 blah. And you're like, wow, I can't even keep up with this shit. But it's funny, this morning when I spoke to you, you were talking about how, you know, you haven't spoken to your dad in a while. How long has it been now?
I think it'll be 4 years.
Has anybody heard from us?
Not that I know of. No. Yeah, no, it's very. Because I was thinking about it this weekend. So, you know, it's just Father's Day, and yeah, it's. You know, my dad and I were really close while he was on the podcast, and I'm not. He was unhappy with me because I had spent like a bunch of birthdays with him in a row, and then my girlfriend in Massachusetts, it was our first Valentine's Day, so I was gonna spend Valentine's Day with her, and then his birthday is like the 18th, so I was gonna go down like the 16th, and he wanted me to come down on that Sunday and spend like Valentine's the whole week with him. I said, I'm gonna spend it with my, and then that was it. Blocked and everything. It was, and you know what? It's sad, but it's something that I've come to terms with. But it's, I brought it up to you today because, you know, what we have with Mercy is beautiful, but I know that there's a lot of people who, like, you know, are going through stuff like that, who cut parents off or the kids. There's a lot of people going through it, I think.
Oh, it's funny that, listen, man, I used to remember when, before I left LA, I used to talk to a lot of people, when I moved here. I didn't feel good. So I stopped calling a few people. I even forgot. I had a call. Like, that's how fucked up I was when I got off the plane. And now, it's going to be 5 years. There's like 4 people I haven't called. And now I can't call because I'm too embarrassed to call. Because they're going to go, what the fuck happened?
Shit, dude.
And I got to explain to them.
We did like 3 hours.
You know,
I I think it happens. I mean,
Yeah, I really
like, did you stop answering their calls, or you just?
No, they didn't call either. I mean, one guy called one time. I called him back and we spoke a little bit. And he invited me to his house. He was only here for like 2 days. And he invited me to his house. He's like, I'm down something short. It was like an hour and 48 fucking minutes away. And this guy's like, you gotta come down here before I leave. And you came over.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like, you want to go down there? You're like, I'm like, this motherfucker just drove what I want to have. I'm not going to put you back in the car and drive an hour 40 and then an hour 40 back.
Right. Sounds good.
And when I called him, I could tell he was pissed off. So I like, moved on. And now it's been fucking 5 years, like 4 years I haven't spoken to him. And I feel embarrassed, so maybe that's it. You know, after a while, you just get into a groove and you're like, I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call him. When people text me sometimes, I save the text just to remind me to call them.
Okay.
And there's texts on there that I still haven't called. Number 2, they're at different time zone.
Right.
And that's always a pain in the ass for me because I go, okay, I got to call that person at this time.
Yes, yesterday's events too.
And then something happens, you don't call that person. Like, fuck. Now the day's gone, by the time. I don't like talking to people with my daughters. Right, it's not about that anymore when I call you in the morning. So you call me back in the afternoon when I'm surrounded by people. Right. I don't want to do that. I don't pick up the call. Right. I'm waiting back up.
But there's like sometimes you get busy and you don't call people back. Like, have you ever? I know your parents aren't here, but like, sometimes you have to decide, like, okay, this person's not supposed to be in my life. Like that. It sounds like you just, you get busy and things happen. It doesn't sound like you're like cutting people out.
No, I love them daily. It's my old neighbor from Boulder. It's one of my teachers from Bergen. Haven't spoken to him now. Really? December, maybe. I speak to my cousins. I speak to all my cousins, but I don't speak to my uncle. Because I call him now, he don't answer the phone. He used to be a late night guy, but he's 86, he ain't that late no more. So I would try to call him like 11 o'clock here, 8 o'clock. I could catch him. Like last night, I thought about calling him during the baseball game, because I know he watches Giants all the time.
Okay.
When plays the show, and they won last night against the Dodgers. But I got busy. Right. It was Father's Day. I got busy with the girls.
So it was part of the deal that they won't be sent to Florence, that they get to stay in Guantanamo. And SecDef said that. Yeah, one thing that really burned me yesterday.
I mean, honestly, if you don't have a camera on your show,
Cameras are running.
cameras are all we all know.
Yeah. The only thing that burned me about this whole thing was that Mitch McConnell made a statement saying this is disgusting, this is sickening, this is bad, blah, blah, blah. I went back to 2009 and found the original statement from Mitch McConnell saying, oh my God, we can't have them come to the United States. I've told you before that in March of 2002, we had captured so many Al-Qaeda fighters in Pakistan that we literally filled the Rawalpindi jail. They said we can't. Right? Yeah, the PACs came and said, look, the jail's full. You got to do something. I called CTC. I said, the jail's full. The PACs want them out. What do I do? They said, put them on a C-12 and send them to Guantanamo. I said, Guantanamo, Cuba? Why would we do that? And they said, oh, this is what we've come up with. We're going to put them in Cuba. We're going to hold them there 3 or 4 weeks until we can figure out if we should try them in the Eastern District of Virginia, the Southern District of New York, or the District of Massachusetts. I said, that's a great idea. So we put them on the C-12. They stop in line for refueling, they go the rest of the way. And it turned out the White House had other ideas. And then, of course, the real high-value targets that we had captured got special treatment. But then as a result, you can't use any of that evidence. So even before the torture started, with 9/11 being an open criminal investigation, you want to gather that information so that you can try them and find them guilty and execute them as they deserve but the agency blew it. And then Mitch McConnell, and I looked up the vote was 93-5. So it's not just Republicans. Democrats were just as guilty. In the House, it was the Democrats that did it. It was Ike Skelton, who was a congressman from Missouri. He was the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee at the time. They joined together and they said, we can't have these dangerous terrorists on American soil. It's too dangerous. Because they had never heard of Charles Manson or Ted Kaczynski or the Blind Sheikh or Jeffrey Dahmer. Well, we don't have dangerous people in the United States. We can't have these Arab terrorists. And as a result, they've been enslaved all the time since 2000.
So I guess where I'm confused. I think what you're saying is that because SecDef overrode the plea deal, we're back to square one with Khadija Mohammed, the national and more than a handful of other Twitter.
Yeah, Mustafa al-Hassawi and Walid bin Attash.
But for me, I can understand why people do it. Right.
Oh,
you can't.
Politically, I get it. Yeah, sure. He had to.
You can't.
It's an election year.
Well, you can't have the people who orchestrated 9/11 get off our plea deal.
Yes.
And
I get it.
It's a sticky situation, but it's the UCMJ.
Yes.
UCMJ is the military court of justice.
Correct.
Which is not the civilian court of justice.
No, and while it is unusual to have a civilian, and of course Secretary of Defense has to be a civilian, it's unusual to have a civilian claim the authority to overturn it. He's within his legal rights to overturn it.
Well, I agree with him overturning it because you can't have them, just like I said, you can't have these men get out.
See, but what scares me,
election year or non-election year,
but that's exactly what scares me, because if you can't try them, because you can't use that information against them, then what do you do?
Well, they're not American citizens,
but they still have constitutional rights.
And maybe that's the better question to be asking.
Well, see, that's for the Supreme Court. But they did say that why do they have constitutional rights? Because they're in U.S. custody. So they have, the most basic of rights. They have the right to face their accusers in a court of law, and they have a right to a trial by jury of their peers, unless it's in a military peers. But that's the thing; they don't have any peers, and they're in the military system. So it's not going to be jury of their peers. It's going to be a military jury, or even a non-jury military trial. But again, we come back to that issue of not being able to use the evidence against them. The CIA screwed that
because we can't use any evidence because they were tortured, and all the evidence they gave up and everything they admitted to was while they were chained to an IV.
Technically, when they gave up that information, it was legal because it had been sanctified by
OLC.
And then later that decision was overturned, and that's when torture became illegal. So their evidence was admissible, and then the policy changed, and that meant that their evidence is now inadmissible.
Correct.
According to certain lines of the law. And that's what sucks about not just this case, but many cases where confidential courts get overruled by civilian courts.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what our court system does. A court system in Virginia to come to a conclusion that a court system, the appeal court changes, that the Supreme Court changes. So it's just it's a sticky element of our judicial process.
That's true. Yeah, it's a chaotic system.
So, okay, that was kind of a shotgun start for this podcast.
Yeah, right. Where's the loop, people? Where's the foreplay?
So, for people,
she could just buy me a drink first.
I love it. So, I'm super excited to have you guys both in here together. I think this is the first time two people of, your status who have been involved in the Central Intelligence Agency, like you guys, have been together on a podcast to discuss these issues together. And I think you guys have a lot of the same views on most things, but maybe some diverging views on a couple topics.
Sure.
To start off the podcast, can you guys just give a brief 20-30 second background on your involvement in the
United States government and the CIA? Start.
Sure. So I started with the U.S. government when I was 18 years old. I was recruited in the Air Force Academy, graduated from the Air Force Academy in 2003, went on to become a U.S. Air Force officer, nuclear missile officer, learned how to fly, then got picked up by CIA coming out of the military in 2007, where I spent 7 years working in the National Clandestine Service as a staff operations officer, certified, who went through the FTC program, and then left CIA in 2014.
Yes, good. I was recruited into the CIA in graduate school in 1989. Started 1st January 1990 as an analyst. Spent my first 7 years in analysis on the Middle East, served overseas, learned how to speak Arabic. Then switched to not just operations, but counterterrorism operations, and it was then the director of operations, now the National Clandestine Service, and specialized in counterterrorism operations in Athens and the Arabian Peninsula. Then went to Pakistan after 9/11 as the chief of counterterrorism operations. Back to headquarters as the executive assistant to the deputy director for operations, and then I finished out my career at the UN.
And then the end of your career, can you explain basically what happened to you in your career?
I went into the private sector. It's a long story. I'll make it very, very short. In 2007, I went public with information on the CIA search program. The FBI investigated me for a year, determined that I hadn't committed a crime. A year later, Barack Obama became president and brought with him the lovely and talented John Brennan back to the National Security Council. Brennan asked Eric Holder to secretly reopen the case against me. I didn't know, of course. That's why it was a secret. And 3 years later, I was charged with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage. 4 of those felonies were dropped because I hadn't committed espionage, but ended up going to prison for 23 months. Make no apologies for it. Proud that I did it. Somebody had to do it. Kind of regret the result, but worth it in the long run.
Right. To start, I wanted to sort of like lay a foundation here to have, can I get each of you to describe what key values underpin your stance on America, democracy, and CIA's role?
Gotcha. So I'll go first. I believe that America is not perfect. The United States is not perfect, but it is by leaps and bounds the best of the government's national civilized options that exist today. And for that reason, I believe that anything we can do to maximize American superiority, maintain our status as the number 1 superpower in the world, is an imperative that we all have to work towards. Because if we are not the superpower, somebody else will. CIA's role in that is to serve at the behest of the chief executive, the president, to execute operations clandestinely around the world, whether it's technical collection or human collection, that benefit national security policy, which is aimed at American superiority, which is intended to maintain our status as the superpower. My personal values, my company values, remain very steadily in that vein, because that's where I come from and that's where I see it.
John, I don't disagree with any of that. The DEO when I was working for him said something once that was so simple that it's sort of become a mantra of mine. The deputy director for operations. So he said that the job of the CIA is to recruit spies to steal secrets and to analyze those secrets to allow policymakers to make the best informed policy possible. It's really that simple. And I agree with that. That's what the CIA should be doing. But at the same time, my driving, how should I say it? My driving belief behind that is that it has to do within the confines of law. And I'm not talking about foreign laws. The job of a CIA officer is to violate foreign laws, right? You're committing espionage. You're convincing foreign nationals to commit espionage, or in some cases to commit treason for you because they like you, or because maybe they're ideologically pro-American, or maybe they're doing it just for a couple of dollars, or to get their kid in college or whatever. But we need to be guided by the rule of law in the United States. There have been a couple of periods over the course of the history of the CIA where we've gotten away from that. And it has never turned out well.
The definition of laws, the definition of rule of law is a flexible definition.
Well, it depends on who's president. Yeah, you're right about
It
that.
depends on the court system. It depends on the judge. It depends on what's been voted in and what's been voted out. It was legal once to beat women. It was legal once to keep black people from voting. Children working in the mines, right? So it's not. It's about much more than legality. It's about much more than following the letter of the law.
It's about constitutionality, I would say. Because look at it this way. In 1945, 1946, we executed Japanese soldiers who had waterboarded American POWs. In 1968, on January the 11th, 1968, the Washington Post ran a front page photograph of an American soldier waterboarding a North Vietnamese prisoner. That soldier was arrested, convicted of torture, and sent to prison for 20 years for torture. And then all of a sudden, in 2002, torture is legal because John and J. Bobby say it is. But the law never changed. The law was never amended. Congress never voted on any change in the Federal Torture Act in 1946. So, we changed.
The definition of torture also changed.
Well,
Or it was never fully defined.
They elected to change it. In fact, it was defined because not only were we signatories to the UN Convention Against Torture, we wrote the UN Convention Against Torture. So we actually delineated what was illegal and what was legal, and then we violated it. It said, well, exigent circumstances, it's a time of war, even though it wasn't, because Congress never declared war, and that's a whole different issue. We can yell about Congress too, but we changed it. And so it was, as you mentioned a moment ago, 5 years later, we said, oh, you know what, maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe that was wrong. Well, if we're going to be as Ronald Reagan said, the shining city on a hill, this beacon of hope for human rights and civil liberties, then let's be it. We can't be it when it's convenient for us.
We can't. We're getting ideological. We're getting ideology confused with practicality. And that's the thing that sucks. It sucks because you can't always stick to your ideas. You just can't. And America is a country that's built on ideas, but America is also a country that's 9 years old compared to the rest of the world. Sure, right? We're juveniles. We're children compared to what society has been in Central Europe and East Asia. So, yes, we came on the scene and we were big heavy hitters, and we came out of World War II as the dominant superpower, especially with the fall of the Berlin Wall. And all we really had to stand on since then is our ideals. But we talk ideals and we execute something totally different. And we've always been that way. Yes, parents are that way, bosses are that way. Yeah, that is the way the world works. So we can't. My point with that is that we can't say that we are violating our own ideals. We always violate. That's what winners do. Winners violate. They change the rules.
If you've got a congressional mandate, for example, to write a human rights report every year for every country in the world that we have diplomatic relations with, and you tell them, look, you can't, I'll give you an example, my own personal example. I go to the Minister of Interior of Bahrain and say, Your Highness, you cannot kill a 15-year-old boy because he marched in a pro-democracy demonstration. You can't do that. I'm going to have to report that to Congress, and then Congress is going to have to weigh whether or not to suspend military sales for 12 months. But then you've got the CIA station chief going in and saying, don't pay any attention to the human rights. We want you to open a secret facility over here, and you can take people and nobody's going to know about it. We're going to give you $100 million or $50 million, whatever. Okay, what's he going to do? Sure, there are practicalities. Realpolitik is a real thing. But we can't pretend to be one thing and then be the other. We have to choose. And if we want to be the bad guys, okay, that's a policy decision that can be made. But then we have to change the law.
We are 100% able to not choose.
We don't have to choose. But then what do you do about the legality of it?
The legality of it changes. The legality of it is what you put in motion. The legality of it is absolutely flexible. The idea that
the Supreme Court is still.
The Supreme Court is fucking flexible. Different justices of different beliefs make different decisions all the time. They even choose what the fuck to watch, like what to look at, and what to send back down to the lower courts. Like, You can't possibly actually believe that we are the system that we tell the average American we are.
Of course not. I'm saying that we should strive to be
No
that.
fucking way.
It's chaos otherwise.
No, it's not. It's chaos to not try.
Oh, I think that's nuts.
It's chaos to not try. All you have to do is convince people that you're trying to not try. Yeah, to say that what we're striving for is too much, so we're not going to try anymore, is to give people no goal. People without a goal are lost. People who achieve a goal are lost. People who are pursuing a goal have focus. And that's what the magic sauce is in the United States.
Yeah, but
That's
listen,
why it's always a changing goalpost, because then there's always something to pursue for the layperson. While the people who are at the highest levels are also constantly coming in and out. Like, that's part of our weakness, but that's also part of our strength.
But listen to what you're saying. You're saying that we've got torture that's illegal in 1946, the torture that's illegal in 1968, torture that's legal in 2002. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Let's just torture and see if anybody stops us. We'll see what the Supreme Court says. Oh, 5 years later, the Supreme Court says we can't do that. Okay. So what do? We just tortured these guys. They can't go on trial. They can't be punished until they go on trial. We can't just chalk that up to American greatness. We have to have laws. We have to have rubrics by which we operate every day.
I'm not saying that we should be lawless or have no rubric to follow. What I'm saying is we can't let ourselves bureaucratize.
No, I don't disagree with that.
For no reason. And that's essentially like KSM has been in jail for 26, 22 years. And it's not been pleasant. No. He's never going to get out. The question is the question is just, how do we deliver justice in a way that is congruent with the loss that the families of those 2,900 lives.
How do you engage something like that?
Exactly. There's no right answer there. Whether the guy rots in jail, whether his head is cut off in jail, whether he's marched to a square and everybody gets to throw tomatoes at him, there is no way that we are going to ever fulfill what the expectations are of all of those families who lost someone on 9/11. There's no way it's going to be done. The legal system isn't going to do it. The UCMJ system isn't going to do it. Like it's an impossibility to even try. Then what do you do? That's the question, right? And for me, it's just if we let ourselves get stuck in the cycle of what's approved by what's legal right now and whatever, we're asking the wrong questions. Like, we need to figure out what is the right thing to do. And saying that torture is the wrong thing to do, our policies around torture have always been convenient.
Yes.
In the 1940s, we defined torture as one thing that was convenient for what we wanted to accomplish. And then we changed that in 2002. And then we changed it again.
But that's the thing, is we didn't change it. We changed the interpretation of it.
That's what law is.
And then the court came back and said, no, you were wrong. And that's why it was codified with the McCain-Feinstein Amendment in 2015 to get back to the original Federal Torture Act of 1946. We had strayed so far away from it that McCain-Feinstein came back and said, look, this is the original language. That's the language we're going to use in the Army Field Manual, which is another mistake I can say in a second. And so the law is what's in the Army Field Manual. The mistake is the Army Field Manual is an executive branch document that can be changed with a stroke of a pen. So it's codified, but not really codified.
And that's what our whole system is built on.
It's a house of cards.
But it's the best house of cards that's out there. Unless you want to build a house out of bricks that are authoritarian.
I disagree. I mean, sure, I can see how rule of law can become an authoritarian system. Yes, I can see that. But at the same time, we have to have a framework by which we live and by which we lead. And I've mentioned to you, I think, in the past that on a trip to Africa one time, I was kind of joking with a Congolese foreign ministry official about
you can't joke with a Congolese foreign
ministry. They have no senses of humor. They have no senses of humor at all.
And their fucking life is hard.
And they also have their hands out like this all the time. But anyway, I said, we can't blame the Russians. You guys are always so chummy, close to the Russians.
And very seriously, he said to me, because you promise us democracy and the Russians promise us food. Bingo! That's how the whole world works. The whole world is practical. We are ideological, which we only get that luxury because we are the superpower of the world. As soon as we are no longer
meaning the citizens are ideological, not necessarily people running the country.
No, the whole country. Yeah, ideology goes all the way up. Everybody's trying to push their ideology. The polarization that we're seeing politically right now is really a polarization of ideology. That's what it, and it's unfortunate because we have become so spoiled by what we have that we are now seeing the second and third generation of people who have never actually suffered, people who have never actually wondered where the next meal is going to come from. Those people have gone all the way up to the senior ranks of government and business and politics and everything. Like, you can still find people who literally live foot to mouth in the United States. There are people below the poverty line. There are people so poor they actually don't know where their next meal is coming from. There's people so poor they don't know if they're going to eat or die next. Right? So they understand what it's like to feel real suffering. The rest of us don't. That's why some of the Middle Eastern governments, wealthy Middle Eastern governments, are unstable. Because they're so fat and so rich and so fast. They got there so fast. That's true. Many of those countries only gained independence in 1971 in the Persian Gulf. They went from being deserts with palm dates, and bedouins eating camel milk and dates, and then they became the richest countries in the world within 50 years. I had a friend who was the son of the Kuwaiti ambassador. And Kuwait was my first overseas assignment, and he got drafted. He was in his 30s, and he got drafted. And I said, drafted? I didn't even know there were any Kuwaitis in the Kuwaiti military. He said, no, there aren't. I mean, there aren't many. So he was a banker in Bahrain. He had to fly to Kuwait for basic training. And he said that on the first day, there were like 24 guys, all Kuwaitis. Half of them were royal family members. On the second day, there were like a dozen. Another dozen had just run away. And the third day, there was him and 2 other guys. And then all of the Kuwaitis were replaced by Pakistanis. You just pay them, give them a couple of dollars, and they'll just do your military service for you. Because slavery is essentially legal in the Middle East. It's legal everywhere else outside the United States. Arguably, it happens here in the United States, and people still try to blind access to. You know why King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia was so dark, or why Prince Bandar was so dark? Because their mothers were Sudanese slaves that were serving in the House of Saud. They were the illegitimate children of slaves. So John, you mentioned that we need framework, right? I want to go back to that. Yes. John mentioned that we need a framework to lead. I believe that the framework that the United States lives and leads by is a framework of change. It is not a framework of rigidity and legality. There's a system of legality to support a framework of change. Because what we have seen is that change is required. And we must adapt, we must evolve, we must disrupt. If you're so tied into a legalistic system that you can't change it with a stroke of a pen, right? Essentially what you're saying is the executive, chief executive, the president, who is voted into office by the people of the United States and delegates and et cetera, right? Essentially that person has gone through a vetting process to be given the pen that can change the letter of the law in some cases in a moment. And where he can't change the letter of the law, there's a system to support other changes, whether that's the judicial branch or the legislative branch or whatever. That is what is our framework. That is what gives us a huge advantage over many of our opposition governments and countries. That's why threats come and go, but the United States stays the same. Because our consistency is being able to change, to flex, to meet the need and meet the threat that presents itself. So a question, or comment and a question. It sounds like what you're describing is more of a European parliamentary system. That's a comment. But the question then is, would you support an easier way to amend the Constitution than the way that we have now, which would then affect change more easily? Steve doesn't know it, but I have it. I don't think the Constitution needs to change. The Constitution is built with the flexibility that we need.
I think so.
Absolutely.
I disagree.
That's why so many people can take a stance on an argument and say that's not constitutional. Other people can stand up and say we are making a change that is constitutional. Like that's that healthy debate, that change, that argument about how it's interpreted is the gift that our forefathers gave us that I don't think they realized they were given. Right? By writing a constitution that's so short that needed constant amendments.
You're saying the Constitution is open to interpretation.
Everything is open to interpretation. The whole judicial system is open to interpretation. Judges and attorneys can interpret a law a different way. And you are the one, as the citizen of the United States, who sits on the receiving end of however they interpret it. The judge that determined that this man should go to jail, a different judge in a different court on a different day could have had a different conclusion. His whole life would be different. Right? We either like that or we don't like that.
And with the current makeup of the Supreme Court, it argues in favor of what you're saying, that corporations are people, number one. Number two, a president has the right to effectively commit murder so long as he does it in the course of his official duties. Number two, I mean, who would have ever thought even a year ago that we would have a conclusion like that coming from the Supreme Court? But I suppose it does matter based on the personal ideology of the members of the Supreme Court by the Courts of Appeals,
or the objective overall, right? The mission overall. What is the vision that we're trying to cast? If the United States' vision is truly to lead a democratic revolution in the world and make everybody democratic,
which is a stupid idea.
The one that we've been pursuing
for many years
in lip service for a long time. If that is the goal, then that means the United States, by definition, does not want to be a superpower. It wants to democratize and bring everybody up to its level and bring its own superiority down. So clearly that is not the vision. So what is the vision? Is the vision even something we're willing to say out loud? Because I guarantee you that what you got on your processing day when you went to the bubble, was the bubble there? Yeah. When you went through your processing day, when I went to the bubble,
it's the auditorium. It's got a dome over it.
Oh, okay. That's CIA. It's one of the few things that you can see even on Google Maps. That's CIA. You can see the rounded auditorium right in front of the old headquarters building. Oh, wow. Interesting. We call it the bubble. Okay. When I went through there, like, day one of in-processing was signing up for health insurance. Yep. We got a pseudonym that day. We got our first fake name that day. And then swearing in your oath of office. And then a rabble-rousing speech about American privacy. That's what we got.
That's what we got. And then briefing by the head of HR, the head of security, the head of this, the head of that.
Sheet on your time and attendance.
Yeah.
And don't use your government credit card. Don't use our internal systems to research yourself or your girlfriend's boyfriend.
That's right.
So
going back to cutting a little bit deeper to the point you were making about the executive branch, and basically being that a stroke of a pen can change a law, and that can be in our favor, geopolitically, throughout the world. Let's go to the current election that is going down right now in the United States of America. What is each of your guys' view on the current election, and like how Kamala got put into office and what's going on with Trump? And what do you think about the idea, which most people believe, that there was a deep conspiracy within somebody in the government to take out Trump, take him out of the election?
I wouldn't say most people think that. I would say that some people think that. Most people are kind of fucking but so John, I'm going to let you answer first because I already have a feeling we're going to have a lot of
I think we will. The deep state, you can call it the state, you can call it the federal bureaucracy. The truth is that, sure, in places like, the CIA, NSA, FBI, even DOD among civilians, or not even just civilians, but even flag officers, you've got people who've been in those organizations 25, 30, 35 years. We had an NIO for warning, a National Intelligence Officer for warning, when I was there 42 years. We had an age waiver. People don't get sharper, no, the more years they're in government. It's not like it is in public sector. That's right.
That's exactly right. So they know that they can wait out presidents. Presidents come and go every 4 years, every 8 years. These guys are there for decades. If they don't like this president, they just ignore him. Or they slow roll him. Yeah,
For 4 years. So they'll do nothing.
Do nothing, and the president's going to go away. Number one. Number two, what we've seen happen so far this year is not really as unusual as many Americans think. Look at 1968. Look at 1976. But in 68, you had Lyndon Johnson, a very unpopular president, drop out after the start of the primaries. Granted, it was early. The only primary that had taken place at the time was New Hampshire. He got 67% of the vote, said, oh my God, I'm going to lose, and then dropped out. Eugene McCarthy was the one that got the 33%. As soon as Johnson dropped out, everybody else jumped in, and Robert Kennedy Sr. sailed to the nomination. He had enough delegates to win it. The night of the California primary, he's shot and killed in the Ambassador Hotel. The Kennedy family asks George McGovern to stand in for the Kennedy delegates. About half remained with McGovern, but Hubert Humphrey, who was vice president, who nobody had voted for, became the Democratic nominee. Okay. So not too terribly different. 76. You have not George W. Bush. You have Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford was the House Minority Whip a year and a half earlier. But the vice president, Spiro Agnew, was indicted on bribery charges, and so he resigned to go on trial. Richard Nixon picks Gerald Ford out of the House of Representatives, makes him the vice president, and then in August of '74, Nixon resigns. So Ford becomes president, not having won a single vote. Not one American voted for Ford for either president or vice president. And here he's the president of the United States. So this is the system that we've given ourselves. It's not the prettiest sometimes, but it's the system. And it tends to work for better or for worse. So it's not so terribly, it's not a coup like Donald Trump says it is. And, he wasted millions of dollars in advertising, he said the other night on Fox, because he thought he was going to run against Joe Biden. Okay, well, you know what? You're not running against Joe Biden. So, toughen up. Third point is, I'm not sure. I think that a lot of this Trump anti-CIA, anti-deep state thing, I think it's for show. Because Trump had the opportunity to essentially dismantle the CIA. And not only did he not do it, but he named Gina Haspel as the director. Gina Haspel was a consummate insider. But you're getting more insider than Gina Haspel.
Like, she actually destroyed documents.
Tapes. She put them in an industrial grinder. The tapes of the torture
To destroy evidence.
To destroy evidence after specifically being told by Harry Myers, the White House counsel, don't destroy the tapes.
This is as demonstrative. The tapes we're talking about.
They were
Evidence
tapes of the Abu Dhabi torture sessions.
Really?
Yeah.
She got a message that said
From
email.
Yeah, it was an email from Jose Rodriguez.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez. I worked with Mr. Rodriguez.
I did too.
So she got an email that said destroy any evidence related to this, and then she did. Like, that's that's wrong on so many levels.
Oh my God, it's a felony.
It's wrong on so many levels, and that's the person who got placed into the director seat.
Yeah, by Trump.
You only put someone like that in the seat of the director if you want them to do what they're told to do.
There it is.
That's the purpose of somebody. That's the loyalist.
And then, on top of Gina Haspel, who does he name as the National Security Advisor but John Bolton, the most neoconservative, pro-CIA, pro-covert action Republican that was even available for the job? So if Trump wanted to really put his stamp on the intelligence community, he had everybody fooled because he did exactly the opposite.
So there's a couple of other things to keep in mind, right? Neither of the examples from history that John just went through are memorable to anyone.
That's right, exactly. That's right.
Because those candidates, those politicians, the outcomes did not change. They did not move the needle with history.
That's right. Very interesting.
Second, we've also got to keep in mind the institutional demands that exist inside the Democratic National Convention, DNC, and the representation of the democratic process in the United States. Joe Biden, according to the laws of or the system of the transference of power, he can't nominate someone else. Like, he has to demonstrate his faith in the democratic system. So when he steps down, there's only one person that he can actually endorse.
That's exactly right. And I'll add
That's
something.
his vice president. If you were to endorse anybody else, that's basically saying, I don't believe in the democratic system.
Yeah, scandal.
Because if he's shot, or if he has a heart attack, or if he's lost in some tragic accident, guess where the country falls? Just like it falls to her anyway. So he has to follow that process just to demonstrate his loyalty to the democratic system.
That's right. And I'll add one thing. The Republican Party is far, far more likely to nominate an outsider than the Democrats are. The Democrats have made their system so that it is impossible for an upstart or an outsider to win the Democratic nomination. In 1972, Richard Nixon was afraid of running against Edmund Muskie. Muskie had been the senior senator from Maine, and he was the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Everybody loved Ed Muskie. He was the vice presidential nominee for the Democrats in '68 with Hubert Humphrey. He later actually became Secretary of State under Jimmy Carter. But anyway, Nixon was worried about Muskie, and he was worried about Kennedy. But then Kennedy killed Mary Jo Kopechne, and killed Mary Jo Kopechne. Kennedy didn't run in '72. So Ed Muskie is a threat to Richard Nixon. So Nixon had the plumbers, spread a rumor about Muskie's wife. And Muskie gave this famous press conference in the snow, and the fact that it was snowing becomes important, in New Hampshire, where he defends his wife. Now, the conventional wisdom is that he began crying in this press conference. He says that a snowflake landed on his cheek, right under his eye, and melted. And it looked like a tear. Okay, you look at it, he's clearly crying because he's so insulted that his wife was insulted. They called her a whore and all kinds of stuff. And everybody's like, oh my God, Ed Muskie's a crybaby. You can't nominate him for president. And so he drops out of the race. Then you've got Eugene McCarthy saying, hey, remember me? I got a third of the vote against Lyndon Johnson 4 years ago. People are like, yeah, but you're kind of a closet communist and you're a hippie and we can't do you either. And so George Wallace is like, what about me? I'm a Democrat. No, you hate black people and you're a racist. We can't nominate you. And all these Democrats are jumping in. And then George McGovern, all of a sudden, starts winning delegates. Nobody wanted George McGovern to be the Democratic nominee.
That's what you're seeing happening with Kamala Harris. The president stepped down. He only has one choice. He has to endorse the vice president. He has to. And then the Democratic National Convention. So that there's no George McCarthy. The party can't stand opposite of the democratic process. So where the fuck else are the delegates? Like, who's not going to support Kamala Harris of the party? Precisely. So the delegates all say yes. All the other people who are trying to run for the Democratic ticket, they're all going to say yes because they don't want to be blacklisted and not get to run in the future. The American people haven't had a chance to vote.
And this is why the Democrats created the system of superdelegates. Right. After '72, they said there will never be another George McGovern. We're going to make these superdelegates so every Democratic elected official at the federal level and every Democrat in the state party apparatuses will automatically become Democrats, and they will, by their very nature, endorse the party candidate. So Kamala Harris was already nominated, yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, in a Zoom call. Seriously, front page of today's New York Times. So the convention next week is just for show.
Now let's take this conversation back to where John and I started. Are we ideologically driven by rule of law, or Or are we just promising one thing and doing something different? Right? And that's what's happening right now. Is the opinion of the American people is being shaped in favor of her.
Yes.
Because she doesn't have anything of her own to stand for.
3 weeks ago, she was polling lower than Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Today, she's the savior of the Democratic Party.
Right. It's crazy how the public opinion has shifted and the media has shifted.
The public opinion has not shifted yet. There's no voice to the public opinion yet because they haven't cast a vote. That's what's so fucking important, dude. Right. But you're right. About the amount of advertising. Here's the thing that makes me laugh the most. When you look up anti-Harris videos, when you're on YouTube, anybody on YouTube who hasn't seen this, I don't know what YouTube you're watching. You'll find videos that are talking about why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president, can't be president, whatever else. And as soon as you click play, the first ad you're going to see is a pro-Harris ad. Right? So not only is their advertising so sloppy, not only are they just pushing as much out there as they can, because they have $100 million in the bank for the Biden-Harris campaign. Right? It's really easy to make ads for Kamala Harris because they're just B-roll. They're B-roll and they're saying a message. Right? It's much harder for people to do anything for Trump. Yes, let's test this right now. Let's test this right now.
We don't have. Oh, he's on.
I already searched for. Oh,
he's on premium.
I just typed in 2024 presidential ads. Kamala Harris is the.
Well, what's we should search for just Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah, do a search for something like Kamala Harris should not be president.
See what
comes up. Okay, wildfires should never be president. Now let's click on that, and I want to see what the ad is.
So there's
I'm on premium. We're on YouTube.
Son of a bitch! You just
can you sign out of premium? Is there
I can find.
Okay. Yeah. So your point is like if they were actually paying attention, they wouldn't be targeting hater videos on her.
Exactly. That's the one person you're not going to convert, right? So there's clearly we need to blow as much money as possible,
right?
And we need to pump it out quickly because what they know is happening. They know that the Trump campaign is changing all of their messaging now to attack Kamala Harris, which is why you're not seeing a lot of Trump ads. You're not seeing a lot of anti-Harris ads because
they're making it. Yeah.
And you can't come out with one ad every week. You need to come out with like 12 ads at the same time so that you and I and all the American people see the same ad. So I'm saying that because public opinion is currently being shaped. And this is how it is being shaped by the process that we have made our electoral process. Right? We have made it so that the far left and far right have already made their decisions. It's all the unnamed voters in the middle who have yet to decide. And up until 3 weeks ago, their decision was between two old white people.
You're absolutely right. And you go on a lot of these sites. I do this every year just for fun, just to see what the result is going to be. The Libertarian Party always has one of these Q&A things where they'll ask you about all the major issues of the day. You click on what your position is, and then they'll place you on a graph to show you, are you progressive, are you conservative, are you libertarian, are you statist, and they'll tell you which candidate you most closely align with. I consider myself to be a part of the libertarian left, right? And I always match almost perfectly with the libertarians. Always. Not with the Democrats or the Republicans. And then second is like usually, the Greens or something like that. But everybody should do that. I remember asking my
voting your conscience.
I know, right?
Everybody should vote their
conscience. Well, what they say, the lesser of two evils is still evil.
But all of that is to say that what you're seeing right now, Americans are interpreting the support of delegates, the support of delegates, the support of donors, the support of whatever, the influx of donations. They're interpreting that to be support and unity behind a candidate.
Right.
It is not.
It's not.
It is a practiced behavior expected of you to survive inside the Democratic national convention system. If you violate your system, you will be taken out of that system and you will not have a chance in the future.
And interestingly, the democratic system of nominating a candidate is far less democratic than the Republican. Far less.
You don't have a choice. Like you, unless you are registered and identified and groomed and invested and show loyalty and have a history of whatever, like you don't even get the opportunity.
Sounds like a cult. Yeah, yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yahtzee. John, you made a point earlier that Trump was seemed to be pro-CIA, working with the CIA when he was president last time. Do you think that he is going to be sort of pro-establishment? Do you think he's still on that trajectory ever since the assassination attempt?
I think probably less so. There have been rumors lately that if he wins, he's considering naming Rick Grinnell as the CIA director. Rick Grinnell is an odd character. He's a fundraiser. He's openly gay. He was nominated, not even nominated, he was ambassador to Germany. The Germans hated him, threatened to expel him. There he is. And now there's talk that if Trump wins, he'll end up as either National Security Advisor, Director of National Intelligence, or CIA Director. Yeah, I've met Grinnell a couple times. He's teaching a class over at George Washington University right now. Yeah, he's not a guy that I'd necessarily like to hang out with, but I could think of a lot worse people, to be considered for this.
So the other thing to keep in mind is don't mistake Donald Trump wanting to have the CIA as him being pro.
That's a good point.
It could just be pro capability because when you're the president, the CIA is your back. Like the branch that CIA falls under is your executive branch. So it's like the toy that sits on the shelf that you play with only when you want to. Whereas if you throw away the toy, you don't have to get the toy. But with CIA comes a whole suite of capabilities and a whole building of people that can't say no. Without you, they have no purpose. If anything, the massive attrition that CIA has experienced since 2016 when Trump won the election was when people really started waking up at the agency, started waking up to the fact that we serve the president. We don't serve the American people. We don't serve the democratic process. We serve at the behest of the president, the pleasure of the president. So wherever that person goes, we follow.
I think
some people didn't like it.
I think most Americans don't understand. The CIA is one of those very, very unusual organizations where serving at the behest of the president actually means something. I remember when I first got hired, there were old timers still talking about a station chief in the Middle East who had been fired by Ronald Reagan because he was living in sin with his girlfriend. But Reagan had made a trip to the Middle East. There was a dinner at the COS's house. The COS, the chief of station's house. The chief said, like for you, Mr. President, to meet my girlfriend. Oh, are you visiting? Oh, no, Mr. President, I live here. You're fired. I don't allow my people to live in sin. You can't do that in the rest of the civil service. But at the CIA, you served at the pleasure of the president. And if he doesn't like the cut of your jib, or the way you look at him in a meeting, you're out.
So now you understand why someone like Gene Haspel would be a good call. Because that's a person who does what they're told to do. Right. So when a call comes down at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday to get something illegal or potentially illegal done, that's the kind of person who says yes.
I was on Fox News last week on the Jesse Waters show, and he asked me about that specifically, and I said, this is why if Donald Trump wins the presidency again, and if I had the opportunity to tell him one thing, it would be, please don't choose a general or a CIA insider to lead the CIA, because the way those people became generals and became senior intelligence service leaders was by saying, yes, sir. Through their own careers, yes, sir. What you need is somebody who has the guts to say, Mr. President, that's a terrible idea, and let me tell you why. And I think this is what we should do instead. somebody who's got the guts to tell the president the truth.
Right, but it's counterintuitive because that's not the way
It is. Exactly right.
That's what's so difficult. Anybody who's ever served in uniform, anybody who's still serving in uniform, anybody who's ever been in any kind of bureaucratic process that's tied to government, what they have seen is your new tranche of recruits every year are full of zest and zeal and ideology and passion for what they believe it means to serve.
Exactly.
And then as every year goes by, they are ground down to a more mediocre average. And then the people who are still have burdens on their shoulders, people who are still a little ornery, either find their way out, or they get kicked out, or they're pulled out in some way. And once you get to the senior levels of decision making, those people have already, there's a turning point between 7 and 12 years where you really have to, so true, where you really have to make your decision, am I going to make a life out of this? So true. Or am I going to pull the parachute and get out of this?
An old timer told me, by year 10, you can see who's going to be a leader and who's not. And the ones who aren't are going to lead.
And it has nothing to do with leadership. No. It has to do with whether you're going to follow the bureaucratic process. You call it riding coattails.
Yeah.
You call it having
Having a
grandfathers.
rabbi.
Yeah.
And let me tell you a quick story. And I've told you this story, but it's important and it bears repeating. So when I was still in analysis, this would have been the mid-1990s. The office that I had worked for, the Office of Leadership Analysis, ceased to exist while I was serving overseas. So under, Bill Clinton. So I came back and I was assigned to the Office of Near Eastern and South Asian Analysis. One of the group chiefs, which was a GS-15, the general service scale goes up to 15, and then above that is the senior intelligence service. One of the GS-15 deputy group chiefs was John Brennan. John was, he was a mid-level functionary. This was 1996. 96, he was a GS-15. Yeah. Which is actually the point of the story. So, there was nothing special about John. He had a BA from Fordham in history. Nothing special about this guy at all. And he worked for a woman named Martha Kessler, and Martha was something special. She was the U.S. government's acknowledged expert on Syria and had written a definitive book on Syria called Syria, Fragile Mosaic of Power. And everybody had to read Martha's book and got assigned to NISA. So, Christmas of 1996, I remember this like it was yesterday. He goes to Martha and he says, Martha, I've been your deputy for whatever it was, 4 years, 5 years. I think I'm ready for the Senior Intelligence Service and I want your blessing to apply for XYZ job. She said, I don't like you. I've never liked you. And you will never be in the Senior Intelligence Service. In fact, you're fired. Mm-hmm. So at the agency, you're not really fired. If you're shuffled, you're shuffled. So if they tell you you're fired, you have 6 weeks to walk the halls and find another job. And if you can't find a job in 6 weeks, then you're fired. Okay? It's Christmas time. The normal job turnover is in the summer. So there are no jobs at Christmas over vacation. So Brendan is going office to office to office looking for a job. He finds one opening. It's in the President's Daily Brief, the PDB staff. And for analysts, if you're serious about analysis, you're going to end up in the PDB staff eventually, either as a briefer or as an editor. They have one opening, and it's for the lowest level. It's to brief the lowest level person entitled to a PDB briefing, and that is the National Security Council's Director for Intelligence Programs, who at the time happened to be George Kennedy. So, John is this short, squat, ugly, pock-faced dude, and George is a short, squat, ugly, pock-faced dude.
Tell me how you really feel, John.
Yeah, both chomping on cigars. I won't get into their personal lives, but they're equally disgusting. So Brennan goes down to the White House, introduces himself to George. They immediately hit it off. Now, George had just had a heart attack, so he promised his wife he wouldn't smoke. Well, there used to be a kiosk at the corner of 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue. It's not there anymore. And the guy sold magazines and newspapers and cigars and gum and stuff like that. So they would do the briefing at the White House, walk over to the kiosk, smoke a cigar. George would go back to the White House, and John would go back to the agency. Next thing you know, George is named Deputy CIA Director. So he calls Brennan, and he makes Brennan the Deputy Director of the Office of Near Eastern and South Asian Analysis, Martha Kessler's boss. And he calls Martha in on his first day, and he says, "No, you're fired." And so she was gone. She packed up her shit and she left. We never saw her again. Next thing you know, there's a realignment. And I mean, he was only in the job for like 6 weeks. There's a realignment, and they merged a bunch of offices. And there was a more senior guy who took John's job. So George made John, he says, "Listen, you're going with me. So I'm going to make you station chief in Rio. Direct line of communication between the director of the CIA and the king himself." And he's there for like 5 years. Well, this also gives him operational experience, which he had never had. So then he comes back from Riyadh. They make him the executive director of the CIA, the third ranking officer in the entire CIA. And then from there, he becomes the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. The first one, by the way. Then he becomes the Deputy National Security Advisor for Counterterrorism. Then he becomes the director of the CIA. Does anybody remember? Yeah. Does anybody remember Martha Kessler? Or know what she's doing?
There's some really important lessons here, right? That are absolutely worth highlighting. One, this is the way how government works. What is true in CIA is true in the Department of State, is true in the Department of Energy, is true in the Department of Interior, the DNI, the DHS, FBI, and everybody who's in those worlds knows it. And everybody who's not in those worlds thinks that somehow we promote from within based on meritorious service and outstanding accomplishment and outstanding achievement, and that the American government gets this reputation in movies and books that somehow these organizations are super elite.
Right.
We are not. The most talented people leave or get forced out. Because the only way that you climb to the top is by becoming a company person, by acknowledging and accepting and being grandfathered to God. How it's not based on your meritorious service, it's not based on what you accomplish, it's based on who you know and the politics within the exact building, and you're going to work within those politics. And this is a fantastic example of the director of CIA when, like, the leadership of that role fired a recognized expert that could actually move the dial to benefit American national security interests. But out of personal spite,
There's a famous quote by Gamal Abdel Nasser, the president of Egypt. I actually printed it and I had it hanging on my desk. And I was able to verify that he actually said this. It's not apocryphal. He said, "The thing about you Americans is you never make clear-cut stupid decisions. You always make complicated stupid decisions, which makes us wonder if there's something to them which we are missing." Right? And it's because these are the people making the stupid decisions.
And that's a great quote, because you also have to look at it through the eyes of Arab culture. Arabic culture, whether it's Khaliji or otherwise, is so calculated and so careful that there's an intent and a purpose behind everything, right? They're very, very, these are people who had to survive in the desert. So they're somehow both hospitable and ruthless. There's a level of patience, and then there's a point where you cross that line of patience. And they never show you, like, they're expert negotiators, because they never show what they're actually thinking.
In 2012,
when they see us through their eyes, they think that we must also be expert negotiators, experts in hiding something. And when we do these nonsensical things that seem stupid, they think it's just
so smart that you figure it out.
Yes, when it's really just stupid.
It's just stupid. I remember when when Saddam Hussein began pulling out of Kuwait, George H.W. Bush said the clock is ticking. February 2nd, we're going to start bombing, and then on the 1st, Saddam started withdrawing from Kuwait. I remember Yasser Arafat giving a press conference and just saying, Jesus. Because he figured he can't be actually withdrawn, right? There has to be some incredibly deep military strategy here. No, he was just withdrawn.
Yeah, I think China may have figured it out that we're just fucking stupid sometimes. Good point, right? As soon as we left Afghanistan, they swept right into Afghanistan and started trying to get everything. So it's not like they thought there was some kind of long strategic play there. They were like, oh, no, America's just leaving behind half a pie. We're going to go eat the shit out of that pie. Right? Whereas everybody else is looking at it like, that's right. There's no way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You hit that on the head.
So it's frustrating because, from the outside looking in, we see that happen for these internal services. And America doesn't know that that's the truth. And at the same time, I still very much love CIA and the mission of CIA and the purpose of CIA. It's the work that those people are doing is incredibly important, incredibly powerful. So I still want to encourage people who want to go down that road to go down that road. But at the same time, they have to fuck out when you're able to serve a year, 4 years, or 6 years, 8 years, or 10 years, and you run into that wall. Get out and go do something else with the challenges you have. Because you will start to believe that you are not good enough if you stay inside. Because you'll end up being gaslit by the system.
And that's part of the culture in the CIA is the longer you're there, the more the culture convinces you that you can't do anything else. Yeah. Your skills are so unique, your training is so specific, you can't do anything else. And that's just simply not true.
And it's sad to see it from the outside, but at the same time, I also understand that it's required. Because we need the best people in the world.
Okay, what do you guys make of this shooter that shot Donald Trump? Do you think that he was just some lone idiot, or do you think that this was a intentional gap left in security by the Secret Service?
So I'll go first on this, John, because there's this. I see this. I see this as shit happens. So you think that shit happens. If you're going to look at this instance, and you're going to look at it with any kind of statistical relevance, you have to look at every public presentation by every politician over the last 300 to 3,000 public presentations, where the Secret Service was in charge of security. When you put this against a statistically relevant number, you realize this is the exception. That all those public appearances, all those speeches, all those presentations where there was no active danger, where there was no threat, where there was nothing that the American people knew about. That was the Secret Service doing a good job at the time. Whereas what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania is different. It's different because what people don't want to accept is that there's always gaps. It's never perfect. There's always a chance for tragedy. There's always the opportunity for a murder storm. It's just that we have to see it this time.
Is it always the case, though, in these situations where the actual counter sniper has a scope on the guy with a gun on the roof that's like 200 yards away?
That's part of the bureaucracy. You got to ask this guy for permission to shoot, and then that guy has to ask the chief for permission to shoot, and by then, the sniper's already shot.
Right. People don't like to accept it, but they have to accept it. But there is a process. There's a process, because here's the thing. If the sniper on the roof were to have seen, who the fuck knows, a little old lady who's chasing her cat up a wall, if he blows the head off an 85-year-old lady who's chasing a cat, that's fucking a nightmare, right? And that's not something that that's, again, a demonstration of the incompetence of the Secret Service. So there's a process. Calls something in, gets it approved. I don't know what the process is for Secret Service, but they don't just get to make autonomous decisions.
Right, but I think the guy even said during when they were getting questioned by Congress is that the sniper asked like 2 minutes before that he told them that whoever the next person in the chain of command was, that he had the guy on the roof, saw that he had a gun, and they still denied him. Like it's not like it was a guy on the roof eating cotton candy. It was a guy on the roof with a rifle.
The LA Times had a very interesting op-ed about this. day or 2 days after it happened. And they said, we've so convinced ourselves that the Secret Service is the Secret Service that we see in films, right? They're all Supermen. They really are. And they're expert marksmen, and they're smart, and they're athletic, and they're out there just doing God's work. In fact, these are the guys that, went to Colombia with the president and all got prostitutes and then didn't pay them and got in trouble. And then one guy left his badge and his gun in the hotel room with the prostitute by accident. They're idiots. They have their heads up their asses. He said, these are the guys who, when Obama was president, a guy cleaned over the White House fence, ran all the way to the door, to the front door of the White House, got inside the White House, and nobody stopped him. He got halfway up the steps, into the residential quarters. So why wasn't he stopped? Because the guy in the booth thought that the guy at the fence was going to stop him. The guy at the fence missed him and said, well, the canine's going to get him. The canine guy didn't get him because he was on the phone with his girlfriend. And then the guy inside said, I don't want to get him because the dog is going to come and I don't want the dog to bite me.
Shit happens. We're not bulletproof. Now that you realize, hopefully, now that the world is hopefully waking up, the world that listens to Danny Jones is hopefully waking up to the fact that there is not a promotional cycle of meritocracy in sense. Good people don't go up the chain.
Yes.
And on top of that, you've got this inherent bureaucracy that makes every decision needs 3 other people to sign off on it, and the process that's in place, nobody wants to get caught, with their hands in the cookie jar or breaking the process or whatever else, so that slows everything down. So now you have a bit of a competency question with a guaranteed timeliness question. And then on top of that, you have to add in the variables that come from the actual person or the threat. In the case of the public shooting, the threat themselves and what the threat needs to do with the capacity of the threat. All of those things go into every situation, right? It's the nature of the game. It's not just Secret Service. It's also FBI. It's also Special Operations. It's also CIA. It's also NRA. The most elite organizations out there are still built on the backs of people. Now, I'm not going to say we're all doing it. You made a statement.
I made a generalization that's probably not fair.
That's harsh. So I'm not going to say that they all got their heads up their ass or anything like that. They're hardworking people trying to do the right thing. But they also know that if they do the wrong bureaucratic thing, their career is over.
Right.
Yeah. Totally understood about the people who work within the Secret Service.
So what's more likely? A second secret shooter and a great conspiracy that was devised by the Democratic Party and kept hush-hush and we still haven't discovered?
And they farmed it out to a 20-year-old?
Right. As a patsy?
Right.
Is that more likely? Or is it more likely that maybe somebody didn't answer a walkie-talkie call fast enough and they didn't coordinate closely enough with the local sheriff and sheriff's department? And as a result of that, some fucking rat job got on the roof and shot a gun. What's more likely?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been going back and forth with this in my head ever since it happened. It's been like almost 3 weeks now, right? And it just seems like with all the footage that was released, and then let's just like take a little time machine and go back in time and look at all the shit that Trump. I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of just like a citizen who doesn't have any experience in the government or working for CIA. We see Donald Trump getting shot at. Before that, you have all these trials they're dragging him through. Before that, you have all the other things that are coming out with like the Stormy Daniels stuff. Before that, you have the Hunter Biden laptop story, which was literally 51 CIA agents signed a piece of paper saying that it was disinformation. And these are like apparently like legitimate high level.
I worked with 40 of them.
Right. Yeah. Signing off that it was disinfo, and we find out in fact it wasn't. Right. They knew it.
They knew it. So they were all listen. At that level, everybody wants to be CIA director, national security advisor, or secretary of defense, and that was their effort to suck up to Joe Biden, hoping that they could cash in on it later. I hate to sound like that, but
that's the way it works.
That's just the way it is.
That's the way it works.
John Brennan. I'll tell you another thing about John Brennan. He was in this cohort of people who, very senior people who retired all around the same time, and half of them went to the John McCain campaign, and half of them went to the Hillary Clinton campaign. And he was literally the only one who went to Obama. The only one. And he saved himself. And then after Obama won, he told everybody who would listen that he wanted to be the Secretary of Defense. Because that's just the way it is. You keep moving up higher and higher and higher and higher, and then you get the $6 million book advance, and then you get a center at some university named after you, and you appear on the news networks and you live happily ever after. That's what they all have as a goal.
Why? This is, I mean, it's important to understand. Okay, what John is saying is right, and that's there's nobody that's going to deny it. There's nobody that's going to tell the truth and deny it. You don't get to be SIS2 because you're so dedicated to
So smart.
American national security. You're so smart. You get there because you know that the only other option besides going up the chain is to stay mid-level or senior enough that at retirement, hopefully you get to hold on to 50% of your base pay when you retire.
That's right.
Because you're, and I mean, top tier salaries at CIA, top tier salaries right now are what, 70?
Yeah, 180.
So
Yeah, you're not doing it for the money.
So 20 or 30 years. Let's just say you serve for 30 years. How many people serve for 30 years? They start when they're 24, they retire at 54, they were making $170,000. They built their lifestyle for $170,000. They're 50 years old, which means they've got kids in college, they've got a spouse who's probably still working, and now their salary gets cut in half. So now they go from making $170,000 a year to making $85,000 a year. Oh, but they have $170,000 lifestyle, living in Virginia,
And 5 or 10 years of mortgage payments left.
Yep. So what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Become a contract, right? So you flip your clearance into something else.
That's something Trump tried to stop, right?
That's something Trump tried to stop. But the only other option you have besides flipping it into a contract is to get the book deal, to become some spokesperson for New York. You have to have something to carry because you can't live off of $85,000 a year on $170,000 a lifestyle. You have no future plan. You have TSP where you stash with 3.5%. That's it. And you can't touch it until you're 67 or something years old.
67.
Right? So it's a financial reality that government employees have to play by the rules through about year 12 if they have any hopes of building the next round of income. Whereas anybody who leaves, you have many more options. You can build your product, build your business, you can invest your 5 or 7 different ways, you can make more money in less time. So it's just, that's why the people who stay in oftentimes they end up being these shells of kind of mediocre performers. Because they become so focused on just how to survive now, how to survive later. They still want to do the right thing. They're still public servants, but they're also trying to deal with divorces and trying to deal with kids going through school and trying to go. It's not easy. With 2.5 weeks of vacation.
Is private intelligence is more effective than traditional government CIA intelligence?
Not more. No. It's got benefits, but it's not more effective.
It's relying essentially on an open source intelligence press. And the CIA does that anyway.
There's also an element of private intelligence where they can do things that can't be sanctioned by the government, but they also don't have the resources or the training or the talent to do it, which is how you end up having a bunch of contractors captured on the bank.
That's it. Exactly right. You don't have the protection for risk. You know, that black passport that says diplomat at the top of it, that's the worldwide get out of jail free card. And if you're private, forget it. You're on your own.
That's why they make it.
Venezuela. They take a ton of risk. Yeah.
Speaking of Venezuela, I just had a guy on the podcast 2 weeks ago, John Perkins, who wrote a book called Economic Hitman. He's a great interview, especially on Economic Hitman. And he had a job with a consulting company to go around the world to, I guess, about 4 countries and convince them that they needed loans from the World Bank or the IMF or whatever it was. The United States would give them these massive loans that they knew they could never pay back. And in return, he would say, "Oh, that's fine. Just, we'll take your resources." And he was explaining to me that China figured out how this wasn't working.
especially when countries started to go. I forget. I think it was Ecuador was one of the ones that said no. Argentina
Yeah,
Argentina by the balls, and conveniently the presidents of Panama and I think Ecuador got killed in plane crashes. And what he was explaining is that China's figured out this loophole and figured out where we messed up in this whole situation. So they can go in and basically give them money with no strings attached, and they can come in there, build roads, the whole Belt and Road thing, build airports, whatever. Is there Chinese influence in Venezuela? Very little, very little. Okay.
And it's in the oil sector. The thing about Venezuela, traditionally, we used to have good relations with Venezuela. Venezuela, a rich country, very, very, very successful. Right. The largest proven oil reserves in the world now. But the thing is, Venezuelan oil is very, very dirty. It has unusually high levels of sulfur in it. And there are only two places where you can refine that oil: Texas and now China. And the Chinese just built a refinery in the Caribbean. So for decades, they own a big chunk. It's true. And that's just in the last 20 years.
What island did they build a refinery?
I knew this. I wouldn't have bet on it. So it's important what John just said. In the last 20 years, what is America doing? That's it. That's right. That's where our money is going. Yep. And the Chinese were smart to that. That's why. I was in China, I guess, let me think. I was there in April. The first time I've ever been.
It's Caribbean islands owned by China. Caribbean island oil refinery.
Everything is brand spanking new. Glittering, gleaming cities. It's incredible. Their airports are first class. The shopping, their roads, things are beautiful. And then you come here, you fly into JFK, and you're like, what? JFK is... It's awful. Is it worse than Miami? Oh my gosh. Oh, there's no comparison.
Really?
Oh no, I'll take Miami.
LaGuardia has told JFK is a shit show.
It's stunning.
Thank God for you.
First glimpse of the United States.
They
Sanctuary. Yep. 2022. Venezuela. So you're free.
history of strongman leadership, right? Going back.
For influence operation. But it's for sure. Sort of. So, little shit out. The Chinese. All branches. So American. Use Chinese telecommunications. You don't. You can choose Chinese maybe. Tell them to a place. Nation. It's not first class, first world, but it is out for the third world.
Yes, I'm sure you have. Sure, Venezuela. That's what we're talking about. Yep.
Probably not.
If they were, it was through a series of
cutouts.
Okay. So, essentially, it's hard.
you know,
of and when my favorite but I have to do a lot of movies to get enough.
There you go.
And when you think about it, right? What movies do you remember off in your brain?
Right, sure.
Big name movies.
Terminator.
Can you list more than 2 of his bad movies? And that's the human experience. Dude, behind him. So he just talks about whatever is on his mind at the time, and eventually, it either turns out to be right, and everybody knows it.
so essentially our only interest in there being a dictatorship in Venezuela is because we want the oil. We want to, I think, Maduro.
I did. With Steve, did George Washington. One of the things that like the National Association election, just like last week to Venezuela. Yeah, and they said, yeah, there were a couple. For all intents and purposes. No. And then, of course, like, didn't like there was.
Most of the documentaries don't know much.
Yes. So, where the person, the petition, president, election. Ago, I saw it. Here's the correct. How you guys
Said that they finally bored the UN to get them cars.
Thank you. Okay.
So again, so or whatever seemingly wait. So, because I remember seeing medical school.
Tell me, you send a cable to headquarters. Escorted out of the White House. He's told never to come back. Breathe. If I had had somebody skilled in this way, defense, like ministers that I have,
Yeah.
it was a political case. I got it. Retired. That I had respect for. The day I did it, you know. One of my lawyers said something. He said, this case is that somebody stood up to the torture program. But you really get to see your friends. The people you think that. The intelligence.
Oh, somebody else.
That outing. Essentially, it's like he gave university what it's a day. Like it.
Become one of the funders. What? Before I was
You know, he checked private sector to one of the big four consulting, and Deuce went to analysis job that I did. He called me like to say, hey, take a job. And I said, hey, For these monsters. And he said, no. Times have we talked about this? How many times in the middle of the night in Pakistan have we talked about how that they would do the right?
Yeah, he's done some
Good.
But the thing is, this is where principle and practicality because the torture program was sanctioned when it was initiated. And the people did the duties, execute the job, and execute the duties that were assigned to them as they swore in their oath. Like they didn't sleep well either.
Sure, I understand that, but in their oath, they swore to hold the Constitution against all enemies for.
So and we're often for whistleblowers. Whistleblowers are protected, and they should be protected. Some when they do things.
Case of Tom Drake. I say he did of the plan to meet one of his wiretap with American citizens. So there was a that would and target suspect. Okay. The letter was the opportunity to say it to just council and the general council. And I don't know what you're talking about. But to the this was over his pay grade, and that he should go. Job documents. Which was illegal. He was supposed to be protected. When the DODIG never did anything, Tom to the HIPSI, the House Permanent Committee on Intelligence, fully cleared staff. Including counts of espionage. His house was his wife, the intelligence service. And in your house right now, you're either with him or with us. So he lost his pension, he lost his fund, his wife. Thank you. That was it.
Get charged.
He was. The charge. Of misuse of the government computer. Because to save face, DOJ came back and said, look, you got to plead guilty to something. If we're going to drop 9 felonies, you got to plead guilty to something. So his lawyer said, think it's something that they can charge you. That is one day. He looked at Facebook.
Technically, he was not. It was internal.
Was because
they had counts that they charged him with that were related to his sharing of documentation. They don't have to. You don't have protections there. Right? If you, these are organizations with you're the one that did that carries, right? For me, I was led to the work. I don't see any value in blowing a whistle because we are always in compartmentation.
Yeah, but there's a difference though. But there's a difference though between blowing the whistle and secrets.
The definition of crime changes based on the
definition that is the law.
Based on what you thought was correct, yes, that others did not think was correct. After time, after the public disclosure of the case, those will always change. That's your prerogative.
Yeah,
that's 100%.
That's why I say it was worth it.
But for me, I see it different. Like Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden is a that dude has never gone back to the United States.
He has offered.
Right. Well, he is a criminal. The secrecy that he took, but
is that it. This is actually in the U.S. Code. You cannot classify a program.
That cannot be the purpose of the classification. But by nature of what we do, there's 5 other reasons to classify it.
Yeah, but if the act is illegal at its core, it can't be classified. See, and this is what argues for affirmative defense.
You just say everything we do is illegal. Espionage is illegal. We have a part overseas, right? And that's where we're carrying out the act.
Yeah, but what he was saying, he was exposing crimes committed against Americans.
He was exposing programs to collect bulk data.
Yeah, but that was being collected against Americans.
It was being collected for the purposes of identifying terrorist activity.
In part, I think you're being generous. I do. Why does the government need my metadata? Why do they need a facility so huge they have to build a new place to hold, to last 500 years? My data. In fact, not only does the law say they can't collect it, the say charter says they can't collect it.
It's being collected by the service provider anyways.
That's okay.
How do you say that? How do you say one is okay?
Because the law is the law. If the service providers protect collecting it, and the Justice Department needs it, then the Justice Department can get a judge to issue a warrant to get it. That's not not the NSA and CIA to collect my data.
That's only when you are being looked at as an American citizen for committing a crime as an American citizen.
Which is my constitutional protection.
The fact that your metadata exists and it's not personally attributable to you, but it can be used to reverse engineer. And oh, by the way, some terrorists are American citizens. All of a sudden, unless you have something you want to hide, metadata is fair game.
Do you know who the first person was to pose that question in a public venue? If you're not doing it, who cares? I believe in individual freedoms. I really do. I believe government works for us. That government should be responsible. I just hope I'm the head of the FBI or the CIA or NSA decide to look at me and then piece together some kind of this doctor. This doctor, see, he has HIV. Let's start a. Be able to. I'm sure. Saying it's
Sure that that's the purpose of the government.
Yeah.
Every government. Well, we could have been colonists. We could, but it exists. That we civics. What the purpose of government is. That is a government. People of the United States, through the eyes of the government. Policies are that your government.
That infringe. other. Right. So, yeah, I tried for a visitor national park out with the cops. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, and then they said some stupid shoot at
One person and will be
Pendants. But you also want the to be law.
say it's
Okay. I'll have the right. Comes. You're in to your property and they stole your property, you have the right to shoot them.
if I or Texas, yeah.
The law, or is it?
I don't think it should be exclusive. I really don't.
The government is what defines the law. The law is what defines what you are allowed to do within the confines of your
No, but I believe that we can have. I believe that we can have small government, a clearly defined set of laws, and still the and 22 Congress 500 new and caught a hell of it. That was so
Steve's on the ball.
so hey, can we take a look at your catch? It was to piece it up. Live. He threw it back. Motion. Wow. It's kind of because they're out there one day and they encounter an orca eating a seal. So they're taking pictures, they're taking pictures. And the they take house, they every charger with a so like times 2 digits like prism or torch from the night. It's all why do we need to
Going to decide who decides what
the courts and the courts
and the courts for I don't know.
see to see council to NS
So there's legal representation. They run.
is here's it.
Now we're getting
Yeah, this is going to be
saying it's just I don't you're making an argument. Argument libertarian about government.
I
Granted, believe in more. It's the system.
yeah. I'm not. The vote no. It's the living, breathing thing. If there's something that's not working, then you change it. You could, or not.
There, set itself. Keep track of it. See?
And this is delicious. And if
It's great. I love it.
Oh, there's good sponsorship
Shout
going
out,
right there.
shout out to White Rabbit. Good stuff.
I also people who
I work. And when they first offered me this job, I turned it down. And then they came back and said, "We'd really like to offer you a radio show." And I said, "The only way this is if I were free, wanted, and to talk about any issue." And they said, "Done." And I said, "I would." Said, yeah. And of the Russian invasion, of saying that I should call to Ukraine. I remember in York, England, I'm going to say 5 years ago, a Russian story on. And me or whatever. I want any pushback. And that really I'm all ears. Still need to. I became a sworn officer of the United States.
State. A better planet? Because you have to know that by affiliating Russia,
It's the live show. It's
but they're going to have the rights to make what they want to make it. And your name and how Russian covert influence operations happen.
Oh.
And I don't.
There's a what have they done for? It's too high. There. Yay. It's, what do you think, like, police officer, are contributing to the freedoms that you have? Wow. You're a true believer. I'm a true believer in the fact that we have to serve the American purpose. That's what we're. It's exactly what I'm doing. the American government.
So, where?
At the American government. So, whatever. So, two, you are giving credibility and or I don't see how problem is you bit more. No. Doesn't CIA? Okay, for leaders. Yes. Okay. I was one of the leading experts on the Middle East.
Without the government,
If I
or anything, I'm just saying, you must have had in 2019. I do. Representatives to represent the constituents. Or by the law, and somehow otherwise. We have representation in the Senate. There is
I think that's nonsense. Citizen TST. The government anything.
You're right.
Respond.
specifically because with
How is it different than the myriad of intelligence to self?
I don't connect to their faith.
What advantage, though? I see it every single. Well, enlightenment.
Overly confident.
Enlightenment. They can do anything they. So they don't even have to be using. What are you saying that they're doing?
Right? Best practices are you take somebody's statement and you put it out of context, and then you translate it into a third
Absolutely. You have evidence. Just put it. do anything they want. Just like the U.S. can do anything they want, but they don't. Of course they know. Of course, you know,
Like Russia is you were so passionately against the FBI collecting your metadata. You were so
dude, I sit in front of a microphone every day and I talk about that's my job.
You talk about your opinions also.
Yeah, my opinions aren't a secret. I give the same.
I think to me, how your point of view is, considering that it's the law that puts you in prison, it's just shocking to me.
Yeah.
That you are so legalistic. You're making ideological arguments, but selectively choosing when to follow ideology and when to defend yourself using legalism.
Well, that's a personal ideology, right? We all have personal.
I'm sad for.
Do you not give an a Cuban outlet, a teen outlet? I mean, pretty much anybody with the Five Eyes can be a U.S. government on any given issue.
Adversaries, current, clear, and present adversaries. And then there's allies. If you're going to.
So the adversary offered me what? Accepted.
For an adversary. There's. So how many
sponsored? When there's no advertising, it's like voice of.
There's always got to find a change. So there's always money. Exchange of value. Nothing's free. Radio for
So you you're in for
because there is a that the United States that is essentially sponsored by the Russians. Now anybody they may like you. Of media into the United States to educate somebody.
Topic about Israel. What are your takes on Israel's influence in the United States, not only sponsoring presidents, definitely. And how did a lot of people are fearful.
was terrorist attack of things. Okay. No. For a very long New York, New Jersey, California, at synagogues where they'll have what they call real estate centers afterwards. You can buy land Palestine in Gaza that the Israeli government is planning now to turn into in Gaza, making incredible opportunity for a beachfront resort. That wasn't an accident. That was the plan. Well, of course, the Israelis have a right to exist, peaceful coexistence or whatnot, two-state solution, states. They ignore the international. Between Hamas, the United States, and government. And when the talk at these so Nick Washington, John Kirby spoke about this. Even pretend a ceasefire. They didn't even pretend. There's no hope for a ceasefire. Where everything is destroyed. And he was explaining is station that country and says this is CIA your officer. He's not supposed to do that. So the he said, "What? Israeli intelligence that the spread over now. Why don't we wrap those people up? They're not China. On Capitol. Political foreign affairs to wrap those people up. You just have to kind of hope for the best. I think I probably mentioned from the when I went overseas on my first tour, they went overseas on their first tandem couple. Got the job. So the husband took a 2-year sabbatical to learn how to speak Arabic. So they went. As soon as they arrived, the chief took them to the side and said, "You already know them. I'm just making it official. They're declared. She's going to be working with your people, studying Arabic at such and such a university." They go to a dinner at the pastor's residence, and when got home, all of their living rooms were in.
Firefighter.
This is the. This is. Two. Oh, what is that? And in the United States, we were trying to promote of the Jewish faith. Unfortunately, as government statement. Infrastructure of its own. National security of it. A nation. And that's a relative. At just happened to see a YouTube video of Harry Truman's menu. It was fascinating. The Arabs. That's how the. I remember the American president give us, the Arabs, a trip. It was. But then if you look at administration after administration going back to and I think it's because of equating Israel Judaism to U.S. policy. So Netanyahu's wartime policy, which is like outside of, he dissolved his war. He was an army of one, basically, right? Benny Gantz left on his own. But Benny Gantz, but Itamar Ben-Gvir is still very much there. That's what I'm about. Yeah. And so is Smotrich.
Julian was telling me about Ben-Gvir, saying that guy is like...
This guy has felony convictions for anti-Muslim. That's how bad this is. He's a convicted hate crime felon.
And he had apparently he's the guy who had like a portrait of the some sort of mosque.
The patriarch.
Yes, exactly.
I think there's absolutely a stranglehold in the United States. Safeguarding Judaism, especially knowing that Israel is a safe haven for Jews and an ocean of Islam on both sides, right? Sunni and Shia Islam. So there's definitely an element of that. And then there's a strong current of wealthy Jewish money, wealthy Jewish lobbyists, wealthy Jewish entertainers, wealthy Jewish everything. Just like there's wealthy Christians and wealthy Muslims and wealthy Buddhists, everything, right? There's an influence that comes from those benefactors in the United States that we also confuse. We have to support Israel to support them. But there's also a very real strategic benefit from supporting Israel. We just don't have to support Israel and their policies under Netanyahu in how they execute their against Hamas. And one of the things, and we're not talking, it's not about Hamas. It's about Iran, and it's about Iran's efforts to execute proxy conflict in all directions around Israel. That's what it's really about. And everybody is talking about the fucking red sparrow. They're following the red herring that says it's about Hamas. It's not about Hamas. And Hamas is an idea that, unfortunately, with every new Palestinian that you kill, all you're doing is guaranteeing a generation of people even the Fatah government has now shaken hands with Hamas and been like,
the Israeli government broke me to death. It's crazy. Abbas is so easily attacked. I mean, this is a guy that's 18 years to a 4-year term as president, right? He's a buffoon. He's corrupt. He's mentally degraded. And the Israelis have pushed him into the arms of Hamas. It's incredible.
So on October 6th, the legitimate government for the Palestinians was the Fatah, even though the West Bank was controlled by it. And now here we stand in July of 2024, and the two, August 3rd, and now where we stand is that both Gaza and the West Bank have met on equal grounds. Yeah. So the legitimate government that even Israel was saying was legitimate government is now legitimizing Hamas, which is labeled a terrorist organization by 13 of the UN states, which means only 13 members of the UN, which has over 100 members. Only 13 of them are terrorists.
That's a good point. And another thing too is a lot of Americans either forget or don't know that Benjamin Netanyahu is the most unpopular major political figure in Israel. The latest polls just come out last week show his approval rating at 22%. He's wildly unpopular.
Oh yeah, even before October 2nd, wildly unpopular. Again, he's got fraud charges on him, corruption charges on him. He's been in and out of office.
Bribery, influence peddling. Gant's only slightly higher. When's that from? May. Keeping this war going as long as possible because the longer he stays in it, the first
I think even Trump said that in an interview. Oh, did he? Back when he was still president, there was an interview where he's like, I don't want to say who it is, but one side just not wanting to do it.
There it is.
And now Trump just gets $1 million or $100 million from the Adelsons.
Yeah.
And I think something else too.
Even in death, Adelson is influenced his wife Mary, right?
Yeah. There was a Mossad spy who was imprisoned here, who apparently was trying to. Netanyahu has been trying to get him out ever since Clinton, I believe.
Oh, it was John Pollard.
There you go,
John Pollard. I'll tell you what, I was when I was still at the agency,
So just to make sure everybody understands.
yes,
Pollard is an American citizen.
yeah, Navy,
Of Jewish faith,
right,
who became a spy against the United States,
yes,
giving secrets to the Israelis.
yes.
In what year was that?
85, I think it was. Does it say there? 84.
1985.
Yeah,
He was apprehended in 85.
right. And then in turn, the Israelis traded the classified American documents, the military documents that Pollard provided them, to the Soviet Union in exchange for Russian Jews. Can you imagine? Yeah. Yeah, Pollard was a traitor. So every single time, literally every single time Netanyahu would come to the country, no matter who's president, he would say, you gotta release Pollard. Gotta release Pollard. Gotta release Pollard. And then Bill Clinton went a little wild. And literally every head of every American intelligence agency said, if you release Pollard, we'll resign en masse. Really? So Pollard got 30 years. He ended up doing every single day of the 30 years. The Israelis gave him citizenship, put him on a plane, and now he lives in Jerusalem.
Is it true that Monica Lewinsky was working for the Israelis and she was some sort of a conspiracy? I thought. Conspiracy. That Monica Lewinsky was used basically to get black on Clinton, and he wasn't willing to release, or he couldn't release Pollard, so that's why they really had it. And why is Trump the one that released Pollard? And
Pollard had to be released. He completed his sentence.
Oh, he completed his sentence. Okay. And I think I heard that he flew back to Israel on Israeli Adelson's jet.
Oh, was it Adelson's jet?
That's what I heard.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It's there's no, like, I don't know how to overstate this. Israel is not a trusted, close friend of the United States
In any way.
not in any way.
Listen, Israel, when I was at the agency, granted my information is 20 years old now, but when I was at the agency, Israel was classified as critical threat for counterintelligence. So it was Israel, Russia, North Korea, and Cuba. That's how serious China. And China, yes. That's how serious the spy threat is.
The problem is they're also militarily, economically, industrially, very practical to have as allies. And then on top of that, we have our commitment to the Jewish faith, protection and preservation.
Do you think it's a problem that both presidential candidates are getting millions and millions of dollars from the Israelis in support of their campaign, their presidential campaigns? Like Trump getting $100 million, and I don't know how much Kamala's gotten, at least $5 million, right?
But not from the Israelis, right? This is American Jews.
This is where you have to differentiate.
Right.
And do I think it's a problem? I mean, the whole campaign finance thing, how there's just unlimited amount of money. The money isn't needed to demonstrate the policy and effectiveness of the policy. What the money is needed for is to put commercials out, and to put influence out, and to put marketing out. Like, the real magic behind Donald Trump is not that Donald Trump is some skilled statesman, diplomat, or world leader. It's that he understands how to market. He knows how to get a message in front of people that want to hear a message, that want to get activated by a message. Like,
Yeah, that's Democrats seriously underestimated him in 2016. Seriously underestimated.
I mean, it's a recognition of the practical truth, right? It's not that Donald Trump is going to be some powerhouse president for the next 4 years. It's not that he's trying to boost any kind of specific policies for the United States. He is a guy that likes to win. He's a guy that thrives on a challenge. There's a lot of benefits that are going to come his way if he becomes president. Not to mention the fact that he can set motion for things that continue to pay dividends even after he leaves office. It's not some passion for the preservation of American government.
And another thing about him too is he doesn't really believe in anything. He doesn't have any core beliefs,
Right.
which on the one hand, might be a good thing because you can adapt to changing situations and changing policies. But then, on the other hand, it's like, I don't know what this guy stands for other than for himself.
And there's an element there where I think part of his popularity is that's what we all want to think about ourselves too.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
that's
I mean,
right.
You've said it earlier.
I have. Yes, I have.
So there's a very strong, attractive character. And when you talk about an attractive character, you are 1,000% right in the center of it.
So, what do you guys think? I know you through your crystal ball would happen, is going to happen in the near or immediate future between Israel and Iran, and how is the United States involved? What does it look like if Hezbollah goes in all-out war with Israel?
Yeah, Israel would be a I think to answer your question, I see Iran continuing to play this game where they don't take themselves directly. They don't need to be directly.
They've shown great restraint so far.
And or at least we interpret it as restraint because they're using patience as a strategic tool in crafting whatever the next step is. But if you put yourself in the shoes of Iran, they've got a strong proxy force to the north of Israel. They have an available proxy force to the south of Israel, and then they have a proxy force that's right inside of Israel and Gaza, and possibly also in the West Bank, with the growing dominance of Hamas. So they've got, Israel could have a war on three fronts. When U.S.
They've
doctrine,
never had to deal with before.
correct, the U.S. doctrine in the Army War College, the Air Force War College, the Territorial War College, the Navy, all of them, a war on two fronts is something to ignore. Because a war on two fronts significantly degrades your capability to war. You learn it too. So Israel is a place where Netanyahu's policies have driven them to a point where all of their pre-existing enemies now have all the reason in the world to ramp up and escalate further.
And who are the two guys who just got killed?
One was a leader of Hezbollah who led the aerial raid that killed 12 people, and the other was a political leader from Hamas who was actually in Tehran. So Israel launched an attack on the sovereign Iran.
That's how crazy this is. We're talking about Ismail Haniyeh, who was the head of Hamas's political bureau, resident in Doha. He was the lead ceasefire negotiator. And so this is the guy that's participating in all these meetings. The crazy thing here is he went to Tehran to attend President Pezeshkian, I was going to say, President Masoud Pezeshkian's inauguration, right?
And that's an opposition president.
That's an opposition president, a reformist president who said, hey, you know what, we should have talks with the United States.
Like this is, Iran took a very weird right turn.
I didn't predict it. No, I thought for sure Joe Biden would win that race, and he got killed, Pezeshkian walloped it. Anyway, the first reports on Haniyeh's killing were that the Israelis had launched a missile at the guest house that he stayed in. And I even set up the show. That would require violating Jordanian airspace and Iraqi airspace, or Jordanian airspace and Saudi airspace twice, right? That didn't make any sense to me. And then they said, day before yesterday, actually no. They put a bomb in the house in April because they knew that he stayed in the same house, serious security problem, stayed in the same house every time he go to Iran. And they just waited for him to go. And then they blew it up the bomb. But this goes to the Israeli ability to violate Iranian sovereignty. In any way they want, they kill Iranian scientists. They'll do car bombs. They do close-in hits. They have a whole network in Iran that we can only fantasize about, and it's taken years to build. I want to say one other thing too. Back in what was it, March or April, the Israelis bombed the Iranian consulate in Damascus and killed 2 Iranian generals. Anyway, the Iranians responded again with great restraint. They launched 700 drones. I'm sorry, 600 drones, but they told the United States in advance, we're going to send these 600 drones. And then they called in the Jordanian ambassador and said, we're going to fly these 600 drones over your airspace. So it took 6 hours for those drones to cross over. So everybody is like sitting like this, waiting for the drones to come. So the British scattered their jets from bases in Jordan. We scattered our jets. The Israelis scattered their jets and shot down all but 7. Okay, so 7 hit the ground, and there's a little bit of minor damage here, I think. And everybody's like, oh, that was the response, no big deal. It was actually a very big deal. Because it showed the Iranians that the Iron Dome isn't so great as the Israelis say it is. They were able to get 7 drones through. Now, what if those drones had been carrying BW or CW, right? Or big bombs? Chemical weapons. I'm sorry, yes, biological weapons, chemical weapons. It would be unprecedented in history. So the Israelis think they're so smart and so good that they got away with killing 2 generals who just were replaced the next day.
And the world thinks that Israel is so powerful.
Oh, look how safe they are. They reached into Syria and killed these guys. They reached into Iran and killed that guy. They bombed Lebanon and killed this guy. It's not as great as they think it is.
Meanwhile, Iran is finally able to learn more about its enemies without actually killing Iranians.
Exactly.
Because it's a bunch of extremists, proxy people who are actually taking form.
What do you think of these rumors this week that it was the MEK that did it on the Mujahideen al-Khalq, which is it's a cult actually, but it was originally a communist opposition group during the Shah's time that assassinated an American ambassador, kidnapped an American 4-star general. And then all of a sudden we decided, oh, they're not so bad after all. And then they hired Rudy Giuliani to represent them in Washington, and they were feted by the Clinton administration. And, you know, Miriam Rajavi, the head of it, her husband was the founder, and he just kind of disappeared. And everybody said, oh, she killed him. Now she's the head of it. And now she's in Washington, she's in Paris, they have big dinners for her on Capitol Hill, and the rumor is that it was the MEK, since they're already in Iran, that actually planted the bomb. Just this week.
So there's just, Russia's invasion of Ukraine did a number of things I think people don't realize. It highlighted Russia's inadequacy to carry out the invasion, right? But it also highlighted that we don't really know the capabilities of any country that's out there. So anything you can do to try to make yourself look bigger than you are, quote unquote, big tiger, is what most countries are trying to do. Right? So Russia's trying to look strong, Israel's trying to look strong. America does things to try to look strong. China's doing things to try to look strong too. But there's also a very real saber angle where nobody really wants to get too deep into
Hold me back.
Right.
Hold me back. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So, your original question was, what happens if Hezbollah really does go on? It's a bloodbath.
See, I think it's more likely that Hezbollah is going to do something than the Iranians. The Iranians, I could see firing a rocket at an Israeli embassy, let's say, or killing an Israeli defense attaché somewhere. Hezbollah, I think, is ready to fight.
And Hezbollah's been trained as part of the training.
Welcome, dude. How you living, pimp?
Hezbollah stands a real.
How you living, baby? What's good? After sleeping in the car at night, yeah, basically. Zoot, I think you're thinking of somebody else. Miss Aquarius, maybe. Okay. Zoot, are you ready? Why, you too busy sucking dicks? All right. Are you going to play or no? Are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Okay, so you don't want an invitation. Did you go to the gym today? Were there any hotties there? Zoot, how was your day? You do whatever makes you happy. All right. What's up? What's up, Magnus Carlson? What's it like to be the second best chess player in the world? Dude, not from what I saw. You punched the table and walked out like a little bitch. So you don't want an invitation for darts? That's some bullshit. Dude, they did a good job on your phone. You are a mean person. Word, girl. Why aren't you just having a fucking crazy day? Okay. Keep doing your makeup, my friend.
Yes, there were a lot of deaths. Yes, there were a lot of civilian deaths. A solid third of all the people that were military deaths. IDF, Defense Force, Border Patrol, etc. Right? So when anybody tries to compare 9/11 with 47, it's not a strong comparison. You can't compare it. You just can't. Not in terms of number of lives lost, not in terms of the fact that Hamas was a known threat, known enemy of Israel for a long time, they've been pressed for a long time. Whereas the attack on the United States and the Muslims came out of nowhere. unprecedented and it was unprecedented. So there's huge differences between the two, but it's a very convenient comparison to some media channels that are making them sound like the same. But one of the things that Israel has to do right now is also look strong. One of the things that Yahoo is to look strong enough to keep the war hawks in his own cabinet and also work against encouraging the popular support from space from the Israeli people. And the United States is stuck in this awkward position where we've been making our policies about Ukraine that have not been popular. Ukraine has not been successful in the way that I think our allies in NATO hoped they would be successful. If anything, the prolonged conflict in Russia and Ukraine has highlighted the corruption, transparency issues with Ukraine that have just made it worse. So Israel and the United States is stuck with these two slow horses that it's painted itself into a corner under the Biden administration to support. So if it's a Harris administration that comes next, she's still adopting two slow horses.
I want to add one thing if I could. Yes. One of the things I learned early on in my analytic career at the agency was always watch for Putin's issue. Right? If people at the Pentagon, for example, are really worried about hostilities, they're going to send carrier battle groups. And today we announced that we had 2 carrier battle groups in the region. One has just come out of the Gulf and is now in the Arabian Sea, and the other is in the Eastern Mediterranean. That scares the shit out of me. We're moving over the side of it.
It could be a show of force, but it's a very real conversation.
When Iraq invaded Kuwait, I remember one of the analysts saying that this was going to be tough for us because the Persian Gulf was too shallow for an aircraft. We had never sent one into the Persian Gulf, ever, right? It was just too shallow. By the time that hostilities began, we had 6 carriers and their associated battle groups in the Gulf at the same time. And each carrier has 12 ships that accompany destroyers, supply ships. We already have 2, and the announcement the day before yesterday that we're sending fighter jets. And interestingly, the Pentagon didn't say how many, didn't say where they're going, and didn't say what currency.
So we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. But we do know that there is significant American interest in the region. That's not only our interest with Israel, but our interest
Jordan,
what do you make of the, I forget who it was, some secretary of something on TV 2 or 3 years ago came out and was pounding his chest about how there are, I think the number he said was $10 trillion worth of valuable resources, natural resources and minerals in Ukraine that we need to keep out of Russia's hands so they wouldn't share it with China. And I've never heard anything, anyone in the government, anyone in the media talking about any sort of resources in Ukraine until now.
Honestly, I thought they just had
people have been talking about in Eastern Ukraine or Western.
Oh, there.
People have been talking about Eastern Ukraine minerals for a long time.
Senate show horse Graham.
So this is
So now it just seems to be like there's this new goal for the Ukraine conflict to keep minerals out of the hands of China and Russia.
Well, let's look at Afghanistan.
A new justification.
Afghanistan has $23 trillion worth of rare earth metals that were just discovered in 2015, 2016. Yeah.
Now, where does China fit into all this? A year ago, you were on here. You made the claim that before, I think right before the presidential election for the U.S., that China would invade Taiwan.
I don't think I ever said the word invade. It's funny how this conversation is really too. Okay. Because it certainly seems like some of you guys interpreted the word invade. I said China would move on Taiwan.
Okay.
In the lead up to the 2020 election. I believe that started in October of last year, really culminated when they took control and can't keep control of their legislation in January this year. And since then, we've just seen a continued escalation of military movements and military exercises and increased rhetoric. Like right now, for all intents and purposes, Taiwan is politically locked. It has a president that's pro-separation, and it's got a dominant legislation, it's for unification, it's got all these independent players. It's just, and I'm still sitting there uncertain of if war is coming. Because if I'm in Xi Jinping's shoes right now, watching what's happening in the United States, which is the only benefactor to Taiwan, if I'm watching what's happening in the United States, we're so fucking confused right now that we've got a sitting president who basically can't take action. We have a race between a convicted felon and a district attorney that has never won a vote. And we haven't even had an official DNC to announce the candidate for the Democratic National Party to support through the presidency. Not to mention all the challenges that America has anyways, economically, politically, whatever else, civilly. So there's it's such a good time right now for Xi Jinping. He must be looking at this knowing that after November 5th, after the 100 days before the president takes office, it's just this window of time where conditions kind of only get worse for them to take an aggressive action of some sort. They're in the perfect window right now to basically do something, and we're going to be so landlocked, so head up our ass that we can't take action. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're interested themselves in taking action.
Aren't they sending some sort of crazy new ships out to the South China Sea, or whatever the sea is, the ocean, the sea is right there?
They're growing their naval capability.
Right.
Yeah, they've been modernized. It's unproven at that. One of the reasons that the United States is always engaging in conflict all over the world all the time is we're constantly practicing, exercising, training, refining.
We used to love it. We used to love it when the Israelis and the Syrians would engage in dogfights because it was always, an F-16 or an F-15 or whatever against a MiG, and it was real world testing that we couldn't do.
Yeah. So that we don't know what's going to happen with China, and China's in a right now. Influence, and it doesn't even have action. The United States is doing enough dumb fuckery on its own that we're ostracizing ourselves from the developing world. Right now, China knows that its future is tied to the developing world. One thing I will say is that the arguments that keep floating around about population crises in China,
Yes.
right? All of those are way overblown. If first of all, if you Google search what countries are having a population crisis right now, it's basically all of them. Right? Japan's having a crisis, America's having a crisis, South Korea's having a crisis, China's having a crisis. Anybody that can count cases is having a crisis. Because, oh, by the way, we're modernizing all over the world, and people need to they need less babies because they get more time on the phone. It's that simple. There's less sex happening in the United States than ever before. Do you remember being 25 years old? All we want is sex at 25 years old. But now, I got friends that are 45 and all they want is sex right now. But now, 25-year-olds have less sex than ever before because they've got video games to distract them, they've got YouTube to distract them, they've got all the porn in the world they can watch. There's actually people who do the math and choose that it's better to masturbate in 7 minutes than go through the 3-hour process of having a date, excusing a woman, having foreplay, and then having sex. It's unbelievable to me. If you're not in it for 3 hours, what the hell are you in it for?
Yeah, that's a huge problem with technology in general.
Yeah.
So with China's hoping for a population demise. They're hoping to reduce their population. Because if they reduce the population, they increase the per capita revenue. And they already know that it's only 10% of all Chinese people that generate the vast majority of China's GDP. Plus, they're trying to revolutionize and modernize their industrial base so that they're selling high-tech products, electric vehicles, telecommunications, chips, and memory cards. That's what they want to do. That's going to bring even more money in to a smaller population, which massively increases the per capita income, which brings them closer to superpower status. They can make more money with less people. Of course, that's what they want. That's exactly what we did too. That's how you can't be a superpower with 1.6 billion people. You can be a superpower with 300 million people. I don't. It's just
At the end of the day, it comes down to GDP.
it comes down to GDP. It comes down to GDP, and it comes down to the economic impact of the individuals who are in the country and the industrial base that you provide to them. So right now, if you've in the last 20 years, there's been a massive shift. It used to be that if you wanted financial sector products, if you wanted telecommunications products, if you wanted high-tech products, you went to the United States. Well, now, Hong Kong and Shanghai belong to China. Financial centers. Electric vehicles produced in China are outpacing electric vehicles anywhere else at half the price. Right? And they're beautiful cars. And you have a government there that is very amenable to working with countries of all shapes and sizes, completely regardless of the idealistic or the ideology or the political practices of that country. Where the United States will only do business unless they want to sanction you. They'll only do business with people who fit certain ideological molds and who adhere to American values.
One of the things that surprised me when I was in Hong Kong the other day was how few places would take Visa or MasterCard. And it was explained to me, it made perfect sense. They have their own system, they have their own cards, so that they can't get sanctioned. And all of these transactions don't have to go through New York. They go through Shanghai.
There's money to be made everywhere. And we, like, America has followed an economic bullying strategy since the end of World War II that led to our success all through about 2005. And then we took our eyes off the ball, and China's a fantastic mimic. They're not very innovative. They don't have a framework of change there.
They steal designs and ideas and make them just as
optimize them.
Yeah.
They make them 1 or 2% better, with cheaper quality, whatever else. And that's all they did. They just moved our system, rolled out the Belt and Road Initiative, started doing exactly what we did. Only we started in World War II. They started in about 2005.
I want to add something about the JCPOA as it sort of fits into this. You know, the JCPOA also has the Iran nuclear deal. So we have very specific sanctions laws in the United States. And U.S. law calls for sanctions against any country that does business with Iran. Okay? If you're trading with Iran, we're going to put sanctions on you. So the JCPOA opened trade relations with Iran, not just for the United States, but for pretty much every country. So we signed it, the Brits, the French, the Japanese, the Germans, everybody, all the big Western powers signed it. And then in 2017, I think it was, we unilaterally pulled out of the JCPOA. Okay, but what that did is it triggered the sanctions law. So the Treasury Department said, well, look, we no longer respect the JCPOA, so all the other countries, you have to pull out of it too. The French, the Brits, the Germans, the Japanese said, no. We have valuable trade relations now with Iran. We don't have any problem with Iran. We're going to keep these trade relations. So then by U.S. law, we have to put sanctions on the British, the French, the Germans, and the Japanese. We can't do that. And so it made us weak. We're weak. So now we yell about Iran. Oh, we need to isolate the Iranians. We need to put sanctions on Iran. Those days have come and gone.
And that's why Iran plays nice right now. They appear to play nice on paper using the proxy.
That's right.
The proxy tools that they've been developing.
So we bombed Kataib Hezbollah in northern Iraq, and the Iranians say, that's an Iraqi launch. That's not us. We didn't do that.
Wow. Yeah. So I just want to make a quick time out for it because I do have to roll.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, we're about at 3 hours. So I think it's super close to wrap it up. Thank you guys both for doing this. This has been a gripping conversation. Oh, yes. I want to do, after we wrap it up, I had our Patreon subscribers ask you guys some personal questions. So after we wrap it up, I will do a little Patreon exclusive for people that are interested in checking it out. Sure. But before we wrap it up, John, tell people where they can find you online.
Oh,
read
thank
about
you.
your Substack and all that stuff.
Thanks. Substack is where I put everything I write, all the interviews I do. And I gotta say, this is what the third time you and I have spoken, the fourth time? Third or fourth. And fourth. I want to say thank you to your viewers, because hundreds of them have come to my Substack. So thank you very much. Everything that I do, I put there. It's simple. It's just John Curiosity.
Beautiful. I don't know if below. Andy.
You'll find me at everydayspy.com. You'll find me on my podcast at the Everyday Spy Podcast. Of course, on all social media at Everyday Spy. And again, for those of you who are listening to Danny Jones was the first podcast that I was on. Significance and launched what has turned into the last 2 years. Excellent, pretty incredible podcast.
A shout out to Matthew Cox for putting this together.
Matt Cox. Booyah. I now know 2 criminals that I can call friends.
I wear it on my sleeve.
That's beautiful. Thank you guys both for your time.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. If you guys want to keep going on, we're going to go on Patreon. And good night. All right. Cool. All right. We're just going to, that was incredible. Oh my God. That was so
Hey, I gotta tell you.
Can we record this for Patreon or no?
Yeah.
Okay. We're still going.
So, yeah, I came around this one. My youngest son was little. He was 4 or 5. He's sitting in my lap. And the doorbell rang. And he jumped off and he ran to the door before I could, get up. And he opens the door and I hear this sugary sweet voice say, "Hi, is your daddy home?"
And then I bought my new house and went in there too because the buyer was about to take it out. So my source system delivered this very highly filtered, utterly delicious water from every tap in the house. So then now the kitchen faucet produces water that's as good as bottled water. My coffee cup, right out of the sink, I use the water. Right now, summer special up until the end of July 4th.
There was 3 things in that process that characterized perfect for CIL. Right. They do. They could look dignified. They give you those things that you're in a position where you have the opportunity to gain those things. And so then the Peace Corps included us in the Peace Corps that had that information from the NSA. And they're way free enough to know what the case schedule get us access to business administration. But, you don't have to put that in. Right. We put the fact that I also spent 3 years in South America with indigenous people and background with business administration. Yeah.
This report is sponsored by Payday. Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar.
I always thought that people who were in the Peace Corps could not work for intelligence agencies. So you actually went to the Peace Corps after you were interviewed for the NSA, and they didn't know you were going to go to the Peace Corps?
No, so what happened? And so I wasn't working for the NSA. What happened was that, so I was desperately trying to avoid this good charge. I was about to go off as like Muhammad Ali said, I said something in the paraphrase, but you know, they haven't done much to hurt me, and I don't see any reason I should don't kill them. And I felt the same way. And I had a wife at the time, her father was very future of automotive design, breathtaking.
How did Loriano get it there even close to being in time? Yeah, I think they're going to take a look at it. LeMahieu's had all kinds of leg injuries. Yeah, I think he might have got his foot in. I thought so. It's amazing that Loriano and Judge She's a place one of the right. They said Loriano moves up fire and gets thrown. He's out. Are you kidding me? How did Loriano get up there even close to being in time? Yeah, I think they're going to take a look at it. LeMahieu had all kinds of leg injuries. Yeah. I've got some tunes. Amazing L'Oreal. And Judge.
What year was that?
So this would have been 1968. And it turned out and the CIA asked them. So they likely that
You take it. Looks like a condom with her extra tight. It's a fucking condom connected to her hose, but it's super tight. I came off within 2 minutes. I just pissed my pants. Well, that's probably also because you're like rolling the truck. So, how long did you go for a race? It lasted like 4 hours, dude. I drink so much fucking Diet Coke. I had to piss every fucking 2 minutes. I just pissed my pants. Why did you do 4 hours of racing? That's what it takes, man. 6 hours of race. If you race now,
so I get the cruiser.
it's really piss, man. But I think NASCAR is doing it. Well, I understand they are doing it, but I'm not like fucking them, but they don't show that part in speed racer. We're trying those things. You use them for racing. We're not racing.
Listen to it, and it struck me. I love indigenous people. My family was back almost 300 years. I had a great son, who was captured by me. Speaking at here, Northeast. And so, this fascination with indigenous people. And I really wanted one person to work with them. Still like that. Yeah. And I always had this desire to go to heaven and live with these people. So after this piece where we put a fish, this is talk, I said, hey, if I play this place with you guys, do you think I can get it? And he said, are you crazy? Yes, of course you get it. Nobody wants to. And we're looking for people to go to the Amazon. So I applied for the Peace Corps. I asked for the Amazon and got it. So I was not working on national security. But while I was still there, I did Peace Corps. The last year I was there, I was there for 3 years. I extended for a third year. I was still 26. I was still drafted. So I extended for a third year. Almost 2 years. And in the third year, I was in contact with Irish guy who was the senior vice president. Tried to tell me that we work for. And he also was away. He was in the Army Reserve. So he had
Did they ever ask you, why did you consider Jeff in the Amazon for 3 years?
Yeah, so after I heard this Peace Corps laws here, I called the friend of the family. My father was a good friend who
oh, your sister will wash your undies. Your sister undies in the sink. I just gotta be into that. Just bring it into like it's prison. You know what I mean? He makes his own wine in the toilet. I fucking streaks in my undies too. I used to only, I never used to take enough underwear. Now Rachel, because of Rachel, she was like, she was like to take like 2 underwears per day. He does. I don't want to. I don't do that. But you have to. Right now, we're doing clicks. Yeah, I shit pee on myself all the time. Oh, shit. I myself all the time.
These girls totally separate. They're totally unrelated.
That was it sounded like it was conveniently close to where you interviewed for NSA. Like almost like they planned it.
The NSA was downtown Boston, the center of it. Boston University, further. Still in Boston, it's real scary.
What country did you go to in the Ecuador. Ecuador. Yeah. And that's where you learned to
Yeah. And that's it's very good. So I finally get this letter from the Peace Corps saying you've been accepted to the Peace Corps. And I said, oh, damn!
I see Dave Chappelle and fucking sitting for 2
That was hilarious, man. I love it. So 3 years in 3 years in Ecuador in the Amazon. What were you doing down there specifically?
Well, so you can't make this. So the first, the Peace Corps sends me to 8 weeks of training in Southern California, and this is to learn Spanish. And if you speak another language, 8 weeks doesn't get you too far, but you get to be basics first. I could pass that foreign service exam. And also they're talking about credit saving course, how they're credit savings course, because I haven't gone back to my graduate business school. That's what I'm saying. This, and so now they send me into the Amazon. And it was a very difficult place to get to. Right? It took a couple of days to be able to bus. It was basically a living bus for checks in the store with people who were kids, roads, checking all these things on this bus, people who didn't bathe, and it was an awful experience.
Drove the whole way.
Well, I didn't drive, but I'm on this bus, and I'm sitting in these wooden seats for a couple of days. And then you get to the end of the road, spend the next day walking around these trails, pieces of the Amazon. And I'm getting signs in Schwa territory. Schwa, cruising gatherers, if you've ever seen a shrunken head or a picture of one, they did it. They had the head hunter, but the other ones are actually shrinking heads. So here I am going in there, and as I'm making my way into this place where I'm supposed to spend the next 2 years, there's some people walking out to go to the market to get to the bus or whatever. And so I just to my chagrin, I started talking to these people in Spanish, and they don't speak Spanish. They speak Schwa. So my first experience with U.S. government work is a teacher of language, second for choice when nobody speaks it. And then I finally get to the little community where I spend the next 2 years. And this one guy greets me. He's a school teacher. He's from up in the Andes, and he speaks Spanish. And he can communicate well, it's better for a girl to communicate. And he's like, well, why are you here? And I said, well, I'm here to these fucking credit savings co-ops. And he looks at me like, are you crazy? We're all in the bar system here. We don't have any currency to build the hands from my papayas. You can't stay for credit from papayas. Why are you living here? Immediately the community was pretty suspicious of it. This big girl comes in, taller than anyone, blonde hair. Why is this here? And it was a difficult situation. So my second experience with U.S. government
business, teach you what
Service your customers.
what breeds with it. Well, there are a lot of people coming down trying to exploit that. The areas you know, gold right now, the Chinese have a huge gold operation. So the prospectors and people, so they were trying to get something from that's what I was supposed to do. And the funny thing,
Since California and LA have played a significant role in driving illegal immigrants through favorable policies and benefits.
That's created an illegal immigration crisis, of course, facilitated by the policies of the Biden administration, and there is perhaps nowhere where that crisis is far harder than in the great city of Los Angeles.
Vance says while demonstrations against immigration enforcement have been called for in recent days, the military will stay in case things flare up again. The Israeli military says it can be
that was my job.
overnight
And I didn't have anything else.
Iranian commanders and targeted attacks. Israel says it targeted two second-stage production sites. Officials in the Isfahan province confirmed
And
Israeli
it reached the
threats
point
and
very
say no
quickly
one was
with
killed.
people
The
for several
International
hours
Atomic
before
Energy Agency confirmed Israel's attack. The ACLU says Abdullah's ice facility is dangerously overcrowded and unsanitary with reports of faulty food, poor medical care, and no road access, and urgent
the
reform.
school teacher takes me
The
aside.
crowds have been light so far at these World Cup Championship soccer games around the U.S. 9 stadiums across the country that are hosting matches, and most of them have been only getting half full crowds. More than 400,000 seats have gone unsold in the first 16 matches.
We don't have
The
any.
LA City Council has named a day in honor of comedian and actor Cheech Marin.
It's well known for a small party
I
partnership.
was Saturday Night Live every night to that community. So the word had gone out through the forest. He's this crazy man, this tall, gangly, blonde guy who gets up every day and gives a speech in a language you don't understand. And one guy who does understand says it makes no sense at all. He's trying to get us to do something we can't do. He's crazy, and he's not gonna survive very long. I guess he better come here and get a chance. It was like the sideshow, you know.
So that was in the beginning.
Let's go to crash on the
Yeah. And then did you ever make any headway?
Well, about this time, what have done with other people speak English? The soldier, we really have Budweiser and you know, who knows,
Cigarettes.
and dinner. But of course, we all know now that there's good stuff in the endless lives. I would find that out. But I was really impressed. It was.
Last year, I
I got really
had a big concern.
I was behind the roof. Food.
I find out that
I couldn't get disaster. I couldn't even stand up. I was sleeping. I was trying to get a phone call on the floor. I just take that journal and turn it and late one afternoon, the teacher comes up and he's so low there. That's scary. If you have things, but his body's covered with tattoos, and he's still living like that. And this guy's shut up. July 31, purchased a new under system for $36,000. Dial pound 250 keyword advanced roofing systems. Visit advanced roofing systems. I'll say how about it. Yeah, when I was going to start it, maybe because I got to lose.
Give me that good shit. Give me that good dope, that good Amazon dope.
Yeah, well, I never even finished my lesson. But that night,
So go on KY Sunday morning, then it'll turn sunny with higher numbers. Mid-70s for Metro LA and OC. Mid-upper 60s for lower 70s and beaches and the valleys. Right now it's 64 and below 63 at Seal Beach. Live from KY 24-hour newsroom, I'm IT
going through some pretty rough times.
But on this journey, I saw that. So at one point, I got my eyes closed. My mind there's strong commentary. And I got my eyes closed. So the shaman says, he's translated by the teacher, but he's going through different steps. The shaman says, touch the jaguar. And it's the middle of the night, in the middle of the jungle. You can hear jaguars at night. You've seen their tracks. They know they're around there. Like, oh my God. Like, if I wake up and I open my eyes and look around, like, where's the jaguar? But oh, the shaman says, no, close your eyes and see the jaguar and touch it. So I did. First I saw this form. It came up like a jaguar. And I reached out and touched it. And as I did that, I saw and heard my mother say, son, the food will kill you. And I gotta tell you, so even the animals don't drink water from the rivers because they know the rivers have organic material, dead animals, rotting trees, dangerous. So the women make a kind of beer. It's called chicha, and they make it by chewing animals and spitting it. And the saliva says it acts like yeast. It's a fermentation process. And you get a beer. You get very strong very quickly because you're not a drunkard. And you can have a lot of delight. So that's a big thing. And the food, one of the favorite foods is you reach into a rotting log and put a lot of handfuls of drugs. It's drugs, yeah, worms. Piranha are actually that's true. Piranha, yeah, they're very vulnerable. Yeah, you should be yeah. So, really? Yeah, that lady back right now. But they're dangerous. Rivers, and that's another So I'm realizing I'm drinking a lot of spit beer because you gotta be hydrated. So you're not drinking the beer. You're just drinking the beer because you need something to drink. Yeah, that's all there is. Basically, it's trust. Because it's got alcohol, so it's the water's now kind of purified with the alcohol. There's no way to like harvest the rainwater or the river, like water from like clean streams to drink. Well, yes, theoretically there is. But that's not their culture and their custom. They do a lot of and it's also kind of sacred drink. But what they do is they're gifted practicing animals for protein. So there's this exchange of different strong culture. So they drink a lot of chicha, and they love it. And we hydrate frequently. And I'm getting a lot of squirming my throat. Because of my so I'm carrying up with so I'm eating and drinking these things. But I realize on this ayahuasca journey that as I'm doing this, I'm hearing a voice like my mother saying, "You killed me." Mindset was saying, "I didn't kill you." And at the same time, I'm seeing this how the road that's healthy, the shaman is a man that carried 2 or 3 years, there's goals and 2 years of killing the jungle out of the jungle. If they get legs, the road comes stuck and start jealous, and the women, both parts in my early 20s, and quite this was a culture, quite traditionally good. People lived to be very old if they were fine. Yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting that the mortality, the age they live to, it's probably the same age, if not older, as normal cultures. They just don't, unless they, as long as they don't die from it, getting combat with or whatever it is. Right. Or in China, there's a lot of deaths in childbirth, a lot of time of so that brings a whole average weight you know, if you look at averages, things are way down, but people survive the first 10 years. They would be very old. So I see in this experience that it isn't my food that's killing them. It's my brains. It's my perception.
Okay, so your dad theoretically
It's this
was
voice that's
responsible
telling
for moving the fence back.
my brains are so powerful. And the next day, I felt a lot better. And I continued to feel better. And then the shaman came back and the translator, and the servant spoke in Spanish. He comes back later and says, you know, I cured you.
Does he have malpractice insurance?
And now, this is 1968. This is 1969. And I have no Frederick and there was no future shaman. So I took it on. And that changed everything. The community has suddenly accepted me. I'm training there. Suspicion. I'm enjoying more than anything else, variety of touching the dragon, which is the title of the book. Second to the last one, they just wrote years ago. And what is it that is that you're thinking of it's something that's holding us back? It's something that's changing our perception. It's hurting us. If we let someone chase us, like a dragon, but if you reach out and touch it, it gives you the ability, the energy, the wisdom to change your perception. When you change your perception, your actions are changing. So this illiterate shaman is teaching this very exciting philosophy of perception of reality. Which later I would say the shamans and other cultures, they all have the same concept, but it's also the same concept that the second perception changes and business. And politics, marketing is all about perception changing reality. You can't get what you want. You gotta have it. If you want to have a successful show, you gotta have the chance rush. That's all the perception. Perception is reality. And that's what I did. But it was interesting, so that's what it really connected with this philosophical theory that probably philosophy when I was in college,
So touching the jaguar, what is the jaguar analogy for?
a blockage. Yeah, something holding you back. Something standing in your way of being issues or blocking. If that's a writer, if I have a writer,
So it's a physical fear, or is it something that we're conscious of?
well, it's a, yeah, no, touching you become conscious of. That's the secret. You get to confront it. So it may be something. Well, in this case, the person with another voice that you see in your children. That was the time. That was the time. What person I believe. But what I saw when I touched this was it wasn't the food. Mindset. And it's so many things in our lives that well, you can't conscious somebody that's not but if you can't do this, and those are the blockages that believe and accept them, they create reality for us. So when we touch them, find out where you say, that's
Yeah, you can find out. It's easy. You have a name. You have a name.
Isn't it interesting how drugs can have such a profound change in the way we think about things?
yeah, and things like ayahuasca and things like that, and the sacred plants. I don't like the medicines or drugs that gets into our spirit. They can do that, but there's something like the Mayan people. I'm taking scriptures of Mayan. They're studying about the Mayan shamans.
So you studied with Mayan shamans.
And I still have to hear it. And they use fire the same way. They don't use but if there's several fire ceremonies, they do those fire ceremonies go to the altar state. There's a powerful outside. And the cozy is what it tries to let you know it's the ceremony. They use what they call artifacts, payments to the earth. They use give something to the earth. They're going to do gratitude because you want to see where you're at. Go to Zealot.com /KY. So there's many different ways of opening us to connecting us to higher consciousness, to looking at things differently. But in every case, the analogy of touching the jaguar kind of works.
It's amazing how much you would sacrifice their minds are responsible for, and how much people would sacrifice in conjunction with their rituals, their drug rituals, their ayahuasca rituals. There's this recent guy who came on the podcast a couple weeks ago, Mike Corey. He said he had one of the profound ayahuasca trips of his life with a Mayan tribe, I believe it was. Maybe it was the Amazon. But anyways, he was. Before that, he was just like the concept of human sacrifice made no sense. It just seemed like a primitive, crazy religious idea, right? To bring the grain god to make it rain and sacrifice their money. But then he said when he had this ayahuasca experience, it was like the universe being ripped open, like a human being being ripped open and seeing all the insides come out. That's what it was like. Him seeing the universe being torn in half and seeing everything that was inside of it. And he said like the way it made him feel, it felt like something that was so powerful and so much bigger than himself that it would be worth him sacrificing his life for it. And he thinks that's what happened, the way the Mayans thought.
Interesting, because increasingly there's elders and shamans and gatekeepers and archaeologists reading the glyphs, the writing, are concluding, and it's controversial, that's for sure, but the word sacrifice didn't happen. They executed heaven with wars, they executed criminals, and they did those in a ritualistic way that also used to please the gods or the spirits. They really only believe in one God, and it's like Chakra, the spirit of the rain. And that they weren't sacrificed because sacrifice means that you voluntarily do it to yourself, or have someone do it to you, but you voluntarily do it. And increasingly, I think it's sort of a body of thinking that wasn't sacrificed. And I don't know, I'm no expert in these things, but it's just kind of interesting to look at these different aspects. But certainly, the rituals the Mayan people did and continue to do today are leading to this touching the jaguar. And there's so much to teach us now because they did their work back around the year 800, 900 in our calendar. But we're doing this before. So look at these vast cities, these pyramids, these cities. Many of these regions, all the time. That's what the this is Lions essentially, but and in building these cities, they drain the streams and control it completely. So they changed it. So it's very good evidence that they changed their climate. Yes. Really? Yes. Because it is drought. So how did we know they changed their climate? Well, because in several ways, I think the most impressive one is that these pyramids are usually built with several pyramids. It's like those Russian walls. So one thing we build is pyramid, and the next thing we come along and build a bigger pyramid over the first one, and another thing over that, and so on. And they cut into some of these pyramids. And as they go in, they see that. So what we see now in pyramids that just look like they're stones, but it's a structure that they're covered with stucco, plastic. And the pastor is very thick. And each successive pyramid in the plastic is very, very thin. And to make that kind of plastic takes a lot of wood, very hot fires to melt down. And so that's one of the applications that they were just getting rid of trees, they're running out of trees. And then so again, the techniques that they can see how trees are cut. Now the whole area, vast areas people have years ago, and will probably just completely cut their trees. Swamps are draining. And they can see that the crop cycles change, that they weren't producing crops. The cities went to war with each other. Cities that have been roughly peaceful went to war with the scarce resources. And so the theory is that as this happened, so all the people with outside the cities, one of the large administrators and priests within the cities, their job of the priest was to call the rain god, sunrise, all the spirits, to make the growing seasons. As the growing seasons decline year after year, the job is the priest doing their job. Cities are at war with each other, so these people who live outside the cities had to pay these huge taxes in terms of providing food, clothes, everything to the cities. Gets fed up. And, the priests weren't doing their job. These guys were now being called upon to kill their neighbors, friends, strangers in other cities. And so they left the cities. And they went back to the jungle. Most of them went to the mountains, where they continued to live and conduct their traditions and ceremonies as they did back then. So they built pyramids, they built cities. They lived very simple lives. They still do their forest money. They still read the calendar, they receive things that go back thousands of years. A very, very impressive culture that continues.
Yes, I know. I have some calming.
And so they invite us down now because they said, look, you get to learn we destroyed our open heart surgeon or your own. You'll find no worries for retirement. I think they think they're responsible for destroying the world. They destroyed their world for this small area in Central America. But that time was a time classical period, that is basically disappeared from the cities. Not 900 instead of becoming several centuries before. So this
What's his name got killed? Shouldn't there be more than like? Okay, what kind
guy knew. The guy from Nirvana. Got killed. It's about the bust. The truth is going to come out. We want you to be a part of it. But why? What am I, a historian? I need to be a part of this shit. Joe Diaz broke the news. Kurt Cobain. I'll take that in my life. I really don't want it. I don't need it. No, I get shit. Guys, that would. This day, she knows. She's like, what's going on? I go, you have no idea. You just have no idea the shit people send me. Well, I'm forced to read this. I have to give you the benefit of the doubt. I get a lot of this. My mother died. I don't know what to do. That's fine. My father died. I got a nephew sick. Hold on. But you get people that I think they forget I'm 62. I think they forget that I'm a fucking old geezer. They got no teeth. I think they forget that I'm at home.
Yeah, I don't think they forget. I just think they, like, I don't know if they're crazy or what it is. But, like, I had some guy today, he was very nice, but he was real sweaty and just came up and just started talking. It was like, it freaks you out sometimes.
Look, I had a guy yesterday at the weed store. I went to the weed store. Now, I hate going to this weed store. They have different weed. So I go there. Like, I didn't go from January. I stopped going. I got sick in January. I don't need to go up there no more. Because every time you go up there, it's fucking craziness. It's a freehold. I like the weed store. The weed store is phenomenal. What I have noticed the last 3 times I've been there is that business is terrible.
Yeah.
Business is terrible. There used to be lines in there. 3 fucking lines. The last 3 times I've been in there, I've been the first one in the line when I get in there. That's not good. But even with the lower amount of people, you still got fucking lunatics that go in. I had a woman who came up to me there, maybe like April, and just talked this crazy shit like I had known her. Like she's like, "Hi, Joey." She goes, "You know, I just got out of rehab." Well, what the fuck are you doing at the weed store?
It's like that woman who at the haha that time with the bandage around her head that you abandoned me with.
Oh yeah, no, but this was even crazy. Really, this lady came up. Hi, Joey. I've seen you on Rogan. Nice to meet you. Where do you live? Marlboro. I live in whatever. Blah blah blah. I'm right into it. She goes, I just got out of rehab on Thursday. I go, what'd you go to rehab for? She goes, alcohol and pills. Like, all right. And she's like, I gotta go home and deal with a husband I don't love.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm like, okay.
You want to see athleticism, folks? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, somebody talk about me, bitch. It was Rabbi Rothschild spamming his shit on your MA post. Fuck your gang violence, son. Let's see it. Critical Renee theory. Everything okay? It was that Rabbi Rothschild spamming his shit under your MA post. Because it's gang violence, son. Because it's gang violence. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, I wasn't as honest with you as I should have been. If you at any point thought this was precedented athleticism, get the fuck out of here. There's the door. This right here is unprecedented athleticism. Look at this body. This motherfucker is so athletic. Look at this move. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs like a pimp. Look at me. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this move. Now he's gonna make coffee. He's gonna make some coffee.
He showed me firsthand why these things nothing was digitized on this. They didn't have microchips. So all the things they carried up things taste. It's hard to fathom how they carried this stuff up there. It's so different. Incredible experience.
On his way back, he secretly did this telekinesis experiment with some people on Earth, with some tarot cards, I forget what it was, some sort of like cards they were using to see if they could transmit communication back and forth with telekinesis. And then when they got back, all of them divorced their wives, they had all kinds of crazy psychological issues, they were really distraught when they got back for some reason.
And Edgar was
Border Patrol vehicles were violently targeted during the lawful operation yesterday in Falls City. It says one person is in custody and will be presented to the U.S. Attorney's Office for criminal prosecution. Critics say there aren't any humane conditions in California's largest detention center.
ACLU has located at the Avalon Crimes Processing Center now holds over 1,200 detainees, up from just 300 in April, have become dangerous and unsanitary. Detainees report holding food, dirty towels, no fresh clothes, or phone access for days, many with adequate medical care. Lawmakers and the ACLU are demanding immediate reforms and accountability. Heather Brooker, media finding.
President Trump is setting a two-week deadline for deciding whether he'll order a U.S. strike on Iran. ABC's Lee Wang says members of his administration disagree on how far along Iran's nuclear program has come.
There are 10 years ahead when the Iran forces start to break through their plans to press Iran back to
Trump says his director of national security is wrong to suggest he has no evidence that Iran is close to building a nuclear weapon. Some of the jurors in the trial of Karen Creed in Massachusetts say there were a lot of unanswered questions. ABC's Stephanie Ramos says Creed was accused of rushing her SUV into her boyfriend and
The reason they needed that post-game press conference, all those guys
Oh, enough game time that you're doing post.
depressed, uninspired, and a lot of people kind of claim that because it was all fake, it never really went. They got story. These guys thought they were going to go to it, and they got briefed on some story.
That's athleticism. It's really unprecedented.
And he even spoke about it. It was in the early 70s. This guy, he's
Unprecedented.
Yeah, there's a lot of big questions.
Everything okay? It was Rabbi Rothschild spamming shit under your MA post. Pimp. They should just say pimp. Look at this move.
And she just went on from there, took it like I was her therapist.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, what did I do? Like, why have a fucking white jacket on? Like, and this went on for 15 minutes.
You let it go?
Huh?
I bring up chewing gum or something, and you let them go for like 8 seconds. You let this woman go for like 15 minutes?
I was trying to be nice. She got out of rehab. She had glasses. I could have smacked her. You gotta be nice to some people. Listen to them and hear them out. Some people might tell you something that's interesting. But this lady was telling me everything about her fucking life. And at night, he treated me like a hooker. And I'm like, oh, well, that's... He goes, he treats me like a hooker. It's not even up to me. I'll never forget the conversation. It's not even up to me. I got out of rehab. He was all over me. I'm like, okay. Can I take your number so I can call you from time to time? Listen, I'm married, my wife, he's a fucking animal. Okay, I'll fucking kill you. I'll see you again. Okay, that was it. But Sunday was brutal because it was raining. And this motherfucker pulled up with like a white beater and like a shirt. What? Okay, he's like, Joey Diaz, how you doing? And he's just, listen, man, when you talk about his deep, I can relate to you. You know the Jersey Strong? I'm like, what? And he's like, Jersey Strong on the 79 and the 18. I'm like, I don't know. And he goes, come in there, I'm the mayor of that place. I'll introduce you to anybody you need to know, man. He goes, I know everybody there. Bon Jovi, everybody. You come in there and I'll introduce you. Also, I'm looking at him and he went into something else. My father was into psychedelics and he went into that shit and the fucking phone rang.
Thank God.
And it was Nicky Pork Chops. And I'm like, I'm gonna give this motherfucker a bonus. This guy just saved my life. And he's like, oh, you can take that. No shit, I just zipped the window in his face. My whole arm was drenched. From the fucking car was drenched. He wanted to talk. It's fucking raining out. He's out there with drops on his head. It's. And then my neighbor called me that day. He's like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? He goes, I didn't know you were political. I go, I'm not. He goes, what's that picture I saw on there? I go, my nephew's helping the guy with the campaign. I took a picture of him. He goes, I've been reading the comments. They hate you for it. I go, I don't give a fuck. I go, first of all, what we were talking about before, you can sit here every night. You can tell I'm not political. I don't have Trump on here. I don't even know what the vice president's name is. I don't know anything. Neither does Trump. And these guys were like, he goes, oh, they were going off, Democrat. Because they're idiots. Yeah. Because they're idiots. Because they, and I'll do this to them once a year. Last year I came up, I went to the project and took a picture. They went nuts. They went nuts. And they think it bothers me. For me, it's just me fucking with them.
You should make like a fake campaign sign for like someone who's not even running. Just to vote with them. Because like, dude, who can? And your nephew was working for him. I'm sure he's a great guy, but like, who? Like you say, who cares who the president wins? Who cares who the sheriff is? How's that going to change your life at all?
It was a different Billy time. Saying he's going to hit you with a rubber one and a wood one. It's just people have nothing in their lives.
You have to turn into a troll. You have to start trolling people online. That would be so great.
For what?
Just putting up pictures that you know are going to piss people off.
I can do that every day.
I know.
I can do that to the cows tomorrow. Because I know what gets them. I know what music gets them round up. Oh, yeah, and I play Bush, they lose their mind. I play Bush, they lose their mind. You know, Bush, there's a couple of bands that they just fucking hate. And I'll do it just because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's what I'm listening to that morning. It's not what they're listening to. It's what I'm listening to.
Oh, my God. Have you ever yelled at somebody? Because you know me, I don't say anything to anybody. But, like, a year or so ago, I was in line at, like, CVS on Friday at, like, 8 p.m., and this woman was yelling at the cashier about the COVID vaccine, that they were testing it on kids and doing things. And there was a line, and I was like, miss, it's 7 o'clock on Friday. Give this guy a break. She was like, they're doing it, and they're making it home all day.
And she watched World News Tonight. That took it to a CNN, and that took it to a different dilemma. You know, it's between the TV. Think about it. You go from one extreme to the other. If you're not reading a book, you're just reading shit that's manufactured. If you're not reading a book at this point, if you go online, you got to assume it's 50% real. But you got to go in there like that. You have to go in going, whatever I'm about to read, 50% of the bullshit.
At least.
Okay, and then if you watch TV, if you put on, like, I know that, I don't know what network it is. I laugh every night. I laugh because my wife tells me this stupid shit. Like, I'm 62 years old. I don't know what the far right is or the far left. You know what? I don't want to.
Yeah, it's even better.
I don't need to know. And I know there's one, CNN is anti-Trump.
Yeah.
And Fox is Trumpy.
Yeah.
Like, really?
CNN and
so the news is going to be right there.
Oh, it's a
right there. Just those two channels. The news is going to come out a little differently. So again, when you watch those two channels, you're in for 50%. Yeah, 50%, maybe even 40%. At best. Because they're doing it from a different perspective. It's like when I went on road, I was talking about why I like to sing or Judas Priest as much as I did always, because he wrote all those lyrics about fucking and sucking. But while you're thinking about women, he was writing those lyrics thinking about a man.
Oh, yeah.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant, right? And that's what you're getting now. But he was doing it because, you know, he was slinging dick. Right. Bro, you gotta read his book. His book is fucking brutal.
What did he do? Just fuck everybody?
Oh, and when he would take me to the cleaners, he busted a guy's O-ring.
What?
He busted a guy's O-ring in Chicago, a designer.
Oh, wow.
Guy had to go to the hospital with a busted fucking O-ring. His asshole looked like fucking
The singer must be pretty proud. Oh my god. I was gonna say that's my favorite. My favorite news is what's happening in Israel today with Joey Diaz. He's going like, have you seen what Israel's been doing? I'm like, no. They're ready to fuck people up.
You know, it's like you look at even the other day. They have. I call this blind. Nikki told me that 9 people escaped from the ice thing, right? And then I'm sitting there going, 9 people escaped from Newark, the ice thing. 2-3 hours later, you know, I smoke my numbers, I eat my little Eddies, I go for my 7 o'clock ride, and I come back home. My wife has 12, New Jersey 12.
Yeah.
She's waiting for the weather, and also like breaking news, you know. 4 people escaped, and there's a protest going on right now. And without even looking at it, I go, let's see where the chubby chick is. Dog, the first one, a fat bald one with a lesbian Nazi thing on her arm, pushing the truck like she was gonna push it. Dog, she caught a beat that was so ferocious.
Was it the red truck? I think I saw that ran her over.
Yeah, they ran her over. They picked her back up, punched her in the head. She came running back. Julio.
Oh my God.
They're punching her. She's like, Julio. Why is there always a fat chick that hasn't gotten dick in 8 years at those protests? They're always chubby. They always got fucking blue hair. They always want to be like, it's always something. I don't know what it is with lesbians or chubby chicks that run down there to get beat up. I don't know what it is. To get beat up.
Listen, I'm not right to get beat up, but if you stand in front of my car, I'm allowed to hit the gas.
The people in Florida, they did not fuck around. That sheriff said, I'll hit you with the fucking car. If you throw something, we're going to shoot. Your body's just, your family's going to get notified to where to pick up the fucking remains.
Jesus.
And you know what? Nobody threw nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody threw a fucking thing.
They had a big protest in Albany. I got stuck in traffic.
Bro, they had a big mall. They had a protest everywhere this weekend. Every fucking 2,000 cities. Everybody had a protest. You see them in LA? All our neighbors. Half the Studio City was down there. Yeah. This can't happen. No King's Day. I got no cock day. I cock. You wouldn't be a King's Day.
Yeah, that's every day for them.
That's every day.
But I would love to see you. Like, what if you walked in and them writing their signs? Like, them, because they color the signs.
Their signs. They have those people they pay. Whoever fucking these were running these fake campaigns.
Oh, they just give them signs.
Go to these fucking things. They can't even write. They can't, half of them. The ones in LA, you can tell the guy with the flag and the whole thing. He can't fucking write, though. Most of them can't write. Okay, so it's just a shame what's going on. It's a shame that every fucking June in this country we have to fucking get into this shit now. Every fucking June. 2 years ago, Floyd. 3 years ago, there. Well, Floyd was 5 years ago. But now you have, last year was the Palestinians. Before that, it was Jews saying that the way the fuck are our hostages. Now it's Hamas. Every week is something different. And in New York, they come out. I mean, the other night, I'm watching an ICE fucking thing with people dressed as Palestinians. I'm like, how confused are you? Like, they're ICE people. Now you're down there with the towel around the head, fucking yelling and screaming. It's just, I don't listen.
Do you ever protest anything?
Never.
You ever had an urge? Like nothing Cuban ever got you?
Not even an urge. One time I went home with a half a fag thing, and my mom shut it down, and she explained why you don't do that. And I never went back out there again. There's no reason. You're only protesting to get a girl, right? Or to get accepted into your little coffee group. They cry and shit. Like the first night at ICE, I saw when they were in LA, they beat up a white chick. That chick is a fucking hero. She's doing that yoga. When she went to yoga the next day with that black eye, I'm like, what happened to the neck brace? I'm not going to believe it. I got beat up. Oh my God, you're so brave. They eat that shit up. That's what they do. That's what they do. Listen, man, some people smoke pot to be accepted. Some people act like idiots to be accepted. That's what they do. Make believe that they care. The babies. The babies. Valentine. If you were sucking cock, baby, you have your own baby.
Right.
You have your own fucking baby. Holy shit. Hold on 1 second. We're going to take a breather. We got so into this conversation, we didn't even talk to you about Blue Chew. Here we come. We'll be right back. Hey, beautiful people. We're back, bitches. What's up, dog? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I didn't even tell you what happened in Florida. I was going to tell you last week, but we didn't have time. One of our friends down there, I've never done fireworks. Like, I was petrified of it as a kid. I did it for the first time. Within 30 seconds, there were 2 cop cars. I got in trouble. Like, I have like a warning in like wherever I was in like Paradise in Tampa or something. They got real upset. They didn't like it at all.
Who gave you the fireworks?
One of our friends down there. Allegedly. May have found it. But they sell it at Target. So I don't really get what the fuck happened. And then they sell them at Target. I got fucking like sparkler things. He's like, all right, let me give you these. You're going to be fine. And then, dude, I have a video. It blew off and like the cardboard on the top hit me. And I thought I was getting like set on fire. So I didn't see one firework that went off. I didn't see one in the sky. 30 seconds later, there were 2 cop cars driving on the beach. And I thought I was going to get arrested.
When they give you a warning
for fireworks. But they're not, apparently. They say they're for agricultural purposes. And I don't know what the fuck, I don't know how you use fireworks in farming. But they're legal, but they're not. So I don't know what the fuck happened. But yeah, I forgot about that. It was the quickest. Dude, in New York, I've seen people doing crazy shit. There's no cops to be found. On the beach, I lit up 1 firework for the first time ever. And they treated it like I went to the president. No, it was illegal in Massachusetts. And then in California, every Mexican had them. You didn't need to like buy your own. That was awesome. But yeah,
Chinese people went up to your neighborhood and sold fireworks out of their
truck.
I
didn't like Chinese people in my neighborhood. They didn't know. It was all
shame. What happened to Chinese people that come into your neighborhood, sell you a fucking, what you call those things, George? Mats. A mat was when you got 144
fireworks.
Fuck yeah, 144 packs like a fucking. And when you got froggy, you let the whole thing on fire.
Oh yeah.
If you had balls, they were like $90. You're like, fuck it, I'm going for it. Because you buy a mat just to sell them.
Oh, okay.
And you can probably sell them, half of them, and keep them.
Probably you could like rip it or something, or like take part pieces of it. Oh, okay.
No, because it's like a kilo of coke. But when you cut it open, it's got all the packages individual, like 5 packs, 20 packs, whatever the fuck is in there.
Oh yeah, I've never did it. Do you remember that football player, Jason Pierre-Paul, has like a fucked up crab hand now because he blew up his hand doing like that? I've been scared of fireworks my whole life.
Not me.
No, you like them? I never knew you did fireworks.
Well, yeah, I do fireworks. I go to a fucking,
you have a backyard where you do fireworks.
I go to a, what do you call them, Alcoholics Anonymous. I go to fireworks anonymous meeting. You did fireworks? No, it was a kid's thing. They come to your neighborhood, you buy a pack of firecrackers, you light them. And then you like other shit, you like the bottle rockets.
I never did those either, like just shooting them.
Oh, you put them in the bottle and you shoot them or you break the stick. Okay. Or those are all something completely off color, but you can't say anything. You like that whole fire, they just swing around and start there. Oh, damn. Those people bounce off the wall without the stick, that thing goes straight in the fire. There's no navigation system. No, we shot them at people. And then you had Roman candles, which you would shoot at people. And they were like $40 when we were kids for a stick. They were expensive. Then you had M80s. And like 8 of those is a stick of dynamite, right?
Is that the stuff like people would put into like mailboxes and blow them up?
Boom, with a frog's mouth and shit.
Oh, but you put them in a frog's mouth?
I don't know. I've never done that stupid shit, but kids do it.
Yeah.
Like in resident, places where there's not much to do.
Right.
Except blow up a frog.
Oh, I don't want to blow up a frog, but I do. I like lighting shit on fire. I do.
Oh, me, I'm an artist by fucking nature. I love all that shit.
They have places like where you can shoot guns or stuff. I'd like to go to an abandoned house and just light it on fire and get to watch. Can you imagine?
That's a living.
What's the living? Lighting houses on fire?
Yeah, for people to light your house on fire. You study it, fucking what burns, what doesn't burn, how they still get the insurance.
I don't. I think I'd get caught immediately.
No, you can wear a black suit like that.
Can you imagine? But then it's just gonna be a little chubby me with 8 feet of fire behind me. They're gonna see me a mile away.
It'll be fine. You run fast, but some fire's behind you. Fire always makes you run fast.
Yeah.
So Jews, black people don't like fireworks. It's just
I had no idea.
fire. Black people don't like fire either.
I don't think anyone who likes fire.
I can live with, I can light a fire, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying to you.
I would love that.
So you got trouble in Florida with the cops.
Yeah.
You think it's a warning. Your name's out down there on the tree. Fucking
I know. I'm a
fucking fireworks. I should kill you. Fireworks.
Dude, that is always, whenever anything goes wrong, my first thought is, I hope there's no, issue, because if Joey finds out about this in the wrong way, if I came back with, a firework burn on my head, he would have never let me live it down. Oh, my God. And that's why, because I freaked out, because the cardboard on top of the fireworks flew off and hit me. So, oh, no. So that's why I dove. I didn't see one thing. I'm like, God, if I have a fucking burn on the side of my head, you're never going to let me live it down. It's not like you'd be worried about me, but what the fuck are you doing?
A little gunpowder never hurt nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You take the firecrackers and you break them. You take the gunpowder. You can make a line.
Oh, yeah?
Like the gunpowder and go all the way down like a big crow.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Fireworks are a lot of fucking fun until you blow your finger off or somebody loses a leg.
Right.
It's like a party ain't a party until somebody breaks it.
Right.
So
Fireworks are a firework until you lose a finger.
It's not until somebody cries, somebody burnt their hand. But when I was a kid, they came around with the picture of the guy with his hand and the skin got blown off his fingers.
Really?
You could see the bones in his hand and shit.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, sign me up. Sign me up, motherfucker. I'm going to light some of those. They're just fun, Kids like them. I mean, I don't like them. Then they have the new things that you light. It's like a helicopter. Because my neighbor had those. You light them on fire and they ran off, 8 feet in the air. Whooping.
Are you going to go on the 4th of July to see fireworks?
Oh my God, I can't wait. That's my favorite part of the year. When I sit there and I hug my family and I get a guitar. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I like 3 fucking firecrackers. I go inside of my business and I go, ooh. Wow. Ooh. I'm getting fucking idiot. Like I watch fucking, it's like a parade. How many times can you go to a parade? The chick flies off with a sword. Okay. We can leave now.
That's my problem with fireworks, is they're the same every year.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, we're going to go up to the Hudson. So look at the Hudson like a firework. Yeah, okay.
Is there anything that you do like to do?
Not really. I like to eat.
Yeah.
Smoke dope. Listen to music. Read a book.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
I did see something pretty interesting. I forget if it was talking about on Rogan, or I saw a clip of Rick Rubin talking about the Johnny Cash song they did, his last song that he ever did. It was another rock song. He did a cover of it, but he was 73. He was in his house. He was dying. It was pretty interesting. I don't know if you don't seem like a Johnny Cash fan.
I like Johnny Cash wrote a song called Rusty Cage.
Okay.
And then Soundgarden redid it.
Oh, I think it's the other way around, actually.
Yeah.
And Soundgarden did it first, and then he did it. It was 73. It's pretty that was pretty interesting. Oh, 9 Inch Nails song? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was bad.
You'll show up here with fucked up facts. You're worse than
you tell me
fucking
it's
CNN.
fucked up, and then I am supposed to keep facts in my head. I have no idea.
I had a good fucking Father's Day.
Oh, yeah?
I had a good week with her. When you're a dad, you have good weeks and you have fucking good weeks and you have bad weeks, whatever. I don't know. I just had a really good week with her. And Father's Day, like, what happened? I don't know. She's getting to that. She's done. She's done. That's it. 6th grade is done.
Wow. 7th grade.
Jimmy fucking Florentine's kid who graduates 8th grade. When I moved here, he was in the 3rd grade or something like that.
Wow. Yeah,
These kids were the fucking young kids, man. So it's just really weird. And I'm watching her and like she grew again. Not size-wise. She's not growing size-wise, even though she is. But I'm trying to say, like, when I talk to her now, I can see that she's older. And it's kind of getting a little bit more fun. She makes me laugh a little bit more. You know, yeah, she does. I mean, I swear to God, I can't believe the shit she comes up with.
Oh, I love when she's basically doing stand-up without knowing she's doing stand-up. I love when you get her going. And then you let her go, and then you tell her, you're like, relax.
That's it.
Because she'll go off on you.
She'll fucking go off fucking 20 minutes and sit in the car with after you give her ice cream or something. That fucking shit's like liquid cocaine. They go off. They go off. And if you have 3 girls in the car and they have something sweet, they go off. It's like Chinese people behind them. You're fucking blah, 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 blah. And you're like, wow, I can't even keep up with this shit. But it's funny, this morning when I spoke to you, you were talking about how, you know, you haven't spoken to your dad in a while. How long has it been now?
I think it'll be 4 years.
Has anybody heard from him?
Not that I know of. No. Yeah, no, it's very, because I was thinking about it this weekend. You know, it's just Father's Day. And yeah, it's, you know, my dad and I were really close for a while. He was on the podcast. And I'm not, he was unhappy with me because I spent like a bunch of birthdays with him in a row. And then my girlfriend in Massachusetts, it was our first Valentine's Day, so I was going to spend Valentine's Day with her. And then his birthday is like the 18th. So I was going to go down like the 16th. And he wanted me to come down on that Sunday and spend like Valentine's and the whole week with him. I said, no, I'm going to spend it with my, and then that was it. Blocked and everything. It was you know what? It's sad, but it's something that I've come to terms with. But it's I brought it up to you today because, you know, what we have with Mercy is beautiful, but I know that there's a lot of people who, like, you know, are going through stuff like that, who cut parents off or the kids. There's a lot of people going through it, I think.
Oh, it's funny that, listen, man, I used to remember before I left LA, I used to talk to a lot of people, when I moved here. I didn't feel good. So I stopped calling a few people. I even forgot. I had to call them. Like, that's how fucked up I was when I got off the plane. And now, it's going to be 5 years. There's like 4 people I haven't called. And now I can't call them because I'm too embarrassed to call them. Because they're going to go, what the fuck happened? And I got to explain to them. You know.
I think it happens. I mean, like, did you stop answering their calls, or you just...
No, they didn't call either. I mean, one guy called one time, and I called him back, and we spoke a little bit. And he invited me to his house. He was only here for like 2 days. And he invited me to his house. He's like, I went down some shore. It was like an hour and 48 fucking minutes away. And this guy's like, you gotta come down here before I leave. And you came over.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm like, you wanna go down there? You're like, I don't. You know, I'm like, this motherfucker just drove an hour and a half. I'm not gonna put you back in my car to drive an hour 40. I'm gonna an hour 40 back. Right. And when I called him, I could tell he was pissed off, so I like moved on. And now it's been fucking 5 years, or 4 years I haven't spoken to him. And I feel embarrassed, so maybe that's it. Right. After a while, you just get into a groove, and you're like, I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call him. When people text me sometimes, I save the text just to remind me to call them. Okay. And there's text them there that I still haven't called. Number 2 is in a different time zone. Right. And that's always a pain in the ass for me because I go, okay, I got to call that person at this time. Right. And then something happens, you don't call that person, you're like, fuck. Now the day's gone, you know, by the time, I don't like talking to people in my daughter's room. Right, you know, it's nothing about little more when I call you in the morning, and then You call me back in the afternoon when I'm surrounded by people. Right? I don't want to do that. I don't pick up the phone. Right? Wait a minute.
And that's stupid. There's like, sometimes you just get busy, you don't call people back. Like, have you ever, I know your parents aren't here, but like, sometimes decide like, okay, no, this person's not supposed to
Welcome.
be in my life. Like that, it sounds like you just
How you living?
get busy and things happen. It doesn't sound like you're like cutting people out.
What's good? Can you hear me? Heisenberg, you little bitch.
No, I love the feeling. It's my old neighbor from Boulder. It's one of my teachers. Little bird. I'm supposed to come out. This Saturday night. I speak to my cousins. I speak to all my cousins, but I don't speak to my own. Because I call him now, you don't answer the phone. He used to be a late night guy, but now he's 86. He ain't that late no more. So I'm trying to call him like 11 o'clock here, 8 o'clock. I could catch him like last night. I thought about calling him during the baseball game because I know he watches Giants all the time. When he plays the show, and they won last night against the Dodgers. But I got busy. Right? It was Father's Day. I got busy with the girls. So that's what happened there. But it's just nothing. I don't pick them. Right? You just fall into the cracks sometimes with people. So you go, well, I'm embarrassed to even call him now.
I get that for sure. There's a guy, the guy who gave me my first job in LA. One of the sweetest guys in the world, created America's Funniest Home Videos. And I fucked up the first when I got my next job. They had like a board that you could post at the college I went to, and I posted it. This guy is like an alumni, like a trustee at this college, and he found out I was leaving his company before I could tell him. I could tell that it hurt his feelings, and I just have it. Like for years, I should have written him a letter, and because he was great to me. But like, yeah, the more time goes, you get like self-conscious about it.
You really fucking go, what the fuck am I doing? And you feel bad. And then some people hit me up on Facebook and I'll ask that number right away. Then I'll call them, shit like that. I like to hear, like, I haven't spoken to Rick Ramos.
No,
6 months. And I'm like, fuck. I gotta call that motherfucker. We're gonna talk about the new movie.
Oh, yeah.
We gotta talk about shit. Every time I see Midnight Run, I'm like, motherfucker. But I know he goes to bed early. He's in Arizona. So if it's 7 here, it's 5 over there. Right. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'll call him now. Like, now is when I'll call Rick, like now. But there's just people. I didn't talk to Simone for a long fucking time. Wow. And then they call me in the afternoon, and I'm surrounded. And again, you make a mental note, call later. But you got no peace of mind till fucking 7:30, and then your agent calls you from LA because they're on a different time zone. So when I leave the house at 7 at night, Jeopardy's on, just call them back. Because they're calling me on watching world news, from my daughter. I'm not going to pick up the phone now, call them later, and they call back.
I'm surprised to hear you say that, okay? Because, like, I get in my own head, like, oh, they don't want to hear from me, it's been too long. Like, I wouldn't have expected you to be like that, to worry or, like, doubt it.
I like consistency.
Yeah,
I like to keep people on their toes and say, hey, how you doing? What's going on? And then like, I didn't forgive you. That's the way you do it. I still talk to a lot of people. I just talked to my buddy in Colorado. I know him. He's like, Steve Simone, that's Mike World was very cool. That's a podcast, right?
Yeah, that's a podcast.
So, those guys, it's just something that I won't talk to like 3 years. They might they'll call me out of the blue one day, and I'll call them a month later. When I talk to one, I haven't called me back. You're right.
It's, life really goes by. I mean, so what was great about your week with Murphy? Like, what was going on?
There's no fucking way. There was a gap right there with parents. 20 years been saying that to their kids about right and what's wrong. And they all another LA. I think it's enough day together. LA has like a past to go in. And you're supposed to be in that reason. I'm 20 years. You know, you speak to your dad every day. You know, put that fucking California.
Yo, Heisenberg, how you living, pimp? Yo, dog, can you hear me? How's your day going?
They don't get it. You think you should do this? All right, motherfucker. You come over here. You get in the car and drive an hour, and it's $60 for me to do a podcast. Yeah. $60, $70, no matter what. Cold, blah, blah, blah. Do a podcast that I'm not really promoting in July or anything. Right. I don't want to go over there. I'd rather go to a fucking workout. I get more food in the fucking throat and punches than driving for an hour, talking for 2 hours, and getting back in the car, and then it's an hour and a half of traffic. I really do. I had to simplify my life. I'm not young anymore. I don't have 3 hours to throw away. I could die at any fucking minute. I'm 62 years old. Jesus, I could die at any fucking minute.
It's okay to anyone, though.
You know? Yeah, but no. Your chances of dying and my dying are slim and none.
I get it.
Unless you go back to Tel Aviv.
I didn't tell you I'm going next week.
Yeah, good. Have a good time.
Oh, my God.
No, but, you know, the odds are you. So now I look at my time like, what the fuck? Yeah. I don't have 3 hours to go up there to talk to you about. So how was prison? Prison was great. It was great. That's it. Right. I wrote a book. Right. Read the book. Do the podcast. Right. I just don't see it.
Do the podcast with the book.
Yeah, do the podcast with the book. Ask the book question. Same shit you're going to ask me.
Right. Yeah. I can see that.
Same shit you're going to ask you. But it's not going around the corner from my house anymore.
No.
It's 3 fucking hours, $80 later. And, 4 hours of my fucking time. It got like that towards the end of LA. Oh, we opened up a studio in Marina Del Rey. Well, I'm not going down there. We do a podcast at 3. That's great to know.
I have to leave at 11 a.m.
You got to get back on that 10 and that 405 at 4 o'clock. I don't wish down there. I wouldn't do that to anybody.
No.
I would never. So, I do a podcast at 3 in Marina Del Rey. Oh, don't worry about the 10 and the 405. I wouldn't do that to people.
No, but you're common easy.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
There's no traffic. Yeah. There's no traffic.
Everybody started getting studios in Marina Del Rey. Call me up, man. We need you on the podcast. It ain't gonna happen. It's not 11 o'clock. Even then, you got a problem.
No.
You might get a call with a cancellation. Because if I get up, if I stay up till 2 or something, this night's I fucking, last night I went to bed at 9:50.
Did you really?
Yeah, so I'm walking around at 4:15 in the morning. Me and the cat, she's looking at me, I'm looking at her for fucking mental support. I go downstairs, I drink an iced tea, I fucking smoke some dope, I watch Godfather Harlem for a fucking episode.
This happened 37 years ago. So when he left, 37 years later, and you have a conviction on your record.
The military General Suharto, largely to control the country in the Western Doctrine. Okay.
And now you get Suharto, but he still sees this exploitation going between the Soviets, the Chinese, and the Americans, and to try to reach the hearts and minds of Indonesia. So Indonesia is seen as critical because Vietnam fall. And the dominant theory would say that so the one of the next countries that pushing into would be Indonesia. And the countries that are terrorists are extremely rich in oil. And it has large Muslim population, which is another benefit. Again, it's in a very strategic location for trading routes through the straits of so So my job is to go in and my first job, after I finished with flooding Boston, I go off to Indonesia to try to convince them to take one of these large homes and use it to hire my company and other leading construction. We were engineers and we did design and construction. So big construction companies like Petco, Brown, Stone, Webster, they would get the big jobs, but we would get out these cash. And my job was to go and convince the Arto regime to accept these homes and hire homeowners to do this. And in the process, we would integrate it into our imperial, if you want to call it that, our sphere of influence, keep the Chinese and the Vietnamese and the Russians out, or the Soviets out. And it was really funny because I had in the Peace Corps, I know I can survive and be circumstances, and now I'm staying at great appointments in Indonesia, spending, I had spent a couple of weeks in Australia, at the University of Australia, where they had a great library of Indonesian, so they knew more about Indonesian. Well, I went to Australia for a couple of lectures, 2 days ago, and meet with some of the professors, because I need to write this report, convince everybody. So then I go to Indonesia for 3 months, and what I do is I have no idea how to treat people. And I remember, one incident where I was meeting with this guy from the embassy who was dealing with Indonesian girls at the time, all kinds of things. So I needed to kind of talk about the basics. And I've actually got a panel with the Minister of Finance and others. I never actually sat with Sue Hartley, but with the people under him and convinced them and talked to them about these economic terms that I really didn't understand so well. And so this guy from the embassy was saying, our Indonesia was a hotel, staying at the bar, and he says, John, if you don't really understand, just look at the guy, roll your eyes, scratch your chin, and say, yeah, that's interesting. Could you go into more detail? Explain exactly what you mean. And he said, just give us some questions. And if they can do something, I thought you're really wise. Try to intimidate the other person to think that you really know that you're interrogating nice. Yeah, so it was great advice. It worked pretty well. And so I left my way through the first month or so that I was there. I'm afraid, and I began to catch on to how you do this.
So, how long did it take for you to get intoxicated on this money and power that you had obtained by doing this? It was swindling these people in high places.
It wasn't forcing, but again, I go back to I didn't think I was swindling. I thought I was doing them a favor because I'd seen all the studies. I'm still very naive. This lasted for about 7 years or so that I didn't see the light until I had around the 7th year, where I began to understand the nefariousness of what I was doing. But for most of that time, and I've worked on that for 10 years, so for 70% of that time, I believed in what I was doing, which made it all that much easier to convince others because I was convinced. And all I had to do was produce these reports and convince the people that did the reports to that I was talking about.
How did you discover that this was all a sham? And this was all just an elaborate scheme to create some giant super empire in the U.S.?
Most of the presidents and other top officials worked with a lot of the system. They played the game. There were two that did. And one was a Democrat, the president of Ecuador, those. The other was one pretty close to the state of Panama. And they were both clients of mine. But all of this became, let's call them a friend, a party. Harvard, cigar, beautiful.
Wow. Did you get to join?
Yeah. But he was, you know, and he was a great president too. He was really, he would not play the game. At the time, he was very determined to get the Panama back, especially after the treaty that he started negotiating together. And you know, Panama's a small country, seems insignificant now. But he was standing to, people called him David standing to the right. He was famous all over the world because he was taking this lead. He was very charismatic, very fluent, good-looking guy. And he took me aside on several occasions and said, "John, don't you realize what you're doing? You're selling wine, this bullshit that you're giving away. Increasing GDP, yeah, I have it, but that doesn't measure how the people are doing." And one point he said to me, "Hey, what actually, the setting, so sorry, what was your name? Him. Okay. So yeah, Torrijos. And so we're on this yacht, which is, you know, some, but we're on this yacht, and we're sitting in the cockpit of this yacht, beautiful yacht, and drinking margaritas. We're surrounded, it's smoking Cuban cigars. We're surrounded by these beautiful young women on their topless. Yeah, I think probably this one or two of them, but. And Omar says to me, he says, "John, why don't you come work for me? Because, you know, you won't make nearly as much money, but you'll feel really good about yourself. And you'll have a lot of fun." It's the stuff we're doing, you know. And he really laid it on what I was doing, what I was selling the world and myself. And so he really opened my eyes to this. And I started looking at it more and more. And I was also dating a woman that was impressive with the first wife. And I was dating a woman in Colombia. She's Colombian. And she also did business in Panama. She had a little factory where she did not finish clothes. She bought like material for and her brother was in with becoming far. Things like terror, terrorism, and she also said, "You know, you don't really understand what your country's doing." So the big truck took me back. So she also really understood. She said, "You know, you guys start doing this. And I'm beginning my conscience on beginning to really get at what we're doing. I said, "But you can't get it. They won't let me. My life will be in danger." And she said, "No, I think if you just tell them you're tired, you're tired, you never like it." Everything's fine, so she's too pressure. And Torrijos is the beginning of the riot after all of this. And so I really began to understand what I was doing. Was Torrijos the first officer of that? Well, this was a lawyer, professor of law. He was president of and I didn't really know him well. It wasn't easy to get to know. But that's much of it. It was kind of an intro for the guy. And Torrijos was out, so I got to know him very well. And anyway, so after about 7 years of leading the Restream, I suddenly discovered I was doing and I blind myself as blind to the world. But I didn't want to believe the truth that I knew now was the truth, because I'm suddenly making a lot of money. Now, I grew up with a son teacher at Forest Prep School in New Hampshire. And we never had money at all. The house was given to us on campus by the school. I ate with 200 plus boys. We died at the time I was 4 years old. Everyone wanted for food, everyone wanted for a home, but we never had any cash. And I felt very poor in some respects. Here's rather very wealthy boys who were in life. I went to that school for 4 years in high school. And during Christmas vacation, I'd stay up here in the snow in New Hampshire town. I had a key to the gym that my dad had, and I'd throw basketballs and practice tennis against the walls by myself. My friends would be out, they'd come back talking about the orgies that they'd had in Paris or Buenos Aires or whatever. I had this complex, and that's something I find very fascinating. I'm running a president, and I've got women and so all these things that are making a really good salary and an apartment in this firm. So I don't want to believe what I'm now coming to know is the truth.
It's so many commercials about that cake. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel this place is crowded.
How many guys were there?
Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast.
Didn't know anyone else was using
Well, I got into people who just yeah, and people work for other companies like mine, so I just have people like other people. But we didn't, but you weren't dealing with that. I was the only one writing those reports. I had guys under me.
Okay.
And we had a president above me that I reported to, but I was in charge. And so, for about 3 years, I continued to play the game. My conscience was getting better, but it was increasing. I was getting pressure from Holland, Colombia, pressure from Friedhouse and others. It was just endless questions.
FutureHealth.com's future without the E.
It was tough. I was living these two world periods. And then I took a vacation in the Virgin Islands. And I went to a small city, and I was with working. In those days, it wasn't found much better than it is today. I never was cool. But, and we had to develop a hospital in Francisco, St. John, the Virgin Islands. I wrote the name Shore, and I took 6 back a year, and I kind of distilled to the Annenberg plantation. It's that old sugar plantation that was just on the hill. And I'm sitting there. It's like it's that dinner. It's giving me beautiful flowers. It's a whole plantation. Sitting in the sun setting over the Caribbean. 73 years. It's so beautiful. Somehow this plantation was built on the bones of thousands of slaves. And I realized the whole American history is built on the bones of millions of slaves, not just from Africa, but indigenous ones here, from China, whatever. And then I had to recognize as a slave. I wasn't trying to be what I was before in China, but it was slavery. I was a part of it was well like they picked up this big stick right around there and slammed it off the tree. And system and everything. And that moment and so a couple days later, I go back to Boston. I go to the president.
Here on a Saturday morning, 800.
And of course, when I couldn't, he gave me, took another sort of world job as a consultant to him for a while. And, it was hard getting out. It was very difficult getting out. Plus, at this point, I didn't have a job. So I lingered for a while. basically at this point make the decision, and when and never did anything with it. So we consulted was work with the non-electric department, we worked with wood-fired power plant, some utilities.
You don't sound that close to death, but I'm so sure. What can I do for you,
Some
Mike?
other companies. So I was doing, I continued to go pay the private company and not talking about it.
Real quick, going back to Torrio in Panama, what was the pitch to him? And after the pitch, obviously it took a couple of years for you to have your epiphany on this stuff. What ultimately happened to Torrio?
Well, so when I went down, the idea was to get him to accept a large loan to build a huge hydroelectric and also transmission lines, distributions to modernize the electrical system. And he basically said, no, I'm not going to do that. He said, if you want to work here, do small-scale projects. Help our small fishermen and our small farmers. These are irrigation projects and storage projects where the rural farmers can store their grains and store their produce and help the small farmer. If you want to do that, I'll let you know. And I went back to my boss in Boston and told him this. And he said, yeah, let's do it. We'll get into it. We've never done this kind of thing. We're not going to make anything for us. But we'll work on running to recoast over. And maybe next year we'll get to do the other projects. So we did that. And I sent a number of people who worked for me down there. That's been telling them that sociologists who look at social studies, which is very much mine. It's totally different from anything else committed other than before. And it was successful from that standpoint. And it endeared me to Doritos, but at the same time, he's telling me, yeah, that's all the stuff you're doing in these other countries and what you wanted to do here isn't going to help the people of these countries get them for rich people.
And what about the president of Ecuador? What happened with him?
Well, he refused to
To do anything.
he refused to take the loans that I was suggesting.
And what was your guys' interest in Ecuador oil?
But so both of these guys were very, very suspicious of private manufacturers within less than 3 months of each other. First one was one of those when he was playing with his wife, and a couple of staff members in the plane went down in very mysterious circumstances that all of Latin American press was an assassination of the U.S. and everybody else behind them. If you're going to kill somebody, an airplane, small plane crashes is a good way to do it because the smoking gun goes up the smoke. It's hard to prove. And Torrio's got his family together. And he said, my brother Jaime, was just assassinated. But don't worry about it because I've done what I needed to do. I successfully negotiated the country with President Carter and the Panama Canal Authority. And less than 3 months later, obviously the record changed. Which part of with this. And I've since been friends with his daughter who was 17 at the time, and then I'm sexually affected with the daughter who was not the role who was looking for in the legislature. Very, very
His family. What do they think about this? What is like the daughter? What does she think of the plane crash? Does she think it was U.S. assassinating?
Yeah, she's very careful because she's a politician now in Ecuador, so she doesn't want to piss off the United States so she's very careful about it. She says, okay.
What is the U.S.'s role in Ecuador and Panama now? Did we ever successfully implement any of these things after you left?
Yeah, we built some big things. The hydroelectric dam, like take groups by a couple of weeks, and that was all financed.
The hydroelectric dam.
But what's happened now is the Chinese have taken it, basically. So
How did they take that from us?
okay, so here's the story about what happened in Ecuador, which is sort of a model for other places. So when there was a period of 10 years in Ecuador had 8 presidents.
He says the Marines have National Guard
in that category, and just coups and counters and then in 2010, the Democratic elected president of Korea. And Korea was also becoming a friend. I just on a TV show. This is out of Mexico now. And he was president for 10 years. He has a PhD from the University of Illinois. So if you know that he can study universe system really well, he came out. And he got his master's degree in Belgium. That's actually Belgium. And as soon as he came into power, one of the first things he said was, Ecuador does not, the Ecuadorian people does not owe all the money to the World Bank like and he formed a commission to investigate that. The commission came to the conclusion that
$10 billion Ecuador owes America.
But I think I'm not sure if I was there before I came here. But imagine how money that Korea said that the commission said that people of Ecuador did not pay because these loans were undertaken during the military junta who ran the country back in the 70s.
The official says Israel has dealt a significant blow to Iran's central
military was put into control by the CIA and kept there by the CIA.
Personal data online
And they took the money and they're going to
cyber experts are saying billions of passwords have been
three
compromised.
countries of governments and so Korea said we're not paying that back. No, this was before I wrote the book that they came in. Actually, it wasn't before they formed. It wasn't before I wrote the book, and Korea endorsed the next one, so maybe that did but in any case, Korea says, he said, people don't know this money. The military guys took the loan, but they're all Miami or Sweden, Switzerland, someplace down there. They've left. They can't get after them. The World Bank probably owes them money because they never should have given a loan to us, but these things they should have known better. It's a good banker. Maybe John Perkins owes them money because he put the deal together. Korea says this is so tiny and cheap, they refused to pay the loan. So immediately, Standard & Poor's and Fitch and other rating agencies crashed Ecuador's credit score. So Ecuador became reliant on actual liquid money. They were chipped because they refused to pay their debts. Well, most of these countries couldn't pay their debts anyway. Yeah, but they said well, they could pay with oil.
They can pay with resources.
They can pay with resources, but Korea said, we're not going to do that. Was there other ways they could pay? Basically, that was it.
Just resources.
And well, also, I mean, it's public military base, which we did before Korea.
So does have a military government.
Yeah, they're all these trade-offs. Stuff some of your publicly owned government businesses.
And I want
was invested in the global investment in the next organizations vote against people these countries.
Vote with us.
Yeah, so Korea is
Exactly.
and the rating agencies downgraded
I'm not going to put you back in my car to drive an hour 40 and then an hour 40 back. Right. And when I called him, I could tell he was pissed off, so I moved on. And now it's been fucking 5 years, like 4 years I haven't spoken to him. And I feel embarrassed, so maybe that's it. You know, after a while, you just get into a groove, and you're like, I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call him. When people text me sometimes, I save the text just to remind me to call them.
Okay.
And there's text from there that I still haven't called. Number two, they're in a different time zone.
Right.
And that's always a pain in the ass for me because I go, okay, I got to call that person at this time. My time. And then something happens. You don't call that person. Like, fuck. Now the day's going on, you know, by the time. I don't like talking to people with my daughter's in the room. Right, you know, it's going to happen about when I call you in the morning. And you call me back in the afternoon when I'm surrounded by people. Right. I don't want to do that no more. I don't want to pick up the phone. Right. I'm going to pick it up.
And that, but there's like a, you know, sometimes you get busy and you don't call people back. Like, have you ever, I know your parents aren't here, but like, you know, sometimes you have to decide, like, okay, this person's not supposed to be in my life. Like that, it sounds like you just, you know, you get busy and things happen. It doesn't sound like you're like cutting people out.
No, not at all. I love them dearly. It's my old neighbor from Boulder. It's one of my teachers from North Bergen. Haven't spoken to my uncle.
Really?
December, maybe. I speak to my cousins. I speak to all my cousins, but I don't speak to my uncle. Because I call him now, he don't answer the phone at night no more. He used to be a late night guy, but now he's 86. He ain't that late no more. So I would try to call him like 11 o'clock here, 8 o'clock. I could catch him. Like last night, I thought about calling him during baseball game because I know he watches Giants all the time.
Okay.
Win plays the show, and they won last night against the Dodgers. But I got busy.
Right.
It was Father's Day. I got busy with the girls. So that's what happened there. But it's just nothing. I don't pick them. Right. It's just, you just fall into the cracks sometimes with people. So you go, well, I'm embarrassed to even call them now.
I get that for sure. There's a guy, the guy who gave me my first job in LA. One of the sweetest guys in the world, created America's Funniest Home Videos, and I fucked up. The first when I got my next job, they had like a board that you could post at the college I went to, and I posted it. And this guy is like an alumni, like a trustee at this college, and he found out I was leaving his company before I could tell him. I could tell that it hurt his feelings, and I just have it like for years. I should have written him a letter. And just because he was great to me, but like, yeah, the more time goes, you get like self-conscious about it.
You really fucking go, what the fuck am I doing? And you feel bad. And then some people hit me up on Facebook and I'll ask that number right away. And I'll call for shit like that. I like to hear, like, I haven't spoken to Rick Ramos.
No.
6 months. And I'm like, fuck. I gotta call that motherfucker. We're gonna talk about the new movie. Oh yeah, we gotta talk about shit. Every time I see Midnight Run, I'm like, motherfucker. But I know he goes to bed early. He's in Arizona, so if it's 7 here, it's 5 over there. Right. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'll call him now. Like now is when I'll call Rick. You know, like now. But there's just people. I didn't talk to Simone for a long fucking time. Wow. And then they call me in the afternoon, and I'm surrounded. And again, you make a mental note, call them later. But you got no peace of mind till fucking 7:30, then your agent calls you from LA because they're on a different time zone. So when I leave the house at 7 at night when Jeopardy's on, it's to call them back because they're calling me while I'm watching World News or talking to my daughter or eating dinner. I'm like, I'm not gonna pick up the phone now, call them later, and then I make all my calls back to back. So
I'm surprised to hear you say that, like, because like I get in my own head, like, oh, they don't want to hear from me. It's been too long. Like I wouldn't have expected you to be like that, to worry or like doubt.
I like to check on people.
Yeah,
I like to keep people on their toes and say, hey, how you doing? What's going on? You know, and they're like, I didn't expect to hear from you. Oh, nobody ever does. That's the way you do it, you know. But Dame and I still talk. I still talk to a whole lot of people. Like I still talk to a whole lot of fucking people. I just talked to my buddy from Colorado. I've known him since 1984. Two of them yesterday. Steve Schiavone texted me, and then Mike Rober, I called.
Oh, he was on the podcast, right? Yeah.
He's been on the podcast a couple of years. So a lot of those guys, you know, it's just sometimes, but I won't talk to Mike for a year. Right. Then he'll call me out of the blue one night, and I'll call him a month later. When I can talk more than I gotta call him at night because he's a wrestling coach.
It's life really goes by. I mean, so like, what was great about your week with Mercy? Like, what was going on?
Just so we would go to country like
I say it on stage, and I fucking talk about it in life that I didn't like LA because I didn't think the parents talked to these fucking kids. There's no way. There's no fucking way that there was a gap in life there where parents for 20 years didn't say nothing to their kids about what's right or what's wrong. And they all ended up in LA. It's like I said on stage the other night. That LA has like a pass to go in. Have you spoken to your dad recently? Not 20 years. Get in there. You know, you speak to your dad, every day. You're gonna have met in fucking California or Hollywood. You met the fucking Seattle. So I wanted to that's why I walked away from so many fucking things. I got people call me every day to do a fucking. I just got an email from my agent to do a podcast. They don't get it. Like, we think you should do this. All right, motherfucker. You come over here. You get in the car and drive an hour. And it's $60 for me to do a podcast. Yeah. 60, 70 bucks, no matter what. Toll, blah, blah, blah. To do a podcast that I'm not really promoting in July. Right. I don't want to go over there. I'd rather go to a fucking workout. I get more from hitting the fucking road air punches than driving for an hour and talking for 2 hours and getting back in the car. And then it's an hour and a half of traffic. I really do. I had to simplify my life. I'm not young anymore. I don't have 3 hours to throw away. I could die at any fucking minute. I'm 62 years old. I could die at any fucking minute.
So can anyone, though.
You know? Yeah. But no. Your chances of dying and my chances of dying are slim and none. Unless you go back to Tel Aviv.
I didn't tell you I'm going next week.
Yeah, good. Have a good time.
Oh, my God.
No, but, the odds are you. So now I look at my time like, what the fuck? Yeah. I don't have 3 hours to go up there to talk to you about. So how was prison? Prison was great. It was great. That's it. Right. I wrote a book. Right. Read the book and do the podcast. Right. I just don't see it.
Do the podcast with the book.
Yeah, do the podcast with the book. Ask the book question. Same shit you're going to ask me.
Right. Yeah. I can see that.
Same shit you're going to ask you. But it's not going around the corner from my house anymore.
No.
It's 3 fucking hours, $80 later. And, 4 hours of my fucking time. It got like that towards the end of LA. Oh, we opened up a studio, Marina Del Rey. Well, I'm not going down there. We do a podcast at 3. That's great to know.
I don't believe it at 11 a.m.
You got to get back on that 10 and that 4:05 at 4 o'clock. I don't wish that I wouldn't do that to anybody. No. I would never. So, I do a podcast at 3 in Marina Del Rey. Oh, don't worry about the 10 and the 4:05. I wouldn't do that to people.
And they're also no, but you have common decency.
Yeah, common, criminal. I'd have you come down at 8.
Yeah, when there's no traffic. Yeah,
when there's no traffic. I'm not gonna make you come down that train. That's what we're going. You know it. Everybody started getting studios in Marina Del Rey. Calling me up, man, we need you on the podcast. It ain't gonna happen. If it's not 11 o'clock, it ain't gonna happen. And even then, you got a problem.
No.
You might get a call with a cancellation. Because if I get up, if I stay up till 2 or something, this night I fucking, last night I went to bed at 9:50.
Did you really?
Yeah, so I'm walking around at 4:50 in the morning. Me and the cat, she's looking at me, I'm looking at her. Fucking mental support. I go downstairs, I drink an iced tea, I fucking smoke some dope. I watched Godfather Harlem for a fucking episode, and I went back up at 6 in the morning.
Oh, you went back up to bed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you doing all day from 4 o'clock?
I died. By 8 o'clock, I'd be passed out from the reefer. Because when you get up at 6 and I hit the fucking, when I get up at 4:35, I don't have to wait till 7:15 to get high. I just go downstairs, drink some water, and do 2 shots of that lung thing to open up your lungs in the morning.
Oh, the asthma inhaler?
Yeah, and I go right to the garage. I don't even fuck.
You do an inhaler before you take a bomb hit?
Fuck yeah, to open up the airways. What do you think, I'm stupid? Why should I do it after I get high?
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Does it help?
Yeah, I see the devil in the morning.
Okay. They just gave me an inhaler. Maybe I should try it.
Yeah, you should try everything you got. Look, you did how many milligrams tonight?
You tell me. I have no idea.
Last week they hit you later.
Oh, it's gonna hit me later today. Luckily, George made a cheeseburger today to save me. If I do that shit with nothing in my stomach, I get
that's why I said you're so mean. I'm the fucking doctor when it comes to this. I'm not gonna kill you.
Yes, you are. You're trying to the delayed kill.
I'm just trying to take you to a different level of life, brother.
I love it.
I'm saying, but yeah, I'll get high as soon as I get up. At 4:30 in the morning when I get up, that means I'm tired. Something woke me up, a train of thought. Maybe I had to pee, and I didn't pee, and I got to pee even more. It's always something.
But and I will give you credit. The one thing that I think you're absolutely right is because a lot of comics get like freaked out. Because I'll go to a show and I'll smoke a joint before, because you have me on that, but no one will do it. But I think getting high after, it's gonna change it. Because I had a great weekend in Albany, and I got high after my show, and I went back and watched. I got a camera, I watched my sets, and I wrote 15 new minutes just getting high after the set. It was crazy. It was awesome.
We get high before, during, and after.
That's true.
We rewrite the fucking way.
Who's rewriting?
I didn't write the story. I didn't write it.
What story?
I just told you what they told me to do.
Dude, no one told you to do this.
Lenny Bruce got high.
He did heroin.
Yeah. You want to do heroin before you go on stage?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay. I'll get some.
I think you've probably already done heroin.
I'll give you a little fucking tape. You get a little beauty.
Oh.
And then you go on stage and crack all your Jewish stuff.
Just see that?
Tell them all about the missiles. Shit.
I can't talk about that. Like Israel would kill me. That's fucking wild.
But anyway, back to your conversation about your father. I don't know if we got off this fucking thing.
Well, yeah, it's,
Do you want to call him?
You know what? I'm going to be honest, and you could probably see this. When he blocked me, I was like, you know what? Not really. And he's getting older. I probably should. People like Steve Simone gets mad at me sometimes. He's like, you got to do it. I don't know, and it's because I thought about you with your other daughter, and it's it would be real shitty if he was gone and that was the last time we spoke. But to have like someone who is important to you just block you out of nowhere for something stupid, if I would understand if we got into a fight. It was just like I'm gonna spend Valentine's Day with my girlfriend. I'll see you on Tuesday. And then I didn't find out he blocked me. I got an email that he took me off of his HBO. And then, oh yeah, that way I was like, what's going on here? And I looked, I tried to give him a call, left him a voicemail, and for 6 months I didn't block him. And then I think 6 months to a year, and I just blocked him, and we'll find out. And I'm sure I'm out of the will. Who knows? But
there's nothing left.
It's fucking crazy, Florida. But I mean, it's.
I always liked him. He was a nice guy, but he was old. He was lonely, And he was another version of me. He's never going to be sober. Right, he's always up to something. They're all the guys like that. They're always eating something. Always.
Oh, he loved your edibles. That was...
No, but he's always...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's always eating something.
But the edible, yeah.
But the edibles is just, So I don't know anymore. Listen, I don't know. I haven't spoken to those people now. I haven't spoken to my daughter. It's got to be 20-some years. And I haven't spoken to my ex-wife since, before Mercy was born. Yeah, no, Mercy was born already, so it's been 12 years. I called, I pled my case. She laughed at me. I was like, this fucking bitch. I was like, this motherfucker, this is crazy.
Because you have both sides. Like you just said, you had a great week with Mercy. Everything is going perfect. But then, does it still get to you, or at this point are you like, you know what?
Doesn't even fucking matter anymore. If you want me to lie to you, it took me down for so long that now I'm on the upper side of the spectrum. I hope she's healthy. I hope she's good, but that's it. There's nothing. What do you want me to do? What do you want to do here? Right? Even if I go over there or she comes over here, I'll be honest with you, it's not gonna work.
You don't think so?
No, and sometimes you should just leave well enough open, right? Because no matter how close we get, I'm still a man and I still have feelings. At one point, I'm going to say, what made you just not talk to me for fucking 25 years? And all of a sudden, you show up now. So, you got him, and I have to make up. I have to not make up. I have to tell her my story. Right, and if I tell her my story, that's a truth she never knew. and she'll understand. But I don't want to do that. It's not important for me to do that. We're both setting our ways. We're both setting our lives. Good luck to her. I hope she never gets hit by a truck, and I hope that she doesn't hate me or doesn't want me to get hit by a truck. That's all I can wish for right now.
Right.
You know, whatever pain I had, you know what? God threw me a 20 spot. And once in a while, God throws you a 20 spot, and they cover the fucking damage, and you're good. And it's like it never fucking happened.
It is, and it's like, cause like the first couple of years was rough. Like the first like 6 months to a year was really rough, and then it just, you know, I've been very lucky with a bunch of like great people in my life, and it's like, why am I'm not like as stoned, like not stoned, but like as like confident as you are about it, but I'm like this far, and it's like, why am I gonna like? What do we can't just go back to normal now? No, that's not going to be possible.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you're just going to slip in there like nothing happened. Listen, let me get this out of the way right now. In my world, in the world that I grew up in, and the way I grew up, I got to be honest with you. And I know a lot of people are going to be mad at me for saying this. Family's fucking overrated. Families sometimes fucking overrated. Sometimes they can help you blossom, or sometimes they can bring you the fuck down. And we all know that. We've all seen both sides of the fucking coin. I'm sorry to say that. As I was growing up, I saw how my family treated my mother. I saw how my father's family treated my mother. And she would tell me they could all suck my dick. Like, I don't give a fuck about none of these peasants. You know, and she was serious. Like, I know she loved her brother. That's the only motherfucker I know my mother loved. I know she wasn't too, I know she was crazy about that. Her mother, the father, I wasn't too sure about. But the brothers and the sisters, you know, my mother did something. She stuck up for her sister. My aunt got raped. My mom stabbed the guy. And half the family turned on her. And for years, they talked shit about her. So my mom was said, really? No, you motherfuckers can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
And then when she came to the States and started making money, they waited her up. And she would tell them right out, you go fuck yourself. And hang up the fucking phone. So she kind of taught me that as we were growing up. I still remember her going off on my father's mother. What? Right in the fucking house in New York. I must have been 7. And when we were walking out, she's like, you're not going to see this lady again. I hope not. That was the end of my grandmother. I never saw my grandmother after she died maybe 10 years later. I never went back over there.
Wow.
I went over there when she started going off with my mom, and I was like, oh shit. I'm like, my mom's going to take this bitch. Oh shit. And sure enough, my mom started calling her a fucking cunt. And then a fucking pussy husband, a pussy son was dead. Oh my God. She's like, you're not going to pussify my son. Because they always, like, they make my mom move in with them so she can learn the recipes he liked. And my mother was not that type of bitch. And I'm like, he eats what I cook. You know what I'm saying? So when I went over there, my mother put like jeans on me or something. As soon as I walked in the door, they're from Spain. They think that shit don't stink. She was from Spain. She wasn't Cuban. She started with the sneakers, the pants. You look dirty. My mom said, time out. You little fucking cunt fuck. And unloaded on her. We walked out together. She was like, you want to come back over? And I was like, not really. And that was the end of my grandmother. That was how quick that went down.
Well, yeah.
And then my mother died. And then I realized something that was more important than your blood family. It's the street family. Because I look at all you guys as blood. I don't look at you guys as fucking, you know, he's my friend. You guys are blood. That's why I get mad when you ask me about baccarat. Okay? That's why. If there was some guy already gone that pushed it on me, but it's you. You know, someone baccarat is something good for you. It's Italian nutrient. Leave me the fuck alone. But that's why I get so angry. Yeah.
I can see that.
You know, that's why I get so angry at people. So for me, my street brothers have been, and I have street brothers that'll say, hey man, I gotta tell you something. You're more brother to me than my own blood brothers.
Yeah.
And it feels different. And that's the thing. With me, I have a lot of people that they should have told it. I have like 10 friends who told their family to fuck themselves a long time.
Yeah. And it feels good when it sucks, but it feels good.
Tell your family to go fuck themselves. Tell them to go fuck themselves. This ain't gonna work no more. Because once you tell your family to go fuck themselves, they know you're not playing. It's very important that you look at all of them. And include your mother from time to time. Because they'll take you to the cleaners too. They'll drive you crazy. Oh, not your mom or your dad, but like cousins or whatever. You gotta pull them aside and go, here's the deal. No. Right, no, you're gonna take me down with this stupidity.
I think, yeah, I mean, honestly, there's so many people, it's so weird. The craziest thing that for dating for me, for like all my girlfriends, the way that a lot of parents talk to their daughters is fucking wild. Like, they talk, almost every girlfriend I've had, their parents like make comments about their weight, but then they'll feed them as they're giving them like the dish. They're like, oh, like they call her Gordo or like crazy shit, and it's like family. I don't know. You ever work at a place and you start at the bottom, even though you move up, they still see you as the bottom. I feel like that's how family is. Like they remember you as that dumb kid who shit the bed, or like whatever they did.
On the other side of the spectrum, I know people who have great families.
Oh, amazing! Yeah, part of my family's great.
I know people who have fucking great families. I know people that, but after a while, as you start getting old, you gotta look at your family and go, what's gonna happen with this money? Because what tears up a family more than that shit. Some stupid fucking envelope. And that's where you have to start looking at as you get old. Like, what am I gonna do? That's why all these musicians wait till they sell their rights. $500 million. You think they want to sell them? No. But they don't want the bullshit that comes after them when they die. And everybody's going to go to war for that money. Now we know what we're getting. There's no more bullshit. You see Quincy Jones, he's giving them each $81 million. Damn, to his 8 kids, $81 million. So everybody knows there's no fucking drama. And there's always something with families. There's always something with them. And for me, I didn't have to. Like, for me, I just didn't have it. Like, when my mother died, I had my uncle in California. He's like, you come with me in California. Right. What is it? What does it mean? Fucking California. Yes, that's what I want to do. Miami. Just get fucking the worst thing of your life happened in the country. And then, I remember, like, 8 years ago, my mother did 5 fucking years. California, my uncle was called you. But what? You have a quarter for what? I'm out here fighting these motherfucking demons for myself. What are you bitches gonna do to me? 300 miles away. Not a thing. Right. Not a thing. What am I gonna talk to you for? About what? What do you want to talk about? My strategy for the day? Survive. What do you want to talk about? Right. Dude, this is the first time I think ever that I even heard about your dad's side of the family. Like your dad's mom? I mean, I don't remember a lot of the church, so it's possible, but no, I don't remember ever hearing about it. No, it was done when it started. Wow. No reason to tolerate that shit. I'm not taking it from friends, I'm not taking it from family. And now, like, I don't even, a couple years ago, fucking some idiot popped up on Facebook saying that he was my half-brother. And so this other idiot from North Bergen actually believed it and gave him my number. Oh, no. Without telling me, I'm at Jimmy Florentine's watching a football game, and this guy's home right now. It's my sister. Oh, my fucking good cousin. And it's my half-stepbrother. I didn't even know you had a half-stepbrother. You think I did? It was a fucking surprise to me, too. Oh, no. Gee, how did you get rid of him? I told him I was watching the Jets. No, he called and I'm like, hey, man. He's like, oh, I don't know if you know about me. My dad, your dad, our dad was married to my mom first. And then something happened. They broke up. And then my dad met your mom. They had you, and I never saw him again. All this shit. I went to prison in Cuba. I have the same story as you. And he was calling around to see if he could get sponsored. Because they had a new sponsor system out of Cuba. Where you put your bank account up in money up? No.
That's pretty ballsy.
You need 500 to get up here? I'll give it to you. Yeah, you need to take it out. Which I'm not ready to put it. I'm not sponsoring no one. I don't need none of you fucking human girls coming up here stabbing somebody like I just think I'm getting people. No.
Oh, like it's that serious? Like you're basically signing up bail for him? Like,
well, he called me first to feel me out. And I was like, listen, this is all great and dandy. Can we talk about this during the weekend Sunday at 2 o'clock? Right? You know, first I'm here Sunday at fucking 2 o'clock. I'm like, you know. And then he never called me. And then my uncle called me a week later. He goes, listen, all your cousins are calling now because they want to get, there's a new type of sponsorship. They tried to get me to do it. They asked me for my bank account. And I told them, looks like you're going to stay in Cuba. I'll send you money. I'll send you a lifeline. But I'm not giving you my fucking bank account.
No, you can't risk. You have too much going on.
No, I'm not doing any of that stuff. I got a daughter. That's all I give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I just can't. So,
like, did having mercy like make you change your mindset? Is that when like your mindset started to change about like all these other people, like a family had called, 20 years ago, and you had a little bit of money? Like, it's like the fact that you have like a family that
listen. If you know anything about me, I'll help anybody. But there's a difference between helping and calling. You know, that's it. If any of my friends call me and say, listen, I got my call last night. My fucking engine flew out or something like that. I'm more prone to help you than what a coincidence. We're cousins now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
my name's Diaz.
What a coincidence, you know. He didn't ask for money. He just wanted to see if I take the papers for sponsorship. And I told him, I have my own problems. I don't have no fucking passport. Right. I'm not really legal or not legal. You know, I told you, I went to that UFC last week. I'll tell you guys the whole fucking story of what I went through mentally. No, because I went to the UFC and I got an APL. And I sat there and I went to my pocket and I had a root bag. Maybe a gram. I tell you this last week, maybe a gram of like, right? Maybe. It was the bottom of the leg. And I took half and I ate it because I was eating. I realized I'm in the fucking front row. On camera with a baggie in my fucking hand. And I'm like, they're gonna throw me under the fucking jail. And finally I started getting high on everything, and I noticed when I was sitting back that there was a fucking agent looking at me. Just at me. Like locked eyes. And she had another agent that was just looking. It was a woman with white hair that was cute. And another partner that was a white lady. And they were looking at me like, and so now, in my THC paranoia and the mushroom paranoia, I'm thinking I fucked up. They saw the mushroom bag, but not only that, I gave them my social security number and my background information.
Why?
Because that's what I needed to give them before I went to the UFC, because Trump was the president.
Oh shit, they did that?
Yes.
Holy shit.
So now I'm sitting there going, I'm going to fucking jail tonight. Everybody thought I was looking like Kyle Harris's ass. I'm like, I'm going to fucking jail. They just waiting for me to get up.
Oh.
And then one time I asked the guy, I got to go to the bathroom. He goes, you don't want to go over there. Come to the back.
Oh no.
And he pulled me down and walked past those people. Well, they did everything but sniff me. They knew me from something. They were like looking at me the whole way. I'm like, God damn it. They're going to fucking arrest me. And he's like, no. He's broken camera. He's excellent. You know, whatever the fuck he is. He's like, no, I know that lady. She's not going to do anything. Jeez, I was scared the whole night. I was going to get up there, leave, and they were going to go, Mr. Diaz, we need to talk to you.
Did you even know you had the, like, did you bring mushrooms to the UFC, or did you just forget that you had mushrooms?
No, I brought them. I brought them to have a good time. I'm going to have a good time. I didn't bring mushrooms to purposely take.
Okay.
I took them just in case I bump into somebody. And the party started, and I want to be there.
Yeah, but then you didn't bump into anybody, you just took all of them?
No, I took like half the bag and it hit me a little bit.
Oh,
yeah, that's it.
Did the mushrooms get you anxious? Is that why you were freaking out? Or
I think it was both my anxiety and my paranoia. But I sat there after I going, I fucked up. These motherfuckers are going to arrest me. They got me.
Well, I don't think it would have mattered on pay-per-view. On like ESPN, maybe they would have been upset.
No, everything. It's not pay-per-view. It's not ESPN. I'm worried about it's mushrooms. It's a half a gram. They're going to give me a ticket and smack it. And that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about them taking my real Social Security fucking number.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about.
Oh.
I'm not worried about the mushrooms, you fuck.
Oh, that was the
I'm worried about them picking me up with ice. I told you. Last week I didn't take the garbage out. I did that today for the first time, okay? I don't need this shit in my life. They don't know. I don't fucking know. Right. Listen, one day I went snooping upstairs. When we lived in Gibbonette Terrace. I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm maybe 9. I go snooping upstairs. And there's this little fucking box that you open up and it's got like, it's supposed to be perfumes. My mother used it for pictures. And I went in one of the things and I took it out. It was just a piece of black paper. Black paper, George. Like this. Black paper with white letterings. It was my birth certificate from Cuba.
Oh, shit.
Okay, and it said Jose Antonio Diaz and all this shit. Blah, 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 blah. My father was a waiter, which he wasn't. Otherwise, it said waiter on that. And something else, and a bunch of bullshit from Cuba. And I took that birth certificate as a kid. And I had it. And then I think when I went to get my driver's license, a little after that, I lost it. So that's 1980, 81. I lose my fucking birth certificate. I don't have a birth certificate for years. And then throughout the years, I lose my fucking driver's license. I just lost the card. I had no ID. In those days, you didn't need a fucking ID to fly. Now, when I got to Colorado, I went to get a job. They're like, you need a license, Social Security card, and birth certificate. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And my friend goes, you get your birth certificate. Just call and send it, whatever it is. Box 25, what is the zip code? 10002. You send it and they send you a birth certificate. Right. I'm like, how would they have my Cuban birth certificate? I'm like, I'm not gonna let them go in. Joey, we don't have birth certificate. I came in now. And it was brand new and completely different than what was said on the other one. Really? There was no lettering, there was no waiters, there was nothing. It just said Jose Antonio Diaz, born February 1963, some hospital, and it was a seal and everything from New York. I go, oh, thank you.
And I'm not gonna start nothing.
Then I had to make a copy and I sent it back to get my Social Security card.
Yeah.
I got my license, but that's how I did it. But I never knew, so I don't really know.
So you don't want to fuck around.
When I was a kid, all my mother told me was, yeah, you're born in Cuba. But when I went to LA in 85, my uncle's like, oh, you're born in New York. And I'm like, what the fuck?
So you don't even know, you're not even really sure?
I don't know.
Damn. Why would your mom, who do you think is right?
She drank. I didn't get V8.
Make sure you know all your and so
every day?
If she missed breakfast, she put a raw egg in it.
Oh!
rejected by
And a beer with an orange juice, tomato juice? That's fucked up. Yeah, I might believe your uncle.
I don't fucking know. So I don't know. The Secret Service, when they look you up, they don't look you up for fucking jaywalking.
Yeah, but I don't. If the Secret Service was there, they don't like let you wait. Like they'll just tackle you.
No, we're not gonna tackle me. You see everybody else is getting tackled. We're not gonna tackle me. They're gonna come over and say we need to have a word with you. Real quick outside the gazebo. Walk out there with them, and there's two other cars. Listen, we found some problems in your birth certificate, and we'd like to take you to whatever. That's what I thought was gonna happen in my mind.
Yeah,
that's how I live. I live like that.
Like the worst is gonna happen?
No, that fucking ICE is gonna come get me any fucking day now. I'll be out that day. You have to give yourself a chubby white chick to come out there and save me and bang on the bus. Oh, Santonio. Oh, Santonio. Wear a flag, a Cuban flag out there. Half Jew, half Cuban.
I'll get Israel on the case. Oh my God!
The case, forget about
it. That would suck if that happened.
I'm scared to pieces every fucking day. It's funny. I was just telling you, George and I went to a party on Saturday, and Dave the cop was there. And I was talking to Dave, and I was telling Dave. He asked me a question about something. I go, Dave, right? Rob Campbell, rest in peace. Right after I robbed Campbell, maybe like 2 months ago, I was watching the show. I'm on bail. I'm watching a stupid show at night. about a guy that went to a dance in high school. Got into an argument with another guy. The guy hit him with a bottle, but he took the guy and bit his fucking ear off. Damn. Like in 1950 fucking 9 at a dance. He lived in like somewhere close to like Idaho. And he went home and he told his parents, and his parents were scared for him. So they flew him to an aunt's house in like Cleveland. And he went to Cleveland, he finished high school, he went to college, got his high school, his college degree, married his high school sweetheart, fucking had kids, became a pillar in his community, lived under an alias. 35 fucking years. And one day he was cooking, he cut his hands. And he went to the hospital, they ran a background check, and they threw him in fucking jail. They were gonna fucking throw him in jail for 20 years, but then the big argument was, hey, he's been in the community for 35 fucking years without even getting a fucking jaywalking ticket. Right. So he ended up doing like 3 years, you know. I always remembered that story. Of course. When I got in trouble, the guy at the Hertz kept saying, my buddy owns the Costa Rica one. We'll get you down there. You can get the management program. We'll change your number. You'll change your name. And I'm like, man, I can never come back to the United States. No. Like, I could never, you know. Thank God he didn't do it. Did you feel the urge to do it at all? Or you're like, oh, man, you know what? Maybe. No, because I knew the deal. And I'm lucky I didn't, because I got sentenced in August. That September, America's Most Wanted came out. I don't know if you would have been on America's Most Wanted. I'm just saying, you dumb fuck. No, you don't have to kill somebody to be America's Most Wanted. Right, they could always call you. If it's a fucking fraudulent check and you keep doing it, right, and if they have a hard time catching somebody, they'll put you on America's Most Wanted, even if it's for fucking selling drugs. Jesus. If they have like 4 or 5 years and they can't make you fucking with them, like you get it out of their neighborhood and shit, they'll go fucking. Right. If they know you're around, they get reports, they'll put you on America's Most Wanted or local stations, America's Most Wanted. The bootleg ones, because now most towns have them. They do? I haven't seen those. You watch the news. Also, there's like, have you seen this man? And it's like, you know, wanted for burglary, halitosis, you know, whatever else he's got. Well, and it would have, like, you know, me, I'm a pussy. I would have, like, jail would freak me out. But I can imagine, like, if you, let's say you did bail and, like, run away before your case. Like, it's not like you would have had a relaxing life at the Hertz and the Dominican Republic. You would have been like a fuck. You would have been depressed. No. I know a guy now that can't come to Jersey. He's been gone for 30 years. He left a little before me, maybe 35 years. Is he still in the country? Oh, yeah. Okay. He just can't come back to Jersey. Just Jersey. Does it fuck with him? Yeah. You had to turn it into something else to make it easier. Right. You know, you not wanting to go back to Jersey is one thing. You're not allowed to go back to Jersey. That's another thing. That's fucking crazy. I can say to you, I hate Jersey. I'm sick of the tolls. I'm sick of fucking, you know, not having money at the toll. Now they want to send me a fucking bill. You know, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but when they don't let you in, that's completely different. Yeah, who doesn't want to come back home when you're 65 years old to see your friends? You know, I think only like 1 friend, 2 friends have visited him for 30 years. I've seen him because he comes to my shows in Austin and he used to this shit. But it's weird. That's a weird fucking life, man, to have, you know. But in the contrast to that, I'm asking you about this now. What about a person without a warrant that comes from another country like the people in LA last week? And again, I'm not political, but I want you to think about this. When you came to this country, you're hard working, you didn't rape nobody, you didn't sell drugs, you're not in violation with the cartel, and you get a job, your wife works, you raise your kids, maybe you got a scholarship to UFC. They came and scooped your ass up last week just for being illegal. Right? What's the argument there if you're a politician? Because, again, you haven't done another 37 years, so what the fuck? You didn't have 1 week to go get your American citizenship. They make it hard. That's like, oh, they make it really fucking hard. And it's like, for someone who's not like too dumb to be political, like
the criminals and stuff, yeah, get them out of here. And even then, also, like you're right. There are a lot of people who do it the right way, and you should do it the right way. But if you've been here and trying to do things, or even if you're not trying to be a citizen, but you have a job at a farm, who really cares? Like that. It is. I see both sides of it, and like to hear, and I know you're being funny, but like not to hear, but to hear that you're like scared must suck. Like
oh no, that I'm being funny about.
Right.
But you really gotta think about it.
Yeah.
Like they could make mistakes.
Oh yeah, it's so easy to make mistakes.
I mean, listen, one of the big ones. I've seen him on Joe Rogan. He's okay. One of them, I hope. Say, no, that's not the guy. I've seen him with Joe Rogan. Let's call the police. Let's make sure and double check.
But it seems like they're grabbing everybody, which is like,
but here's the funny thing. I don't know if anybody of you guys saw this. The New York Times put a thing on the internet about Rubio's father.
No.
And he was here illegally, the whole thing. And now Rubio's part of it. Let me tell you something. Okay. There's two Cubans here. Right where we go eat. Right down there. That have been here 40 years. And they're still walking around.
Do you think they're good? Do you think they're nervous? Or they're so hidden?
Maybe not. Maybe what we're going to do, take them back to Cuba. They're 90 already. They don't give a fuck.
And the thing that would freak me out, and because I follow two people on Instagram right now, Alfred Robles and Jesus Trejo. Like Jesus was going to shoot a special, he had to delay it, and it's like it does like the part that would scare me, and it's like this is like white privilege, is like what if you're 100% a citizen or you have like a green card and like you are trying to do things the right way, and like I would feel nervous that like a Spanish person that they're just going to come grab me no matter what. Like that would be a shitty way to feel.
You have to have a little bit of fear if you have brown skin right now.
Yeah.
You could be walking down the street going to buy fucking pastelito, and all of a sudden the guy pulls up with a car with a hook, and these motherfuckers, it's like when you bomb on stage, they have that hook, and they pull you, and you're like, wait, one more jump. No.
Right.
And they come up with Subarus.
Oh no.
They're pulling up with lesbian cars.
They're tricking you with the Subarus.
They're not those black cars, and not anything. They're fucking slick, quick, and bad to the bone. They execute those things. You don't even know what it is. You're talking, no, say it. They're walking into the car, and okay.
When it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're going out to the station and sort it out. Tell it to the judge, motherfucker.
No, dude, it's getting crazy out there for like look, we joke about the bombs in Israel, but on both sides. Imagine if there were rockets.
Iran was fucking them up this afternoon. Fucking them up. Israel was like, we don't, but Israel's roping up with them right now. Israel's about to drop the big one. Like Red Fox used to always say, I got the big one, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
It's coming, Elizabeth. Then I feel the big one. They just rope it up right now. Bah, take a little punches. Yeah, you blew up Tel Aviv. Okay. I mean, listen, if you think the pager plot was brilliant, did you see how they did this last one? They did a commotion and got them all together, and within a split fucking second, they bombed them when they were all there. That's fucking intelligence to the fucking max. They know everything. They got you, man. They got you. I mean, if you thought the pager was brilliant, they tested the pager to make sure that if you blew up, the person next to you wouldn't blow up. The kindness of the Jews never seems to
often overlooked, yeah.
Often overlooked.
The kindness of the Jews.
But this blow up, when they got everybody together and just fucking pulled the trigger. When they were all together yelling and screaming, what are we going to do? He got the nuclear people, he got the fucking heads of the thing. I mean, at least in that crying, there was no babies in that room. You know what I'm saying? White people would have been, oh, there was a baby in the room.
But it does, like, sometimes when I get high, I get freaked out. Like, just even being in the city now, like, if I was saying, like, if anyone's going to drop a bomb anywhere in the country, New York is top 3, like, between DC, New York, and LA, there's a good chance of a bomb getting dropped. Like it's just something we have to live with now.
They dropped the bomb in LA. It was called that fire.
Yeah.
And nobody has said a word about that fire ever again. It's like the riots. As soon as Israel bombed Iran, we'll leave LA. It's just that one Mexican with the flag bothering people. That poor bastard. The flag was bigger than him. He's out there. He looked like one of Columbus's guys on the boat that was pushing the sails. You never saw that guy.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it's nice to see you, man.
Nice to see you, buddy.
I guess the last 2 weeks, the whole thing. Where you at this week?
This week on Thursday the 19th, I'm at the Shortstop Bar and Grill in Westfield, and I got shows coming up at the end of the month.
I'm doing a surprise show on the 19th. That's damn so.
Oh, yeah?
Thursday night. You better kiss yourself.
Fuck yeah. Do you know what you want to announce where? It's going to be a surprise.
I'm just going to announce it Thursday morning. Not even. I'm going to announce it Thursday at 6.
Oh, that's badass.
Like Prince and the Revolution. You know what I'm saying?
That's so
I
cool.
don't care if 3 people show up.
Oh, they'll be wanting it. It'll
I
be
can
like a...
smoke weed there too, so I want
Oh, yeah? Oh, man.
That's what I'm looking to do now, a show. We just smoke a joint, the whole audience, and fucking Uncle Joey, not everybody's joint. Your own joint, bring your own fucking shit.
Oh, my God.
You're not touching my joint with your fucking flu COVID lip. You know what I'm saying?
That's so cool. I'm mad I'm going to be gone now.
Where you gonna be?
I have to go back to Boston for a couple of days.
Go take care of Mom. And the following week, we're at the fucking dojo on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
And straight to NJ Pack on Friday night.
That's crap. I'm going to get ready for it.
Hell yeah. And then we'll get my tooth. You won't see me in July. And then my fucking
Oh, is that when they're fixing everything?
everything.
Nice.
The other side. They put braces on for a few weeks. It was like I had teeth.
Okay.
It'll be a lot of fun. You know what I'm saying?
NJ Pack is going to be pretty fucking cool.
You know what's going to be cool? The dojo. I love you motherfuckers
I love the dojo.
with all my heart and soul. We will see you next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Tip top motherfucker Magoo. Stay black.
I had a guy following me around for several days after the conceptions. It's time for an upgrade. At public.com, you can invest in almost everything. Stocks, bonds, options, and more. You can even run your cash to market when 1% pays a while. But the real game changer, Public was designed he speaks fluent Spanish and spent a lot of time in America his life. And I said to him, you know, how come you're not really writing truth about so much of what's going on? And I understand the policies that we're saying in some countries that they're labeling as dangerous and so on. Why do you know about this thing? And he says, well, John, you know, he says, the New York Times tried to stop I'm not censoring it's writers. I'm not told that I can't write. I can write anything I want. But my editor has discretion as to what he publishes. And he's under the influence of the publisher. He's under the influence of all of our advertisers. So, you know, I got to be very careful that I don't write something that's going to piss off the publisher or some of the advertisers. So, and he says, you know, if I don't publish frequently, if my editor doesn't accept my articles, then I don't do my job. So he says, theoretically.
Yeah. Well, I had a guy on here, Jack Murphy, who's a former Ranger. He got out of the military and decided to be a journalist and write some of the stuff that's happening in the military, wars, and stuff like that. I'm sorry for people that are listening to the whole story of the podcast, so I'm doing this for the 10th time. But anyways, he was working on a big article for about a year after
He took those women to his room and he
sources that were former CIA, who were basically telling him that the CIA was using a NATO spy service, the NATO allied spy service, to conduct sabotage inside Russia, like lighting ammunition warehouses on fire, blowing up train tracks. It's like that's the CIA on part of the ability to use some of their own people to do this stuff. And he was working with one of these top 3 publishers in the U.S., working on this article on one of the editors of one of the publications because they wanted to publish it. Do the whole process, back and forth, very open line of communication between them. When it came time to publish the article, the editor says, okay, well, I got it by the deputy director of the CIA.
the special, you know, please put that together now. We got to still shoot a wraparound. So it's going to be a while. So I know that you guys are very proud of the thoughts, the support, the question, but special won't be around till maybe December, maybe end of November. We'll keep you posted here. But New York City was just fucking sensational.
You see, you texted me. That's why I know it's good. When you text me pictures of all the chins dragging in.
Oh, right.
So jealous. Is that what you started?
They picked me up in Canada, went to the hotel, checked in, which is the first time I stayed at this one with suites. And it was just phenomenal. Fucking, I'm close to Rudy's, I'm close to the Cuban joint, which delivered to my hotel room.
So here's the question I had.
So they have ways.
If
We're live.
you went to
That's not blatant in your face. They can't just
So
say,
this story is about, we're talking about G. Gordon Liddy. So G. Gordon Liddy, this episode of Miami Vice, was a sergeant in Vietnam. And right when Saigon fell, he held on to 300 kilos of pure heroin. He took it to the United States in dead bodies. This was the episode about 1986 Miami Vice. They bring it to Miami. They sat on it for 20 years until the value went all the way up, just like an investment. And then he let it loose. But by that time, it got contaminated. It started killing junkies all up and down the East Coast. It was really an episode. So they had to go in and dig for G. Gordon Liddy. And this motherfucker shows up, right? It's like this board meeting. That's when I had to leave the house. He shows up to this board meeting. He's like, yeah, the heroin was mine, blah, blah. He goes, I get it. They called him Sergeant Real Estate. And in the episode, he goes, I guess you guys forget who the hell I am. He turns around. He goes in his briefcase, and he throws a chain of ears on the table, and he walks out. Well, that's it. That's the episode. Tremendous.
And this is 80 what?
This is 86, this episode of Miami. This is way before American Gangster was talking about it. This was already after they were bringing heroin and dead bodies. And that's how the episode starts. The reporter takes Devin Johnson to the morgue, and he opens it up in Vietnam. He goes, this is your friend. Stick your hand in there. It was just pure heroin.
That was what they did, right?
That's what they were doing towards the end. I don't know the beginning. But it was really the CIA. They blamed it all on some black guy from Harlem.
Well, you know, there's a guy named Mr. Nice. I forget what his name is. Something Banks. He's a famous drug dealer. And what he said was it wasn't the CIA. What it was is some people in the CIA. He said it's some cowboys in the CIA, and that's what makes the most sense to me. Like this idea that the big organization, the CIA, would be involved in drug smuggling seems like so crazy.
Joe Rogan, it's too many.
There's plenty of people. There's plenty of people that did do it. Look, like there's plenty of examples. Like there's an example right now, this thing called the Silk Road. You know about the Silk Road? The Silk Road was this underground drug dealing like network that this guy had created, and they were just selling mad money, mad drugs like underground. And they created this thing like it's a total. What it is it operates like completely under the wire. And these DEA guys, I think it was DEA, they infiltrated and they got into the Silk Road. One of the first things they did, they started stealing money. Now these guys are in jail. They're going to jail right now. They're in court right now, and they're wondering like whether or not this case is even valid because these guys, for sure, had access to this guy's account. And part of what they were trying to try this guy on is his complicity. That he was complicit in the drug selling, and there was also some possibility that people were murdered, although there was no body. There's a lot of kinky shit going on with this. And the kinkiest part is that the agents were stealing money, Bitcoins. Yes, they were stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Bitcoin. So they realized that there was a lot of value in this. Like, that shit has always gone on. I think the reason why you have guys like this that are showing up in the Silk Road case, there's always been cowboys. But I think there's been good guys, too. There's been guys who are in the CIA that really did it for America. This guy, Michael Baker, man, I'm pretty good at recognizing bullshit. You know, and he's a long-time CIA operative. He's a fucking great guy. I mean, he really does seem like he loves America. Like, I don't think he's bullshitting. I think there's a lot of those guys. They get in those positions and they get a group of them together, just like they did with Rampart, those fucking bad cops. They get a group of them together and go, what happened? They get to go, look, all these guys are making money. Right? Fuck them. They're all criminals and scumbags and cunts. Let's just get some of this money, man. Let's just get some of this money. Come on, man. We're never going to stop these fucking people. This is what we do. We keep throwing a few of them in jail. We do whatever the fuck we got to do. We're the gang. We got the law on our side. Let's fucking make some money. That's what they want.
When I said CIA, I should have said that. You're absolutely right. There was factions, like a brown bag, like a black bag faction that went in after the Marines would go in and they shoot everybody and throw cards, whatever the fuck it was. When you're shipping heroin, from wherever the fuck that is considered, all the way to the United States, to 3 or 2 different airports. People have to unload them. You have, whatever people walking through your plane when they first come in, to inspect them. That's a lot of people you got to grease. It has to be somebody huge.
Yeah.
This isn't me and you getting a boat and going to Colombia and paying some guy with me a red band, and we just shoot across with police scanners and try our best, to infiltrate, to bring in that amount of heroin, you have to spend a lot of dough. That's where your costs come in. That's where you set the wholesale and the retail prices. Years ago, 20 years ago, they would smuggle it 60 miles in, 70, 45, 50 miles in from the United States around Miami, and they would dump it overboard with weights. And 12 hours later, the boom would explode, and the bales would rise up, and you'd come by, a fisherman would come by and put the bales in. Meanwhile, the DEA was looking for that boat that was speeding across on their radar. But they would throw, that takes expensive equipment to devise, something to throw you, 50 pounds of cocaine 100 feet under the water, and then 12 hours later, everything blows, and your coke rises to the top, and now some guy comes and just picks it up. This is brilliant stuff.
That's so crazy.
This is what the
That's really what they did?
That was one part of the things they did.
Oh my God.
After a while, to beat the federal government, you gotta, and it doesn't, listen, man, what the budget is for fighting drugs and what a drug dealer spends a month. I'm talking about a guy that's bringing in 1,000 kilos a month of powder, whether it be heroin or fucking cocaine. That's big powder. Somebody's got to be turning around.
Right.
And they were flooding the market with heroin. I remember being a little boy in New York and going to visit my godmother or my mother's friends and seeing people everywhere, not early New York to me was a fucking, this shit, what's the show now? Where people are dead walking around Atlanta? I saw that growing up. I saw that growing up as a kid, where they used to have, in Harlem, Spanish Harlem, Black Harlem.
Skid Row is scarier than all of them.
They had people nodding at the lights. People waiting across the street and they nod at the fucking lights.
You know what they don't have, though, in New York that they have here in LA? See, New York, all these cities have buildings. There's like these streets where these people are. It's like these are places where other folks go. Like you got all your homeless people, you got your poor people, but there's cars that go through those areas, and it's it's well traveled. Like New York blends more. LA has these blocks that are just homeless people. When I mean just homeless people, I'm talking thousands. Like there literally might be 1,000 people on this block. Oh, dude.
You seen them?
Oh yeah. You make a wrong turn and you get right in the middle of it.
It's a Michael Jackson video.
Yeah.
It really is. It's insane.
Where?
In downtown. There's a spot what they call Skid Row.
It actually says, if you go on Google Map and type Skid Row Los Angeles, it actually says Skid Row.
And it's like a mile long. I mean, it's a couple blocks long.
It's a lot. There's a lot of it. There's more than one area. There's like one long street. But we used to work, when we did Fear Factor, we used to work in these buildings. And these buildings were a lot of them abandoned textile buildings, or they were renting them out. It's where American Apparel actually is made. It's really weird. We were in the American Apparel factory. We had to go through the American Apparel factory to get to the roof. We watched them make their clothes. They didn't make them in downtown LA. It's like one of the things they pride themselves in. Jesus fucking Christ, Joey Diaz. But we would go to the top of these. Hang up on Jesus Christ. Check. Sorry. We would go to the top of these buildings, and you could literally, there's areas where you could see them like leaking out into the rest of the streets. And if you drove down there, the street, I'm not bullshit, you would see hundreds of homeless people just swarming the streets. And there's these areas where they have it's crazy, Joey. They have these areas where they have, they give them food, or they have, areas where they can get medical assistance, stuff like that. And those areas are particularly dense.
Now, when I shot NYPD Blue, I shot at a downtown location from Pool Hall, kind of, sort of. And they had tons of homeless people. When I was standing there, I heard people going in, talking about how they had day rentals. The government would pay for 15 days, and they'd be out in the street for 15 days. Shit like that, but I didn't see that. I didn't see like a tent bill.
This seems mild compared to what I saw. When was this? What year is this? Okay, maybe they've cleaned it up a little.
Well, it's also during the day. I've gone through the night.
Oh, yeah,
nighttime.
night.
That's scary as fuck.
Jamie, hold on, go back. I want to see what the statistics were. Go
There's
back to the
homeless
statistics.
people in every city, and it's out of proportion. Some cities more than others.
Here, pause on that for a second. Skid Row's in the area downtown LA. 2006. The population of the district was 17,740. Skid Row is defined as, oh my God, what the fuck does that mean? Is it defined in a decision by Jones versus City of Los Angeles, the area east of Main Street, south of 3rd Street, and west of Alameda Street. So it's kind of like a block. It's like an area, but that area has 17,000 homeless people. Is that right? That's a goddamn Kevin Hart concert. That's a
With
Kevin
the fire and everything.
That's a Kevin Hart sold out Madison Square Garden 3 fucking shows in a row. He's a monster.
He's an all-time high.
He's the biggest comedian of all time. Kevin, no one's ever been as big as Kevin Hart as far as like popularity. No one even close. I can't think of one person. I think there's a couple guys that like got up to that edge, but I think he's taken it to a totally different stratosphere. Like Dane got pretty far, got on that edge. Louis on that edge. But Kevin Hart is like routinely doing these crazy arena shows. He's doing 40,000 plus people, or he's sold 40,000 plus tickets already for a show in Philly where he's filming a special. Dude, it's just total next level positive energy shit. If you go to that kid's Instagram page, his Instagram is all about like positive, like energy, like get going to work. I'm doing what I love to do. I'm working. Shows him in the gym, putting work in.
He does 5Ks with people in neighborhoods and shit. Did you see that they were chasing him last week in Boston? He flew into the fucking game. He's got a reality show. He's got a cartoon. He's got him for snouts.
He's got his own line of underwear. He do whatever the fuck he wants. He's an animal.
It would suck being in those concerts though and being like the back. That cannot be enjoyable hearing like
huge screens, and the way they acoustically set up these things. It used to be a problem. Like I told you that I used to work at Great Woods. It's kind of a funny story because it was during a Bill Cosby show that there was an issue. Bill Cosby and there was a Rodney Dangerfield show, the same issue. And the issue was the way Great Woods is set up. It's an amphitheater, so you're indoors in part of it, and part of it is outdoors. The back of it leads out to this like lawn area, or at least it did when I worked there. And so you could hear, if you were under the canopy, there's like an acoustic canopy above all the seats in the front, but then in the back there was no seats. So it's like you had monsters behind you. So you try to watch a show, like there was one big fight. I want to say it was Judas Priest? Was it Judas Priest? No, Jethro Tull. It was Jethro Tull. There was a Jethro Tull concert, and there was a fucking mad riot because people started lighting fires up in the hood, up in the grass area. They were just lighting fires, and there was not enough of us to sort of like control it all because it was getting really fucking crazy. So I put my security jacket, I put a hoodie on over my security jacket, zipped it up, threw the hoodie over my head, and said, "Fuck this job," and I just quit. I was like, "You can't pay me $9 an hour to get killed." Because this is fucking madness. I saw fist fights. My friend Larry, who's like one of the nicest guys in the world, punched some guy, and I was like, "Oh, I'm fucking that." If Larry's hitting people, Larry's like the sweetest of sweethearts. And I'm like, if this guy's hitting people, I am gone. There's a madness in the air. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
I got pissed off at the Jethro Tull concert too, because he breaks out the flu.
Once he breaks out the flu, you're like, what the fuck is this? The people from the East Coast, we don't like flus. We don't like flus. My point was in the back area, the green grass area, you couldn't hear the words. You didn't understand what the fuck it was. It was all echoes. It was all blah, 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 blah. Like people were pissed. They go, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Rodney was killing too, and so was Cosby. Cosby was killing.
We were just, Jamie and I were talking about Red Rocks. If you've been to Red Rocks, you get so impressed with the sound. You're like, gee, and I went like in 80-something, and then I went like in 90-something, and it was like being indoors.
That's amazing.
And Fiddler's Green, which is a little smaller, I think, on the other side of Denver, they had an issue there, but now, even a Hollywood Bowl.
Jesus, look at Red Rocks. How many people are there?
What's the top? Not too many, I think, I don't think.
That's insane.
Look how beautiful.
Did you do stand-up there? Did you ever do stand-up there? They do it there.
Yeah, somebody did.
Chuck Roy was doing a set there. He was doing like a movie night where he would like host and do some comedy. Yeah, Brody did. Brody didn't get paid for that one. That was one that Brody didn't get paid for. They fucked him out.
He should
have fucking went on Twitter. Did he get his money?
I think so.
Well, we were retweeting it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm sorry, I finally got my money for content number 3.
But listen, what they did was crazy. He had 2 shows. One was in a small theater, and one was in this big theater. He was doing a show in the small theater, and they go, would you like to do a show in the big theater? So he goes, yeah, sure. Thinking he's going to get paid. They asked him, do you want to work? He put his name on the bill. Like he tweeted pictures of the lineup. They had his name in the lineup. It wasn't like a guest set or anything like that. It was a guy they had scheduled on the show. And nobody wants to go up first. You don't want to go up first in front of fucking 15,000 people. You want to get the crowd warmed up first. Brody had to go up there and do the hardest spot of the night. The second hardest spot of the night. The hardest spot of the night is like following someone who crushes. Like if you're going on after Diaz, that's the hardest part of the night. But the second hardest part of the night is the first guy. The first guy, his first couple minutes is kind of like a throwaway. You got to kind of get everybody loose, get everybody feeling good, and then boom, hit them. And the material has got to have very few bumps in it because you're trying to hypnotize these fuckers. So like the early material has got to be like real smooth. The more herky-jerky the earlier stuff is, less likely to trust you motherfucker. You can't even get me in a goddamn trance. You're slipping with your words, you know? But if you go out there just smooth style and just walk right into it and really know what the fuck you're doing to get things started, you forget about that. I forget about that. I opened for Callan when he was doing his DVD. I just opened. It was the first time I had done that in forever. I was like, ooh, this is interesting. It's like a different, you kind of got to get everybody, you feel it. You feel like they're not quite there yet. You got to kind of like massage them, and then you start to fucking crank it up and make them keep up. You know, but it's definitely a different thing.
You got to slow them down, suck them in, and then the storytelling show. And, you know, everybody talks about suicide. I had a kid that grew up with Steve Mangini. One day, he just said, fuck it. He went to Carvel. He walked the suicide bridge. He ate his Sunday. He took his glasses off. He put them down. He jumped. And that was it. Didn't leave a note, nothing. He was always a little fucking crazy. Every time you saw him, he was quoting albums and shit. Like it's Rolling Thunder, Fire and Rain. So you know he was disturbed somewhere along the line. But nobody gave a fuck. Like even today when I go home, I go, what happened to Steve Manchin? Fuck him. He jumped. He committed suicide. Times have changed. People give a fuck now when you kill yourself. Oh, he was this hurting soul. 20 years ago, you kill yourself. Fuck that motherfucker. He's a limbo.
Isn't that funny? Because it was more like back then, like, fucking, you're an idiot. You know,
yeah, like, back then, like, that's it. You were forgot. They had no mask for you. Right? When you ice yourself, you can't get masked.
That's true. Churches, right?
Yeah, you can't get masked up. When you die, they bury you. You don't go to hell or heaven. You go to like limbo. You're floating around with other people carrying the rope.
We never heard about like mental illness when I was a kid.
No,
we heard about like completely crazy people that were locked in an asylum. But the idea of like your aunt taking pills because she's bipolar, like what are you talking about?
Because it was accepted, and you know, it's like, oh yeah, we used to take Valium, and
no, I think it's the opposite. I think you just get used to people being fucking crazy. You know, you didn't feel like you had to medicate them. You know, I think people were way more crazy in the 60s and 70s.
That tried to jumped off a building. Dumpster.
Oh, right. God. Oh, my God. How bad was he broken?
Fucked up, right? Fucked up. And he threw punches into the air. Johnny Reed was a trip. He was and he got a check from the government, and he gave it to the bartender on the first. That's what people thought, but he lived. Like he banged his head on the dumpster.
Oh my God.
And he fucked up the dog. He lived, and he gave his check from the government on the first to the bartender, and he torment the bartender till that check was done. Then they throw him out to the first, and they would last till about the 18th to 19th. When I was a kid, I used to torment Johnny Reed. He'd go into the, on the East Coast, he locked the bathrooms from the
what the fuck he said?
You lock the bathrooms from the outside of the East Coast. When you leave a bar at night when they close up, right? They lock the bathroom, then they put like a lock bolt. So if you break in, they can't. He would go in the bathroom, Johnny Reed, like 11 o'clock in the morning to pee. We'd lock him in there. We'd leave him in there till like 6 o'clock at night. We'd come back to have a drink. We'd open the bathroom. He'd come out like nothing. I swear to God, like nothing happened. He was hilarious. I mean, one day I put my dick on a chair next to him. He was sitting on a bar stool. My friend was like, put your dick on a chair. See what happens. And he's like, wow. And he just got up. So Johnny Reed lived like maybe 12 years ago. We used to give them bumps of coke and get them riled up at the bar. They just leave. Fuck you, motherfuckers! I'll fight all of you. They just fucking leave. Hilarious. Anyway.
Did you ever have a girl you dated kill herself?
No. They should have. Put that fucking helmet and rat it. Chlamydia fucking dick in you. You should kill yourself the first time when you get to your destination.
Kill yourself once you get up to heaven. No, I'm not forgiving me.
Are all your ex-girls still alive? Both of you?
Well, what I was going to bring out was like one girl that I knew, she didn't kill herself. Well, she kind of did, but it was with drugs. But she wasn't ever a girlfriend. She was a girl I knew when I was young. And I hung out with her again when we were like adults. But not much. You know, we'd talk on the phone every now and then. She was fucked up. She was some form of opiates. You know, I don't know the whole story. But she's a sweet girl. It was a real bummer. It's really depressing. When you hear about shit like that, it's like, ooh, that's so depressing. You know, it's so depressing when someone just can't keep a hold on it or just gets caught up in a spell and then their life just slips away. I know more than I like. I know quite a few people. I have a real problem with those goddamn pills. Especially those pills. They're so fucking available, Joey. They're so available. They give you, you hurt, you got a boo-boo. You got a boo-boo here, man. Become a fucking angel. Take this. Go off in the la la land. Melt into your pillow and float away in a cloud of love. Go ahead. And you're gonna have to get off that if you want your life. And you give these people these pills and you tell them, hey man, you got a few weeks off of work, you know, you hurt your back. You had to get surgery. And you'll start popping these fuckers watching TV, and next thing you know, that's your life. Your life is that. I mean, fucking Schaub. You know, Schaub is a goddamn super athlete. Brendan Schaub's big, giant gorilla, UFC fighter, pretty straight edge dude, pretty clean cut dude. 4 months in, he's taking these fucking pills, and his friends have to tell him, like, dude, you gotta stop. His friends have to take his pills from him. They fucking get you.
Yeah, I know a girl that's going through it. She buys Vicodin. And I was talking to her. Yeah, she gets Vicodin and any downer. And then it's weird because then she can't sleep at night. So it's her all pilled up, just talking like online and like on Periscope and shit. You're just like, what the fuck? It's weird watching strangers on Periscope also. Just, you know, late night.
How long before somebody kills himself on Periscope?
I think it's already probably happened.
Probably, right? You know, it's crazy. I had a girlfriend in the 8th grade I really dug. I met her. She was a cheerleader. Pretty cute. This is fucked up. And Irish chick, just red hair. I just dug her. You know, we'd hold hands and eat a slice of pizza after the basketball game. We went to movies. We maybe swap spit. One day we were talking about dry humping. Whatever the fuck we were going to do. We went back to her house. I'll never forget this. I was dating her like maybe 2 or 3 months. Just on the weekends, I walked down to Union City, and one day I asked, I said, what time your parents get home? She goes, well, my dad gets home at 5, and my mom is dead. And I was like 12 or 13, Joe, my head almost exploded. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's like, my mom died, he chopped her head. You know, I was like, I couldn't make out with her. I couldn't do anything. I just remember going home and going, I can't see this girl. Wow, what the fuck?
How come you couldn't see that?
That thought had never entered my mind.
So it was just too sad for you?
It was too mind-boggling, like not having a mom. So I called her up one day and I stopped dating her and I started dating this other Irish chick. I never thought about her again. You know, I know she was mad, and then my mother died. And I was like, that's the first person I thought it was this poor girl. Like I knew what she fucking felt like. I could never imagine that pain when I was dating her. When she told me, like, what are you fucking talking about? Whose mom dies? Whose fucking mom dies? That's the worst thing I've had. I think one of my girlfriends died. One of the girls I dated earlier died about 2 years ago. I'm still friends with her brother. We didn't really date. We messed around a little bit. She was fucking crazy, and she ended up dying from pills or booze. Nobody really knew.
Joe, we started off with guns, then we went to death.
No, yeah. One of my girlfriends killed himself.
Yeah.
So I'm
Well,
just thinking about it.
it's weird when people that you really care about aren't there anymore. It's a weird thing because they just vanish. They just don't exist anymore. And it's a sadness that it's just so, it's so forever. I mean, my friend Johnny is, who was my best friend for a long time. He was a great guy. I fucking loved that dude. I couldn't wait to see him every time I go to the East Coast. We'd hang out. Flew him up here. And when I flew him up here, he was detoxing. Same thing, pills. He was into oxys. He was into heroin. Like strong shit. Like strong opiates towards the end. And it took a few days for him to get off of it. And then we'd go around and hang out. I was just at my house, just sweating for like 4 or 5 days. And when he died, man, I remember thinking, like, I can't believe I'll never talk to that dude again. I can't believe it. He was like, one of the things about Johnny is like he had this like real clear view of what the fuck is going on. Like he had his life might have been chaotic as far as drugs, but he knew exactly what everybody was up to. He just knew. He was a very smart dude. Very good at reading people. And you could see like he's like looking around shit. When I met you, that was the first thing that I noticed. When I met you, it's like there was all these people that were scared of you. Yeah. It was so weird. There was all these people that were like nervous around you. They thought like Joe did, he's a bad guy. This was like late 90s, whatever it was when we first met. And I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like this guy's great. You seem to me to be a lot like him. And you're the only two, you and him are the only two like real original humans I've ever met. Where I don't know anybody else like you. And I didn't know anybody else like him. Just completely original characters. It was one of the first things that I really liked about you. Because we met like, it was like 95 or some shit. Like, when was it? 97. Was it 97? I was still on news radio, so it was only, so that was been 2 years into that news radio. And having those kind of friends was fun.
It's
friends like that are so important in your life. Friends who
need people to clear you up from time to time. That's why I call home every morning. I got 4 or 5 different guys that whenever I talk to, I talk to them and everything gets nice and smooth out.
Yeah.
Every morning.
For them too.
One or the other.
Yeah.
And right now, it's really weird because now I have 2 friends I haven't spoken to in 20 years. When I went on the lam to Sarasota, that kid hit me up on an email because I need to talk to him. And him and I, when I went back to New Jersey, he was one of those kids, he was in Sarasota. You know what there is to do in Sarasota in 1982? So when I went down there, he was all excited. He's got a partner. The thing about him is he was shooting fucking Becca in his biceps. I mean, seriously, he was shooting them in his shoulder caps and his traps. He was gone. He was gone. You know what I'm saying? He was just a balloon. He was eating, what's the German? 5 milligram. The shit that just puts, not testosterone, not deca-durable. He was eating that gorilla shit. We're guaranteed to gain, not deca, but D-ball. No, it's Dianabol.
Anadrol.
Dianabol. This is 1982, people, so the names have changed. Yeah. If you want to look like a fucking, so everything on him was, he was popping those Dianabols, right? Like he was supposed to eat 3 a day. He was eating like 8 a day. Like, he was eating a double prescription bottle and then blasting off the fucking shit in his forearm. He was huge. I loved him though. I got him. So when I left, he always got mad at me. He called me, man. He hit me up on an email on my website. I called him back. I go, what's up, dog? It took me a couple days. I don't want to hear this shit. And he goes, hey, man, my dad died. He goes, I gotta tell you something. I think about you every day because I can't imagine how you were handling this shit at 16. And my other buddy died. His mom died about a month ago. I sent flowers. And he keeps calling me every morning going, dog, I don't know how the fuck you did it at 16. I got the most respect for you in the world. It's like now I'm paying them back. For them taking care of me when I was younger. They turned around. I miss my dead buddies, bro. I miss Rago, like that crazy dude, the bodybuilder. That was fucking, we would take him to bars and we'd say, Rago, get on top of the fucking stage and pose. Who goes to a bar? He didn't give a fuck. And I take him to the UFC bar. Get up there.
This is the guy that you told me that was doing a line while his mother
No,
shot
that's
steroids.
Danny B. That's a different guy.
He's doing a line in front of his mother while he was on the phone. While his mother shot steroids in his ass.
While he was
doing
doing
a
a line,
line.
he's talking on the phone at the same time. This is really.
Come on, tell me that wouldn't be like one of the most hilarious scenes in a movie ever.
Talking about he comes to my shows, Danny B. He comes to my shows.
He's still alive.
Welcome to the podcast.
That guy make it.
He just put a picture of him on Twitter, dressed in fucking full army regalia with like fucking 5 generals behind him. Him 19 years old, he was a soldier of the year in the army. Oh, that's why he was doing this, and this at the same time, because he could do that. That's how crazy. That's like he was the soldier of the year. They were doing exercises in fucking Beirut, and 4 guys were in a rap. The rap tip, nobody saved all 4. So they made him the soldier of the fucking year. He went to the White House. 2 years later, they discharged him, and he was selling blow on the fucking. How fucking crazy is that? They discharged him for running a gambling operation in the fucking North Carolina, wherever they were stationed. But this
Let me ask you this. I'm sorry.
this other kid that I showed you, the crazy one that he won like Mr. New Jersey, Darren. I miss him every morning.
And he was a guy that died young from steroids.
He died from, everything. He had hepatitis C.
Oh, Jesus. Sharing needles?
He was already shooting in high school. By March of '82, he was already coming to my house. I gotta talk to you, dog. I gotta talk to you, man. Like, that's the first person who ever sat me down. He's like, listen, let me tell you. And he was coked out. We were both doing coke. There was like a secret inside his heart. He was like, I gotta tell you something, man.
Everybody go to Tom's website, johnperkins.org/books. He's writing his books, all of his incredible talks and lectures. Thanks again, man. Really appreciate it. Also, we did a Patreon exclusive Q&A. If you guys want to go check out that on Patreon, that's like below.
Doesn't say.
Yeah. Don't get your hopes up. Good night, everybody.
So you want to start over? Are you going to reinstall Outlook? Right. So you want to get the one that Microsoft if you want. It's not right. It's not the no version. Not the one that came in like I had used to have Office 2013.
All right, Joey. It's a pleasure to have you on the podcast.
It's a real pleasure to be here, Darren. Excited to chat with you.
For people that aren't familiar with you, why don't you give us like a brief background in your studies and how you came about with this Red Dead Redemption story?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I'm a historian, and I am a professional historian, a history professor at the University of Tennessee. And I work on modern American history. The 150 years or so since the Civil War, and I've always been really interested in pop culture as a way of telling histories. When I teach like a big American history survey class at the University of Tennessee, I actually call it American History in 30 Pop Songs, and we listen to at least one song during every lecture, analyze it, and use music as a way to engage in the past. In part because it gets students like emotionally excited and hooked on the topic. And I started off with music, but then of course I got really interested in video games as a way to get people interested and enthusiastic about grappling with some really hard questions in American history. And a lot of this stems from my personal background, right? Because even though I'm a serious academic historian, right? There's a day job. Before I became that, I was a kid growing up in 1990s America, and that kid really loved video games. It was just the 1990s was a good moment to be playing video games, finding great franchises coming out at that time. And that's really what I cared about. In high school, sure, I did okay in my history classes, but I was really just enjoying StarCraft and Deus Ex as well. So it's the kind of things that nowadays. So it was a big gamer when I was a teenager, year. But then when I got to college and got more serious about studies and all this, I really decided to leave video games behind. I decided to take a break because it was not doing me a favor academically, right? And really took 20 years off from gaming, which is a long break, right? Like, really from 2000 when I started college to 2020 pandemic hit. I really just I was just very devoted to becoming a professional. I went to graduate school, got my PhD, and then I started as a junior assistant professor at the University of Tennessee, and I barely had any time to do it. So long hiatus from video games, but then the pandemic rolls around, confined indoors like the rest of us, and I decided, hey, why don't I reconnect this to a hobby of video games? And in the back of my head, I'm thinking, I bet the games look so much better now than they did in 2000. I was totally right about that. They did look a lot better. But they didn't just look better. The video games that I started playing in the early pandemic, they also told much more nuanced and interesting and diverse stories, not just about life, but about history in particular. So one of the very first games that I picked up early in the pandemic, I promise you, I picked this game up just for fun. There was no professional angle behind me doing this. But one of the first games I picked up in the pandemic was Red Dead Redemption. In part because one of my colleagues, another historian, recommended it to me. He said, check out this game. It's not stupid. That's like high praise from a historian. When it comes to like big pop culture, a lot of times when pop culture engages history, it doesn't always do a good job. It's interpreting things. Right. So I played this game just for fun. And then about 20 hours into the game, I realized that, whoa, this game really is getting not stupid. I mean, of course, it's this fictionalized world where the names of characters and places are all made up. But the game gestures really frequently to some of the really big dilemmas that historians spend years and years talking about. Things like women's suffrage movement, like the expansion of major corporations in the late 19th century, the railroads, the meat industry, the ranching industry. And it engages things like the memory of the Civil War in the 1890s. Like all these things that historians have always viewed as very serious. And then there's this blockbuster video, Red Dead Redemption 2, that's introducing this topic to millions of people around the world. And sure, the game on its own doesn't really teach you all that much. I mean, on its own, it's not an educational product. It's not meant to educate. But it definitely is successful in sort of planting enthusiasm through cities. And it's very, very right. So that was my idea, basically, 20 hours into this game. I'm teaching a class that uses this fictional world of video games as a jumping point to explore the actual big dilemmas of violence in the United States in that kind of crucial 1870 to 1920 period. When the games are set. So that was the basic idea, right? Like, let's use this as a teaching tool, not to like teach the fictional content of the game. That's not the point, but to teach the actual real history of this period using the kind of hook of the game to get students excited. So I started that in 2021. I'm very proud to say that it was the world's first ever college history class that used the Red Dead Redemption game. No one had done anything quite like this previously. And the students loved it.
It's interesting how accurate you say it is as a historian, PhD in American history, right?
Yeah, I mean, some parts of it, right? Like, not everything.
Well, they obviously they didn't need to make it super accurate historically, right, to be successful. But they did. They went through a lot of work to make it very relevant to a lot of the. It might not be like perfectly correlated on the timeline, right? I think you say, but a lot of the events are very accurate, and a lot of the struggles and everything else that's going on, like racially, economically.
Yeah, I mean, I think what the game succeeds at best is capturing a sort of visual, aesthetic look of this time period, whether it's New Orleans in 1899 or sort of, one of these frontier cattle towns in the West. Where the southern mountains. They do a great deal. Like the close study of photographs. Try to recreate. Right. So obviously recreating the visual look of a place is important, but that alone is not accuracy, right? You have to go beyond that. In getting at the sort of the lived fabric of people's lives, and that's things they care about, the things they talk about, the major issues that they're interested in. And the game does pretty well, right? I mean, it's about as often as it gets. Oh, really? Yeah, on its own, the game is not going to be your American history teacher. But what I love about the game is that it's rich enough and accurate enough that with some accompaniment, with some help, it can actually be a really powerful tool for engaging and learning American history. And like, particularly engaging some of the biggest dilemmas that are not just historical, but that really impact us today. Right? Dilemmas about capitalism, big business, dilemmas about race and equality. Basically, all the things we're talking about and fighting about today, you can learn a great deal by using this game and then having a little help on the side. And that's really what my book is doing, what I'm trying to do, to open a conversation about some difficult, common violent moments in American history through the use of this ridiculously popular video game.
It's also interesting that it was like the best-selling video game the first week, right? It was a blockbuster.
Yeah, the statistic will never cease to blow my mind. But in its opening weekend, back in late 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2 sold more, it made more money in its opening weekend than any other entertainment product ever before had done in its opening weekend. Entertainment product, like movies, TV shows, Harry Potter books, whatever. This game was bigger than anything previous. But that's like insane, right?
That's bizarre.
Really gestures at the meteoric rise that the video game industry has had in the last 10 years or so. Because today, the size of the video game industry is bigger than music and movies combined in terms of profits and proceeds. And it's catching up with sports. Like, it's basically catching up with sports in terms of, like, you know,
there's Fortnite players who have contracts the same size as Tom Brady's contract.
Right, exactly, which is pretty wild. So yeah, this game is, you know, it's really become a juggernaut. It's been, I mean, it's sold Red Dead Redemption 2 has sold about 61 million copies or so last time I checked. But if it's sold that many, I'm going to play by 200 million people, right? By people watching on YouTube, by streamers, people watching their fans over their shoulder, right? I'm sure there's people tired of the game. I mean, there's a lot of people who are engaging with it, not just in the U.S., but all over the world.
Have you ever had a conversation with any of the developers or any of the historians behind the creation of it?
No, Rockstar Games are very protective and secretive about their production process, and that's cool. Like, you know, I respect that.
They also get all lawsuits up there.
They've been engaged in quite a few.
I think one of them that you mentioned in your book was the Pinkertons.
Yeah, this is such a crazy story, right? That so it's fascinating. So Red Dead Redemption 2 fictionalizes the names of almost everything. Like, the names of states are made up, the names of people are made up, but then they retain one agency that they do not fictionalize. That's the Pinkerton Detective Agency.
Yeah, why do they fictionalize all the states and like geographical areas, do you think?
I mean, you know, so that no one's going to be, yeah, definitely not that. I think so that they, you know, can kind of like wriggle their way out of this accuracy and authenticity thing. Like, we never claimed that this is North Dakota. We never claimed that this is Louisiana. It allows them more creative liberties. And I really respect that. I think it works really well for the game. And I think it follows the long trend of Grand Theft Auto and others, the domain franchise created by Rockstar, which of course always engaged American cities, but also likely fictionalized them. Right? So that Miami becomes Vice City, that Los Angeles or Southern California becomes San Andreas, that sort of. So it's a long-standing practice. But they can get away with more if they don't use real names. Except for the Pinkertons, who should decide to include by name and have to confront this lawsuit, which don't know previous. The Pinkertons, which still are around, fascinatingly enough, they sue Rockstar saying that this is basically trashing our legacy, we're sullying our good name. This is true, except actually their portrayal is pretty accurate. I mean, the timing is off by a little bit, but yeah, the
Pinkertons of the late 19th century were indeed mercenaries for big business, trying to crack workers' skulls and break up strikes and pursue bandits and outlaws and that sort of thing. To basically protect the status quo.
So didn't they work for the federal government though?
They were not private actors.
They were private.
Exactly. Yeah. So companies would basically hire them if they wanted. Like the federal government would help the companies crack workers' skulls too, to be sure. But they were a little slower on the response. Like it might take them a couple days or weeks to show up. Pinkertons were known to be, very reliable, showing up and using force effectively in a very cold, calculating way to stop workers from organizing from union and things like that.
Yeah, it's so the history of the United States is so wild how much stuff has been packed into the last 200 years, how many historical events, and how much this landscape has changed in 200 years. And I think you said something, I heard you say on another podcast, that you used to go to a church in Sweden that was like 1,000 years old. And now you study this, you dedicate your life to this 200-year period.
Yeah, for sure. It's, there's a lot has happened recently, 50 years and not just things that happen. There's been a lot of conflict, a lot of violence. And violence is something that's so central to my book and my class, because of course Red Dead Redemption 2, like every Rockstar game, is a violent game. It's got absurd body counts. So those body counts are often inflated compared to what actually happened. But the reality was that like 19th century.
The 20th century was the bloodiest in history. 250 million people died in wars, mass slaughter, and political murders. The ideology known as communism bears the greatest responsibility for this terrible savagery. This is an ideology that promises so-called equality and justice, but which brings with it only bloodshed, death, and fear. In this film, we shall be observing the bloody century of communism and seeing the terrible misery this ideology inflicted on humanity. It will be impossible for the world to avoid similar tragedies in the future unless it learns from the past.
People saying, the point of Red Dead Redemption 2 was because it's an open
It was the middle of the 19th century. Two German philosophers living in England were trying.
Look back at the events of the 20th century. Can we really understand that?
The first time they revealed their ideas was in the Communist Manifesto, which had been published sometime before. One of these two philosophers was Heinrich Marx, the other Friedrich Engels.
All in the name of progress and civilization.
These two believed the philosophy of materialism.
Lived in a wonderful place before, and that's why I'm sliding down. It's just, it goes up and down.
Which claims that nothing exists
It's
apart
either
from
all going down or all the way. Yeah, it's definitely.
Actually, materialism was an ancient dogma which had been put forward by the great Thomas.
Now we have problems with walk backwards.
During the French Revolution, however, a number of European thinkers took materialism back off the shelf, just in law, and began to propagate it again. Their aim was to do away with religious beliefs, and materialism was the only philosophy they could put up
History
against it.
specifically in your book, Red Death's history that you focus on.
Danny, the aliens are kicking my desire gun.
While supporting materialism on the one hand, Marx and Engels turned to a method known as dialectics, which claimed that conflict was the basic law of nature. For that reason, their theories came to be called dialectical history. Dialectics was a hypothesis maintaining that all development in the universe comes about as a result of conflict. The two philosophers attempted to interpret this theory in terms of dialectical materialism. Marx wrote books on history and economics, attempting to make these conform to that dogma, and Engels did the same for science and philosophy. Furthermore, Marx tried to see into the future. In his view, the industrialized nations of Europe shortly undergo bloody revolution, resulting in dialectical principle of conflict. Working class, oppressed by the capitalists, rise up and seek power, after which a communist system began established. The concepts of religion, morality, and the family would have no place in this communist society.
Yeah, but we really zoom in on this crucial 50-year period.
Marx and Engels were faced with a major difficulty,
1865 to.
they viewed human history
And I think that's a
dialectical materialism, even if they had to distort that history in the process.
130, 140 years.
But what about natural history? How had living things come into
This is
existence?
the 50-year slice.
There simply had to be a materialistic answer to that important question.
dilemmas that are
That answer was provided by another ideologue that began the beginning at the time.
It is where the modern conversation about racial sexuality starts, of which is the right and in that movie too is when we see corporate capitalism fully transform America. Like you and I have grown up in massive companies that dominate our society.
As the Royal Navy vessel was being across the Atlantic Ocean on its voyage of discovery, it carried a young researcher on board.
Not Americans in the 1870s and 80s.
Charles Robert
That's the first time we're really encountering.
After the long voyage on that
Like,
ship,
that's the first
he returned to London in
They're
1836.
encountering these juggernauts.
He spent the rest of his life trying to formulate a theory to explain how living things
And
came
they're
into
really very hesitant about this. Like, they're not accepting and embracing this. And some are the people make a pocket thing. But
Darwin unveiled his theory of the origin of species, published in
So we don't
1859.
understand the America of today, right? As I understand,
He maintained that living things came into being in just the same way that materialist philosophy claimed.
those two
In other words, by a series of coincidences.
by that.
What is more, he proposed that these coincidences were findings of conflict as dialectics. In short, Darwin adopted nature to dialectical materialism.
During the Gilded Age of capitalism, because during the railroad that there was so many subsidies and federal
Darwin's theory had no scientific foundation. That is why prominent scientists at the time
The statistic
take
of
it
those is
seriously.
that if you put together
apart from Karl Marx and Frederick Engels.
railroad corporations, like put together in one state.
Just 1 month after the publication of The Origin of Species on December 12, 1859, Engels began a letter to Marx with the words,
Given by the government.
Darwin,
Corporation.
whom I am
And then
just
those
now
corporations
reading,
were going to have a completely different career. As
a
opposed
letter
to
from Marx to Engels shared the same
So,
excitement.
I make that joke about Stalin was jealous.
These last few weeks, I have read all sorts of things, among others, Darwin's book
Really
of natural
pushes against
selection.
this myth
This
that
is the
many
book
Americans
which
are
contains the basis of natural history for our views.
right? That we live in a country where we've really projected out that free market decides everything.
The relationship between Darwinism and Marxism is even stronger
Because government
Marxists
and
adopted
that
the theory of evolution as their own scientific foundation.
stack the deck in favor of
These duly spread under the influence
so
of
this
Darwinism.
is that's deck.
The books of Marx and Darwin appeared together in communist posters
But
of
it
the
was even
time.
more naked obvious in the 1870s than it was.
So during this 50-year slice of history,
The
was
Franco-Prussian
also
War of
the
1871
biggest parts of
allowed for the first experiment in the revolution Marx dreamed of.
pushing Indians off their land.
Right. I mean, story of struggles between white settlers and native people starts in, the 1600s. So it's been going on for a long time.
Right.
But in the West, in particular,
France was
in
defeated,
the West,
and the imperial
15 years
administration
after the Civil War,
leaving a power that could the Marxists seized the opportunity. Together with other small socialist groups, they provoked the uprising in the capital and established
Native tribes had already gotten
administration based on communist principles.
like several generations.
Under the
Really like this. During the 1700s,
Paris
when you see and this gets at another really important myth busting thing that this game or this book do, which is Americans tend to tell very simple stories about human people's lives, right? Whether those are good or bad stories, sympathetic or unsympathetic stories, but they're very
men of religion were shot by the
kind of simple good stories. That really native people are these brave folks, who nobly defended themselves with their traditions against, settlers, and of course, it's tragic that they lost. But that story, sure, the delivery is different. Right?
The streets
But native people, especially in the West, like in these places, decades that we often think of as easy, 1860s, 70s, those native values were not static tradition that were unchanging. They were actually totally different than they've been 200 years earlier. And again, that's because you're fascinating about guns and horses, right? Because during the 1700s, guns and horses enter into many, particularly kind of Midwestern, Western, Great Plains native societies. And totally changes the way they were. Before the guns and horses came into the story, they tended to be agricultural, settled, rooted in a place. But once you get access to guns and your horses,
and in Congress of
they discovered that the hunting is much
Lord toward those biologists who supported
and
Darwin.
they become much more.
Be careful of this theory, where this theory is very nearly related to the theory that caused so much
The
threat
devices
in
have
our
been
neighboring
used by native
country.
peoples for a long time before white settlers show up.
Irko was right.
When white settlers,
Darwin's theory of evolution was of great importance in the spread of Marxism among
they
Western
had
countries.
a
The theory portrayed human beings as a species that
they're not
kind of they would develop by means of
there's a
culture.
lot of diversity.
And most of
I'm
them
thinking about groups like the
denied the
Southern
idea
Great Plains, like the Dakota,
these
Northern
three
Great
great
Plains.
members
They're
who
groups that
formed
really
the
can
basis
decide
of
where we're going
Marxism.
to leave a lot of settlement.
The first of the communist revolution built on that foundation was to take place.
Now, one of the reasons they tried to do that, not only because they had guns and horses in the way to hunt more effectively, is that there's not usually large bison populations at that time. Right? So, like the first half of the 19th century, the first half of the 1800s, is a moment that there's just way more bison than there had been. In part because the weather was unusually good during the period, so like more rain, more grass, and more bison. So we need to get over ideas that
At the beginning of the 20th
West,
century,
especially
Russian
people in the West,
was the Tsarist regime.
static.
However, revolutionary communist ideas
It's not true. Those societies are believing this is the most European settler societies coming in. So it's just very
part of the military apparatus had also come under the ideologies of
devices that white settlers have been saying we want to get rid of the bison. We want to eliminate the bison. Right?
was part of the strategy too, right? Not just to make way for
The leader of the communist party in Russia was
And was there how much? Very how much infighting was there? How much fighting was there between the native tribes, like warring against each other?
I think romantically, like this idea that the native peoples they all understood themselves as common indigenous identity that makes sense. They band together and resist white settlement. They had been working to each other. They're comfortable when that happens, right? But the 1860s and 70s is not the moment when that's happening. So, like when the U.S. Army shows up on the Great Plains, the Crows and Lakota are at war with each other, right? So neighbors that share this earlier are war with each other. That's how it goes. It's reverse of they've always sometimes they came to know that war and they were based geographically in Texas. One of the countries that they being like the Lakota and the New Zealand tribe. So the Comanche are, Comanche is like Texas, New Mexico, in my book, I can discuss to a great extent the history of the Lakota. Sometimes called the Sioux, but Sioux is actually the Chinese problem, so to me it's like the name they call it. So the reason why I focus on the Lakota quite a bit is because I'm almost certain that they are the real life inspiration behind this fiction of the native tribe that portrayed that in the Republic of 18. So if you played long enough, it's kind of in the last third of the game that this game is it's almost certain that the developers of modeled this fiction of native nations after Nicholas II, which was at the northern encouraging places Dakota, the Dakotas, stopped by and the Tsar was arrested.
So all the Indian wars were going on well after the Civil War. And there was, I think there was even some fights and battles where the Indians were borders over the streets, the European settlers. The most famous one, the U.S. Army.
From the Civil War, remember? It's also happened before but many of the most famous battles in the Revolution are Civil War U.S. Union commanders, people like William Tecumseh Sherman, George Sheridan, Phil Sheridan, a lot of George State, right? Exactly.
They were coordinated
anti-slavery U.S. commanders in the Civil War, which winds up
the government passed it to the hands of the pro-Western
village native people. That's really kind of a tragic tale. Many of these generals that Sherman, like George and Howell, they earned these, high marks as kind of social justice crusaders during the Civil War because they're fighting against slavery, right? But then, in the years afterward, they go to fight much less morally clear crusade against native people.
And in October 1972,
it's really nasty. It's stuff, right? And so the same people, they didn't necessarily
they killed those guards
think about these Civil War heroes
and carried out one of the easiest coups
villains in
Right. It also seems like after they more after the Civil War, they kind of gave up on
Soviet propaganda
the rights
years
black men. It seemed like they kind of attacked our rebellion. We don't really because they still thought it was something, right? I think even Lincoln wrote a lot about that. But he still believed that they didn't deserve to be equal to everyone else. They didn't deserve to vote. They just wanted to abolish slavery.
Right, so like Lincoln as president changes a lot of his career. And also, if you check Lincoln like in 1860, when he ran for president, he was elected.
Lenin started
He's not an abolitionist. He's not like we need to remove slavery from Microsoft's website. However, by 1865,
still loyal.
that's what he does. He literally abolishes slavery. First Amendment Proclamation and then through the 15th Amendment. And so you might think, well, 5 years, that's going to change so much. Well, with the course of the war, it changes it. It changes a lot of Republicans, people of his party, at that time as well, right? Because he sees, the way that African Americans are so tied to freedom of assisting
Bolsheviks established the Red Army.
seeing their humanity, seeing their bravery, seeing their
Lenin's right-hand man, Leon Trotsky, was in place.
Wow, like we started this war to the unions, but now we're fighting it.
Red Army units, distinct police agencies set up by Lenin, known as the Czech Army.
So there's a change in thinking. So it happened mid-war. I mean, this is the craziest thing. Early in the Civil War, U.S.
Tsar Nicholas II, his wife,
escaped slaves to southern plantations. They're like, this is your property, we're delivering it back to you. You know, so they're not trying to like destroy slavery at all. They're in fact making it in part because they're really consciously watching these border states, places like Kentucky, places like Missouri that did not secede from the U.S. These are places that had slavery, right? So Lincoln is very careful not to lose those states. He doesn't want to see them tilting into the Confederate camp. So they really tiptoe around the question of slavery from the beginning. They're like, we don't want to mess with this institution. We just want to defeat the Confederacy and get the South back in the Union. So they're, but by the end of the war, that's not where they're at, right? By the end of the war, they're really aggressively going against slavery as an institution. And you mentioned earlier, right, that like in 1865, white Northerners kind of give up on the question of racial equality. I wouldn't agree with that because in the decade of 15 years that followed, since Reconstruction, fundamental turning point is when the U.S. now is unified again. The U.S. government really tries to remake the South, and they pass some of the most important legislation that's still shaping our world today. I said earlier, right, that you can't understand race in America today. You don't understand that before the Civil War, and that's because the crucial constitutional amendments that shape our lives today were passed in that very context. So, for example, the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment establishes birthright citizenship. If you are born in the United States, you are a U.S. citizen. Right? This is something we debated today regarding undocumented immigration and all sorts of stuff. Right? But it's passed in the midst of, it's really passed to give black people in the United States citizenship. It's part of Reconstruction. It's part of this idealistic moment where the U.S. tries to reform the South and then the whole nation in the wake of the Civil War. And the great sort of irony of Reconstruction is a period that really dates between 1865 or so and 1877, 12 years war, is that the United States wins the Civil War, but it loses the peace. That it fails to achieve one of its goals in Reconstruction. It accomplishes many of them, but the big picture, when the South returns to white domestic rule in the 1870s, there's a lot of similarities between slavery's gone. The white Southerners come back in control. They have winning peace, even if it's which is one of the great ironies of the Civil War.
That last statement, they lost the war, but they won peace.
Yeah. So white Southerners' Confederacy is defeated in the Civil War. That's 800 years. But what they do is they win the terms of peace by forcing the United States to back off from Reconstruction. Reconstruction does two things, right? It makes black people citizens, and it makes black men voters. It says black men can vote right after 1870. And that was revolutionary, right? Because if you look at other societies that had slavery in the Americas, Cuba, Brazil, Jamaica, all these other places, they do not end slavery immediately and then make black men full voters. It takes a lot longer for that. The U.S. goes really quickly into that reform and extends democracy to black men. And what the South win, as winning the peace, is that it basically forces the United States government to back away from some of those promises about racial equality. And it won't be until the 1890s that the voting shutouts, people from voting, citizens on their knowledge. But because the U.S. by 1877 has already signaled that they're not going to really enforce these constitutional amendments from Reconstruction, it means that white Southerners, they do witness these, or they think to preserve white supremacy, white control over Southern society in ways that Lincoln would have turned over in ways to see. This is none of it. This to be sure.
Right. Which you mentioned, it kind of changed for him during the Civil War. And I'm sure that witness, because what were the basic, like the premise or the ideals that the Confederacy was fighting for? Like why, like for me and people that are super, knowledgeable about this stuff, what were they like? What were their values or their ideals that were behind their fight?
Right. Well, there was one ideal above all others that motivated these elite white Southerners to secede from the U.S. and create an empire state, and that was to preserve a future for slavery. That is really, if you look at the documents of the people who created the Confederacy, like their founding statutes, their speeches, their declarations, they do not hide their motives. They're like, we are creating a new republic based on the truth, that the black man is subservient and lower than the white. They say this. It's all in the documents.
But that's not what the U.S. was fighting for.
The U.S. begins the war fighting to preserve the Union. Right? That's like, to keep this out from leaving, to keep the country together. That's what the war begins. And then over the course of the war becomes a war against slavery, and for some people, the war for racial equality. Not everybody, right? But enough people that they were able to push through these Reconstruction amendments. So the real
there's documents that you've read that basically they're saying that we're fighting for the future of slavery.
Oh yeah, I mean, the reason they left is because they were worried about the future of slavery, not in the U.S. but potentially abroad in places in Latin America. But see, this is the source of like the great deal of
Yeah, is this contested at all?
Not by any serious part, but by a lot of people out there, right? So basically, as soon as the Civil War is over, folks in the South, white folks in the South, begin creating this counter-narrative that's basically helping them rationalize defeat. It's helping them make sense out of what happened. And they're saying, you know what? Since the war's over, slavery's been destroyed. Right? They don't want to say, well, we fought for this vicious, sinful cause and we got defeated. Instead, as they claim, so there comes up this alternate counter narrative. It's like the Civil War was not about slavery. It was about political principles, and particularly about limited government and states' rights. And states' rights have the power to choose and make decisions, not the federal government. Right? So this is a narrative that historians often call the lost cause. I have a whole chapter built about this actually, because right there, I just in really interesting ways. So it's this blank counter narrative. The Civil War was not a sort of, racist defense of slavery, but it was defense of truly American principles of small government and states' rights. Now, the reason we know that this is total bullshit, which it really was, this has nothing to do with why this is actually existed. Let me give just two examples. So, in 1850, it was 10 years before the Civil War breaks down. In 1850, the South, the White South, pushes through this bill called the Fugitive Slave Act. And the Fugitive Slave Act, what it basically did is it actually really strengthened the federal government to go and pursue escaped enslaved people across state lines. It gives the federal government tons of muscle and power to walk all over state jurisdiction trying to cash run rights. How is that states' rights? That is literally the inverse of states' rights. It is a defense of slavery, primarily by the federal government. Well, by the U.S. government, which the South is a part of, right? That brings on 1850. So basically, they're saying, hey, we want a muscular federal government when it protects slavery. However, if it's critiquing slavery, then we don't like the government anymore. This is an age-old much of white Southerners. So that's, and some of the same people who pushed for this fugitive slave act in 1850, there's some of the same people who were seceded in 1861, right? So it can't be states' rights in 1861 and the federal government all powerful in 1850. Right. The other way we can know that this kind of states' rights and slavery story is BS is let's actually look at the country that they create. Let's look at the Confederate States of America, right, which has its own constitution, has its own founding documents. It's a really centralized government where the federal state has a lot of power in order to win this war, in order to protect itself. So if they really believe in states' rights, wouldn't they practice what they preach, right? Wouldn't they like really enact those ideals now that they have their own government? And they don't, because see, this is a battle that teach American freedom special. But it's really around. You're going to confront a lot of students who say, "Oh, well, you know, my parents told me to fight the war for slavery. It's not that; it's about states' rights." And then I have to like patiently and carefully, basically prove how that's totally. This is not borne out by history. It is a fictional narrative that people in the South create after the war to try to rationalize it.
Is there like a resource online where people can go and read the original documents that were written by these people?
Sure, yeah. Google, put Jefferson Davis, put Alexander Stephens, the president, vice president of the Confederate States of America. See their documents. You can read them for yourself. Oh yeah, they're all available.
And is Florida considered the South?
Oh yeah,
I'm always like, if you think of the Confederacy, if you think of, I guess nowadays it's interesting the geographical differences and the labels that you assign to them. We get into that a little bit in the beginning, right, the West. But like nowadays, when you talk about the South, typically Florida's not included in that. The South is like Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, right? And then Florida is like this sort of like proxy state of New York.
Maybe like some parts of Florida might be right, or
because you drive up, if you drive north, right, to Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, all these areas, it's more of like southern culture and country music and southern food and like more of the history happened up there. You never really hear about any of the history in Florida.
Oh, it's there too. I mean, Florida is very much part of it, to be sure. And no one before World War II would have thought of Florida as an appendage of people. Right? That's only a recent thing. Really only the last 50 years or so. Yeah. That's Florida secedes. It's part of the Confederacy. Just look at Florida's state flag. On Florida's state flag, you'll see that red cross of St. Andrews.
Can you pull that up, Steve? Florida flag? I need some history on Florida.
White background with a red St. Andrews cross in the middle. That's the same cross you see on the Confederate flag. Right?
Oh, shit. Look at that.
It's basically the same flag as Alabama. You can pull up the Alabama state flag. It's virtually identical to Florida's, aside from the seal. The seal is different. By the way, both Florida and Alabama put St. Andrews Cross on their state flag, not right after the Civil War, but actually in the 1890s. They do it right within the same years. And it's in the 1890s as well.
That's the Reconstruction period?
This is after Reconstruction. Yeah, Reconstruction really winds down in the late 1870s. So, in the 1890s, Mississippi puts the full-on Confederate battle flag on its state flag. And then Alabama and Florida put it kind of like halfway on with just that.
They were just 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah. And you might wonder, like, wait, why would these... Talking about the Confederate battle flag is one of my favorite things to talk about.
Yes.
There's so much mythology.
There's so much mythology.
Yeah, and it's just much like actively toxic deception relating to this flag. So all these three states put that banner on their state flags in the 1890s. Okay. And there's a very simple reason why. Because in the 1890s, they felt that white supremacy was under attack and under threat in their society. And they wanted to kind of bolster white unity and to make a common front against black success and black challenges in the political spectrum. In the 1890s, so this is why I'm just fascinated with Red Dead Redemption 2, given the fact that it's also a southern game and western game.
What's happened now is brought to you by Super Cruise. Listen, I'm talking about
But then a huge chunk of the game plays out in the Deep South in the 1890s. The 1890s is the same decade that Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi put that Confederate battle flag on their state flag. Oh, wow. So this is like a really important decade in Southern history. I think when we think about big decades in Southern history, we think about the 1860s, the Civil War, or the 1960s, the Civil Rights Movement. But I would say the 1890s is actually the third most important decade in Southern history.
Because it's at this moment that white supremacy, white rule, white power comes under tremendous threat. And as a result, there's this huge backlash to try to reshape Southern society, bolster and reinforce white supremacy. So the flags have everything to do with it. It's in the 1890s that the South also begins building these monuments to the Confederacy. Right? Like these big tall statues that have been getting torn down in the last 5 years. Those start coming up in the 1890s, not in the 1860s or 70s, not right after the war, in the 1890s, like a full 30 years after the Civil War is over. In the 1890s is when the first Jim Crow law turns out. It is when, you see those signs that say for colors for white. Those do not exist systematically until the 1890s. In the 1890s, when they began
trying to run a business, whether it's small or large, how companies hiring is a challenge. There's one place you can go where hiring is simple, fast, and smart. Other places to run a business is connected. Qualified candidates. You think it ain't going to Joe? Joe's work is just flash that place. ZipRecruiter.com/church. Right? Let me explain some people. ZipRecruiter sends your job over 100 of the web's leading job boards, but they don't stop there. With their powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find people with the right experience and invite them to apply to your job. Who does that? Nobody. Right now, Church Family can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, you heard it right. Right now, the Church Family can try ZipRecruiter for free. At ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter, a smarter way to hire. This podcast is also brought to you by FujiSports.com. Let me play some of these. Match, guns, boxing, as far as the basics of martial arts, FujiSports.com has been there since day one. They showed up with Johnny Kamora when he went to Brazil. Johnny Kamora was wearing FujiSports.com gate. Let me tell you something, as far as music is concerned, you don't smoke up your ass. Guys, if you're a big guy, 8'3", 8'4", 8'5", 8'6", 8'4", you have your clothes right, they're trying to warn you. Because you pull it, let me tell you something, they can cut history, they have a chance to kill themselves in your car, and bringing you down all the way in your work quality. That's the quality of the key. That's what I'm trying to point out. When they have no need, fucking super fucking rash guards are tremendous. When they have a deep game, listen, yeah, so it's interesting. Sports.com and press in church, bam! You get 10% off delivered to your house. We kick this fucking music. I love these fucking things. Anyway, what's happening? You bad motherfuckers. Uncle Joey here. My main man, Brody Stevens, and Lee Syat. Before we even start, I want to thank you guys that showed up to the taping on Monday night. Listen, man, I felt like I had rough sets. I didn't really get into it back fully, but that's my responsibility, to be honest.
So there was very close physical contact, right? So then slavery in the South, leaves the Civil War era, and some things are initially segregated. For example, schools. First off, there wasn't much schooling at all going on. Very little public budgets for education. But when the first schools are created with public resources, then they're set up, right? So that happens here. And churches also tend to segregate white churches. But then there were lots of things that were not segregated. And really, there's just like 30-year window after the Civil War when things are really fluid. Things are really unpredictable. When train cars were not segregated, when trolley cars were not segregated, when stores were not segregated, when waiting rooms were not segregated, restaurants were not segregated. But it's only in the 1890s that you see the systematic effort put into place massive public segregation. Right? The kind that we think of here, right? Think of like the South after the Civil War. But it only comes together part of it after. And I wonder, how does that happen? Again, it comes back to this fear, the threat that's going to shake the foundations of the white supremacy. Well, there was already segregation in many Northern states already. Yeah, so that is, in many ways, the South kind of imports the northern practices of segregation. So this is not a unique Southern institution.
Gangsters. Look at this gangster.
It's entrenched and utilized in law.
much more slavery after the 1890s. There's plenty of discrimination and rules against black people in the United States too.
Right. And then a lot of people in the South, I think, you touch on this briefly, but I believe like some of the slave owners, they kind of were always living in a state of paranoia, fearing like a revolt or a rise up from the slave population, like always looking at the shoulder.
Yeah, for sure. Because there were many examples, I mean, not countless examples, but there were very notable examples of enslaved people who revolted. Nat Turner, these are the kinds of things that white slave owners of the time, right? Like they were very anxious and worried about. This is why they instituted this massive infrastructure to try to prevent sort of slave owners, controls, the constant threat of society. So there's lots of sort of checks that they could have put in society to keep us around. Right. But in many ways, the Civil War is kind of the biggest slave revolt of all time. You don't often think of it that way, but like black people in the South play a really crucial role in overthrowing the Confederacy. It's not just white northern troops that come in and do it all. From within, black people are actively working to sabotage the Confederacy, right? Either by joining the U.S. Army or just by chipping away with sabotage, foot dragging, resistance, from within. So like the Confederacy is fighting so many enemies. Yes, it's fighting the U.S. Army, but it's also fighting against black people from within who are trying to destroy the Confederacy. And what's really fascinating, Danny, I don't know if there were a good number of white Southerners who really resisted the Confederacy as well. Because remember, and this is also a fact that's not widely known, right? Only about 30% of white Southerners before the Civil War owned enslaved people, the wealthy ones, right? Yeah. I mean, 30%, right? 70% of white Southerners did not own slaves. Now, did that mean that they were pro-black? No. Right. They could, but they wouldn't, right? Right, for sure. They really, they were jealous of their slave-holding neighbors. They saw enslaved people as a social, as a way to lift themselves up in society, right? Social progress. So they're and this, it's fascinating. I live in Eastern Tennessee, right in the mountains of southern Appalachia, and it's specifically in the southern mountains that you see really a revolt against the secession of, a rebellion against the rebellion. In the sense that a good number of white Southerners in the mountains say, no, I don't want to be a part of this Confederate, war effort. I'm going to fight against it. They're unionism that's quite pronounced in favor of the U.S. In this country. And I understand why, in part because it started by rich people. It started by big planters, and it's largely fought by poor people, which is why folks often describe the Civil War as the rich man's war and the poor man's fight. Which there's a lot of reality. So, people in western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee, the slavery existed, but it wasn't nearly as prevalent as it was in middle Georgia or something like that. Those folks are like, you know what? I don't really want to risk my life for the cost of slavery. Since what do I stand to benefit from? So you have serious guerrilla warfare taking place in eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, eastern Kentucky, of white unionists fighting against the Confederacy. Really nasty, irregular warfare, really pretty grim stuff. But this is the side of the Civil War people don't hear about.
What kind of warfare tactics or guerrilla warfare tactics were the slaves in the South using against the Confederates or the slave owners? Right. Well, I'm sure a lot of it was cutting throats in the night, or
there's some of that.
I'm sure they didn't have did they steal the weapons, or how did that work?
Well, it depends, right? If you're able to reach Union lines and join the U.S. Army, join the U.S. team, U.S. public troops, then suddenly you have a right, right? So then you have to go right in power to exchange things.
How would they get away with organized?
It depends. I mean, it depends how far U.S. troops had come to the area, how fragile the implementation system was. I mean, the Civil War looks so different in areas and places, right? Because the pattern, the course of the war looks very different, whether it's the Mississippi River or whether it's deep in the middle of Texas. Yeah, so a lot of yeah, I mean, it's the worst. Yeah, and it's one that's been the recipient of some but I still feel like, despite this obsession, despite all the documentaries, despite books that are published, we have very simplistic stories that, like, how we have a really unified white South and a really unified white North. It's not true. There are tons of anti-war people in the North. People who did not want to fight the war at all. There were tons of anti-war folks in the South ready to talk about things like and African Americans. So this, like, there was a really good chance that Abraham Lincoln has to run for president in 1864. Like, it's a mixed little, he has to get reelected democratically in the system. And there was a really good chance. I mean, he screwed by, just barely. But a lot of people were worried that he was going to lose. And the guy who was going to beat was going to help end the Civil War in the South Carolina.
Really?
Right. So, or at least make peace in some kind of, in a very different way. People were exhausted by 1864. So,
Who was the guy? I think his name was Forrest, the general who got a statue.
Oh, yeah,
His statue just recently got demolished or something.
Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Yes.
Probably the most infamous Tennessean fought in the Civil War. Because I think he's such an important character. And outside of Tennessee, not all the people know about him. I think you don't know about him. You can't understand the Civil War. You also can't understand what happens in the Civil War with Reconstruction and with the Ku Klux Klan. But here's the thing: say, who is this guy? Who is this guy?
Is that a statue of him right there? Or no, it's like a girl on a horse.
That is literally the ugliest statue of him ever. That was recently done. It's been moved. It is the most ridiculous statue. It's like they are now. It's like they couldn't afford the professional. I mean, this movie. There's so many other reasons why this is the worst statue.
It's not even proportional really hard. I work at a size of this head.
So my students actually told me recently that he used to be very low on here, so he's riding in the place. Someone needed it. And recently,
about something else. But if you showed up,
thank you. I can't confirm that.
Thank you very much, because the vibes around Lisa Am was there. King Quigley was there. Theo Gordon was there. Steve Simone was there. Dan Castino was there. It was just, he was there. It was fucking badass. Thank you, Netflix for the opportunity. And sometimes you the vote, but you can't always be fucking the leader. I get that.
So Nathan Bedford was
Some of you understand. He's making your fucking fingers pretty
No, I'm listening. It's like it's like a real reality. Doing these, these specials, these shows. You don't know how it's going to go. I've been lucky on some of these late night shows. I've been okay with. I do have a special coming out. I'm not like going right into promotion mode, but I don't know how that's going to be taken. I don't know. I mean, it's a little different. Like I did well when I did it, okay, but I don't know how it's going to. There's this concept somewhat. I don't know how it's going to play out. So. But yeah, I've done three Kilborn shows. He was there before the Late Late Show, before Craig Ferguson and James Ward. I did Conan maybe like 5 years ago for the middle of doing my Comedy Central show. So I do it. I mean, I've gone up and knocked it out of the park in terms of that. Like something about live, I can step up to. I haven't done like a Netflix taping. I did the warm up for the Netflix back when they had Neighbor Gods. He was on it, and Fortune Feimster. I did the warm up for that. That was kind of cool. But yeah, you don't know. You just keep doing it. I'm staying positive. I'm having trust in my instincts. I feel like I'm not saying my back's against the wall, but I feel like I've stepped up to the plate on my comedy stuff. I'm not like my acting. I wish I was a better actor. I get nervous about that somewhat. But stand up, I've been able to. I think I do okay in the stand up. Once I find my words.
I mean,
acting, you know, that's more, that's harder for me.
Here's the deal. The whole system is so toxic, right?
Yeah, this Aurora thing says generally 500 for a young adult male.
We couldn't stop fucking
And
laughing.
1,000 for the left.
Drive home, we thought about how
So
you're like,
this is it.
you ain't going up at midnight. So build that.
At the eve of the Civil War,
We're like watching
the
comedy.
value of enslaved people was the single
Going to a
greatest.
town into a rock cloud. That's the fucking midnight show.
Most
Fantastic.
of the planters, like
Or Friday night or Saturday,
most of the
Saturday
right
night.
lay in enslaved people.
So you
Things
fly
that
out
by
Saturday
1865
morning,
when
back Sunday morning,
is
no
gone,
drama.
all that years and years, the South gets enormously
Midnight show, the rock club after a band.
just
Yeah, that's the one spot. I do, you know, I do the comedy store, that late night spot, and I'll be doing it tonight actually. And I'm relaxed because there isn't that pressure on. Like I can go and get warm up in a packed room, thousands of people or what have you, but the late night spot. For stand up for me, I'm very relaxed and I can talk, I get my jokes. That's, you know, the comedy store, you know, like in the original room, you gotta bring it, energy, you know, tight for the most part. And then that main room, if you're up there when it's packed and you're in there, you know, with yourself or Joe Rogan or Leah, you gotta bring it. So that could be stressful for some people, possibly. Would be for me if I don't do it. That late night spot is just like less pressure on me, and I get to be. I'm not trying to prove myself because people don't always get me right out of the late night like nervous. I go, some people like it, but it's stressful for me, like trying to impress people. Whereas that late night spot, sit on the stool, that's another thing. Sit on the stool, like just kind of keeps me grounded. How many spots do you guys have done through your career?
yeah, the value.
Oh, I would say, I mean, Joey probably more, but maybe not.
Five spots.
So that's how sports are making money, right? He is actively profiting from the forced reward.
Since I said I got a job, I was at the same, so I gave me 4 spots automatically. I'm doing this. Every once in a while, I reach out and do something else. There was an opportunity, so I can't say I was lazy. I didn't really know what was going on. And then
So when the Civil War breaks out,
when I went back to 94, so I really had worries about me.
the guy who makes
So I figured from fucking 94
of course he's going to be a
to
further supporter.
97, I was doing 25 spots a month.
And he rises
So I had 16, you know, that happens on like 20. But once I moved to LA, my spots went up a 97, I was doing 30 spots a month. And I did that steady to 2000. So I was 5 years there for sure. I was doing 360 spots just for those 5 years. So that's 1,800 right there alone.
There's people who count their sets. You know, Del Rey probably knows exactly. Oh, you do? See, I haven't. I don't know. Really, you look at in your notebook. You go, this was set last night.
What did I make that night? How my set went? What did I try?
So it's in
I've been doing that since Seattle.
I want to say.
Really?
He is
I
commanded
my notebooks go all the way back down to like 98.
in Western Tennessee on the banks of the
This one in the middle of me threw away my mistake like
And we're going to
2007
these forts that the U.S. Army
or 2008. I threw away my mistake, but everything
The
else,
U.S. like tries to get
my wife has it
control of the
boxed.
Mississippi River as soon as possible. So they want to
So
take
you go like on a midweek set today, like in the comedy store. You know, you'll mark that down. You'll look at your notes and you'll sit. You'll go.
their control of that
What you've been working on.
forest is given
Well, like that was kind of what I was trying to get to is you guys have done, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000 spots. I don't know.
to do this because he knows that
I'm not gonna. I feel bad the way you felt about your Netflix special because I'm not saying you went in there and had a set that we'll talk about for centuries, but it wasn't. I've seen you bomb. I've seen like in at like the late night haha or something like. There's three people and they don't like you to tease them. Like I've seen you have bad sets, but that wasn't a bad set. It was like there were things that didn't hit as hard as maybe you would like. You can always say things differently, but I hope you're proud of it. I thought it was a good set.
He has the higher.
I wish I would have done. You can't have everything. You can't always get what you want, but you get what you
U.S. troops inside begin surrender.
It's said 1,000 fucking times. I'm very fortunate to even be in the game at this age.
Right? He wants
They
to
even be around.
by executing really all of the
Anything positive
American
that happens,
troops fighting
I'm not gonna happen.
resisting
Yeah.
Confederacy.
You know, somebody calls.
So this becomes not just a
like,
battle of Fort Pillow, it's a massive
really want to put me in the show. I'm happy.
Think about 150 or so
How
black
fucking
troops shot execution
I
style
love doing
by
comedy.
force.
I love it's not like
People were surrendering. People with the battle is over.
to be
And
in
the
there.
Fort says this.
It does mean the same.
He said
I still
the
love it.
battlefield has to be dyed with the blood.
Family. If you don't like me at this age, I'm
Prove
really
that
fuck.
Yeah.
You know, so you know who I am. But you want me to come down and read for your own for gigs at 55, go fuck yourself. I've been around as far as you have. You
against any other black soldier.
I gotta come downtown at 3:30 in traffic and drive back in that fucking
Backfires
nightmare.
against it.
Give it to somebody else.
People do remember Fort Pillow, but they do
They
so
would call
as
me,
battle
okay,
to get
okay.
them to get
Let's
black
read
soldiers
tomorrow.
to join the army rather than
You know, I've been around the clock. Not just to come and
remember
bring
Fort
the
Pillow.
show.
It's something you would hear
Right.
both from
You know, those days that don't like all those type of situations.
join the army to create the
Is that because you're, I guess, older, right? Is that what you're saying? You're 54.
You know what's gonna work, what's not gonna work anymore. You know, when I was 38, I couldn't wait to be on the show.
after the war.
On the show now, I couldn't.
Because in
Why?
1867,
Because I just couldn't handle with all the freedom we've had the last couple of years. I would want to be on some TV show.
Time commitment, you know, what they're going to say, creativity, you can't say this, you
Can't
can't
say
say
this, you can't do this. Is it really worth it to recur on a show right now? The only show that is welcome to recur is your own show.
and
You're
so
going
yes,
down
this
50
symbology
G's a
of
week. It's your name and creative level.
right? So this is a guy, a slave trader.
And
He's
what we get,
Confederate,
fuck themselves.
butcher.
You know,
Look at
it's hard to
Fort
fuck
Pillow,
themselves.
and then he's
Say
a
for
leader
5
of the
years.
first
Say something like technically, you'd say racial
Listen to
slurs.
this.
You can say whatever you want. Until that time, he's gonna stay on Twitter.
State of Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a tough thing.
Governor of the state of Tennessee
Pictures of you getting
required
like
to pronounce
bonkers.
that my birthday was named
Hanging out with your fucking buddies and some
which means that
barbecue.
the first 7 years that
Why
I
have
lived
it if
in
you really can't
so
go and express what the fuck you are?
it was
Yeah, and it's stressful for, you know, every tweet you put out there,
that the state was going to
trouble
celebrate
for who's
this
they're going to think about,
literally
you know, that about me. And if you're,
his bust was in the Tennessee Capitol National. Formally
You tweeted it, it's funny.
what message do you think that sends to anybody
That
about
was
what the
back.
state
It goes to that tweet.
champion?
Let's get
Is this something that just nobody talked about?
Even
Oh, no, we had a conversation.
if it's a role,
African Americans.
well, I'm talking more of,
This guy at the end is holiday.
you know, maybe something current event, newsworthy, that sort of thing. I'm not always, sometimes I'm not always comical with those. And I feel like, and then also I like to make some points, but I think there's just
Like, what was the pushback?
backlash. You know, if I'm like, I'm from the Valley, I'm blue collar. And so every tweet I put out, I don't like the problem. I get nervous being on Twitter, interacting. You know, you call me, you're a phone call. I like that, you know me. But if I was to like, hey, Joey on Twitter, and I feel like everyone's watching us, so I kind of, and I've had experiences with people like through this over the years, you know, not getting in trouble. Hey, don't put me on that. Don't, you know, I tried to reach out, and people like get weirded. So for me, I'm kind of. I hold back. I like talking. I like Periscope because I don't think about it. So Twitter, it could be it's stressful for many reasons. I could see why people are leaving it because of hate, or you feel like maybe you're wasting time, or you were going to say something wrong. So I don't need it, but it's fun. I try to have fun with Twitter. I try to show positivity. That's the thing. Like, I never want to like brag either. I'm aware of like when I promote the comedy store, I know guys want to get spots, so that's kind of I don't like. I know I need to promote the comedy store. It's good to have people see, oh, Brody, you're the comedy store, so I can get work elsewhere. Also, like go on the road. I don't do a lot of road work. So, you know, it just social media. I think people are waking up and seeing the, there's some negativity, but I try to show positive, show what I do. I'm not trying to change minds. I'm saying, like, look,
put out positive energy. It's positive energy. Positive vibes, not being a hater. And I could be a hater. I'm like human, right? But try to take the high road.
I think both of you have done good jobs about, I don't know how to, not dictating your audience, but bro, you know different ways for you to block, which I like you to block. And that's honestly what I do now, because I don't even really, I either mute them, if they're just like, I don't really want to deal with that anymore, or if I really don't like what they say, I just I don't go back and forth with them. Joey, you get a lot more rare now, I think, at least from what I see. But every once in a while, you'll go off on them, which I think would probably scare some people from coming at you. You find some interaction. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, that's that comment.
They taught you how to drop off on Facebook years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, when she was at the top. She made a comment one night about something comedy. I saw the divine. Yeah, I saw one Facebook fucking message. Another one the next day because she was fired.
I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of there's bullying. I think that's one thing that happens. I feel that's a fear of mine, putting stuff out there. But that's you know what? You got to grow up. If you're in this business, that's just the reality right now in terms of you don't have to be on social media, but it's kind of hard not to until you got to promote it. You got to get out. You got to get out there. But I think everyone's kind of like fatigued right now, just this craziness. So yeah, I try to keep it light, but it's not easy.
I'm taking a lot of chances on Twitter, and I learned one thing.
Confederates were usually
It's like a background check.
enemies of the United States. So they puts them in a different camp from George Washington, founders of the United States. Right. All together, but one were traitors who were betrayed.
So right now, I come in here,
So let's focus on
background check on me.
to me, it's
Robbery.
is that
When I'm out in Seattle in possession of coke that my brother put on there,
matters that
possession of weed, you look at me and you think a judgment.
did not judgment. So it's like at this moment,
That Nicholas Cruz kid, that's just huge. He comes in, he has a clean military
to protect white supremacy, it's like why did you
He's fucking retarded.
Yeah,
because they wanted to solidify white people.
You're so blinded by the sale. You're so blinded by the commission and the structures of your payment that you oversee those things. You oversee those things as an employee. Those eyes are too close together. And it's up here. It's fucking hands you with 1,000 tells. And you're missing all of it. You can tell he's half a fucking hole. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell this kid he's half a hole. They come in from the AR-15. Fucking everybody. With their fucking eyes. They got a glaze over their fucking eyes. It's got Frank. You can see it. You can see that something's going on. You can't see that with the background check. You cannot see that shit with the background check. It's so weird. I look at witness.
so you got to look at them in the eye to get a real true reader on somebody as opposed to Twitter.
No. All I want you to understand is this is that. What I like about Twitter is what I really like about Twitter and all this shit is say what's in your fucking heart. Listen, that joke you're going to write about Trump or whatever stupid you're going to write, that's a really good joke. You can't put it on the special. You can put it on the special, but it's not going to be relevant. So you might as well put it somewhere that you're afraid of this week, right? Yeah. Okay, so man, you wake up, what's up, y'all? Positivity, the word of the day, y'all. Okay. The second line is the line you screen. Some politicians or Roseanne, what the fuck you want to say. And the third line is your leads for the guarantee you sometimes the same one tickets to all of these states are, and you ask them how they want to put positivity out there. If I see, what's going on, trouble.
So for me, this debate is
something happening. How they know is by intuition.
when it's so
Which one of us are in a situation where they help me and how they knew people contacted a bunch of people and said that these weren't regular bronies.
Are you talking about a few years ago? Oh, yeah. Well, yes, of course.
So thank God that people really love you. They really look at your Twitter feed as a being all around. Know your heart. They knew what you were saying. It was crazy. What they knew your heart was always around. But it's the same time you're saying all the knowledge on Twitter. People know who Brody is. People that know who Brody is, they're not going to get offended. It's when they retweet that joke. And some fucking reads that joke and says, look, Brody Stevens said that.
There's no denying it.
Their eyes closed together.
Well, I don't push it in that sense. I push it maybe in political, like I'm not out there like Owen Benjamin was. I don't think well, he's off Twitter. And I think he's doing. He's on Instagram. I know he's on doing time. I think he brought his family somewhere. So that was the last time I saw him. Oh my God. Instagram is fun. I show photos. And again, it's not bragging, but just showing some fun stuff and some comedy.
They show pictures of money.
Oh yeah. Well, I do it. That's a big thing that like the rappers do now. They walk around with like snacks and they like throw it on the floor. But I think comedians showing them on like a private airplane, we're taking a private jet. That I'm not into necessarily. Or fancy, driving in fancy. I think they're just kind of like, not that all comedians do that, but some people, just. I mean, that's why when I take my photos, I'm by myself in the restaurant. Everyone's happy and all the time, and I get it. But when I'm really, I think if people are a little more relaxed,
how would you live in big picture? Would you drive?
There's nothing
No.
say about somebody.
No.
That is just
No.
A publicist, somebody that's raised is just plagued with evil, atrocious sins that we've committed on each other throughout history. Yet those topics aren't as explosive as the topic of just racism in the last 200 years of America.
But none are equally powerful as it received our lives, right? I mean, yes, pedophilia 2,000 years ago is the importance of life, but our country was so profoundly shaped by the institution of slavery and by the institution continued Christian white supremacy as a legal system in the decades and century after that. I mean, I get that we feel it's an obsession, but it has to be so because we have to grapple with it on a daily basis. And you know what? Americans have always grappled with this. And in my goal, I say an epigenetic curse. It's something that Americans have felt the need to talk about for a long time. You know, it was okay that the best-selling book of the 1800s that was written during the 1800s was On Tap by Harriet Beecher Stowe, about slavery. And the best-selling book in the 1900s century is Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell, which is also about slavery and race. Huckleberry Finn. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of folks out there today who want Americans to talk less about racism, talk less about slavery. And, you know, the voices out there, and some of them, which are in Florida, especially, given the leadership of the state, who want to have fewer conversations about them. But the reality is that these are fundamental to understanding that if we try to sweep them under the rug, we have to turn into them. So it's really essential that Americans continue, but they do so in a more enlightened and welcoming and open manner than they have. Has it been taken out of the school curriculum or something? Well, there's big battles over school education codes and everything. That's what with the
argument be against it? So teaching, are they saying that teaching the true history of America, like what really happened during the Civil War, is not appropriate for kids?
Yeah, that it makes people bitter, that it divides our society, that it makes people upset. Well, you have to get upset about this. Yeah. If we don't get upset about it, how can we reject the legacy of that, right? I mean, we live in a society that's haunted by these we have to have a conversation.
Is that your argument is that we shouldn't teach the truth about American history because we need to forget it?
I think some people would probably agree with that. I'm not with that.
No, I don't think
as a historian,
right to forget about history.
As a historian, you have to teach the good and bad. Even it's a good too. But to make ourselves feel content, sort of pat ourselves on the back in order to erase and subvert history. Really dangerous.
Yeah. This is something that I'm super unfamiliar with, haven't been paying attention to, but the critical race theory idea. Which side of that argument is the critical race? Is that critical race theory? Are they saying that you need to teach the truth about history, or are they saying that we should forget about history?
Here's the thing. Critical race theory versus legal studies field that's super niche that I will be honest, I never even heard of until about 6 or 7 months ago. It's not something that's dominating the academy. What it's become is a boogie for conservatives to say, oh, here's this catchy phrase that most people don't understand. So we're going to read this stuff.
Do we know the definition of it?
I mean, if you work in this particular field, which is not all that many, then they're interested in. So I'm a historian. I don't work in critical race theory by any means. But I do is I study American history, right? And that in which race plays a really important and influential role. So, basically, it's been this catchphrase that people have left onto to say, oh, there's this campaign to make white people feel bad about U.S. history. And that's how it's used in conservative circles, in analytical environment. It's not actually something that's very big in schools, or even teachers are actually doing. Some are, to be sure. And those people who are doing that, they're beyond, right? They're pushing, not just for telling the truth of history, but for looking at things like subconscious racism, various ways that racism introduces itself in less obvious ways, particularly in that field. But it's really not. But basically, a lot of shows
somebody to help them, like maybe an assistant to keep things in line. But no, I don't need a butler. I'm okay with the small condo. I don't need huge stuff. I get to do some things already. I'm already getting to do Major League Baseball fantasy camp type activities. I get to go to the comedy store and do whatever I want. I get to do podcasts, so I'm having fun with that. So all I need, honestly, is shelter. Eventually, I'd like to have a relationship. I like to have a dog. I wouldn't mind having a kid. I just don't know if that's going to happen. But if it doesn't, I'm okay. Well, 48, I just turned. So that's yeah, I look up to you guys. I look up to you. I look up to Shane Forbes. He's got Eddie Pepitone. These guys who are a little bit older than me. Like I look up to you guys. It's like okay, they're doing it. I can do it. So I feel good about that. Because it's like I think relationships matter. And again, we're getting to that Twitter stuff again. A lot of times you're by yourself. But I'll say something. It's been so crazy the last couple of years with politics. I felt like, honestly, I had to put my energy into that, into like sticking up for myself, sticking up for good people. If you want to say, I'm just not crazy, progressive. I really want everybody. I want everybody to do well. Everybody. And I think that I go home, I go to the comedy store, and I go home, and I go on that internet, and I'm just searching, I'm just putting out. That's where my mind is. I don't think I'm alone in that. Like in terms of it's hard to enjoy things. I used to enjoy things a little more, but I would say the last year or so, I think just with the tension in the air, I'm not enjoying things. Is that how you?
I don't follow politicians because there are some times where I'll go check and I'll just start going on news chases. I'll click on this person's Twitter. This person's Instagram, and yeah, you can get frustrated or angry if you don't believe in what they're doing, or on Instagram sometimes it's just like these people are getting millions of followers for doing, like I'm saying, throwing money on the floors, and so it can get, but I try not to do that, so that's why people get mad at me because I don't follow that many people, but I literally follow who I am interested in hearing from.
But I feel like I'm a comedian. My thing is, I was born here, let's just say Hollywood, and everyone doesn't really like, people are down on Hollywood, let's be honest, whether that's just a fact, people are kind of down on it. And I feel as though I was born here, was in the Valley, Hollywood. I was born in Hollywood, I live in Hollywood, I work in Hollywood, specifically with comedy, on the front lines of like First Amendment speech. A lot of these comedians are, they're Patton Oswalt, Judd Apatow, Joe Rogan, he's more known for the podcasting, but even that. So I feel like I need to speak up. I need to, I can't not say anything. I just feel like I have to speak my mind because I'm from here, born here, and I hear things that just kind of doesn't feel right to me. And I felt that, and I worked in show business. I've been in movies. I've done 3,000 television audience warm-ups. I had every high school come in, every military branch. And then when things started, I just feel like I have to stick up for what's right. You can take it for whatever it is. I want to get political, but that's what I do. But I also feel like and I had my own personal experiences, so I don't want to go into that. But I have my reasons for how I feel about things. So I'm not trying to change people's opinions, but I want to let them know. Oh, you like that I hang out with the Cubs? That's pretty cool, right? Well, I put out good energy, so why don't you listen to me? That's kind of how I feel sometimes. But yeah, I'm sticking up for the Valley. They used to pick on the Valley all the time. Reseda sucks. You're from Reseda. I went to Reseda. What the hell? So, and I got picked on, but you know what? It made me stronger. I'm just admit it. Latino guys do Holocaust jokes, black guys do jokes. I played sports, the football team I coached. But here's the deal. But you're talking about the background check. These guys weren't malicious. I knew them. I can name my Mexican teammate friends, and they would do Holocaust jokes and Jew jokes. It didn't feel good, but I knew it wasn't coming from malicious. I could tell. And same thing when I played baseball in college. The white guys from Orange County in Arizona doing Jewish jokes. I get it. So I just would say Jesus is Jewish, and then they would laugh. It would defuse them. And to this day, I'm very good friends with those guys. So that's looking them in the eye, and I just feel like there was just more honesty back then, and that's just how I was raised. So I'm kind of, I don't want to make waves or anything, but I also feel like enough people are, quote unquote, woke, and they're back off, and I want to get back into just having fun, rock and roll music, baseball, enjoying things. I don't want to be involved in this crazy, political bunker. I feel like a fuck guy. Yeah. It's a horrible bunker. Yeah.
The second
You
iteration,
put on
the
well,
second manifestation of the plan takes place between the
12 minutes is fucking presidential and stupid pop.
And at this moment, the plan is way
I
bigger.
take my money out.
Because the first
I
plan
spent
is really
fucking hard money for tickets. First three comics to go there, bring the fucking Harley back. Let's get my
national institution.
I go to the
In
scheme
fact,
this shit.
some of the
Go to the
states
cats
that
and
have the highest
comics.
numbers of networks were states like
Comic
New
people
Jersey,
click with my fucking ghost. I got one guy that I'm able to 13 minutes. That's saying exactly what I feel. Wow, he took that right out of my fucking mind. That's a great comedy. And then somebody says, something goes up there and says, what your wife's thinking. When the girlfriend, my girl, the first date,
but they were like
you look like a fucking hero.
out in the open.
You look like a fucking
So
hero.
they have moments.
You go back the next week to watch the same comic and suddenly you're like, what the fuck? I could have got my dick sucked last night. I was in Miami now. I'm not going to suck my dick. My cousin's staying over. Well, of course, it's the eating bombs. My cousin's staying over.
That's everybody.
Yeah, no, it's pretty interesting shit. I'm happy that just the fact that he's still here. I still remember us having a conversation in New York. 97. You told me to. So for you just to still be here, you know how hard it is. This is what it is. I get it. I didn't do the performance that I wanted to. But there's a lot of variables involved in this. I'm a big world. I've been for 27 years. Folks out of that is I got a Netflix special. Whatever happens now is in God's hands. There's nothing I can do. Very happy we hit some good spots. We hit some great jokes. It just wasn't cut up the way I wanted to in my head. And it happened. Guess what? Guess how lucky I am to still be in the game. Guess how lucky I am that I came to Los Angeles. That I went full fucking throughout and went for it. Guess fucking that means the world to me. Because these comics that I fucking came up with are way funnier than I had one discipline. And that one girl just couldn't make it back to Los Angeles. That was their biggest obstacle. Was taking their fucking, was getting out of their fucking shithole situation. They wanted to be a big man on a school campus. I didn't give a fuck about being a small fish in a big ocean. I knew that. Get to the island, grow, get some utensils, get a flashlight, and build a whole fucking stage. And that was exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. Climb to a rock, plant a fucking seed on that rock. And if you get to the stage, you don't get a license. So that's it. There was hurdles.
Lee was asking about spots and all that. And Seattle, for me, I learned public speak up there, selling T-shirts with the Seattle Supersonics, and doing the cable access show. And then when I went to New York, I was a tour guide at Radio's Music Hall, parked at the Comedy Cellar. So I always tried to make sure that I had jobs where I was able to project and talk. And I feel like it helped me out quite a bit. Like I would always say, find a job where you can talk. But speaking, for me, it was like selling those T-shirts. And you just gotta step up and go for it. Same thing with like audience warm-up. You just gotta like go for it. You can't be actually, some of these people, these small markets are afraid to like go for it. And that's what I learned in Seattle was good for that. For me, I found my voice in Seattle. I honed it in New York. And then I came back here and got into warm-ups and all that stuff. But yeah, you told me back in 97 to go to New York. And I went to New York and I never looked back from Seattle. It was like, boom, that's where I came out in terms of myself. How to get here. To Seattle. And then I started here briefly, right? Yeah, I played baseball basically all the way through college, and I coached at Arizona State, so did the final semester. And I took an acting class at Arizona State, and it was kind of cool. Like I was away from baseball. Not that I didn't like baseball, but I was kind of over it. Zagging the class, there was those there's cute girls in there. There were, cute girls in there, and it was fun. And I was trying to be a serious actor, but he would, was there a guy like Joey Fortick in the back of your class? No, we had some characters, I remember, but the girls, the people would laugh at me. So I took the acting, and when I moved back here to Los Angeles to work on film, I just wanted to learn everything about the business. We have a good laugh here. I'm trying to not smell the fart, but also speaking for my. I don't want to interrupt you, but since he's bringing it up, can we talk about that when you assaulted me during the Periscope? I still can't believe you did that.
Joey assaulting you by
And called me over to do a technical thing. I left me there waiting for it to show. It took me 30 seconds to show up.
and he cupped it. He cupped it and threw it, and it was shocking. But that's the kind of relationship you two have when you fart on each other.
I don't get to fart on him as well.
But that's real brotherly interaction. To be able to fart.
Where is it? It was around travel 6 inches. 6 inches. I had to point it right up in your nose like a magnet. It happens so fast. I don't know if you have any fucking idea how fast it happened. Okay, so I met that broad.
It's like a fiction. Yeah, it's a fictional story based on the current state of our country today, right?
She spent the night. One day, I gave her a ride.
Everybody thinks that we're
we got through the house a little bit. Then I drove all the way to Colorado. This was one day. By the following Monday, she was already in Colorado on my couch. She drove me early. We went camping together. She left the following. Seattle, maybe 10 days after.
It looks like it's trying to
yeah, I'm still driving past it. That was
Joe Lusary.
driving past that and crying. The realization
sensationalized.
Jail for murder.
Well, it's like a mental today.
I was going to commit the comedy and the stand. Something I remember driving. This is what I want to do. If I can figure out a way to do this every night, $10,000 for this guy. This car together, and I can just make comedy every night. $25 minimum. I'll drive every fucking night. That's rather big. I fucking what's up? It's 56 miles. You know, it's I can go 800 miles. So that's what I wanted to do. But that's how bad I fucking wanted. I still remember driving by that fucking speed. I got up there the first night. It's like, remember when I told you it's comedy, you get this fucking kicks in the ass. Sandwiches with American cheese on white. All these sandwiches. Six packets. Bagel. I I drove all night, man. That's all I
businesses
ate.
that run our media
I would get out of the car and
that's
eat.
competition.
I would bring my own food and triple.
That's a major component of
I still remember Detroit. Being out of
things that really
maybe
in part, I said that this is a moment to kind of live.
that was the epiphany of me wanted. That's it. That's my
one way
goal.
that's
This is what I'm going
one of the worst moments.
You drove from Denver to Detroit for a gig before I did.
$450 for 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shows.
That gig's still available. So you drove to Detroit, and it was triple. It was a triple.
No, right? It was a regular a friend of mine. It was a comedy club. One of the suburbs of Detroit.
Yeah.
And I get there. So here I am, ready to fuck comedy. This is my dream.
Today,
I fucking made it here.
most
I go, and then like,
mainly
Straight here.
this is what's the problem. Detroit.
but
And
then
I see
since
the
the
guy that's going here at night early.
going back
Oh,
and
I think it's like a one-way
major
trip.
corporations
You got losing it.
rates.
All of the public. Again. Right. It's like, where's the hotel at? So I asked them where the hotel was, and they showed
Businesses that run this, those are very awkward conversations, right? Because
the hotel. Talking to people at the bar, like, what's your name? Each goes on this. Pizza place, like, oh, what's up? He goes, do you have a suit? Yeah, he goes, go to the hotel and check in. He goes, you got a room. I told him, man, it's open. I couldn't come up to bed, so you're only going to tell me bed.
Whoa.
He goes, I give you 50. So the guy goes, so check.
Yes, I agree. Racing.
I had everything on God.
Obviously, yes.
At that point, I had done 5 months of triple lunch. I had broken down 80 times. I knew exactly what I needed. I had everything. There was no water in there whatsoever. Shovels,
This sort of like
the change for a car, an extra battery, radiator, face, radiator.
iPhone charger?
No, iPhone.
So opening up pretty bad.
One show eats again. They go back to go.
jump on sort of like control ideological
I said I had to try
to like
box it with money and ashtray for the change. The next morning, I get up, breakfast was free. Breakfast for free. Those days, you think that's some scrambled thing. You don't even read scrambled eggs, the petrified vegetables, the fucking turkey bacon. I mean, it's amazing.
Did you said you wanted to do comedy was in Detroit?
No, I was doing comedy. Wyoming.
American history shows that
Wyoming. Idaho. Wenatchee.
Epiphany, that was
That drive. Let me know that this is what I'm doing.
got
drive because not only did I do Joe, Cheryl, just jokes aside, just from something. They had two clubs, one in Chicago, one in Detroit. So I tried to Saturday showcase that, and they gave however, if I can run back to the thing, Harold,
But the fact
you
that
know,
they
we
did
got
it
some code.
we
Weekends is a feature.
Cowboys riding off in
Like, I didn't know it was this much fun on the road. I'm like, okay. So I really want to do this. It's this much fun.
There's a long history.
This was after the triple runs.
Yeah, the triple runs. I started with triple January of 95.
Good job.
This was stopping at club.
Local people in the East.
Club, when I was in the area, in case of the club, forced myself to do that.
There are just
I had to show that you get the club Sunday. No,
so many.
my assistant fucking wrote it. Let me check the calendar.
History of
No, I would say it's a part of sexual part of the United States. So I have to come see you because I will see you.
all of Mexico. Yeah,
That's how long they get start saying that shit.
Can you find out
After saying something, you think that triple run, you know, those kind of things, you know, club owners, that sort of.
that's more than what was really wrong? So 1848. 1848. Imagine if coal had gone to Mexico rather than the United States.
So, and then when you move from New York to LA, you get motherfuckers out there going with it.
And
Like
it's
people didn't want to use it.
basically about why the U.S.
You know, my style of comedy. And now, after all,
Right, and you know what? That's what happened. I got into trouble with. Same. It's like, F you. You know,
mainly mean
number of people. You freaking all of a sudden these guys don't like me. It's like that's understand like that's human nature. But you can also see some people's true colors. So what's going on, but also, you know, it's human nature. For me, lashing out, yeah, I might have been right at the core, but it wasn't the right thing to do. I would say, yeah, that's where I was like, those meds, and I went off from cold turkey. I had, yeah, that's where I had my quote-unquote problems. But I was just lashing out. I was a bit manic. I was worked up. They were also like pushing me.
you know, you're going to push me, I'm going to push you. And I think some of it was that a little bit like the Hollywood, the skateboards from Venice, those guys, you know, rubbing up against me. And I push back. So that's not always, but that's what I did. And, you know, so, Brody, no, I went on my meds and opened up my mind, and I mean that's why they put people on meds, so you don't get agitated at things you should be getting agitated with. But I was looking for problems a little bit too, going to Starbucks and seeing these screenwriters giving me negative energy. I didn't like that, so I was like into like the real stuff, like people do talk about how Starbucks and how there's like, I mean, I got an argument with Starbucks a couple weeks ago. So you get these little guys, and I can have problems sometimes. Well, one guy, this most recent one, I mean, it happened every few years, but I was, you know how Starbucks is now, how it's all in the news about the bathrooms, you can hang out, all that sort of stuff. So I walked into Starbucks, my regular Starbucks there in the valley, and there was a guy at the table, like a transient type guy, because I hadn't seen him before, but I could tell like he was a transient. Yeah, anybody was all, we were like at a table like we're on now, and he was all spread out. He had his backpack, he had 3 chargers going. He did have a coffee, but he was very spread out. Not a big deal. I thought it was kind of funny, and I took a photo and just put my own thing. Not showing his who he is, but just sort of showing, oh, look, people making their home at Starbucks. If I was him, I'd do that. And then I walk closer as I go get my coffee, and I see the guy has a weapon out there, a bat, like a mini bat with a tape on it. It was a weapon. Sorry. And the weapon was on the table. So not only was the backpack and he was spread out, it was funny. Now I see the weapon. So it just kind of like, to me, it just verified my initial instinct. So I thought, you know what, I'll take the photo. Weapon, why not? Maybe I'll post it. So I click a couple shots and go the weapon, and I go get my one slide. I want to make a big deal, and then so take a flip of the weapon. And then this guy comes up to me and goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" Like friendly, and I go, I can see like read his energy, like he was questioning me. I go, and I zoom in my camera. I go, weapon. And I go, why? He goes, oh, I thought you were taking pictures of me. I'm like, why would I want to take pictures of you? I don't know. I go, I'm about to knock you out. He goes, really? I go, getting worked up. It's just insane. I was taking pictures, and I of his wife, and I told him, I said to him, and he goes, yeah, you don't want to do that. I go, you know what, yeah, I'm about to drill you. He said, drill, I don't know, you know. But I was, he wants to take pictures. That's what I said, or girlfriend. So he got worked up, and then the staff, oh, break it up. What's going on? Everything's cool. Yeah, this, take a photo of the weapon. And then he goes, yeah, this 60-year-old guy. Okay. I go get my coffee. I'm going to leave. And I still, he's at the table. Around, he's like, and I go, you got a problem? He keeps walking. I walk over. Nobody wants to take a picture of you and your ugly, I said, no, your fat girlfriend. That's what I said. I called, and I didn't even know she didn't look at her. I didn't even notice. I just know, like, if you're going to say that, that's going overboard. I shouldn't have said it. But I didn't handle myself properly. But the bottom line is, I wasn't his girlfriend. I didn't even know. He first came up to me. I thought he was a fan or friend. And then he says, yeah, you're taking photos of me and my girlfriend. Why would I do that? Well, I don't know. You know, get out of my face. And I got a little girlfriend. Saying sorry on the road. And, but bottom line is, I took the photo. I probably shouldn't have. That's a risk. So I took the risk. I did what's sensitive about it. I admit that, but you know what?
easily have gone to the manager, and that's a risk you take when you step. Like me. So, and he was a little skinny Antifa type. So I just, I pulled him out of the board. They shook him up. His cage got around. You know, you're taking photos of you and your girlfriend like I'm taking a photo of the weapon. I haven't been back to that store. What happened with the weapon? I don't know. The guy, nothing. No. Starbucks wasn't mad about the weapon. I did take a photo of the weapon because I thought it was funny. It's based off my instincts being take, but I didn't appreciate it. About that sometimes, like somebody, and it's not going to turn out well. I don't know. You keep it random. You want behind it. On tap.
Thank you for all the well wishes. Very much, I guess. And you top. You got the link, and that's it. Just
Take verse 2. 3. He's more. Me, so odds are, you know, I go again. It's always on. There's always on.
Make that as the world by the ball
where on this.
Are there those guys like that?
No.
Then there's
That's part of the package is fair. This one, wearing it. Go to US for $4. Everybody said, it's not like you 12:15, follow.
bargain with.
Yeah, they probably had her like
But they
Yeah. Stand-up's king of the jungle in terms of these acts.
So they
Yeah, I'm lucky. And comedians have been very nice to me. I definitely feel support. I like,
they need to be
they're They're tough crabs. They're tough. Like, that's an indicator of something. Not necessarily. You don't take it. I'm not reading it. I officially started going. God, I wanted to go. I just that's in the valley, but my mother. Necessarily, you know, I was just I saw the comic. Or the comic store workshop. Comic store, look at it, you know what they
So it's a little.
well, that was whoever was performing back in 93. Go in. I don't think I ever went because it just didn't feel like I was. I would think about it. No. Yeah, I was scared even once I got past. It was timid. I was chewing in the parking lot. You had dark place, but I liked it. I always liked the thrills of the hunt. It wasn't about advertising and fancy lights. It was dark, it was real, and I early on like mid-60s. So I knew that right away, and I was just drawn to that when I had an opportunity to. A lot of people go, "Oh, why do you want structure?" I need a place to go. And every Wednesday, we drive to Westwood from Thursday. It was really exciting. My little 2-minute spot in front of my classmates. That was a big. I like this, so I go do it. And like every coffee, standing ear off after the show. Just I wanted to really just throw in, and then I go by the store, and then I did like one open mic, and I knew I wasn't. I did a graduating class at the comedy store, Russian, the original. People coming up to me, and then like, and it was just. Especially my home team. Something like pride to feel like I'm not going to let this MC at a bar kind of like talk down to me in my neighborhood. You moved here from somewhere, I'm sure, and this is my town. So I knew that, and I stopped at the open mics, and I went back to UCLA, and I took a business of comedy class. I wanted to learn everything about comedy. And I did that, and then I remember the guy, the instructor said, if you want to do comedy, get out of LA, go somewhere else. So it was either Phoenix where I went to college or Seattle where I had family. Seattle, my uncle said they really support the arts up there. So when I moved up there in February of '94, after this Northridge earthquake, I was working at Macy's over at Topanga, and all got red tagged, so I didn't have a job there. It wasn't making much money anyway. And I just drove up to Seattle, jumped into the Comedy Underground, open mics, and just, the comedians treated me pretty well. I was liked there, but I made it to I found my voice, but that was about it. I wasn't going to really get feature work, it's like they knew me as well. So I was a guest spot guy. I worked at the Comedy Underground. I learned how to see shows. I learned about a 3-person show. I learned all about that stuff. And doing the cable access, working for the Sonics, and then you said go to New York, and I knew it because I needed more. Yeah, I crowd through Seattle. It's hard to they know you too well. When I started, I went to New York, and I just
enjoyed my time there. But after 3 years, I felt like I was ready to come back home.
Well, thank you so much for coming on here and talking about this stuff. This is pretty fascinating to realize information.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm really glad you have me on, and I really hope that, whether folks love Red Dead Redemption 2 or whether they're history buffs or whether they don't know much about it at all, I really hope that this book, Red Dead's History, can be a way to, begin exploring some of these big dilemmas that have really shaped where we are today, what would impact the society that Americans live in today. Usually people think of video games as a waste of time, something that's used to kill time and relax and something. But there's actually powerful ways that video games can be tools for learning, tools for understanding the nature of society. Usually they just need a little help. And what I'm doing is give a little bit of that help to our accompaniment, sort of like a companion to Red Dead. As you're playing this game, read this book, and most importantly, but maybe perhaps in a fun way if you love the game. We haven't mentioned this, Danny, but the audiobook version of this is narrated by the main actor of the game.
Oh, no way. That's amazing.
Yeah, so Roger Clark, who played Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2, is the narrator for the book, right? So all the things that we talked about these hours together, you can actually hear Arthur tell you in his iconic voice, and hear Roger tell you his iconic voice in the audiobook version of this. The book comes out on August 6th, and I hope that folks will be interested in joining the journey. But certainly a lot of fun writing it and being a part of this community.
Available everywhere you get books, I assume.
Yeah, Amazon, all Target, Barnes & Noble, Audible, all the big, Spotify, all the big audio outlets as well.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to download that audiobook and listen to that again.
Yeah.
Much better than the AI PDF reader that I listen to it with.
Yeah, you want Roger Clark reading it, not some crummy AI.
Yeah.
There's certain tasks that computers can never replace humans with. This is one of them.
Yes. Well, thanks again, man. I really appreciate it, and I'll make sure to link the book and everything else below.
So check it out. Thanks for having me on. It's been fun.
My pleasure, man. All right. Goodbye, world.
According to the highway patrol, that highways would be closed till at least 4 o'clock today. Cleanup phone time right now. Highway 330 closed right at night. The Southern California spot back for a traffic report. I'm Mike Morris. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
I've been pushing ever since, like 18 years, pushing, and yeah, I don't know where my next gig is going to come from, but I do know that I have a special coming out. I do know, I am getting 2 to 3 spots. I mean, those get taken away at the comedy store, who knows, but I don't want to think about that. But I'm definitely I do feel good about my comedy. I feel like I've done a pretty good job with that. I've bought a house, but I probably could have been better with my money. Probably made enough money to where I could own a home. But I think, I honestly, I've talked about this before. I think if my father was still around, but maybe my comedy would be different. If I had a girlfriend, if I had somebody to kind of keep me honest, keep me, being a bachelor is difficult. The older you get, especially in comedy and this and that sort of thing. So it makes you look at things a little bit differently. I can see why people get older, get a little panicky. Keep going. I'm going to need some fresh air.
Do you remember, you guys were talking about the Comedy Store? You're a big fan of baseball, so as a comedy fan, the store is pretty much like Fenway Park, or whatever one, Yankee Stadium, whatever. And I had Joey was very nice to put me on his Belly Room show. And it's just, I've done a few, maybe, 10, 15 stages at this point.
Yeah.
But just having, the difference with the crowd there, and it was like a crazy, my legs almost were shaking. It's it's pretty intense. Just even out in the belly room, which is the smallest of the three, but it was still. I don't want to say the word religious, but it was a very emotional experience. Your adrenaline gets going. You realize where you are. I don't want to run the light, so I get to 10 seconds after the first lesson. That's every night.
A club that you read about, heard about. Your legs go out from under you. I was watching me. I was watching everybody that night. It was so electric. And they were all that you could bomb if you were still gonna laugh. Like, I could bring that guy into the fucking back of the room with the sonic electricity. Yeah, without the shoulders of like the fucking Tin Man. It was amazing. How important the younger comics are being lately, how important was the underground fear from 95 to 97, 98 relapse.
Very important. Doing those open mics, getting, signing up for the open mics, driving, to the Comedy Underground, going to the #1 Teriyaki next door, and then, being around Josh Wolf, yourself, Tana, Yoshi, Ramona, and then having all these, pretty successful comedians who worked at cruise ships up in Seattle, and then I just enjoyed, me personally, I really enjoyed my time up in Seattle because I was in Phoenix, I was in the desert, I was so I had a thirst for culture, a thirst for pierced earrings and capital. I needed that flavor and culture. So Seattle gave me that, and then just the Comedy Underground, doing the open mic every Monday and Tuesday, and Carl, running the open mics and all the characters there, and being in Pioneer Square was kind of cool. I enjoyed, the baseball. The Mariners are playing at the Kingdome. They get maybe 3,000 a game. The players like the Oakland A's, the Indians, and the Yankees, they'll be hanging out upstairs. So I really do, of course, don't miss a time there. It was cool, but I enjoyed my time at the Comedy Store also. I enjoyed my time at the store. But definitely Seattle was just good for me to be a part of the Sonics, all the t-shirts. It was a great
if you really think about it, looking at the three guys, including yourself, still the fucking game. Yeah. And they're making noise down here. That was a breakthrough at that time. We didn't even know it. We had no idea. For me, it was gold. Because I go to my friend Donovan, who was on the podcast 2 weeks ago. Donovan had been going over to 54. And his wife told my wife that, she goes, I've been with Donovan for a while. And he really enjoys going over there. He says it's very supportive. When you get into comedy, I started to do comedy works. I was doing something some comics where you just can't do nothing with them all. And you're looking for this home, and I get thrown out of that. And I ended up in Seattle, and after a month, it was gone. Right now, I watch you I see all the more edits for you over there. This guy reaches DC. Growing up there, like I always say, you don't want to go over there. Over there, you want to say what they like. They like you, they're going to get bored, they're going to get wild, and all that. Yeah. They cheer for you, and your friends, all you guys cheer for one another. I see that. That's a great vibe to be growing with. And then next year's when I'm doing well, Brody's doing well. Brody's got a camp, and I got a camp. And now every time we go, we try to undo each other. That's his camp. And, Sal has his camp. So that's tough. And I try to outbump him. Like the Comedy Store before this shit. Lenny Griffin, Dice, it was a great experience. But you look at it now it's like you're in trouble. You want to go on this spot, you go on this spot. Where you probably enough time tonight. Once you get that light, it's 10 fucking minutes. We'll shut the microphone off. You understand me? You're like, yeah, with the word God.
Why do you think that is the case now? People are more accountable for each other due to
social media, that sort of thing? Or
No, the comedy store was basically created a haven for people to grow. But she also created a haven for things. Oh, really? She created the little haven where she kind of inspired that in a way. I don't know how to say it. She inspired me. She thought it was necessary. It's comedy, which it really is. It really is. It is hard work. You sit there and you drink. And we're pissed about being success. You know what, man? I started making these jokes. It's not fucking funny. Fuck that motherfucker. I ain't funny. I'm a true fuck. And then one night you catch yourself. You go, wait a minute. How am I supposed to grow? Well, I ain't nothing. Fucking people on your side. And you're being about Joshua when he first got his deal. And so I joined it a few times. I'm like, I'm lying. But after that, I was like, wait a second. This guy's my friend. So once we started getting so what I think was fucking anything. That's another thing too. We don't have time to think about Joshua. Think about ourselves. Why do I give a fuck what they say I'm doing who he ain't doing? That's what go to an open mic is like working on TV show and watching extras. The extras are always the stock market is making $1 million. One of my friends, James Cameron, have a fucking story before they're an extra. I just sit there and take their story, oh my God, really? People always think that time clock. I wish there's overtime. I wish there's overtime. But he's telling me he's really there and everything. Out in San Diego. I was watching the guy the other day. It's just between takes trying to work this girl. Good stories. Tell her she can make a ton of money. I'm sitting next to her in this fucking barracuda drinking. And this guy never stops. This is the fucking whole thread for sexual harassment. This is sexual harassment. This is method. Nice black girl with a big ass tight skirt. And this white guy is trying to sell her fucking doors. You're going to have some shit. Sitting there going, this is fucking these guys. No, it's been great in New Jersey. But now the special you take, this is what comes over the season.
Yes. Well, CISO went away. And my agent, manager, they fought or sold, reached out, and I was going to be on Amazon on June 22nd, I believe, is our date. And you can pre-order it. And it's, I shot it at the Comedy Store. I think, I'm not going to say it was a home run necessarily, but it captured what I did at that night and at that particular moment. And it was me basically doing my late night spot at the Comedy Store. I'd been doing that spot already for like 3 years at the time, and I said, well, you know what? I put so much of my time into this spot. Why not, capture it? So I always wanted to do this late night special, like going up in that last spot after the room's been beaten down. And
what time is this about?
Normally after midnight. So I tried for the special. We did 2 shows. We did it in the main room, and I guess they did the first show. We did around 10 o'clock, and I went on probably around 11ish. And the room was too crowded actually, and I did well. I got laughs. I'm not going to say maybe I did crush, but it was a regular looking kind of thing. The second show, we started after 11, and there was maybe 150 people. And because we had good comedians, Bill Burr was on it, and I think Theo Vaughn was on it. So it was a good show, but by the time I was going to go on, there was still a lot of people. And so I said, we got to put on another comedian. So we had Don Barris come in, and Don moved around and made things. He did put his Don Barris touch on it. And then I came out, and there was like
No, 35 people in there, spread out. I did my late night comedy set. I'm doing a special. That was my angle. Now here's the deal. It was a year and a half ago, essentially. And I think I become, definitely a better comedian now. But that night, what we did, I've seen it. I haven't watched it for probably 8-9 months. I'm happy with it. I'm not saying it's going to change the world, but I build it up like it's my big special. It is kind of my big special, and people probably expect to have a full audience and everything, and the crowd is there, busted audience, paid audience. So it was a real audience who didn't know me. Had people walking out. I go, how dare you walk out? This is my special. You don't do that. And then a couple of the comedians, I left the mics open if they wanted to interact with me. And so that I was just basically making it kind of like what I was doing late at night. And I think we captured that. So I feel good about it. I'm curious to see how the reaction is going to be. But this is something I feel like I can promote. Meaning, like, I promoted my TV show, but it was kind of weird promoting me going off the rails, promoting me acting out on Twitter, being detained at Starbucks, promoting me talking about psychology, which was just interesting. But the comedy with this, I feel good about it. I feel like I got a bunch of my jokes in. There's a lot of yelling, a lot of excitement, but that's what I was doing. I was being my special.
You warned me at the beginning of the podcast that this was going to happen. I don't even be like,
lots of farting.
Where can they get it?
The farting? A lot of dairy. Well, it's available. It will be available on Amazon, and yeah, maybe it will lead to me doing, more late night, midnight shows. I don't know. But I think it's kind of. I also there's a couple cool little things in there. I think people will like. They'll be pleasantly surprised and a couple nice moments. And also, I'm promoting the Comedy Store. I'm actually talking about how the Comedy Store is the place to be and how. But it's tongue-in-cheek. Some of that stuff. It's silly music. It's some backstage, like me putting on makeup and stretching. So I got all that stuff in, and I'm curious to see where it goes, and I'm already thinking about what my next special is. I feel like you just got to keep cranking them out, and not to say that there's going to be another one, but I'd like to think, okay, I got this, now I can work for my next one, and I really need to think of myself as a comedian, and I've made that concerted effort probably for the last 3 years or so to let people know I do stand-up. So when I put out a tweet promoting the show, I put that microphone because people knew me as, oh, you're an audience warm-up guy. Oh, maybe you're a guy on Chelsea or whatever. I don't know, but I put. In my mind, I have to think like, hey, I'm a stand-up. I perform at the Comedy Store. I'm doing it. So, and I think people do look at me as you have made it. People do.
I think he's getting a fart already.
He's getting a fart already. But it's been a long. But I think I do get a little, I get tension sometimes. I think with some of the guys at the Comedy Store, I think, because I know them too well, I butt heads sometimes with the guys. And sometimes it's on a podcast or it's on a video. And I feel that gets to me a little bit. I don't like having things like that happen, but also I feel like I have good relationships with the comedians. People don't always know like the eyeball check. You got to be there. You have people have opinions based off a podcast. People have opinions based off a video they saw. They don't know the relationship between two people, two comedians. So sometimes that stuff gets to me. But I know, and I think the comedians know that I've been on the ground floor a lot of this stuff. And I definitely don't feel hate from comedians. But sometimes fans, and maybe this is Twitter, or maybe this could be me jumping in comments, which I don't do. Like, I pick up on some of that. So, but I butt heads at times. But that's also me being in those situations, doing those late night crazy spots. You know, that it's like doing warm up. It's like last to be hired, first to be fired. I'm like all those too nice. Sometimes I'm being nice, and I'm not saying people take advantage of me, but I just think I remember growing up here in the valley. Sometimes I would get picked on for being a nice guy. People, I'm a nice guy, or
What's the other side?
a model in Pakistan. Yeah, I used to have some funny business cards.
That's basically what that fucking underground was. A basement with fucking roaches. Oh, yeah. Big ass roaches. You know. But it's doesn't have to be bad. We got so lucky to be in the fucking underground. One day it's coming to human behavior. Oh, basically,
Read Alpha.
That's what we work with Alpha.
I think he does motivational speaking. That's last I heard. He had multiple. Let's look him up. I had that video. I remember you and Al going at it. Yeah, we learned it, you know, but I think Seattle is like a silly pretty fucking time. Yeah. I think Seattle, we were right there. This is like before Amazon. This is right. I mean, Amazon started in Seattle when we were there. Amazon started in Pioneer Square. Like 2 exits. Found in Lincoln. You know, we were there at a pretty happening time. Like the Foo Fighters were just getting started. Soundgarden, Nirvana was, you know, happening. We were there at a hot moment. Not a hot moment, but Seattle was kind of like on the tail end of grunge. Comedy boom was dying out somewhat, but Seattle was just, I think, a great spot to be pre-social media, pre-crazy internet. It was like the last bastion of art. There he is.
The winners don't quit.
He's nothing to read. I don't want to read the pictures of it.
And I think that maybe there he is, Al Fox, that's him. Hey, Al, Joey, you don't talk to me that way. I've been doing comedy now for Finding Brody. You're not funny to me. Al, please, Brody, get away from me. Al, I enjoy motorcycles. But Brody, I faded on that one. Pretty good though, right? Good acting.
He used to get pissed off.
What did you do?
He had like a handicap issue or something happened to him.
He had a brain injury. I think he fell a motorcycle accident. Wikipedia Al Fox motorcycle.
Also, we do is Al Fox.
Well, I think there's a story behind that. I didn't mean to do that.
I don't think he's listening to this podcast. See the Facebook?
But it was different doing open mics in Seattle. It was like you would get real audience. You would get Al Fox is the founder and president of the not-for-profit Winners Don't Quit. Award-winning comic. To inspire and enable all people, young and old, those with disabilities and those without, to accept the life they've been given. Where's the number?
I don't think he's in the office right now.
Okay.
We're going to change his number tomorrow.
What are they going to give it out?
I think someone's on the screen for a second.
Yeah, it's all right. Contact Al Fox, send him a message later. Tell him this is Brody Stevens. He wants to go to it.
No.
Wait, as motivational speaker or as
I can do motivational.
Taking off for a week, we'll take it. We'll tell that to anybody.
I've got a sidecar. Motorcycle sidecar.
He could motivate for you.
So wait, 425 just
Watch it off the screen and call it.
put it on speakerphone.
What if he answers?
He's abrasive change.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Now,
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
hey Al, it's longtime friend here, Brody Stevens. What do you think? We're having a great conversation. My pal Joey Diaz.
Al Fox, you fat motherfucker, you.
We're just talking about Seattle. Your name came up. A lot of good times. Joey and I were still down here in LA we're having a blast. You're still going. It looks like you are. Positive motivational speaking.
Winners don't quit, cocksucker.
Winners don't quit. Get a complimentary 3-chapter sample of Al's newest book. Al's got a book coming out.
Jesus, Joseph and Barry's Al. Send us the fucking book, will you?
Al Fox, Winners Don't Quit Association, embracing change, inspiring people to believe in their own possibilities.
He wrote it.
Oh, he wrote it. All right. Al,
we love you.
We love you. I was
thinking about you.
That was fun. Thanks for letting us call in. Okay. Stay black. Oh, you want to go that again? Okay. Al Fox.
You can't write that shit.
That was funny.
You can't write that just to let you know people. We don't have bullshit yet. Bad at the table.
Rudy, why are you talking to me? Al?
At least we're talking the truth.
So we were lying.
That's the most important thing.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Al, just be
That's beauty. That fucking beauty.
Oh, that was funny.
That had Rita so first very much, big shit to Valley and all those bills that get Xanax and stuff like that. I should get hard shit.
She was a heat. Before it was.
And send them an email. If we talk about the fucking Don't Quit Association.
And they say, okay, you want to send an email right now?
Okay. Yeah, right now. Send an email, please. Tell them this morning with your Don't Quit tour. Contact Lisa. I had the coordinator.
But there was something about doing.
Oh, he gave you his cell phone.
Like, he's going to call us back in 24 hours.
Fucking say, let me get you the cell phone. I want this is the rest. Get you the cell phone right now. We can call.
So the question is,
wow, he's a good puncher. It's out. Giggles.
There you go.
Shit.
Giggles. Terry Taylor.
Terry Taylor. I was doing it before Terry Taylor.
What's his name? John Morris.
He hated me, but I used to get him.
I'm going to put your name down. Wouldn't he like tinker with everybody's act? Like, so he knew Seinfeld. That was his thing. Like, Seinfeld wouldn't do that.
Terry to work clean and shit. I would work dirty. And when he pulled up his Maserati or whatever the fuck he had, he'd come into the show and work clean. He'd just walk to the back for 5 minutes, 48 seconds.
Like a virus or a living being.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he was only in there for 40 seconds tops.
Yeah, like a
stop at one beat.
How
listen to your punchline. Make sure there's no fucks and never dirty. You can see.
Yeah, that's our first question.
As soon as he walked to the kitchen, finished up. I have my drugs. I drank up the time there.
So you enjoyed your shows there?
Yes, I did. You know, at that time, man, it was 1996, 97. I was happy to fart in the fucking class. You understand me? They said that's what happened in prison. happened to fucking war with my ex-wife. And guess what? I wasn't so high rise. I wasn't paying the fucking $1,000 mortgage. But I was keeping the lights on.
Yeah.
Paying groceries. Paying my side of the rent.
Yeah.
Sometimes it took 50 hits. Sometimes it took whatever. But every month I was starting to make payments with comedy money. That was the best feeling in the world. And if I show you those notebooks today, if I bring the notebooks from 2 years ago, from 95 to 2004, you can see, I wish today I could take those notebooks and put them into a computer so they can put a graph together and do something with comics like a seminar to show you the slow escalation of money. And for 10 years, there was no money. There was no money. 3,000 to 5,600 to 11,400. So, yeah, with 12, 8 billion to 100,000. So, that's back to 14 next. Yeah. I did 100,000 one year, then 14,000. Oh yeah, all I did was triple runs and headliners. That's 800 a week. But I was making 14,000 a year on comedy. That means I'm not fucking the fucking. I'm making more money than if I was working. And I'm not living with any restrictions. Once I started making 14 grand a year, 16 grand a year, 20 grand a year, you're all right. You're okay. As a comedian, you're okay. I can make this happen. You can make this happen. Because you get money, you get 1,200 a week, 1,000 a week. You're going to beat the road for everything it's worth. You can stay on the couch, you can stay on the couch. You can stay on the floor, you can stay on the floor. If you can fucking, what's that shit, Airbnb. When you're going to come into it, it's true. That's really extra money on the road. You know, there's so much money in comedy. There's not. But if you believe me, so today's comedy, with t-shirts and CDs and pens, just a variable for everything, and the content that you can put out based on, you know, everybody's doing. Everybody wants to be on Netflix, but you can still become a star on YouTube. Why doesn't anybody know that? Because everybody thinks that you know video on YouTube. Because everybody puts a video up, expects the video to go viral. Like they're not gonna do any work. They just want the video to go viral. Right. Put up as many videos as they can. But they don't understand that for a video to go viral, don't get me wrong. But nobody can put a video up and rock up and down with a cat. Get a million downloads, which is cute. I'm talking about the guy that promotes his social media 6 months before he releases his stand-up. 7 minutes. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. People will give you a 3-minute clip to let you know at 30 you're coming out on YouTube. That's a big difference. You just gave me something, so now I'm committed to it. You know, you do a live tweet, you do a YouTube thing, you know. Okay, so if I go to get a special on Netflix tonight, I shoot every 10 minutes set to the ice house. Come down to 7, go to my YouTube. Yeah. Take those numbers, give me money for this expense. YouTube is about to start buying content. They just hit me with the Karate Kid. 25 million views the first fucking day, the first 3 days. They're gonna come in there all over the world. They're in position. They're like communists. They're all over the world. They're in position. All they need to do is just raise a rifle and go.
I feel like it's a popularity thing. I see YouTube numbers, and I feel like comedy, it is subjective. I'm not going to really
give me a reason to fucking. You gotta give me a reason to watch you. Okay, like anything else, Friends. Everybody loves Raymond.
What happens if your comedy is different? Like, I feel like my comedy, it takes a little while for people to get.
That's fine. You do something better. always remember that. You're not doing what Joey Diaz and what fucking Ari's doing, and Joe Rogan doing, Bill Burr doing. You're doing something that. What's the toughest thing you ever drank, Lee? What's the toughest booze that you said to yourself, you know what, that was okay, but I don't know. At least
I guess probably tequila. I mean, I like tequila. Gets you drunk. Maybe it's vodka.
Tequila, just like me. Once they understand where Brody's coming from, they fall in love with Brody. I like Brody doing what he's doing. I'm kind of jealous of Brody in a lot of ways because that was my world. I had found a way to make him love me after about 20 months of dying on the 1230s in the back. It took me, honest to God, let's just say for breaking it took me 16 months. I may be lying to both of you and everybody listening, but it took me that long to figure out how to destroy that spot. Once I figured out how to destroy the 1230, 1245 spot, it became a different game. Yeah, it's a different game. And I watched you about 8 months ago. I was down in late one night and I watched the first 3 minutes.
To fuck with the Gino.
It's that guy at 12:30 who has that funky fucking show on PBS, but you can't watch fucking those 3 fucking guys doing it. Kimmel's got that fucking horrible fucking chick. I don't understand what she's saying half the time. Fucking Jimmy Fallon's dancing up and down with Obama's wife. I don't mind what that thing has. I just don't want to watch dancing. I feel like crap. The other guy's got some political guy out there talking about that. I'm in the mood for that crazy guy that's up there with a fucking thing yelling at the audience. They fall in love with me, bro. It's a different kid. I saw it like a fucking 8 months ago. Like I told you, I can only drive over. Brody's coming a long fucking way. And then I saw it before you shot the special. I'm sorry. And then when they told me you had shot the special and you were shooting it, you could see, so I picked it up. I was really happy. I was like, this is going to hit. This might become like right now, you have nothing to lose. If the next year nobody picks you up, come over here. Let's talk. Because there's a way for you to do a fucking show midnight by yourself in your kitchen. Lightning protein, swinging kettlebells, going over baseball scores, drugs and hour shopping. If you want, you can have a guest. If not, you don't need a guest. Showing your cat, your dog, pictures of you.
Yeah, I got all of them.
Talking to your mother on the phone.
I did that today on my podcast.
I know what you want. I know
Talked to them all today on the podcast.
I know you're 20. Right while you're talking to the fucking periscope, the phone rings. Yeah, what the fuck you think I'm doing? Mom was on the podcast. I told you that 20 times.
This is it.
Oh, I meant to call you and talk to it. No, because you're actually going to tell me to call you and talk to it.
Why call her for the podcast?
Right, they're going to call you. She called you and so and she'll go, no, you told me talk to her. Mom, please. Why would I tell you to call me and talk to her? You're embarrassing. Mom, you're going to call me. I didn't tell you to call me. Yes, you did. That's what you want. That can make you.
Yeah, I can do that.
Sinatra wrote the Sinatra to be faithful sometime in this journey. Come home and say hello after you finish. And Sinatra goes, oh, this is ain't bad. How you doing? And Albert goes, Frank, you fucking can't see me.
I know that joke. That's fun. That story.
That's it, man. You know, you have a good product. It's just getting out there, and that's what nobody understands. You're not going to put your shit on YouTube. And people are going to watch it. I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that easy. You have to get the reason. You have to get the reason on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. When the chick pops up, goes, hey, click this link, I'm going to show you my pussy.
Okay.
How can you do that without showing somebody your pussy? Your pussy is a video of you doing 8 minutes at the store at midnight.
Yeah.
How? That's the same American ingenuity that you have to figure it out. And how many times in both
I
years
mean, it sounds like
clicked
the
on to a
program
chick
would be so
that's running your eyes away. You both had at one time where you didn't know.
sluggish for
Some hot
progress.
Asian chick is like, look at my leg, look at my pussy. And the next thing you know, you're in fucking China. And the knitting factory of Chinese women saying communism songs and shit. We both done it. How did she get you home? My pussy. And next thing you know, you're in fucking China. And the knitting factory of Chinese women saying communism songs and shit. We both done it. How did she get you home?
She got more
That's all the rest. I know about the rest of 9 months in advance. The producer did something, don't make me know. And this was coming out in 9 months, they planted the seed. It's the same thing with CDs, right? Right? June 18th, I'm coming out with something, I planted the seed. What's going to make them go in that gown and circle the 18th? What would make you circle the dentist? Doctors, some chicks sucking your dick, when you have me digging for money. How can I get you to circle that number? Reality show.
It's June 22nd, Amazon.
Yeah.
You can pre-order.
It's the same concept, man. Always looking at it that way. How can I get from you what I want? It's the same thing. Bullshit. They just make it so much bullshit. We either make it a special thing. It's not fucking special. We can all do it. Chicks do it to us all the time. How do you remember to pick up the chick at 7:30 on a fucking Monday? You got a lot on your mind. You remember to pick her up at 7:30 because she gotta suck your dick.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, she gotta circle a calendar.
I'll circle a calendar.
Fuck yeah.
I'll do a circle. I'll circle jerk. A calendar.
So June 22nd, when's it coming out?
It's going to be on Amazon, June 22nd. Brody Stevens live from the main room. And I'm happy with it. I haven't watched it, to be honest with you, like I said, for like probably 9 months. So I'm curious to see. I think it pulls it up, hopefully. And it's happening, whether I like it or not. And I do like it. So I think I can do, I got to start promoting it a little more. This helps. I want to say thank you for that.
Please do me a favor. You know this guy's family. Pre-order the fucking thing. What's going to cost you $2? Pre-order it. Support Brody Stevens. He's church family. He's my family for 20 years. You guys know I love him. I called him up last week just to figure out what was going on there. See him in the story. What did led to another? I wanted to come back on the podcast. I know he lives close by. I know he does late spots. Fucking slaces. Why you do a podcast today? Kind of swing your ass off. Pretty cool at night. The cool fucking valley.
I like it. We have the breeze coming in from the Kalenga Pass.
It's great to see. It's great to see the damage you've done. Even going back to the best damn sports show. When I would sit there with Julie, I listen to you fucking just make me howl with those kids. You make me fucking howl. I'm talking Rogan. You gotta see what he's doing over there. Just that whole thing, that whole experience. I think I still have that tape. The best damn sports show, Tom Arnold's roast.
Yeah. Remember we roasted
I don't have that tape somewhere. That was way before long should. I told Michael Irvin that tape that we're gonna work together pretty soon.
You guys did.
And we ended up doing working together. Once where that fucking tape is done, we would die if this is wrong.
Bill Maher. The girl lady who won, not Moesha, Monique. She won the Monique. She won an Academy Award.
So was on that. Went to ABC, but I yeah,
she's like the inside edition.
She's still out there. He fucking likes.
Yeah, we've had, I mean, so many people for the best damn sports show. I think people are more nostalgic. Looking back at it gets a lot of love. You know, we were there. You were there, crushing it live. These weren't tape pieces. These were live tapes, but you were doing it live right there in the middle of the show. And that was always impressive to see. I mean, I was right there on the floor watching it. It was education. I mean, they'd be over, you know, on their one side of the studio, maybe doing the news thing, and you'd be all the way over on the other side, like behind, you know, in front of a green screen, just knocking it out, doing your stuff. Or always, you know, really a pro there. So I saw that you and Lonnie Love was on quite a bit. So you guys were great, and the guests were awesome, and we were really on ground floor of sports and comedy. And all those guys are still working. Chris Rhodes is on MLB Network and everything. John Sally's got cannabis clubs everywhere. Vegan. John Kruk is doing Phillies broadcast. Michael Irvin. We had Michael Strahan, Steve Harvey, Jeff Dunham. I brought that guy back. He was down. Nobody was into him. And then George Greenberg, the producer, loved this Jeff Dunham puppet guy. And I would push those puppets. Push it. Next thing you know, this guy's doing it. Because Jeff Dunham was successful at one point, then he went down low, then he came back. And I feel like Best Damn Sports Show, we got him back. We had those guys coming by to rehabilitate their careers, like Daniel Baldwin, and Michael Irvin even had a lot of problems. They put him on there. We had Stephen A. Smith get started, Jalen Rose, so many people that are still all the guys with MLB on Fox, with A-Rod, and all those guys doing the World Series. They're all from Best Damn Sports Show. They went to the NFL Network. So I feel good about that. I feel a sense of pride. I brought the energy, you brought it, the guys on the show, and that's where I learned a lot of how important energy was, because it would affect the show. You get these kids, these inner city football kids slouching, and I go, guys, we got to sit up. Let's go. I play baseball receiver, you can talk back to them a little bit. And the kids would respond, and the coaches loved it. You can really dig into these kids. And I go, you play football, right? You see Michael Irvin right there? He's got 3 Super Bowl rings. You want to meet him? Well, let's start picking it up a notch. Let's go. Energy matters. And that would pump up the show. Same thing like at when I did warm up for Joe Rogan at the band show. You were on that, and then same thing, Doug Stanhope was pumping up the audience, going for it, believing it, and I was really into the show. So, but I saw, especially at Best Damn Sports Show, how energy mattered, how caring mattered, because I just saw the results. It was the show went on for 1,000 shows, and then I went to Chelsea and I did 400 there, and I saw the results, and I just try to show people that there is something to it. There is something there. You can tap into it. I think it's been harder. It's harder to get crowds to go with you on things you can't yell at crowds anymore. You can't get on them. They'll turn on you. Before you say guys, I'm busting my ass up here. You gotta help me out. I'm not making that much money. I park in the same lot with you guys. Let's go. Now that they would fight back on you. That you're a teacher, you're a cop, you're an authority figure. So the last few years, I've been butting heads. So I've gotten out of warm up somewhat because it was just friction. Whereas when I was at Best Damn, they really yell at the kids, but you can shake them up.
You sitting here talking about Best Dad, the show, Joe and stand-up, strengthens what I was talking about. And I saw you on this journey, and you saw me on the same fucking journey. Every week on there, here we are, 20 years later, in fucking North Hollywood, in the fucking valley.
Yeah.
You're home. And I want to wish you the best of luck. Tweet it on June 21st. Tweet it out at the church family, what's going on Instagram, one podcast. And I want to thank you, man. I want to thank you for being growing up and being a fucking gentleman. And I believe in you. You're a good thing. You're still here. You could have quit a long time ago. Went back to Seattle. You got a girlfriend. You can call this on Alpine Beach. So thank you very much. I want to thank Lisa. Before I go, real quick, like I told you at the fucking beginning of the show, for you geese, there's only one place. That's GSports.com. Why? Because they got the all-purpose light knee. They got the Superado. They got the new Psycho, the Psycho 2.0, the Sakao, and they have the one with the E. I love it. I love my blue. Elemental. I love my fucking. They're all light knees. You can hang on King Kong and fucking hang on. nothing will happen. You understand me? So go to FortySports.com right now and press in church. Bam! You get 10% off the best knees out. Whatever you're going to get. MMA, get it. Press the church number one so you get the credit. Let these motherfuckers know we're not fucking around. How about the church? And help us out a little bit. Number two, listen to me. Hiring is challenging. There's one place you can go where hiring is nice, simple, fast, and smart. Hiring used to be hard. Multiple job sites, stacks of resumes, and a confusing review process. But today, hiring can be easy. You only have to go to one place to get it done. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Joe. Listen, ZipRecruiter is the best. They send your job to over 100 of the web's leading job boards, but they don't stop there. With their powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find people with the right experience and invite them to apply via jobs. As application comes in, ZipRecruiter analyzes each one spots lights. The top candidates so you never miss a great match. ZipRecruiter is so effective that 80% of the employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within 1 day. That is right, within 1 day. With results like that, it's no wonder ZipRecruiter is the highest rated hiring site in America today, right now. What I'm going to do is this: church family can try ZipRecruiter for free. Gratis, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/church for free. Give it a shot when you have to lose. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Church, CHURCH. ZipRecruiter.com/church. Stop begging your head off. The guy you're looking for, or the woman you're looking for, is right in front. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. I want to thank FortySports.com, and I want to thank ZipRecruiter for having our back. And I want to thank you guys for being savage. Don't forget, we're back Monday next week and Wednesday. Don't worry about nothing. I'm going to Disneyland, bitches. Listen, I want to thank my man, Brody Steve. I want to thank you. And I want to thank my little brother, the fucking Christ killer. I'll see you motherfuckers next week. Have a great weekend. Stay black. Write your goals and do your 20 conclusions to kick this fucking field, please.
These drugs that make a change on the internet itself, creates communication that is both good and bad. Change politics, economics are changing rapidly, and what people say, what's going to happen in the future? The answer is it's going to get more complex. It's just going to get more complex. Now, there could be a way to using some of these genome technologies to essentially take a sample of your blood and do some sort of a minority report analysis of everything that's going to happen to you in the future. That I think is part of the genomics question. Phase 3, because once you, I never really sequence but it doesn't help me a whole lot. How does that work? Getting your genome essentially the big blood, and then machines that will fragment the first people to sequence the first human genome. So you know how to sequence the genome. So you okay, this is what your genome says. The problem is, it's like reading hieroglyphs, that you don't know what it means. It's just a whole lot of information concept. And so that's why one of the things that veterans initially trying to do is so the more data you have of the human genome, then does this for you. So once we get to that, we have the sort of situation where we say,
I got really nervous once. I got to the stage. It wasn't much my grandmother's working your birthday party. I quickly realized that women age a lot better towards the end. You know, guys we hang with them in the beginning because we're young, and then in the middle they have the kids, we kind of pass them. But that end, that last third, we're like the stock market. We just go right down the ground. Look at this party. All the old ladies that were unbelievably shocked. We're still playing cards and right there. But some of the old dudes, man, they were brutal. You ever see a guy like so old he gets like that permanent look of horror on his face? You know what I mean? A couple guys walk in, they look okay, how you doing? And there's always that one guy that comes walking in the door. Even when they're sitting down beating people, this is my grandson Bill. It's like, how much shame are you in that you constantly have a look on your face like that shit from the ring just rolled out of your TV set? Dude, that's gotta be, you're like so old, like everything hurts. You're just standing up, you're like, you gonna lead us somewhere? Even like blinking, my ear hurts. Kill me. Kill me if I end up like that. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I'll break myself on a flight of stairs. I'll lean back in my head on a seat. Whatever I gotta do. I saw a hard think about killing myself twice a week at this age. There is no fucking way I'm going out like that. The end of my life, I'm walking around. Everyone else has that candy. Oh, fuck, is it going down? I don't know how you do it. How do you wake up every morning, brush your teeth? How do you fight the urge? Let it jam in. What made you through? I'll tell you what kills me was only the old guys that look at their face. Some of the old ladies that look like mindless women, you know, they're like, they always wanted to go to Europe, but they never got around to it. Only the old guys act like that. It was almost like they wanted to tell you a secret. Like, here's the goal.
They resubmit proposal for killer robots after policy was blocked. So it was a policy that was before.
Oh, wow. Robots with capability needs back on the agenda in San Fernando. That was a year ago.
Dude, San Francisco is insane. Me and Steven were there a couple of months ago. It was like, you can't, people are allowed to break into cars.
Oh, yeah, they know.
I'm like, what? Yeah, it's crazy. Like, even the guy we were going to visit there, he was like, don't leave anything valuable in your car, whether you're locked or not. He's like, it's going to get broken into. We were literally walking to lunch, and there was like at least 2 cars that we saw with persons laying next to them, nothing left, just like a couple like useless things scattered like throughout the road. He's like, yeah, this is just normal. They just leave cars, and you don't get in trouble for it.
That sounds awesome. Yeah, well, I used to be the bureau chief at CNN. This is very different.
Oh, in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Wow. What year?
Wow.
Perfect. It's a beautiful, the geography, and the weather, and just the landscape. That's like the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It started to be really wonderful. It wasn't like that.
When was the last time you were there?
Well, I was there just about 1 year ago when soccer as well. About the action that we were. This technique, so like kind of breaking down, it's like, wow, it's so fun. It's so much traffic. It's just a lovely
Yeah, so I guess this killer robot thing's on the shelf for guys. They're going to resubmit it. We'll see what happens.
This is my favorite quote from the thing. It's just it's triggering. It's painful that when you're discussing ways to kill us, how maybe an officer could be protected by having a robot kill us instead of the officers.
Yeah, right. Maybe it'll be better. You know, maybe the robot's going to make better decisions.
I think so.
Steven really trusts the future. He trusts, you know, he can't wait until cars are able to pick us up and drive us to where we're going. And know what's real. Yeah.
It's getting very, very close. They're making one in Pittsburgh. That's where they created the first self-driving cars. So, yeah, they're up for that.
I'm just scared about when it gets to like the minority report level, to where it's like we know you're going to commit a crime in next week, so when you catch this, you go to the airport today, you're going to get out, you're going straight to prison. And then something yesterday I saw on Twitter, they're creating this new prison technology where if you go to prison, you have an option. You can either go to jail for 10 years, or you can be downloaded into your this like matrix-looking pod where they scramble your brain and wire you with new memories. What? This is real? I swear, yeah. You can find this easy. If you just Google new memory implants for prisoners, you'll find it. It'll be the top page. That's right up. Where they basically rebuild your whole life, and they, depending on how violent your crime was, look on the link. That is science. That is nuts. It's wired. Yeah, that's what this is. This is the future. Criminals could get false memory inputs. There's a really cool video. You can find it. It's probably on this article. If you scroll down. Keep going. Go back. And then pressure everything faster. No, it's Facebook, but yeah, just go to the YouTube one. Instead of spending years in actual prisons, prisoners can finish their sentence in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create an implant artificial memories directly into the prisoner's brain. These KFIs, vivid and lifelike memories, created in real time using AI-generated content. Depending on the seriousness of the subject's crime and their sentence, the memories can be tailored to the rehabilitation needs of each subject. The artificial memories implanted by Cognify would be seamlessly incorporated into the existing neural networks of the brain, preventing cognitive dissonance and ensuring the subject experiences the memories as if they were real. The Cognify concept offers a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. First, the prisoner is given a choice, either spending tens of years in prison or seeking fast-track rehabilitation through artificial memory implantation. If the prisoner chooses to undergo fast-track rehabilitation, the Cognify device is used. Next, the prisoner undergoes high-resolution brain scanning to create a detailed map of their neural pathways. This brain map helps guide the Cognify device to target specific brain regions responsible for memory, reasoning, and logical thinking, such as the hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, amygdala, parietal lobe, and entire singular cortex. Once the target brain regions are identified, Cognify is then placed around the head of the prisoner. The intensity and the type of artificial memories is then adjusted depending on the crime. Inside the criminal's mind, time would pass differently, slowly than in real life, making them experience understanding artificial memories in just a few minutes. Yeah, but it just came out with the program still released depending on the crime and the unique brain structure. This is total recall. So, yeah, recall, yeah. It could be just for scary. So, I gotta figure this out. So, how would this work? Would this Cognify company have to pay these prisons or something? Like, how do you incentivize this to the prisons to work with this company and do all this? Like, who pays for all this?
Well, investors, I'm sure, would ante up if they thought there was any chance that there was, a true business here. You would have to get, in the United States, massive numbers of FDA approvals that would have to pass, because if you scramble one brain the wrong way,
right.
I don't even know that we understand memory, so I don't know where you stick chip.
Right.
This is not a simple problem to solve. It might be something that there feels to be like it's good luck.
Yeah, this is it's a terrifying video.
That's exactly what it is.
What would you do though? You got 10 years in prison or whatever, you give this a shot.
Yeah. Like this one works. I say yes. Oh yeah. Just say most people are like, you say 10 years ago. Plus theoretically, you're not here for
what is are you basically a new person when you get out? Yeah, right. Like dying and being reborn.
That's one of the questions you have to ask for the rest of your life. You know,
For your kids. That's wild. It's so unknown. The future is so unknown. It's terrible.
I mean, I believe that something like this is possible eventually, but I don't think we're very close to it yet. Thankfully, we'll have to. But it's actually a good indication of the many kinds of complex problems we'll have to solve. Can we really solve it? We don't believe that. You know, doing this technology is way faster than
yes, it's definitely leading us to the best.
Yeah, and that's one of the ironies of just advancing so rapidly in our old-fashioned where DNA is just
yeah, you really see that with social media and just with the way that media moves around so quickly, and it's so much easier because there's such an overwhelming amount of information now. Like, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, it wasn't hard to go figure out what was going on in some other part of the world, what happened. But now it's like there's so many different sources of the same story that are all so different and have different takes depending on political bias or what country it's coming from or what nation. And it's overwhelmingly difficult to figure out the truth about anything because you have to literally read 10 sources of one story to find out the truth. Most people are just lazy, just want to read one and then they think they got to figure it out. Yeah. And it's got us in this weird place.
So then so now you say, well, I can't handle all of it, so I'll have ChatGPT write me a summary. Well, what's it summarizing? Right? Is it summarizing the truth? Is it summarizing some version of the truth? Is it summarizing how accurate is it? I think one of the big ironies of this is that the very thing that is creating this world that's so complex and so difficult for us to live in is the same thing that we love. We love the internet. We love stories. We love drama. And a lot of times we love things that aren't really very pretty results. It's not us that's getting right. How many car accidents do you just drive by and look at? And so that's what makes news. And so these kind of primal drives that we have are getting us. These primal drives on the one hand, this is what Last Day Standing is all about, and then we have these technologies that we're creating that are incredibly complex, and it's putting ourselves in a really tough spot.
That's a good negative feedback.
Yeah. So that's why my big thing with that is let's just think real hard about what we're doing, and not just say, oh, this is cool. Or even be just saying, well, let's make sure that we don't have somebody's voice pretending there's somebody else, which you could do, or somebody's face like somebody else's. Those are important things to keep an eye on. But the much bigger question is this can replace us. There's something called emergent technology, or emergent behaviors, which have been around since John Stuart Mill wrote about 150 years ago. It's like when the Big Bang happens, there's so much data created that something totally new came about. Galaxies and stars. The same thing happens when a bee hive. You get enough bees together, it creates a hive. And the hive is very different from bees. It's an emergent trait. So it's the same thing whenever the bee became conscious. You simply had enough neurons, billions of neurons, that suddenly something's going to I'm aware, I'm self-aware. And that's an emergent trait. There's no reason why that can't happen. You get enough data, they'll just one day go. Comes to a city, so they try to stay around that pipe. I have rights, right? And that has the first feelings. That makes them thoughts have a lot of play. So, you know, we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, it's just, it seems like we are just going to have to bend the knee and to integrate. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Well, it starts with conversation. You know, like this.
Yeah, definitely.
We start to make people just think a little harder about what's really going on and try to, you know, step back from it and say, let's try to be smart about how to do it. You know, there are downstream ramifications of everything. And, you know, most of the time, we haven't known what they would be. I mean, you know, Ford created the assembly line, and suddenly everybody can have a car. We didn't know that it was going to be, you know, burning down the planet with carbon. Too much carbon. So maybe we can learn. You know, we can look at something like this and say, okay, let's try to figure out. We can even use API to help us figure out what could be the undoing of us.
Also, going back to we were talking about earlier with the different kinds of mammals that they don't age, and it seems like I was thinking about this when I was reading your book, The Last Ape Standing, that there are, when it comes to different types of animal species, like specifically whale or most animal species, there's such a wide variety, right? Like whales, dolphins, sharks, fish, and everything else. But when it comes to us, there's no variety. There's basically one basic standard cut out of a human, and there's no evolutionary drift. You know what I mean? That's such a wide gap between us and the next primate.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty much what Last Ape Standing was about. From the research that I did over the last 7 million years, you know, when the first hominid kind of emerged, there have been, I think, now 29 hominid or human creatures that evolved. And at one point, at least 5 were living simultaneously throughout the planet. Probably a lot more, we just don't know about them because we only find 55 fossils are hard to find. But there were Denisovans, there were Neanderthals, there were Homo sapiens, there were Homo erectus, and there were Floriensis. Yeah, Floriensis. And so those are 5 and 75,000 years ago. So we actually barely survived. Probably a couple of thousand of us because most of Africa has been decimated. Huge volcanic eruption in 75,000 years, right? You know, so you know, the fact that so there were lots of other creatures that were highly intelligent, you know, very, very bright, doing just fine. And almost 400,000, 300,000 years. They survived 3 ice ages in Europe, whereas we were down in Africa. So that was the essential question of Last Ape Standing: why are we the only one left? And essentially, we seem to be slightly more flexible, we're more adaptable. And the thinking that I came away with was that we're born very young.
Yes.
You know, it's a trait called neoteny, which means a creature born young. It's kind of
takes us forever to be able to survive and take care of ourselves.
Right.
Most animals are born and they got a couple hours to figure it out.
Right. Wildebeest hits the ground, comes out of the womb, he's already a horse, the same thing. You know, and that is probably more true of some of these other species. But because of the size of our heads, you couldn't have the baby. You couldn't keep the baby in the mother any longer at 9 months. You had to get the baby out. And the evolution taught us that 9 months was it. Now, when a human baby comes out at after 9 months of gestation, they're helpless. And for the next 4 years, their brain is growing at an incredible pace. So basically, a lot of what happens in the womb with other animals is happening outside us. And what that means is your personal experience is changed by the neurons that are rapidly developing in your brain. So you're not being driven by your genetics, you're being driven by your genetics
Because
and
we
your experience.
I thought we were going to be in the war. And if you remember, I did an episode on the LA fires. I did it at a studio in Las Vegas. I thought we were going to be in the war. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We had a big episode planned because I thought we were going to be in the war. And if you remember, I did an episode on the LA fires. I did it at a studio in Las Vegas, Sirius XM studio at the Wind. And they have a big background, a big screen. You can put an image up on. And I went there and we had an image of missiles. And it was going to look really cool. And then Trump's like, we're going to take 2 weeks to get into the war. And it's like, I'm as anti-war as the next guy. But like, I had a graphic designer work on something like, we were ready. We do this whole welcome to the war episode of the Tim Dillon Show. Like, we're in it now, and we're just committing to it. We're in. And I get it, holding off. I understand diplomacy. I actually recommended it. However, I think it's just we're sending mixed signals, specifically to content creators. We're sending big signals to the people. I mean, forget our troops. They're important in a way, but really, mixed signals are being put out to the content creator community. Podcasters, comedians, stand-up, sketch, improv, whatever, influencers, large and small, of all sorts, of all kinds, all over the world, right now are trying to figure out where we're going. What are we doing? And I thought we were in, and I had a studio booked, and I had an entire thing planned, and now we're out. But I guess we're only out for 2 weeks, and I don't think we're really out, because people I'm talking to said that they're in the military and they expect that they're being deployed. They're moving the aircraft carriers over there. That wouldn't be moved if they did not think that there was going to be a major war. And I don't just mean the Nimitz, I mean actual ones moving out of the South China Sea, going to the Middle East, because war with Iran seems to be inevitable. It seems to be an inevitability. Now, I don't know if that's true. The only thing I know is I got into podcasting to be Israel's biggest defender in podcasting. That's why I started a podcast. That's all I know. And then me and Ted Cruz are the same. The only thing I know is I got into podcasting to be Israel's biggest defender in podcasting. That's why I started a podcast. That's all I know. And then me and Ted Cruz are the same. But other than that, I don't know much else. I know that Israel recently came out and said, we got to get rid of the Ayatollah Khomeini. The Ayatollah must go. So it's a very odd picture, right? Because you have Trump going diplomacy, we're going to make a deal. And then you have Israel going, we're going to kill everyone. And so Trump literally said a few weeks ago, the people that I was negotiating with are dead. They didn't die of COVID. They're gone. So it's got to be difficult. Imagine you're on a car lot and you see a sweet little Kia for you and the lady, and it's safe enough and well within your price range. And you're talking to this guy on the lot and his head explodes because he gets hit with a mortar. And then you're like, well, okay. And then you're ducking and covering behind another Kia, and this guy's bleeding out dead, and then you run into the Kia dealership to try to get some clarification on the price or the terms, and also to say, hey, that guy's dead.
and then half the dealership's on fire because of a missile strike. I imagine negotiation in that environment is probably tough. Get up that, my favorite news article. Iran
Welcome.
ceasefire while under Israeli attack.
What up, Smack Kingdom?
This is the most amazing article. Yeah, Iran rejects ceasefire negotiations while under Israeli attack. What's wrong with them? So, we're beyond parity. I just want everyone to realize that at this point. We're actually beyond parity. It's no longer satirical. I don't know how to do a comedy show if this is a headline in Reuters. I don't know how to be funny about that headline. What could I say would be better than that? Iran rejects fire negotiations while under Israeli attack. People I know, influencers, are putting it out and going, see how unreasonable they're being. It's like, well, you're in a war. I mean, you're attacking them. Israel has supremacy over their airspace. They're doing well, I believe, but I believe Israel's weapons will run out eventually, and then they will be restocked by yours truly, United States. And again, this is all about the Iranian nuclear capability, which I and many others, again, there's not smoking gun evidence that Iran is a day away from having a nuke or a month away from having a nuke. Iran enriching uranium, as per Vice President Vance, and of course, enriched uranium is used, when you enrich it past a certain point, it's used for, weaponized purposes. That being said, this isn't exactly a new thing that Iran's, trying to get a nuke, right? We've been told this for a very long time. And I'm not saying they're not. I'm not an omniscient, godlike presence. We were told Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. We were told that there's Iranian sleeper cells all over the USA. Maybe there are. We're told that Iran has tried to assassinate the President of the United States on multiple occasions. Now, all of this is basically that you have to take people's word for it. Very little of it is like, well, here's the smoking gun evidence that we have. A lot of it is like, hey, and by the way, I have no problem thinking Iran would want the president dead, if they could want to make it happen, or if Iran would like to establish a caliphate. Iran pops a lot of shit, death to America, death to Israel, the great Satan, the little Satan, the whole thing. Know that, but actively, I don't feel that Iran is close to attacking Manhattan. That's not just going off pure vibes, as I must occasionally. Going off pure vibes, I don't believe that Iran is going to invade the United States or fire a missile at the United States of America and sign its death warrant. Iran probably wants the bombs so that people could not do what they're doing now. This is a guess. Now, Saudi Arabia, who's coming in league with us in Israel, God bless, hope everyone's happy. But Saudi Arabia is like, they're doing some Hitler shit in the Middle East, you don't get it. Like what Iran's doing, they want to build this entire, because, Saudi, Iran, butting heads. They don't like each other. Iran is Shia, Saudis are, I believe, Sunnis, maybe some of them are Shia, I don't know. There's religious conflict between those two places. Iran is Israel's biggest obstacle in establishing what Israel wants, this kind of greater Israel idea of having little parts of Syria, Lebanon, and whatnot. So, listen, again, it needs not be stated that I don't have any love lost for Iran. I don't care about Iran at all. I don't think about Iran. Well, how lucky you are not to think about Iran. You're lucky. Yes. I don't think about it. It doesn't keep me up at night. It doesn't paralyze me with fear, and it does not terrorize me. Now, I'd like people not to die. I'd like the world economy to be okay. If there is a regime change, hopefully this one works. Hopefully this one's quick. Hopefully this one's in and out, light touch. Because the others haven't been that great. Can we just be honest about that? The other regime change, the Taliban's back. Who the fuck knows what's going on in Iraq? Syria's being run by ISIS. Libya's a failed state. You got 90 million people in Iran. It's not so easy to just wave a magic wand and go, by the way, you're all pro-Western and pro-Israel. Now, I know a lot of people are saying, they're going, well, these Iranians actually don't like the regime, and I bet that's true, because the regime sucks. The Iranian regime sucks. They have these virtue police, they throw acid on women, or hit them with a stick, or put them in jail. In Beverly Hills, they had that photo of that chick who she walked out without the hijab, and they went nuts, and everybody was having, like, a couple of months ago, they had some, like, things in Beverly Hills, some, like, protests, and I was all about it. I don't stop or anything. I drive by in my Rolls Royce. They don't want me there. What am I going to do? But Iranian Jews in Beverly Hills were gathering to protest of that woman, and I agreed. I drew the fist as I drove by. And I agree with them on that thing about that woman and whatever happened. Not good. Let her out. I think she might be out. Or stop burning her. Whatever they're doing, I'm for it. Against it. I'm for them being against it. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not in any way to put that, I don't want to throw acid on that woman. I don't even know that woman. So, yes, when the Jews in Beverly Hills were going nuts, and these are the Aladdin Jews, the Sephardic ones, the brown ones, the ones I like, because they have the bright colors. I was with them, and I'm still with them. But I don't know if everyone in Iran is going to be into it. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think they're going to be into it, if I had to guess. Now, maybe I was wrong. Now,
I even think about, like you talked about this transhuman.
I was wrong. I'm willing to admit I'm wrong.
Get their heads severed and put into these.
There's a crowd of people here that seem very excited about U.S. arrival into this war. There's a crowd of people that is incredibly excited about the United States and Israel and this upcoming war. They are jazzed about it. They're into it. Let's look at some of the fun people that we are now going to own soon if we invade their country.
United States and Israel in the mouth. He says, Trump, friendly. Says, don't you know my nation is dead, is sweeter than honey? What do you have? Israel says, you have nothing. You are occupiers, unreligious. You're killing people, killing women, kill everyone. You're terrorists.
Yes, well, it seems to be the excitement is palpable for a Western-style Iranian regime. This seems that there's 90 million people, so obviously there are varied opinions. There's the younger, more progressive people. There's whatever the hell we just saw. There's a spectrum of people, and it will be fun weeding out who feels what way. Because there's only 90 million of them. So the fun of this whole thing will be who feels which way, and we'll get to do that over a period of years with explosions and weaponry, and we'll, it's kind of a door-to-door, and then some of the people who might have liked, think of how people in our country, have you ever had a friend that did this, went from far to the left, far to the right, far to the left? I've had those friends. Isn't it interesting? Extremism is always its own justification, so people that go really far off the deep end can swing back the other way. You a big whore becomes religious, and then it's a whore again. Well, what does that mean? Extremism can breed extremism, and then a pendulum will swing from one way to the next. Some very progressive people end up being very right-wing. It's in every area of life. It's not only politics. Okay? Look at addicts. They go from using drugs every single day to being sober, and then God forbid they end up back on drugs. We don't know what's going to happen. So it's very possible that some of these younger progressive, we love American Israel types decide at some point that actually they were wrong after they've seen enough of their friends and family die, that actually they become deeply religious and hate us. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know which way it's going to go. You never know. When you have a country of 90 million people that's been under the grips of this Ayatollah, who's a nut, but he's, and they have an iron fist on that country, and then we let it up. We don't know what's going to happen. That would be lovely if it all worked out. It would be lovely if it all worked out. It would be really nice if it all worked out. If you went to Iran, which, by the way, is like the surface of Mars, Steve Bannon said that, he was right. It's a completely foreign landscape in the sense of, like, it's a different world, it's a different culture, but maybe it would be nice if there were baristas, coffee shops, and people, and I'm sure there are. People are going to be, you ignorant pig, there actually are those things. Yeah, whatever, I don't care, I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to be involved. I'm just saying, like, if it was Western and American and everybody was chill and you could walk outside without taking a job, without getting that acid on you, because I didn't want that. And I liked that protest they did, because it wasn't burning the cars. It was just kind of chanting, and they had her pretty woman, they had her picture. And I was with them. It didn't affect me. I was going to a scholar. It didn't affect me. I was able to go right by. That's what a good protest is. Luxury neighborhood that I can see as I go to lunch and then think about it. That's what a good protest is. I see it and I go, that is interesting. And then I discuss it at lunch. Not the burning of the tires, or the Waymos, or, blowing up door dashers or whatever these people are doing. You gotta rein it in. Now, all I'm saying about Iran here is that the people are a mixed bag. Can we agree that they're a mixed bag over there? And some of them may like us and some of them may not. Today's video is sponsored by Mountain, so we have to kill the leader. Now, this is a good negotiation tactic. This is what I've always found. When you are negotiating, the most important thing you can do in a negotiation is kill the person you're negotiating with. This gives you advantage. To show you are serious about a negotiation, the most important thing you should do is violently attack the person you're negotiating with, killing them, thus giving you any and all advantages for the further negotiation. So, smart for Israel, and it makes us seem very legitimate, doesn't it? When we go, we're going to negotiate, and then Israel goes, well, actually, we're going to kill this guy. And it's like, are we partners in this? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Are us in Israel, like, this is like being in a bar, and, like, the wingman is fucking the girl now. Like, the wingman is, like, fully, you're like, bro, what is this? Like, it's gone from, like, dude, wingman walking to a bar to, like, the wingman is lighting the bar on fire.
Oh, that is so funny.
So we have to kill the leader. Now, this is a good negotiation tactic. This is what I've always found. When you are negotiating, the most important thing you can do in a negotiation is kill the person you're negotiating with. This gives you an advantage. To show you are serious about a negotiation, the most important thing you should do is violently attack the person you're negotiating with, killing them, thus giving you any and all advantages for the further negotiation. So smart for Israel, and it makes us seem very legitimate, doesn't it? When we go, we're going to negotiate, and then Israel goes, well, actually, we're going to kill this guy. And it's like, are we partners in this? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Are us and Israel, like, this is like being at a bar and, like, the wingman is fucking the girl now. Like, the wingman is, like, fully, you're like, bro, what is this? Like, it's gone from, like, dude, wingman walking to a bar to, like, the wingman is lighting the bar on fire, and it's not helping anyone. So, Israel, get this guy up here. This guy says that the supreme leader of Iran must go, the Ayatollah Khomeini. And this is, they're just saying this in the middle of these negotiations. Now, by the way, does anyone believe these negotiations are happening? And if they are happening, what? Like, how are we negotiating? How is anyone negotiating here? Can we get a video on this? Or did this guy just say this in print? This is the defense minister of Israel going, like, we need to... Okay, let's watch Netanyahu do it. Let's see it from Netanyahu saying, we got to get rid of this guy because it would be good. Our friends over at Global News, let's see what Netanyahu is saying. Give it a little volume.
Peace talks with David and Chaz. We've, pledged our case that we did everything we could to enable President Trump to negotiate the desired result, and that would have been preferable for us, I think for everyone. But we saw in the course of the negotiations, while they were negotiating with the United States, the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, tweeted almost every day death to Israel. The talks were merely a facade.
That's his catchphrase. Listen, they're confusing the catchphrase with the policy. This is the problem. Death to Israel is his catchphrase. I mean, have you ever seen Larry the Cable Guy? Get her done. Get her done. Larry the Cable Guy. A catchphrase is a thing that doesn't necessarily suggest a policy. Death to Israel is the Ayatollah's catchphrase. That's his. It's his, like, comfort little, what do they call it when someone's autistic? Stimming? What? That's it, stimming. Don't stigmatize mental health. He's writing death to Israel when he's, what is it? A stim. Stimming. Defense Minister Israel Katz issued his strongest, by the way, I mean, hilarious. Defense Minister Israel Katz issued his strongest threat yet to assassinate the Ayatollah, saying Iran's supreme leader cannot continue to exist. What is in the middle of a negotiation at Kiev? You just look at the guy and you cannot continue to exist. The guy would go, this seems odd. I thought we're trying to find, like, common ground on the price of this sportage. But I'll tell you this, I'm all for peace. I'm hoping, and I want human rights. I thought about this today. I said human rights and peace. That's my position. Your move, everyone else. And what's good about that position I have there, human rights and peace, is that no matter which way this goes, we won't get either. There will be no peace, and the human rights probably is not going to happen. Now, what's going on in Gaza? Are they, because here's what I would love, perhaps we're not paying attention to Gaza, we're all thinking about Iran, and maybe Gaza's getting, like, better. Is that happening? Like, are the people that are starving in Gaza now, is it better? Do they have food, or is it, or what is happening over there? Now, Israel tanks kill 59 people in Gaza crowd trying to get food. Well, not ideal. Not ideal. This is from the Hamas rag Reuters. This is what I thought RFK was going to do, was roll the tanks out and stop people from getting food. Israel military kills 23 Palestinians near aid site in Gaza. Witnesses and medics. What is the argument for killing the people trying to get food? Right? I mean, doesn't that, I mean, I guess you'd say Hamas is under the hospital or they got a tunnel, you know, whatever the case. You know, there's certain, the IDF sent troops, fired warning shots after people gathered nearby. And Israeli aircraft then struck several suspects. The IDF said continued walking towards troops. Well, I just don't know if the best way here to do this is there another group that can come in besides the IDF to give them the food? I think the trust is gone. I really believe that. Like if I was in Gaza and I saw everyone I know burned alive, and then the IDF showed up with you know, I don't know, a fucking Pop-Tart, I would think it was a bomb. I would go, I don't know if that's a Pop-Tart. That might be a bomb. So what you need to do is let international aid people in, but I don't think they're letting those people in. They're not really letting journalists in.
Yeah.
I hope everything. Let's listen to Trump here because Tulsi Gabbard, our friend Tulsi Gabbard. Aloha, Tulsi, is now apparently on the ice, on the outs with Trump, although there's reports that that's not true, but the papers image it true. This seems like it might be true. Let's watch Donald Trump.
And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
I do think an Iran conflict, if it is prolonged, if it is in any way a destabilizing force, which how could it not be, right? It will cause a semi-permanent rift in his coalition of his fans. I think a lot of his fans want an America first foreign policy. It's not, maybe not quite isolationism, but certainly not being engaged in the world militarily in the way that an Iran conflict could potentially be. I mean, it might be quick, fast, in and out. I talk to people, they're like, the thing is, they just need to get that area that Iran's enriching this thing, this Fordham area, whatever they call that. I keep thinking of Fordham, the college in the Bronx. Like, I think that's more dangerous. But this area is deep underground. It's like 30 meters underground or something. So in order to get it, we need those bunker busting bombs. And Israel doesn't have them, and they don't have the planes to fly them. But there's Israeli special forces probably on the ground right now, and I think our people are telling them this is how you can maybe get in and blow the whole thing up if you can get in that area. But we know that area is probably very tightly guarded. So what you're going to need is some of these bunker busting bombs. Iran built its most critical nuclear enrichment facility, Fordo, deep inside a mountain shielded from attacks. But the United States has a bomb that experts think could probably reach the subterranean site. President Trump is considering a plan to use it. Only the U.S. military has a 30,000-pound GBU-57, or massive ordnance penetrator, that may be able to destroy Fordo, and it is the only armed force with aircraft that can carry out such a mission with it. So, this is what they want. Now, but they also want the Ayatollah gone, they want the regime gone, they're encouraging people to rise up in the streets. People are talking to the Shah's son. Get up the Shah's son. Son.
People are talking to him, going like, some of the expats are talking to him.
CIA agent John Kerry.
Here we are. Meet the lesser-known son of Iran's last Shah, calling for a regime change. So this guy becomes like our Ahmed Chalabi. If you're old enough to remember Iraq, there was this guy Ahmed Chalabi, and he went and said, we're greeted as liberators, the regime's going to fall immediately, it's all going to be okay. Now, in these things, the regime falls quickly, and then it gets fun. Because now you just have the population. So maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the last Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Shah, was until recently a figure with little to no say in Iranian affairs. He now makes regular appearances on TV and is calling for a regime change in Iran. He said, quote, the Islamic Republic has come to an end and is collapsing again, and the future is bright, and together we will turn the page of history. And by the way, if this all works, how lovely. How lovely to have a progressive Western people in there. And by the way, but we've said this about all of those places. Like, wouldn't it be nice to not have a theocracy? But see if we can get him. Where does he live? He probably lives here, right? Los Angeles? I bet he lives here, but I could be wrong. Where does he live? London? I'm wondering. I'm wondering where that guy lives. Because Los Angeles has the largest population of Iranians outside of Iran. Persia. Oh, he lives in Bethesda, Maryland. Oh, okay. So he's around. Yeah. Thank you. He's right. But he's involved in the government, of course. But you don't live in Bethesda, Maryland if you're not involved. And there's nothing wrong with it. God bless him. God love him. But that's where he lives. I mean, he's not, And
essentially, so, like...
but because his people are here. The Iranians are not in Bethesda. His people are in Beverly Hills. They're in Bel Air. They're in Westwood. That's where they are. That's why they call this place Tehrangelus. You ever heard that term, Tehrangelus? That's because of all of the Persians. So emotions are running high here. A lot of chatter in the restaurants, chitter chatter. And that's why I stayed. I was going to go back to New York, but I wanted to hear some of the chitter chatter from the Persians. What's going on? What do we think is going to happen? Who knows? Let's see. This is kind of blurry, but it's okay. We might get an idea of it. Let's see.
And is in the process of collapsing. Khomeini, like a frightened rat, has gone into hiding underground and has lost control of the situation. What has begun is irreversible. The future is bright, and together we will pass through this sharp turn in history. In these difficult days, my heart is with all the unarmed citizens who have been harmed and become victims of Khomeini's warmongering executions. For years, I have strived to prevent our movement from being consumed by the fire of jumper.
Did you know all health warning the world about nuclear war? Let's see what she has to say. She's on the outs, though, I think. Let's see.
I recently
I went, and Jester's like, maybe it's here, like, we didn't know that, but we're still watching it as it happens. And then when he stands up, he's got the blood on his face, and so pumping his fist, it was like, oh wow, he was hit. Right, he was definitely hit. Even the commentators were like, was he hit? Like, is this a waste of blood? So what are the conventions? So what are all the theories on what happened? All the news. You would make one of this Forrest. There's a whole group of people on the internet that are insisting that the Trump campaign itself hired some sniper to take a shot at him and just to clip his ear, like that was for the theatric, like this would push him over the edge, like he's already over the edge. Like this isn't not just that. Any sniper will tell you, listen, the wind blows wrong, you can always be off half an inch to an inch over. And the fact that you're going to get him to turn his head at exactly the same. Trust me, as he was turning his head, then that dude pulled the trigger,
when that guy pulled the trigger, he would probably still hit him. He's turning his head. I mean, that's what that bullet's traveling. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's just nobody in their right mind that would hire a sniper to fire, you know, at their head. It's just insane. It's amazing how there's so much that is true. That's true derangement syndrome. Then there's the other ones that know that there was a real sniper that tried to take him out, and the kid's a patsy. That's my favorite because that's very much the Oswald. You know, he's a patsy. You know, the Harvey Oswald, who was, you know, he was like, he didn't shoot Kennedy at all. Right? So, it was a fall guy. Right, he's just a fall guy. And honestly, like, he is perfect. Like, if you really look at it, like, is there a chance? Like, it seems like it's possible there is a definite chance. Like, nobody's ever said for sure. He's perfect. Because he's been to the Soviet Union. Then they let him back in. Then they, you know, it's almost like he's being moved around. And then the fact that when he tried to redefect to Mexico City right before, right? But then the last minute, so he gets a job at the Texas depository, and at the last minute, they changed the route of the car to go by the Texas depository to be on the route. It wasn't originally on the route. Like that to me, that's to be the most compelling part. Was like, so we've got a guy that looks like a perfect assassin. You know, he's got the CJ. Yeah, we can blame it on his views of communism, everything. Let's just have the car go right by him. We'll have another sniper shoot us. We'll blame it on him. Right. Hopefully he'll just be killed. Hopefully the locals will find him. Yeah, but they don't. He gets out. He gets grabbed. Okay, now he's got something like the Ruby came for him. Yeah, Ruby probably. Maybe that was just an accident. They were hoping he would be killed by the local cops. Ruby was definitely. Ruby was a part of KO trial. So Ruby was in prison. He was getting visited by. I think prior to this, he was set up to kill him. So Ruby was in prison before.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We had a big episode planned because we were Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We had a big episode planned because I thought we were going to be more. And I remember when I did that episode about the LA fires, I did it at a studio in Las Vegas, SiriusXM studio in Atlanta. Documented. We have a big background, a big screen, image up on, and I was there, and I had an image of missiles, and it was going to look really cool. And then Trump's like, "Oh, we're going to take 2 weeks to get it to the war." And it's like, I'm an anti-war as an ex-guy. Like, I had a graphic designer work on something. Like, we were ready to do this whole Welcome to the War episode of the Tim Dillon Show. Like, we're in it now, and we were just committing to it. You know, we were in. And so I get it, holding off. I understand diplomacy. I actually recommended it. However, I think it's just we're sending mixed signals, specifically content creators. We're sending mixed signals to people. I mean, forget our troops. You know, they're important in a way, but really, mixed signals are being put out to the content creator community. Podcasters, comedians, stand-up, sketch, improv, whatever. Influencers, large and small, of all sorts, of all kinds, all over the world, right now are trying to figure out where we're going. What are we doing? And I thought we were in, and I had a studio booked, and I had an entire thing planned, and now we're out. But I guess we're only out for 2 weeks, and I don't think we're really out, because people I'm talking to said, like, that they're in the military, and they expect that they're being deployed, they're moving big aircraft carriers over there that wouldn't be moved if they did not think that there was going to be a major war. And I don't just mean the image, I mean the actual ones moving out of the South China Sea, going to the Middle East, because war with Iran seems to be
inevitable. It seems to be an inevitability. Now, I don't know if that's true. The only thing I know is I got into podcasting to be Israel's biggest defender in podcasting. That's why I started a podcast. That's all I know. And then me and Ted Cruz are the same. But other than that, I don't know much else. I know that Israel recently came out and said we got to get rid of Ayatollah Khomeini. The Ayatollah must go. So it's a very odd picture, right? Because you have like Trump going like, diplomacy, we're going to make a deal. And then you have Israel going, we're going to kill everyone. And so Trump literally said, he said a few weeks ago, he's like, the people that I was negotiating with are dead. They didn't die of COVID. They're gone. So it's got to be difficult. Imagine you're on a car lot and you see a sweet little Kia for you and the lady. And it's safe enough and well within your price range. And you're talking to this guy on the lot and his head explodes because he gets hit with a mortar. And then you're like, well, okay. And then you're ducking and covering behind another Kia. And this guy's bleeding out dead. And then you run into the Kia dealership to try to get some clarification on the price or the terms, and also to say, hey, that guy's dead. And then half the dealership's on fire because of a missile strike. I imagine negotiation in that environment is probably, hey, that guy's dead. And then you run into the Kia dealership, head explodes because he gets hit with a mortar. And then you're like, well, oh, and then me and Ted Cruz are the same. But other than that, I don't know much else. I know that Israel recently came out and said we got to get rid of Ayatollah Khomeini. The Ayatollah must go. So it's a very odd picture, right? Because you have like Trump going like, diplomacy, we're going to make a deal. And then you have Israel going, we're going to kill everyone. And so Trump literally said, he said a few weeks ago, he's like, the people that I was negotiating with are dead. They didn't die of COVID. They're gone. So it's got to be difficult. Imagine you're on a car lot and you see a sweet little Kia for you and the lady. And it's safe enough and well within your price range. And you're talking to this guy on the lot and his head explodes because he gets hit with a mortar. And then you're like, well, okay. And then you're ducking and covering behind another Kia. And this guy's bleeding out dead. And then you run into the Kia dealership to try to get some clarification on the price or the terms. And also to say, hey, that guy's dead. And then half the dealership's on fire because of a missile strike. I imagine negotiation in that environment is probably tough. Covering
a significant amount of time
behind another Kia.
He radioed his superiors telling them about that, and they said, stand down, do not take the job. But that's because, most likely, because they had said...
So it's got to be difficult. Imagine you're on a car lot, and you see a sweet little Kia for you and the lady, and it's safe enough and well within your price range. And you're talking to this guy on the lot, and his head explodes because he gets hit with a mortar. And then you're like, well, okay. And then you're ducking and covering behind another Kia. And this guy's bleeding out dead. And then you run into the Kia dealership to try to get some clarification on the price or the terms. And also to say, hey, that guy's dead. And then half the dealership's on fire because of a missile strike. I imagine negotiation in that environment is probably tough. Get up that, my favorite news article. Iran refuses to accept ceasefire while under Israeli attack. It was from Reuters.
This is the most amazing article. Yeah, Iran rejects ceasefire negotiations while under Israeli attack. What's wrong with them? So, we're beyond parity. I just want everyone to realize that at this point. We're actually beyond parity. It's no longer satirical. I don't know how to do a comedy show. This is a headline at Reuters. I don't know how to be funny about that headline. What could I say that would be better than that? Iran rejects ceasefire negotiations while under Israeli attack. And people I know, influencers, are putting it out and going, see how unreasonable they're being. It's like, well, you're in a war. I mean, you're attacking them. Israel has supremacy over their airspace. They're doing well, I believe, but I believe Israel's weapons will run out eventually, and then they will need to be restocked by yours truly, United States. And again, this is all about the Iranian nuclear capability, which I and many others, again, there's not smoking gun evidence that Iran is a day away from having a nuke or a month away from having a nuke. Iran is enriching uranium as per Vice President Vance. And of course, enriched uranium is used, when you enrich it past a certain point, it's used for, weaponized purposes. That being said, this isn't exactly a new thing that Iran's, trying to get a nuke, right? We've been told this for a very long time. And I'm not saying they're not. I'm not an omniscient, godlike presence. We were told Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. We were told that there's Iranian sleeper cells all over the USA. Maybe there are. We're told that Iran has tried to assassinate the President of the United States on multiple occasions. Now, all of this is basically that you have to take these words. Very little of it is well, here's the smoking gun evidence that we have. A lot of it is hey. And by the way, I have no problem thinking Iran would want the president dead if they could wave a wand and make it happen, or if Iran would like to establish a caliphate. Iran pops a lot of shit. Death to America, death to Israel, the great Satan, the little Satan, the whole thing. We know that. But actively, I don't feel that Iran is close to attacking Manhattan. That's not just going off pure vibes, as I must occasionally. Going off pure vibes, I don't believe that Iran is going to invade the United States or fire a missile at the United States of America and sign its death warrant. Iran probably wants the bomb so that people can not do what they're doing now. This is a guess. That's Saudi Arabia, who's kind of in league with us in Israel. God bless. Hope everyone's happy. But Saudi Arabia is they're doing some Hitler shit in the Middle East. You don't get it. Like what Iran's doing. They want to build this entire, Saudi, Iran, butting heads. They don't like each other. Iran is Shia, Saudis are, I believe, Sunnis. Maybe some of them are Shia, I don't know. There's religious conflict between those two places. Iran is Israel's biggest obstacle in establishing what Israel wants, this kind of greater Israel idea of having little parts of Syria, Lebanon, and whatnot. So, and listen, again, it needs not be stated that I don't have any love lost for Iran. I don't care about Iran at all. I don't think about Iran. Well, how lucky you are not to think about Iran. You're lucky. Yes. I don't think about it. It doesn't keep me up at night. It doesn't paralyze me with fear, and it does not terrorize me. Now, I'd like people not to die. I'd like the world economy to be okay. If there is a regime change, hopefully this one works. Hopefully this one's quick. Hopefully this one's in and out, light touch. The others haven't been that great. Can we just be honest about that? The other regime change, Taliban's back. Who the fuck knows what's going on in Iraq? Syria is being run by ISIS. Libya's a failed state. You had 90 million people in Iran. It's not so easy to just wave a magic wand and go, by the way, you're all pro-Western and pro-Israel. Now, I know a lot of people are saying, like, well, these Iranians actually don't like the regime. And that's true, because the regime sucks. The Iranian regime sucks. They have these virtue police, throw acid on women, or hit them with a stick, or put him in jail. In Beverly Hills, they had that photo of that chick. She walked out without the hijab, and they went nuts, and everybody was having, like, a couple months ago, they had some, like, things in Beverly Hills, some, like, protests, and I was all about it. I don't stop or anything. I drive by my Rolls Royce. They don't want me there. What am I going to do? But Iranian Jews in Beverly Hills were gathering to protest the treatment of that woman, and I agreed. I drew the fist as I drove by. And I agree with them on that thing about that woman and whatever happened. Not good. Let her out. I think she might be out. Or stop burning her. Whatever they're doing, I'm for it. Against it. I'm for them being against it. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not in any way to put that, I don't want to throw acid on that woman. I don't even know that woman. So, yes. When the Jews in Beverly Hills were going nuts, and these are the Aladdin Jews, the Sephardic ones, the brown ones, the ones I like, because they have the bright colors. I was with them, and I'm still with them. But I don't know if everyone in Iran is going to be into it. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think they're going to be into it, if I had to guess. Now, maybe I was wrong. Now, I was wrong. I'm willing to admit I'm wrong. There's a crowd of people here that seem very excited about U.S. arrival into this war. This is a crowd of people that is incredibly excited about the United States and Israel and this upcoming war. They are jazzed about it. They're into it. Let's look at some of the fun people that we are now going to own soon if we invade their country.
You know my nation is dead, sweeter than honey. What do you have? He says you have nothing. You are occupiers, unreligious. You're killing people, killing women. You kill everyone. You're terrorists.
Yes, well, it seems to me the excitement is palpable for a Western-style Iranian regime. This seems that there's 90 million people, so obviously there are varying opinions. There's the younger, more progressive people. There's whatever the hell we just saw. There's a spectrum of people, and it will be fun weeding out who feels what way. Because there's only 90 million of them. So the fun of this whole thing will be who feels which way, and we'll get to do that over a period of years with explosions and weaponry, and we'll, it's kind of a door-to-door, and then some of the people who might have liked that, think of how people in our country. Have you ever had a friend that did this? Went from far to the left, far to the right, far to the left? I've had those friends. Isn't it interesting? Extremism is always its own justification. So people that go really far off the deep end can swing back the other way. And a big whore becomes religious, and then it's a whore again. Well, what does that mean? Extremism
can breed extremism, and then a pendulum will swing from one way to the next. Some very progressive people end up being very right-wing thinkers. It's in every area of life. It's not only politics. Okay? Look at addicts. They go from using drugs every single day, being sober, and then who knows, God forbid they end up back on drugs. We don't know what's going to happen. So it's very possible that some of these younger progressive, we love the American Israel types, decide at some point that actually they were wrong after they've seen enough of their friends and family die, that actually they become deeply religious and hate us. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know which way it's going to go. You never know when you have a country of 90 million people that's been under the grips of this Ayatollah who's a nut. But he's, and they have an iron fist on that country, and then we let it up. We don't know what's going to happen. Now, it would be lovely if it all worked out. It would be lovely if it all worked out. It would be really nice if it all worked out. If you went to Iran, which, by the way, is at the surface of Mars. Steve Bannon said that he was right. It's a completely foreign landscape in the sense of, like, it's a different world, it's a different culture, but maybe it would be nice if there were baristas, coffee shops, and people, and I'm sure there are. People are going to be ignorant, there actually are those things. Yeah, whatever, I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to be involved. I'm just saying, like, if it was Western and American and everybody was chill and you could walk outside without taking a job, without getting that acid on you, because I didn't want that. I liked that protest they did, because it wasn't burning the cars. It was just kind of chanting. They had her pretty woman, they had her picture. And I was with them. Because it didn't affect me. I was going up the Scala. It didn't affect me. I was able to go right by. That's what a good protest is. In a luxury neighborhood that I can see as I go to lunch and then think about it. That's what a good protest is. I see it and I go, that is interesting. And then I discuss it at lunch. Not the burning of the tires or the Waymos or, blowing up door dashers or whatever these people are doing. You gotta rein it in. Now, all I'm saying about Iran here is that the people are a mixed bag. Can we agree? That they're a mixed bag over there? And some of them may like us, some of them may not. Today's video is sponsored by Gemini Credit Card, the only instant crypto reward credit card. I love this card. We all have it here. We're using it because you're not trying to time the market so fast while you spend. You get 3% back on dining, 2% on groceries, 1% on everything else, plus you get 4% back on gas and transportation up to $300.
Oh, please translate this.
You can benefit from any price appreciation.
Please translate this.
Earned and held for 1 year on the Gemini credit card have appreciated 176% on average. This World Elite MasterCard has no annual fees and rates and fees in the description for more info.
Hilarious. But seriously, this Discord is promising. See? Tell them the Bank Street, Space Elevated Bills. Oh, I love futurology. I love a thrill. Let's see what the people are up to. Submit the link. You got it, girl.
Nothing. To sign up at Gemini.com. If we go to war with Iran, $3 grand's going to be a few trips to the gas station. Gemini.com/Jim to get $200 in Bitcoin when you spend $3,000 in your first 90 days. That's about $1,000 a month. You can see if you pre-qualify with no impact to your credit score. Click the link or go to Gemini.com/Jim to apply and start earning instantly. Now, Israel's come out and said they have to kill the leader. Now, this is a good negotiation tactic. This is what I've always said. When you are negotiating, the most important thing you can do in a negotiation is kill the person you're negotiating with. This gives you advantage. To show you are serious about a negotiation, the most important thing you should do is violently attack the person you're negotiating with, killing them, thus giving you any and all advantages for the further negotiation. So, smart for Israel, and it makes us seem very legitimate, doesn't it? When we go, we're going to negotiate, and then Israel goes, well, actually, we're going to kill this guy. And it's like, are we partners in this? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
are we or us in Israel like this is like being in a bar and like the wingman has like is fucking the girl now. Like the wingman is like fully. You're like, bro, what is this? Like, it's gone from like dude wingman walking to a bar to like the wingman is lighting the bar on fire and it's not helping anyone. So Israel, get this guy up here. This guy says that the supreme leader of Iran must go, the Ayatollah Khomeini. And this is, they're just saying this in the middle of these negotiations. Now, by the way, does anyone believe these negotiations are happening? And if they are happening, what? Like, how are we negotiating? How is anyone negotiating here? Can we get a video on this? Or did this guy just say this in print? This is the defense minister of Israel going, right, we need to... Okay, let's watch Netanyahu do it. Let's see it from Netanyahu saying, we got to get rid of this guy because it would be good. Our friends over at Global News, let's see what Netanyahu said. Give him a little while.
Gave it a chance. We've, fleshed our case. We did everything we could to enable President Trump to negotiate the desired result, and that would have been preferable for us. I think for everyone. But we saw in the course of the negotiation that while they were negotiating with the United States, the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, tweeted almost every day death to Israel. The talks were merely a facade.
But that's his catchphrase. Listen, you're confusing the catchphrase with the policy. This is the problem. Death to Israel is his catchphrase. I mean, have you ever seen Larry the Cable Guy? Get her done. Get her done. Larry the Cable Guy. A catchphrase is a thing that doesn't necessarily suggest a policy. Death to Israel is the Ayatollah's catchphrase. It's his like comfort little, what do they call it when someone's autistic? Stimming? That's his stimming. Don't stigmatize mental health. He's writing death to Israel, but he's, what is it, a stim? Stimming. Defense Minister Israel Katz issued his strongest, by the way, that's a hilarious name. Defense Minister Israel Katz issued his strongest threat yet to assassinate the Ayatollah, saying Iran's supreme leader cannot continue to exist. What is in the middle of a negotiation at Kiev? You just look at the guy who cannot continue to exist. The guy would go, this seems odd. I thought we're trying to find like common ground on the price of this sporting shit. But I'll tell you this, I'm all for peace. I'm hoping, and I want human rights. I thought about this today. I said human rights and peace. That's my position. Your move, everyone else. And what's good about that position I have there, human rights, is that no matter which way this goes, we won't get easy. So, there will be no peace, and then the human rights problem is not going to happen. Now, what's going on in Gaza? Are they? Because here's what I would love. Perhaps we're not paying attention to Gaza. We're all thinking about Iran, and maybe Gaza's getting better. Is that happening? Are the people that are starving in Gaza now? Is it better? Do they have food, or is it? Or what is happening over there? Now, Israel tanks kill 59 people in Gaza crowd trying to get food. Well, not ideal. Not ideal. This is from the Hamas rag Reuters. This is what I thought RFK was going to do. Scroll the tanks out and stop people from getting food. Israel military kills 23 Palestinians near aid site in Gaza. Witnesses and medics. What is the argument for killing the people trying to get food? Right? I mean, I guess you say Hamas is under the hospital or they got a tunnel, whatever the case. There's certain, the IDF sent troops
fired warning shots after people gathered nearby. Israeli aircraft then struck several suspects, and the IDF said continued walking towards troops. Well, I just don't know if the best way here to do this is there another group that can come in besides the IDF to give them the food? I think the trust is gone. I really believe that. Like if I was in Gaza and I saw everyone I know burned alive, and then the IDF showed up with I don't know, a fucking Pop-Tart, I would think it was a bomb. I would go, I don't know if that's a Pop-Tart, that might be a bomb. So what you need to do is let international aid people, but I don't think you're letting those people in. They're not really letting journalists in.
He got back to gone for 90 days. Showed up and said, "Dad, can you order some rifle for me?"
I hope everything. I hope everything. Let's talk to. Let's listen to Trump here because Tulsi Gabbard, our friend Tulsi Gabbard. Aloha, Tulsi, is now apparently on the ice, on the outs. With Trump, although there's reports that that's not true, but that people are saying it's true. This seems like it might be true. Let's watch Donald Trump.
And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
I do think in Iran conflict, if it is prolonged, if it is in any way, destabilizing force, how could it not be, right? It will cause a semi-permanent rift in his coalition of his fans. I think a lot of his fans want an America First foreign policy that's not, maybe not quite isolationism, but certainly not engaged in the world militarily in a way that an Iran conflict could potentially be. It might be quick, fast, in and out. You talk to people, they're like, the thing is, they just need to get that area that Iran's enriching this thing, this Fordham area, whatever they call that. I keep thinking of Fordham, the college in the Bronx. I think that's more dangerous. But this area is deep underground. It's like 30 meters underground or something. So in order to get it, we need those bunker busting bombs. And Israel doesn't have them, and they don't have the planes to fly them. But there's Israeli special forces probably on the ground right now, and I think our people are telling them this is how you can maybe get in and blow the whole thing up if you can get in that area, but we know that area is probably very tightly guarded. So what you're going to need is some of these bunker busting bombs. Iran built its most critical nuclear enrichment facility, Fordo, inside a mountain shielded from attacks. But the United States is a bomb that experts think could probably reach the subterranean site. President Trump is considering a plan to use it. Only the U.S. military has a 30,000-pound GBU-57, or massive ordnance penetrator, that may be able to destroy Fordo, and it is the only armed force with aircraft that can carry out such a mission with it. So,
can we survive to January 20th?
This is what they want. Now, but they also want the Ayatollah gone, they want the regime gone, they're encouraging people to rise up in the streets. People are talking to the Shah's son. Get up the Shah's son, Pahlavi son. Because people are talking to him, going like, some of the expats are talking to him. Here we are. The lesser-known son of Iran's last Shah, calling for a regime change. So this guy becomes like our Ahmed Chalabi. If you're old enough to remember Iraq, there was this guy Ahmed Chalabi, and he went and said, we're greeted as liberators, the regime's going to fall immediately, it's all going to be okay. Now, in these things, regime falls quickly, and then it gets
Now you just have the population. So maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the last Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Shah, was until recently a figure with little to no say in Iranian affairs. He now makes regular appearances on TV and is calling for a regime change in Iran. He said, quote, the Islamic Republic has come to an end and is collapsing. He added, the future is bright, and together we will turn the page of history. And by the way, if this all works, how lovely. How lovely to have a progressive Western people in there. And by the way, but we've said this about all of those places. Like, wouldn't it be nice to not have a theocracy? But see if we can get it. Where does he live? He probably lives here, right? Los Angeles? I bet he lives here, but I could be wrong. Where does he live? London? I'm wondering. I'm wondering where that guy lives. Los Angeles has the largest population of Iranians outside of Iran. Persians. Oh, he lives in Bethesda, Maryland. Oh, okay. So he's right. He's right, but he's involved in the government, of course. But you don't live in Bethesda, Maryland, if you're not involved. There's nothing wrong with it. God bless him. God love him. But that's where he lives. I mean, he's not, In this state, here's how many. But because his people are here. The Iranians are not in Bethesda. His people are in Beverly Hills. They're in Bel Air. They're in West. That's where they are. That's why they call this place Tehrangeles. You ever heard that term, Tehrangeles? That's because of all of the Persians. So emotions are running high here. A lot of chatter in the restaurants, chitter chatter. And that's why I stayed. I was going to go back to New York, but I wanted to hear some of the chitter chatter from the Persians. What's going on? What do we think is going to happen? Who knows? Let's see. This is kind of blurry, but it's okay. I might get an idea of it.
Has reached its end and is in the process of collapsing. Khomeini, like a frightened rat, has gone into hiding underground and has lost control of the situation. What has begun is irreversible. The future is bright, and together we will pass through this sharp turn in history. In these difficult days, my heart is with all the unarmed citizens who have been harmed and have become victims of Khomeini's warmongering and delusions. For years, I have strived to prevent our homeland from being consumed by the fire.
And the interstate is only like 3 states to basically go that way. It's like you just cut those off.
Right. Did you know all fries and chips used to be cooked in tallow up until the 1990s when big corporations switched to cheap processed seed oils? Today, seed oils make up 20% of the average American daily calories. And recent studies have linked seed oils to metabolic health issues and inflammation in the body. NASA decided to do something about it. They created a tasty, delicious tortilla chip made with just 3 ingredients, no seed oil. Organic, nixtamalized corn, sea salt, 100 grass-fed beef tallow, 100% grass-fed beef tallow. These chips don't only avoid all the bad stuff, they taste incredible too. Masa is crunchier, tastier, and sturdier than the other chip. Doesn't break in your guac. Snacking on Masa chips is nothing like eating regular chips. With Masa, you feel satisfied, light, energetic, no crash, bloat, or gross, sluggish feeling after. And an added bonus is that the beef tallow makes the chips much more satiating, so you won't find yourself uncontrollably binging, still feeling hungry after. Masa chips is beloved by tens of thousands of customers, and has been endorsed by industry-leading health and nutrition experts. Ready to give Masa a try? Go to masachips.com/tip and use code TIM 25% off your first order. That's masachips.com/tip. Code TIM for 25% off your first order. Masa chips, beef tallow is the future. What is this Tulsi warning the world about nuclear war again?
And
let's see what she has to say. She's on the outs, though, I think. Let's see.
I recently visited Hiroshima, Japan, and stood at the epicenter of a city that remains scarred by the unimaginable horror caused by a single nuclear bomb dropped in 1945, 80 years ago. Yet this one bomb that caused so much destruction in Hiroshima was tiny compared to today's nuclear bombs. As we stand here today, closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation than ever before, political elite warmongers are carelessly fomenting fear and tensions between nuclear powers. Perhaps it's because they are confident that they will have access to nuclear shelters for themselves and for their families. And regular people.
I mean, I like her, but what is this? Like, you know, like, it's like, you're in the thing now. This is what these people have to stop doing. I understand that you're going against the deep state. Get ready. And this is some advice that I'm going to watch sometimes. So, I'm with you, sister friend. Aloha. But you're in the thing now. You gotta start calling people out, naming names. Stop this fucking. Let's stop playing footsie with this bullshit here. Who's trying to get us into the thing? Name names. Everyone up there is on top. They got Cash Patel and Rogan going like, humana. What is the thing here? Like, these people have names. Can you not say them? These people exist because you're in it now. You're in it. If people are trying to start a nuclear war, arrest them. Tell us who they are. I know it's more complicated than this, but here's the deal. You can't have the benefit of the doubt anymore if you're in the thing. I know. You know, it's a permanent government. They operate in the shadows. I know. But I cannot hear these ominous warnings from people in the fucking government. Figure it out. Stop these people, these dark forces, these powerful factions. Stop them. It's literally what you're elected to do. It's literally what you're elected to do. And our president, Baby Cakes, is about to go into Iran with Israel. And hopefully that works. But, like, who are these dark forces? Like, can we shine some light on this? Because I'm just a little tired of, like, all of these people that got elected and they just can't say anything. They just can't speak and can't utter anything, and they're all probably terrified. Maybe they'll get killed, but that's your job. If you're going to get whacked for saying the truth, you better say the truth and get whacked. That's what you got elected to do. You didn't get elected to write a book or to go out clubbing or whatever the hell you're all doing. You didn't get elected to go on Don Jr.'s podcast. You got elected to tell us what the fuck is going on. So you either don't know what's going on, and that's okay, then shut up. Or if you know what's going on and you, for whatever reason, cannot tell everybody, then shut up as well. Come to us with something. You need to have something, and it's starting to